01 quickly grow up. A few companion eggs dropped as well, so Zhou Wen fed them to his companion beasts. Tyrant Behemoth finally began to evolve after eating the 2 poison bat companion eggs. The tiny behemoth, which was originally only half a person's height, grew its fur crazily. Its muscles swelled like balloons and soon it grew to almost 4 meters tall. The muscles on its body were like steel, filled with explosive power. Tyrant Behemoth, legendary, evolvable. Life Providence, extreme strength. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Constitution, 21. Primordial energy, 21. Talent skill, mountain devouring. Companion form, boxing glove. Zhou Wen had been feeding it for quite some time, with plenty of epic companion eggs in the mix. It took this long before Tyrant Behemoth advanced to the legendary stage, so he had no idea when it would advance to the epic stage. However, Tyrant Behemoth was indeed ferocious. It was nearly 4 meters tall when it was only at the legendary stage. If it advanced to the mythical stage, it might really be able to devour a mountain. It would be unimaginably massive. Little Behemoth, quickly grow up. I don't expect you to advance to the mythical stage. Hurry up and advance to the epic stage. Be a happy fighter for me. Zhou Wen actually didn't wish for Tyrant Behemoth to advance to the mythical stage. The 6 hero families had plenty of resources, yet it was difficult for them to nurture mythical companion beasts, so it would be even harder for him. If it weren't for the game dungeons that allowed them to grind for resources, Zhou Wen probably wouldn't have been able to afford to rear a mythical companion beast. Zheng Tianlian had been in a bad mood recently. He had imagined that he would be able to get close to the girls from the Weiyang Club after he got together with Sully. That way, he could then hit on the other beauties. With his family background and position as the vice president of the student council, it didn't seem difficult. However, to his surprise, those female students from the Weiyang Club didn't participate in activities with the student council and instead regularly hung out with the people from the Xuanwen Club instead. Although Zheng Tianlan's family had some connections, he was naturally far more inferior to Li Xuan. He didn't dare to do anything about the Xuanwen Club. He originally wanted to invite Wei Ji to help him deal with the Xuanwen Club, but Wei Ji repeatedly rejected the notion. Nothing happened. This made Zheng Tianlian even more depressed. After leaving campus, Zheng Tianlian was heading home. When he walked to a small alley, he saw a pale-faced, middle-aged man with a sickly look walking over. The middle-aged man's appearance reminded Zheng Tianlian of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's face was a little pale, as though he hadn't been out in the sun for years. It felt very similar to the middle-aged man, worsening Zheng Tianlian's mood. When Zheng Tianlian saw that the man was staring at him, he couldn't help but feel peaced. He glared back and wanted to ask what he was looking at. However, the moment his eyes met the middle-aged man's gaze, he was left rooted to the spot. He felt as if there was a ball of mist in the middle-aged man's eyes that was attracting him. He couldn't help but look into those eyes, unable to think about anything else. Jack kept looking at Zheng Tianlian and slowly walked in front of him. Then, he stretched out a hand and carefully pulled out a strand of hair from Zheng Tianlian's head. Zheng Tianlian was jolted awake from the pain. Even though he did not know why he was suddenly confused, he felt a sense of fear when he looked at the middle-aged man. He couldn't help but retreat and ask, "What are you trying to do?" Jack ignored Zheng Tianlian and pinched the strand of hair with his fingers before taking out a palm-sized doll. The doll looked like a clown. Jack stuck Zheng Tianlian's hair onto the clown doll's head. The soft strand of hair seemed to turn into a steel needle in his hands. It quickly sank into the body of the clown doll. At that moment, Jack looked up at Zheng Tianlian with a strange, chilling smile. He pursed his slightly purple lips and said, "I have something I need your help with. There's a student named Zhou Wen in your school. Help me get a strand of his hair or nails." "Are you crazy? Why would I do such things for you?" Zheng Tianlian didn't know why, but the fear in his heart intensified as he spoke. He kept retreating, and if not for his legs going soft, he would have already turned around and escaped. Jack didn't say anything to Zheng Tianlian. He glanced at a stray dog who was rummaging through a trash can. He reached out in the air, pulled out the stray dog's fur and sucked it to his fingers. Under the pain, the stray dog barked at Jack, but Jack only gave it a look before the stray dog instantly turned around and ran off with its tail between its legs. It didn't even dare to bark again. Jack took out another clown doll, inserted the dog fur into the head of the clown doll and drilled an unforgettable scene into Zheng Tianlian's mind. Jack's eyes became frighteningly bright as he stared intently at the clown doll in his hand. He had a frightening smile on his face as if he was a clown smiling. That pale face looked like the white face after a clown put on clown makeup. In the next second, Jack exerted some strength to rip off the clown doll's arm. At the same time, the stray dog let out a tragic cry as fresh blood spewed out. One of its front legs seemed to be ripped off by an invisible hand. Jack yanked at the doll in his hand even more crazily. Very quickly, the remaining limbs of the doll were torn off. Similarly, the stray dog lost its limbs as blood splattered everywhere. Under Zheng Tianlian's horrified gaze, Jack tore off the clown doll's head. When Zheng Tianlian saw the stray dog being beheaded in front of him, he broke down mentally. He screamed and turned around to run. "Your hair is here too." Jack's soft words made Zheng Tianlian, who was extremely terrified, stop running. He stood there like a stone statue without moving. "I'll give you 2 days. I want to see Zhou Wen's hair or nails, otherwise you will be like that stray dog. As Jack spoke, he reached out and stroked the clown doll's head. Zhang Tianlian instantly felt his scalp go numb as if a huge, invisible hand was caressing his head. His body trembled and he fell to the ground, his pants soaked. Jack frowned, seemingly unwilling to look at Zhang Tianlian again. Covering his nose, he turned around and slowly walked out of the alley. At the same time, Zhang Tianlian heard Jack's hoarse voice. Remember, you only have 2 days. How am I to find you after I get it? Although Zhang Tianlian was extremely afraid, his desire to live compelled him to ask in a trembling voice. After you get it, I will naturally appear by your side. Whether you live or die is in your hands. As Jack spoke, he turned and left the alley. Zhang Tianlian got up and secretly chased down the alley, only to find that there was no one on the streets. There was no sign of the middle-aged man. Zhang Tianlian would have thought that he had just had a nightmare if not for the bloodstains on the ground and the stray dog's corpse. 402 Luck Composition. Apart from eating at the cafeteria and bringing Wang Lu breakfast, Zhou Wen hardly left the house. With the baby tiger, the efficiency of grinding increased significantly. The dimensional crystals and companion beasts that dropped had improved significantly, be it in terms of quantity or quality. +5 luck really shows an obvious improvement. If I have a few more points, wouldn't the drop rate double? Zhou Wen thought about where to get another pet that added luck. Due to the lucky baby tiger's life providence being unique, even if he had one more baby tiger, the luck wouldn't stack. Therefore, it was useless even if Zhou Wen went to Banyang Cave to grind for the baby tiger again. Wait a minute. The lucky baby tiger's life providence can't be stacked, but can it be synthesized? When 2 different companion beasts combine, they might produce a different life providence. Just like when I fused the silver-winged flying ant and sky spider youngling, the king of low altitudes became the king of sky. If I were to fuse the baby tiger with some other cat or dog, would I be able to turn it into a lucky cat or something? Would it be stackable? Zhou Wen was considering the viability of this matter. If he could really synthesize one like this, he could completely synthesize the luck-type life providence with another powerful companion beast. It would give him a luck bonus and powerful combat ability. Zhou Wen was only thinking about it. He couldn't have the blood-colored avatar die, nor could he refresh dungeons. All his thoughts were empty thoughts, making it impossible for him to farm the baby tiger. As he hadn't refreshed the dungeon, Zhou Wen had nearly wiped out all the monsters he could grind in the past few days. He was about to reach a point of not having any monsters to grind on. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since obtaining the mysterious phone. Although there were also instance dungeons he had never been before, such as Mount Laojun, Zhou Wen didn't dare visit them as he was afraid the blood-colored avatar would die inside. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had many books to read, so it wasn't that he had nothing to do. He was engrossed in an ocean of knowledge every day. Zhang Tianlian felt like crying. He originally believed that using his relationship as a fellow schoolmate, it wouldn't be difficult to get a strand of Zhou Wen's hair. In the beginning, he had sought out the Xuanwen Club members who were closer to Zhou Wen. He claimed that the student council wanted to host a joint activity with them, hoping that Li Xuan and Zhou Wen could participate. He was responsible for all the expenses. For this, he spent a large sum to get some special dimensional zones passes. However, to his surprise, Li Xuan told him that Zhou Wen was in seclusion and refused to participate in any activities. In the end, the joint activity was held. He had spent the money but failed to see Zhou Wen. What do I do? What do I do? Zhang Tianlian was extremely anxious. There was less than a day left. He had to obtain Zhou Wen's hair as soon as possible. He didn't dare imagine the outcome of failure and dared not remember the tragic state of the stray dog. Zhang Tianlian had thought of many methods, but they were unviable. Finally, he had no choice but to find Zhou Wen himself. He had to obtain a strand of Zhou Wen's hair no matter what. Zhou Wen was reading a book near the balcony on the 2nd floor. The sunlight shone on him, making him feel warm and comfortable. As he wore the truth listener earring in its companion form the entire time, Zhou Wen heard Zhang Tianlian's approach before he even reached the yard's entrance. Why is he here? Zhou Wen was puzzled. Zhang Tianlian was clearly walking towards his building and was about to reach his yard's entrance. I have to get his hair. I have to get it. Zhou Wen listened carefully and heard Zhang Tianlian muttering to himself. It was so soft that ordinary people might not be able to hear it even if they stood beside him. However, truth listener's hearing was just too good. Zhou Wen heard him clearly. Whose hair does he want? Mine. What does he want my hair for? Zhou Wen immediately made some bad connections. There were many magical dimensional forces in the league. Legend had it that some people in the West District had curse-type primordial energy skills that allowed them to curse a person to death remotely through mediums such as a person's hair and nails. There were many similar abilities in the East District and they were even more exaggerated. There was no need for any physical contact. Just knowing the time someone was born was enough to take their life, even from a great distance away. Zhou Wen currently didn't have much knowledge regarding such primordial energy skills. In a real battle, be it an epic human or companion beast, he had the power to contend a fight. Instead, he was afraid of powers that he could succumb to without even seeing. Against such powers, even if he had the annihilative powers, it would be of no use considering how he couldn't find or hit his target. For instance, many powerful epic experts died without even seeing a dimensional creature while exploring dimensional zones. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that their resistance against the unknown force was too weak. They were nothing but boors who were unable to use their strength. Of course, there were boors that succeeded. Legend had it that the Zia family's hero had cultivated the invincible Kannate divine art in the past, reaching an invulnerable state. No matter how evil power it was, nothing could kill him. He was a classic example of being able to be a ramrod that could charge straight forward. However, he ultimately didn't end well when he entered a dimensional zone. Therefore, Zhou Wen always firmly believed that knowing one's enemy was the key to winning all battles. It was best if he didn't take any risks. After all, he only had one life. While Zhou Wen was pondering over it, Zheng Tianlian had already pressed his doorbell. It looks like the people from the bureau have arrived. Zhou Wen had guessed what was going on. After some thought, he went down and opened the door. He wanted to find out from Zheng Tianlian about the person whom the bureau had sent. Zheng Tianlian, why are you looking for me? Zhou Wen asked Zheng Tianlian, who was outside. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Can I come in? Zheng Tianlian asked carefully. Come on in. Zhou Wen kept a high alert the entire time. He didn't get too close to Zheng Tianlian, maintaining a certain distance. To his surprise, Zheng Tianlian slammed the door shut after entering and plopped to his knees. Zhou Wen, please save me. If you don't save me, I'm dead. What are you doing? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Zheng Tianlian said, the night before yesterday, I applied for leave and went home. On the way, I bumped into a strange middle-aged man. Zheng Tianlian recounted what had happened that night. No matter how he thought about it, he knew it was impossible to get Zhou Wen's hair by force. He knew that Zhou Wen was from the Yin family, so he couldn't afford to offend him, nor could he use force. Zhou Wen, I'm begging you, save me. I really don't want to die. Zheng Tianlian kowtowed as he spoke. Zhou Wen reached out to stop Zheng Tianlian. Although he didn't have a good impression of Zheng Tianlian, he didn't have any feud with him either. He felt uneasy hearing the pleading. However, just as his hand touched Zheng Tianlian's hand, Zheng Tianlian's flesh and bones exploded and his arms turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 403 Battling Jack. The two never expected such a turn of events. No matter how fast Zhou Wen retreated, his hand was quickly stained by the blood mist as Zheng Tianlian fell to the ground and screamed. In a forest in the suburbs, Jack revealed a mocking smile. How could he place his hopes on others? He made Zheng Tianlian firmly believe that he needed Zhou Wen's hair. Only then would Zheng Tianlian be able to fool Zhou Wen, because even Zheng Tianlian himself believed that it was real. Others wouldn't be able to see through the flaws. Old pal, it's been a while since we got some exercise. It's time to come out and get some exercise. As Jack spoke, a sanguine aura on him surged and condensed into a blood-colored clown life soul. The blood-colored clown life soul came in front of Jack. Jack pulled out the strand of Zheng Tianlian's hair from the puppet and gave it to the clown life soul. The clown life soul reached out to grab the hair, and it immediately burned with a blood-colored flame and quickly burnt to ashes. It transformed into a sanguine beam that fused into the clown's body. By using your blood as the medium, I'll use the soul as a guide. Blood Hex Clown, use your strength to make those ignorant people tremble in grief once again. Jack looked excitedly at the Blood Hex Clown and growled. A sanguine glint flashed in the eyes of the Blood Hex Clown as a demonic blood-colored flame rose over its body. In his dorm, Zhou Wen looked at the blood on his hand and tried to shake it off, but it was already too late. He felt his ears heat up before a force entered his body from his palm and spread through his entire body. Large amounts of primordial energy surged into his body. It was massive, almost comparable to the lightning bolt he had endured at Dragon Gate Grotto. Zhou Wen immediately realized that Truth Listener's evil nullification life soul had taken effect, resolving the strange power of the assailant. I was still too careless. Zhou Wen reflected over his faults, but after some thought, he realized that he was up against someone bent on getting him. No matter how prepared he was, it was inevitable for him to miss out certain things. The best way was to eliminate the enemy first to truly feel worry-free. But now, he didn't even know where his opponent was. When he looked at Zheng Tianlian, who had his arms torn apart, Zhou Wen felt a chill run down his spine. It was Zheng Tianlian this time, someone he didn't care too much about. But what if the next person was Li Xuan, Wang Lu, or the rest? Could he still remain so indifferent? Zhou Wen called the school's emergency number and called for a doctor to handle Zheng Tianlian. Jack stared at the Blood Hex Clown in front of him. Seeing the sanguine light in its eyes glow with greater intensity, he believed that the Blood Hex's power was in control of Zhou Wen. He ordered, bring him here. Zhou Wen felt an endless stream of primordial energy surge into his body, preventing him from being able to accommodate it as large amounts of primordial energy seeped out of his body. Suddenly, the Truth Listener earring seemed to be pulled by something as it floated up and pointed in one direction. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he walked outside. The moment he opened the door, he saw Jing and Wang Lu standing outside, about to knock on the door. Zheng Tianlian's screams had alerted them, which was why they had come over to take a look. Help me look after him. Don't let him die. I have to make a trip. Zhou Wen pointed at Zheng Tianlian, who was screaming inside before walking out. He didn't pity Zhang Tianlian, but if Zhang Tianlian really died in his dormitory room, he would probably have a hard time explaining himself. Without any evidence, the college would only believe that he had killed Zhang Tianlian. Regardless of In Jing's and Wang Le's expressions, Zhou Wen headed straight for the direction the earring had pointed. After leaving the school, Zhou Wen headed west according to the earring. Soon, he left the city and entered the suburbs. A forest appeared in front of Zhou Wen, and the heat from the Truth Listener earring grew stronger. It made Zhou Wen realize that he was approaching his target. After slowing down his speed, Zhou Wen carefully entered the forest. Truth Listener earring's hearing was put to its greatest use. Everything within 100 meters around him projected into an image in his mind thanks to his hearing. Not long after entering the forest, the Truth Listener earring's ability allowed him to see a man standing in the forest. In front of him floated a blood-colored clown-like life soul. Just as Zhang Tianlian had said, the man was wearing a shirt and suit with a unique hat on his head. He had a standard Caucasian look with blue eyes and carved facial features. His hair was a rare silver color. His skin was white to begin with, and with him looking a little pale, it looked like there was no blood in him. It was as if his face had been wiped with white powder. When Zhou Wen sensed Jack also sensed something. He frowned and looked in Zhou Wen's direction. At the same time, surprise flashed in his eyes. Did the bureau only send you here? Zhou Wen gripped the bamboo blade tightly as he walked towards Jack. At the same time, he used Truth Listener's ability to constantly sweep his surroundings to make sure that there were no ambushes. You are actually immune to the blood hex control. Furthermore, you were able to find me. Interesting. Jack stared at Zhou Wen as he sized him up. His eyes were shimmering as though he was looking at some interesting toy. You won't find it interesting very soon. Zhou Wen had already confirmed that there weren't any ambushes around him. He instantly unsheathed his bamboo blade and appeared in front of Jack instantaneously as though he had teleported. With Transcendent Flying Immortal, he slashed at Jack's body with unparalleled speed. Jack clearly hadn't expected Zhou Wen to be that fast. Such strength was completely different from the information Shen Yuqi had given him. He was no ordinary student at the legendary stage. To be at the epic stage at such a young age? Jack's gaze froze slightly. Zhou Wen's saber was simply too fast. Clearly, Jack was weaker when it came to combat. Perhaps due to his long imprisonment and him not having fully recovered, he couldn't dodge in time. The black gas in his hand struck at the bamboo blade, but the black gas was directly sliced apart by the bamboo blade. Jack's palm was sliced off. The bamboo blade did not stop and slashed right into Jack's body. With a ripping sound, Zhou Wen realized that the bamboo blade had only sliced through Jack's jacket. He was gone. All that was left was the slightly trembling hand on the ground. Zhou Wen scanned his surroundings and pushed the Truth Listener earring to its limits. It reflected everything around him in his mind, but he didn't see any traces of Jack. Just as Zhou Wen was searching for Jack, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. An ant had crawled over at his feet. There were many ants in the forest, but this ant was somewhat odd. It had actually crawled straight in front of Zhou Wen's feet. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he rapidly retreated. The ant's tiny body exploded like a bomb, blasting apart the ground and trees nearby, forming a huge crater that was more than 2 meters in diameter. Chapter 404 Stalemate. Zhou Wen flew back and touched a leaf that exploded like a grenade. Fortunately, he was wearing the mutated stone Kai armor. He charged out the instant the leaf exploded using ghost steps, suffering minimal damage from the explosion. Even so, the mutated stone Chi's armor was blackened from the blast. Zhou Wen was somewhat astonished. This person's ability was so bizarre that he could actually turn an ant and a leaf into his weapons. It was impossible to guard against. The entire forest was filled with insects, leaves, and vegetation. Zhou Wen didn't know which insects or leaves would become a bomb. Even the grass on the ground could become a landmine. Zhou Wen's body stood in midair. He used Truth Listener's hearing and his eyes to search for Jack. If he couldn't find him, no amount of strength was useful. However, Zhou Wen couldn't find any traces of Jack within the range of his senses. The entire forest only had the rustling sounds of leaves when the wind blew and the chirping of insects. Zhou Wen hovered in the air, using the Godfiend flying ability to prevent himself from touching anything. Then, he slowly moved in the air in search of Jack's possible hiding locations. When insects, birds, or leaves approached him, he would preemptively slice them apart. However, there weren't any further explosions. Zhou Wen sensed that Jack was still there. He hadn't left. The atmosphere in the woods felt very odd. Boom. Zhou Wen suddenly heard an explosion. However, the explosion didn't happen from his body. Instead, it happened above a large nearby tree. A bug exploded from the crown of a tree, scattering the leaves and branches everywhere. Even a wasp hive that was nestled in the tree flew out. Zhou Wen looked at the leaves and wasps that filled the sky as though he was watching a flurry of bombs. He only had one thought in mind: he absolutely couldn't let them touch him. With ghost steps and Dragon Gate flying immortal skill, Zhou Wen's figure rapidly flashed. The leaves and wasps that filled the sky failed to touch him. Boom. 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 Several trees were blasted apart as the sky filled with leaves and critters. Zhou Wen kept flying as his body twisted and turned, passing through the leaves like a ghost. He didn't touch the leaves, but the nearby leaves automatically exploded as though the entire forest had turned into an explosive warehouse. Anything that approached Zhou Wen could explode. Zhou Wen was caught off guard. All he could do was dash out of the forest and appear in the sky above. He looked down at the forest from above and observed everything that was happening. Truth listener's power had already presented everything that was happening in the forest to his brain. No activity could escape his ears. Zhou Wen was certain that the person was still in the area, but he had used some unknown method to hide. As long as he carefully searched, he could definitely find him. This was the most terrifying opponent of the same level Zhou Wen had ever encountered since he began cultivating. Although he had fought others before, the strongest was the mutated Stone Kai in Mei. No matter how powerful they weren't as diabolical and terrifying as this person. Previously, although Yan Zhen was also diabolical and terrifying, he wasn't good at combat. He was more like a crazy scientist, but this person was like a killing machine. Although his combat ability wasn't very strong, his abilities and means allowed him to kill someone without doing the dirty work. Zhou Wen moved back and forth in the air as he swept the nearby trees several times but failed to find any traces of Jack. That bastard Shen Yuki. Is this his idea of an ordinary student? Jack cursed inwardly as well. Before he was locked up, he had seen many experts. Only a handful were as terrifying as Zhou Wen. He really couldn't believe that Zhou Wen was only a student. Jack didn't dare move. Although he had already made use of sorcery to disguise himself as a part of the forest, he could sense that showing any signs of abnormality would be detected by the aerial Zhou Wen. He didn't know how Zhou Wen did it, but he knew that he was using a method to constantly scan the forest situation. He had already felt something similar to a vision sweep over him several times. Jack closed his eyes, unwilling to let his gaze attract Zhou Wen's attention. However, his heart was burning with zeal. He loved killing people. The more powerful someone was, the more excited he became. At that moment, his blood was about to boil. He yearned to kill Zhou Wen immediately to satisfy his inner desires. As for Shen Yuki's order to bring Zhou Wen back alive, Jack had completely forgotten about it. He was like a venomous snake that was seeking an opportunity. Once the prey showed weakness, he would deliver the most lethal strike. I don't believe that you can keep flying in the air. Jack waited patiently for the opportunity. One of them was in the air while the other was in the forest. They were in a stalemate. Zhou Wen couldn't find Jack's hiding spot and it wasn't convenient for him to attack the woods. That would only give Jack a chance. As time passed, Jack realized that Zhou Wen didn't show any signs of descending despite him floating in midair. His desire to kill Zhou Wen intensified. Half a day passed and the sky gradually darkened. Here's my chance. As he felt the sky grow darker, Jack knew that his chance was here. The night was his home ground. Although he couldn't find Jack's location, Zhou Wen continued waiting patiently. He was waiting for Jack to strike. As long as he made a move, it was impossible for him to perfectly conceal himself. This gave him a chance of finding his true body. Zhou Wen really didn't wish to let such a terrifying figure escape. Otherwise, he didn't know who would be the next victim. When the sun set and the moon silently crawled up, Zhou Wen continued floating in the air, waiting for Jack to reveal an opening. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt an abnormality in the woods. A snake was rapidly darting under the leaves. It was normal for snakes to move around in the grass, but Zhou Wen found something was amiss with the snake. It seemed to have a clear goal, it was heading deep into the forest. Zhou Wen summoned his overlord sword and slashed out. The sword beam instantly tore through the forest and chopped down a tree. At the same time, he split the snake into two. Boom. The snake exploded, creating a huge pit in the vicinity. But on the other side, Jack's body emerged from a cave made of tree root that was the size of a fist. He dashed into the forest like a black shadow. However, the direction he headed in wasn't directed at the aerial Zhou Wen, nor was it deep in the woods. Zhou Wen quickly chased after him, but he saw Jack stop and reveal his snow-white teeth. He gave Zhou Wen a sinister smile. Chapter 405 It could NTB him. While smiling sinisterly at Zhou Wen, Jack threw out a blood-colored dagger. However, the dagger wasn't thrown at Zhou Wen but at the ground. Zhou Wen immediately felt that something was amiss. He saw the blood-colored dagger fly over and immediately realized the problem. His shadow. Jack wasn't attacking him, but his shadow that had been projected by the moonlight. It was too late to dodge. He didn't have the time to think further. Zhou Wen's first reaction was to summon his inverse ancient sovereign life soul. The moment the inverse ancient sovereign life soul was summoned, the blood-colored dagger had nailed Zhou Wen's shadow. However, due to the inverse ancient sovereign's humanoid sun life soul appearing, the strong rays of light scattered his shadow. Most of the shadows were redirected in another direction. The shadow cast by the moon was almost invisibly faint. His heart palpitated slightly, but he didn't feel any damage. Like a ghost, Zhou Wen appeared in front of Jack and slashed his overlord's sword and bamboo blade at him. Jack ducked, causing overlord's sword to miss. However, bamboo blade slashed across his waist. Unfortunately, all that was sliced apart was Jack's clothes. He was nowhere to be seen. Boom. 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 Jack's clothes exploded in front of Zhou Wen, forcing him to retreat quickly. He retreated to the air once more and switched back to his God-fiend life providence. The atmosphere became tense again. Both of them knew that they had met a terrifying opponent. They waited for each other to make the first move, waiting for the moment the other party revealed a flaw. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush. He didn't believe that the other party could keep hiding without eating or drinking. He flew into the air and grabbed a random piece of pancake and a can of Coke from the chaos bead. He even brought out some spring onion to go with the pancake. He ate while monitoring the situation in the forest. That punk is quite a figure. He's so tasteless. Is that even called food? Jack couldn't stand Zhou Wen's eating preferences, but he couldn't help but feel hungry. The fragrance of red wine and roasted meat surfaced in his mind. Jack gulped his saliva and forced himself to stop thinking. Just like that, he continued the stalemate with Zhou Wen while silently seeking out an opportunity. It was not feasible to use lunar shadow sorcery to control Zhou Wen, so Jack had to think of other solutions. As Jack endured the hardship below, Zhou Wen ate his fill in the sky. At first, he only filled his stomach. Later, he took out a vacuum-packed duck head and beer and sat down in the air, having a feast. This punk's taste is terrible. Is that what a human will eat? Jack wished he could throw the food that Zhou Wen was eating into a trash can, but he held back. Jack glanced at where Zhou Wen's shadow was, but he didn't dare head over. Although Zhou Wen appeared to be eating and drinking on the surface, he believed that Zhou Wen's sword beam would definitely slash at him the moment he made any abnormal movements. He was well aware of the prowess of Zhou Wen's sword beam. Although it was a little lacking compared to a few sword experts, he knew his sword beam held some special attributes to it. It had to be extraordinary, considering how he could sever his hand. After Zhou Wen had his fill, he said to the forest, "You won't be able to escape no matter what. Why don't you come out and have a chat? If you can provide enough information that satisfies me, I might spare your life." Jack continued lurking and ignored Zhou Wen as though he hadn't heard him. "Your ability is so outstanding that I believe you have some status in the bureau. Why risk your life?" Zhou Wen continued probing. However, no one answered him. Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that someone was approaching the forest. The person was riding a gray wolf with an astonishing speed as he quickly approached the forest. Zhou Wen took a careful look and realized that it was In Sheng. "Ah Sheng, don't enter the forest." Zhou Wen shouted at the distant In Sheng from midair, but it was already too late. The gray wolf In Sheng was sitting on was too fast as it rushed into the forest. Boom. Boom. Zhou Wen immediately saw an explosion in the woods as leaves exploded like a bomb. The blown-up trees snapped and mud flew. It was a mess. Zhou Wen was feeling worried when he saw Ah Sheng rush out of the dust. Apart from his clothes being a little tattered and looking quite sorry, he didn't look injured. Sorcery. Life blast. Who could it be from the West District? Ah Sheng glared at the woods and asked. No one answered. The forest was still silent, with only a few critters fleeing for their lives. Seeing no one reply, And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "Young Master Wen, are you all right?" "I'm fine. He refuses to come out. I've been waiting for him here so that he can't escape," Zhou Wen said. "You have fought him before, right? Describe his looks and abilities," said In Sheng. Zhou Wen recounted Jack's looks and abilities to In Sheng. While In Sheng wore an extremely odd expression, he finally couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Zhou Wen mention the blood-colored clown life soul. Blood hex clown. Could it be that psychopath from the West District? It can't be wrong. It's definitely Jack. Other than Jack, no one else has the ability to use blood hex clown, lunar shadow sorcery, and life blast. He seems very famous. Zhou Wen asked. Of course he's famous. A few decades ago, the name Jack sent shockwaves through the entire league. He committed more sins than Jing Daoxian. At least Jing Daoxian only killed people depending on his mood. But Jack kills people because he likes to kill people. An entire city's people were once cursed to death by him. Back then, many of the league's top-notch epic experts died in order to arrest him. He should be imprisoned. Could it be? And Sheng immediately realized that the Bureau had released the psychopath Jack in order to capture Zhou Wen. However, upon further thought, And Sheng felt that something was amiss. He felt that it couldn't be Jack. If it was Jack, how could he have been stopped by Zhou Wen? The Bureau is truly unscrupulous. To think they would dare release a devil like Jack just to capture me? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If not for his special abilities and with the help of a mythical companion beast, he would have died at Jack's hands. In fact, Zhou Wen should be glad that he encountered Jack, who had been imprisoned for decades. Most of his companion beasts had died in battle before his imprisonment. While fighting Zhou Wen, he mainly relied on the perfect blood hex life soul and primordial energy skills. If his previous companion beasts were present, he would have been even more terrifying. Jack lurked in the grass, alarmed. He had been imprisoned for more than 20 years. Were young adults these days so powerful? Back in his day, he could kill young adults in their 20s, such as In Sheng, without wasting too much effort. However, between the two young adults that he met today, Zhou Wen had forced him to hide in the darkness, while In Sheng, who appeared a little older, maybe in his mid-20s but definitely not in his 30s, had managed to escape the life blast that he had set up. This made him suspect that the League had experienced an explosive growth over the past few decades. However, from his journey here, he believed that humans might have improved, but they shouldn't be that powerful. Jack lived up to his name. The thought of escaping didn't arise just because of Zhou Wen and In Sheng's strength. The killing intent in his heart burned even more. If my previous companion beasts were still around, killing them would be much simpler. Unfortunately, I'll have to think of another solution now. Jack's mind raced as he thought about how to kill Zhou Wen and In Sheng. He had no intention of escaping. Perhaps even Shen Yuqi wouldn't have expected that a great devil like Jack would have to go through so much difficulty to capture a university student. Back when Jack was pursued by the Bureau and in what seemed like an inescapable net, he had even killed more than 20 epic inspectors. Jack even infiltrated Holy City while being pursued, a showcase of his boldness. He abducted the son of the previous Director General of the Special Inspector Bureau and killed him in front of the experts chasing him. Shen Yuqi had made a deal with Jack because he wanted to put things right once and for all. He hoped that Jack could capture Zhou Wen without anyone noticing, but little did he expect Jack to end up in a predicament. He swept his glance across the forest, and a vicious glint flashed across Jack's eyes as he exploded the life blast he had set up. Rumble. The leaves exploded in the forest like bombs. In a region spanning a few hundred meters, there were explosive booms and destroyed trees everywhere. A large group of birds and wild beasts fled in all directions, and the forest was thrown into pandemonium. No good. He wants to escape. Truth Listener's range was only about 100 meters. The explosions had already exceeded the distance that Truth Listener could monitor. There were all sorts of creatures fleeing in the forest. If Jack were to be among them, it would be impossible to find him. Zhou Wen had no choice but to fly in the sky and constantly search with Truth Listener's powers, hoping to find something abnormal. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw a black shadow escape rapidly under the moonlight. Although the moonlight was bright, there were trees sheltering the area. Shadows covered the area below as the black shadow rapidly slunk through the shadows. Zhou Wen's Truth Listener couldn't hear it. It just so happened that his eyes accidentally swept across the spot where the moonlight scattered, allowing him to see it by chance. Zhou Wen immediately recalled that the other party had previously wanted to pin his shadow. Clearly, he was proficient in shadow techniques, and now he was escaping using shadows. It would be difficult to find him if he escaped successfully. There was still a chance of finding his true body next time, but even so, Zhou Wen himself wasn't confident. With no mercy in his heart, Zhou Wen switched to the ancient sovereign life soul, letting it fuse with him. His entire body emitted a glow as he rushed into the forest like a god of light in pursuit of the shadow. Don't chase after him. And Sheng loudly warned Zhou Wen, but he saw Zhou Wen charge in without stopping. All he could do was rush in as well. The ancient sovereign life soul brought Zhou Wen powerful vital essence, one that emitted light and heat as he lit up the dark forest. Tree leaves fell on Zhou Wen. With one hand holding the Overlord's sword and the other holding the bamboo blade, he slashed out a sword and saber beam, splitting all the leaves that came close to him. However, when he stepped onto the grass on the ground, the grass suddenly exploded. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was wearing the mutated stone Kai armor. Resisting the blast, he leapt up and tapped his feet on the trunk before continuing his pursuit of the shadow. Zhou Wen didn't dare land on the ground as he used the trees to engage in pursuit. His glow illuminated the forest. Under the brilliance, he could clearly see a shadow moving quickly on the ground without making a single sound. Truth Listener couldn't hear it either. He slashed out Fangwheel Sword Flash with the Overlord sword, but the shadow rapidly flashed. It dodged the sword beam and circled around in a bid to escape in another direction. Zhou Wen chased the shadow as he kept slashing out sword beams, but the shadow dodged Zhou Wen's sword beams again and again. It was like a ghost, making Zhou Wen almost believe that it was really just a shadow. However, seeing that the shadow was constantly dodging the sword light and that it wouldn't fade under the light he emitted, he knew that it wasn't a real shadow. To be able to use a shadow escape technique to such a degree and use a large area of life blast, could this person really be Jack? And Sheng rushed into the forest and stood on a tree branch. When he saw Zhou Wen chasing the shadow, he was alarmed and puzzled. He had heard many legends about Jack in the past. All the different kinds of evil and powerful primordial energy skills at his disposal made him extremely unpredictable. He was capable of killing people in an invisible manner. This legendary person was actually suppressed by Zhou Wen, forcing him to reevaluate Zhou Wen's strength. Young Master Wen might end up being a second overseer in the future, thought In Sheng. He had watched Zhou Wen develop his strength, but even he was astonished at such a growth rate. Just as Zhou Wen cornered the shadow with nowhere for it to escape, Jack revealed his body. Jack stood there, his blood hex clown life soul in front of him as he withstood the Fangwheel sword flash with both hands. Boom. The blood hex clown and Jack behind it were sent flying as they slammed into an old tree. Blood immediately spurted out from Jack's mouth. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to give him a chance. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he exerted strength with all his might, ready to charge forward and kill Jack on the spot. However, just as his foot touched the ground, he felt his ankle tighten. A terrifying force tugged at him, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Zhou Wen looked down and realized that the Jack's severed hand was grabbing his ankle. Sanguine aura surged from the severed hand arm as it clutched tightly at his ankle. The sanguine aura also surged up and quickly spread across his leg as though a blood-patterned talisman had been drawn on the stone armor. No good. And Sheng wanted to rush over, but when he saw Zhou Wen's expression and gaze, instead of rushing over immediately, he stopped in his tracks. And Sheng had seen similar looks and expressions many times. It was the look and expression that a particular overseer he knew well had when it was time to reel in the net he had carefully arranged. Jack suppressed the excitement in his heart as he stood up. He licked the blood on his lips and looked at Zhou Wen with burning eyes. You should feel honored to be the first person I, Jack, have killed in 27 years. Chapter 407 Slaying. Following Jack's words, the blood hex clown beside him emitted blood-colored light. The blood hex clown levitated, its hands seemingly praying to Buddha while it seemed to chant something. As the chanting sounded, the blood hex clown's sanguine halo intensified. It actually turned into blood-colored incantations that revolved around its body. As for the palm gripping Zhou Wen's ankle, it exploded from the blood hex clown's blood hex. The strange blood-colored incantation patterns crept onto Zhou Wen's stone armor as though they were trying to wrap him in a net formed of blood-colored incantations. In that case, you should feel more honored than me, Zhou Wen said to Jack without showing any signs of panic despite being trapped by the blood incantation. Jack felt a little uneasy as he stared at Zhou Wen and asked, why? It's because you will be killed by me. You have lived for so many years. This should be the first time you have been killed, right? Zhou Wen said. Is that so? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Jack felt that something was amiss, but with the arrow already strung, he had to release it. However, the unease made him activate it ahead of time. He didn't wait for the blood hex clown to finish the incantation. A red glow flashed from the blood hex clown's body as it flashed like police sirens. The blood hex clown's body suddenly exploded the next second. With the self-detonation of the blood hex clown, the blood incantation on Zhou Wen's body and the severed hand exploded. It was an internecine curse. Bang! A blood-colored blast of light rose from Zhou Wen's body as everything almost 20 meters in diameter was destroyed by it. Impossible. Jack stared at the empty area behind the blood explosion and saw Zhou Wen still flowing in holy light. He stood there like a god of light, completely unharmed. Jack completely couldn't believe his eyes. It was the evil self-destruct skill that the blood hex clown had acquired only after it advanced to a perfect body. The power of its self-detonation was enough to injure even a mythical creature. However, it would take a long time before the blood hex clown life soul would recover from its self-destruction. Jack seldom used it even before he was locked up. Being cornered today, he used this power, but he never expected that it would fail to injure Zhou Wen at all. How could he remain composed? However, he was ultimately a person with an iron will. When he realized that something was wrong, he phased away into a shadow in a bid to escape without any hesitation. Are you done playing? It's my turn now, right? With the Overlord sword in hand, Zhou Wen's sun-like radiance gradually vanished. It was replaced by a mysterious aura. Unlike the vital radiance from before, Zhou Wen didn't leak any primordial energy as he seemed to meld into the void. Double life souls. And Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Double life souls were extremely rare. This was because primordial energy arts could easily produce conflicts. Typically, an ordinary person could only cultivate one. Otherwise, it was very possible that the conflict between primordial energy arts would cause damage to the body, especially when advancing. Such sudden conflicting impulses happened suddenly. It was especially so when life providences between the primordial energy arts clashed. Death was almost certain. Needless to say, any conflict in life souls would probably lead to a situation worse than death. And Sheng knew a person who cultivated dual primordial energy arts and condensed 2 life souls. That person had peerless talent, and with immense perseverance he condensed 2 life souls of 2 different primordial energy arts. He originally thought that he was fine, but afterward he realized that he could only control his body in the day. Once he fell asleep, his life soul would occupy his body and do many crazy things that he didn't even know about. Eventually, he went mad and was sent to a mental hospital. The fact that Zhou Wen was able to have double life souls proved that his talent was indeed as excellent as the former principal had said. However, Sheng was worried that the double life souls would harm Zhou Wen. Having double life souls exacerbated Zhou Wen's advancement to the mythical stage. There was already no clear advancement path, but now, he had added an obstacle for himself. This made Sheng very worried. The surprise was both worrisome and pleasant. Zhou Wen switched his life providence to Godfiend and the Lost Country ring appeared on his finger. Zhou Wen remained suspended in midair as he looked at the escaping Jack in shadow form, having no intention of pursuing him. All he did was touch the Lost Country ring on his finger. A strange glint flashed in the eyes of the ring's ghost face. It was as if a supernatural being had opened its eyes. Furthermore, the light gradually spread outwards, causing the originally simple, ancient ring to have incantations engraved on it. Boom. 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 Jack fled in a frenzy, but when he charged through the woods and hit the sword marks that Zhou Wen had delivered previously, sword flashes burst out from the sword marks. Jack ran so quickly and anxiously that he repeatedly triggered countless sword marks. Rays of sword flashes stabbed into his body and exploded, instantly blasting Jack out of his shadow form. Covered in blood, Jack suffered wounds everywhere thanks to the sword flashes. He fell to the ground, coughing blood non-stop. Jack stared at Zhou Wen and swallowed a mouthful of blood. He asked in a hoarse voice, "You know how hex spells as well?" "No, but I have to thank you for giving me some inspiration. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of using my life soul in this manner." Zhou Wen wasn't lying. Jack's combat method inspired Zhou Wen. It allowed him to combine the spatial and dimensional knowledge he had acquired recently and finally figured out a way to use the Lost Country. It wasn't as simple and crude as using it for teleportation. Lost Country's ability to change spatial trajectories wasn't limited to just teleportation. Jack looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression. Although he was a genius, he had only just advanced to the legendary stage at Zhou Wen's age. He was far inferior to the present Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate at all as he slashed out the demonic astral wheel. He planned on slaying the heavily injured Jack, unwilling to give him any chance. Jack was no longer able to dodge, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, his eyes were scorching hot. This is amazing. This world is amazing. There should be plenty of strong fellows like you among humans, right? It's really thrilling, Jack muttered to himself in fervor. Zhou Wen ignored him as he cleaved apart Jack's body with the Overlord's sword. Fresh blood spewed out as Jack was split into two on the spot. However, when Jack's body landed, Zhou Wen was shocked to see it transform into a palm-sized doll that had been sliced into two. The doll even spoke despite being sliced in half. Zhou Wen, you really excite me. To me, you're a top-notch food ingredient. I'll definitely kill you and make your flesh into a top-notch delicacy. Before that, please do protect your body and prevent anyone from tainting this priceless ingredient. In a cave, a pale-faced Jack spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed abnormally red. He had used a puppet avatar hex to battle Zhou Wen. Although the one killed was only a puppet avatar and not his main body, the death of his avatar dealt him some severe injuries. Furthermore, the blood hex clown life soul had really self-destructed. It was a very serious blow to him. Although I can't wait to eat delicacies, I still need to get some companion beasts first. Otherwise, I might really not be his match. Jack wiped the blood from his mouth as he wondered how he could obtain a companion beast. He naturally did not fancy typical companion beasts. With his present situation, he needed plenty of time to obtain high-level companion beasts. Since those people from the League want me to do their bidding, they should pay for it. A look of mockery flashed in Jack's eyes. If he had considered taking Zhou Wen to the bureau to exchange for true freedom, he no longer had that thought after today's battle. Jack walked out of the cave and headed for Luong City. He didn't have any communication devices like phones on him, so he needed to find a place to contact Shen Yuqi. He didn't plan on telling Shen Yuqi what happened today. Failure would only make them think that he was incompetent. Jack planned on telling Shen Yuqi that the Yin family was protecting Zhou Wen. He needed some companion beasts to bring him back. Others might only need a companion egg, but Jack was different. It would be fine even if it was a companion beast with an owner. He believed that Shen Yuqi wouldn't reject his request. After entering Luong City, Jack went to a shop to buy a phone and contacted Shen Yuqi. As he expected, although Shen Yuqi was a little reluctant, he still agreed to his request. He told him to wait 2 days for the companion beasts to arrive. After the call, he wanted to throw the phone into the trash can, but he realized that there were several different types of bins. He didn't know what the different labels meant, so he casually threw it into one of them. Sir, you're mistaken. You just threw a phone, right? That's recyclable. You should place it in the bin for recyclable waste, a young girl said to Jack when she walked over. Jack looked at the girl coldly. When the girl and Jack looked at each other, she was stunned. Then, as if she had lost her soul, she walked toward him. Jack turned and walked into a remote area with the girl following in tow. She had no idea what she was doing. In an empty alley, Jack looked at the girl and reached his hand out towards her neck. However, before his fingers could touch it, he stopped. There was a strange expression on his face. Darn it. All I can think of right now is that top-notch delicious ingredient. How can I eat such trash? Jack looked at the girl with disgust before gritting his teeth and turning to leave. Not long after Jack left, the girl woke up and looked around blankly. She didn't know why she was here, nor did she know that she had just escaped a calamity. Zhou Wen scanned the entire forest and didn't discover any aura, nor did he sense anything. He was certain that Jack's real body wasn't here. I failed to kill him despite going through all that trouble. Zhou Wen sighed. He really wanted to kill Jack. He was too terrifying. And Sheng walked over and said with a smile, "You're just a student, yet you managed to force Jack to such a state. I'm afraid no one will believe you if you tell others. You should be proud of yourself. What's there to sigh about? Don't joke around. If I can't kill him this time, I don't know what terrifying means he will use to deal with the people around me next time," Zhou Wen said. And Sheng nodded and said, "A devil like Jack will definitely not let this matter rest. It's indeed not appropriate for you to stay in school. You're fine on your own. With your capabilities, it won't be easy for Jack to touch you, but it's hard to say for the people around you." Zhou Wen felt a headache over this. He wasn't afraid for himself, but if the next time the person standing in front of him was either Li Xuan or Wang Lu, Zhou Wen couldn't imagine how he would feel if they suddenly exploded and splattered blood all over him. "Young Master Wen, if you don't want to go to the Yin family, I have a suggestion. You can prevent the people around you from being hurt by Jack and also stay safe," and Sheng said with narrowed eyes. "What's the suggestion?" Zhou Wen asked. "Recently, Chess Mountain hasn't been peaceful. There are frequent signs of breakout creatures. Deputy Governor Chin is building a special unit to guard Chess Mountain. Those people are not part of the army. Most of them are mercenary hunters or cultivators who have committed a crime. If you are interested, you can join this unit. Firstly, you can contribute to guarding Chess Mountain. Secondly, you can also avoid injury to the people around you. Thirdly, there are many experts in the camp, so it won't be easy for Jack to touch you, In Sheng said. Aren't you afraid that I would be killed by a breakout creature at Chess Mountain? Zhou Wen looked at In Sheng gloomily. I really didn't dare to recommend you in the past. But after watching your battle with Jack, I don't think it makes a difference, In Sheng said. How can it not make a difference? Zhou Wen felt that what In Sheng said made no sense. There was naturally no danger if he didn't go. And Sheng smiled and said, with your present strength, if you were killed, then Chess Mountain's encampment would definitely be lost. So even if you don't go to Chess Mountain, the breakout creatures inside will still rush to Luong City. When the time comes, won't you still have to fight them? So what difference does it make? Why do I have to fight them? Can't I run? Zhou Wen curled his lips. You can also run on Chess Mountain. Don't worry. You aren't a regular soldier. Just run. You won't be considered a deserter, And Sheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen was hesitant. Life on campus was comfortable. If possible, he really didn't want to go to a dangerous place like Chess Mountain. And Sheng noticed Zhou Wen's hesitation and continued, tell me. If Luong City really falls in the future, it will definitely be the doing of dimensional creatures in Chess Mountain. If I were you, I would head to Chess Mountain to take a look. At least I would understand the creatures there ahead of time and know how to deal with them. It's much better than others who aren't prepared. Is Chess Mountain that terrifying? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement when he saw how serious In Sheng was. According to our research, the ruins of the ancient Zhage city might be in Chess Mountain. Don't you think it's terrifying? And Sheng said sternly. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. In the history of the East District, there were two most famous battles between deities, monsters, immortals, saints, and humans. One was the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. The other was the famous Battle of Mu. The famous novel, Investiture of the Gods, had depicted this very battle. Chapter 409 Blood River. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that going to Chess Mountain didn't seem like a bad idea. He could also seek out the tiny palm symbol and try to download Chess Mountain. Just as In Sheng had said, the more he knew about dimensional creatures, the higher the chances of him being able to survive after a large-scale breakout. While the dimensional creatures in Chess Mountain had yet to rush out en masse, this was the best chance to go to Chess Mountain. The situation would only worsen in the future, so it wouldn't be easy to head over again. Just treat it as going on a vacation and touring the area. It will not be too late to return to campus after Jack's matter is resolved, In Sheng said. All right. When do we set off? Zhou Wen asked. To prevent any delays, let's do it now. And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen and said, don't tell me you still wish to return to the school and inform your schoolmates. Wouldn't that be equivalent to telling Jack who matters to you so that he can threaten you with them? Zhou Wen thought for a moment and agreed with him. He gave up on his plans to return to the school and followed In Sheng to Chess Mountain. Chess Mountain was not far from Luong City, so it was not long before Zhou Wen arrived at the encampment with In Sheng. As the situation at Chess Mountain was getting worse, Qin Wufu had been transferred here and was temporarily in charge of guarding Chess Mountain. After In Sheng introduced Zhou Wen to Qin Wufu sized up Zhou Wen strangely and said, Adjutant, are you sure you want Zhou Wen to join the new unit? Yes, In Sheng answered affirmatively. It's not impossible, but you should know the unit's situation. The members are quite rowdy. Qin Wufu knew Zhou Wen and knew his relationship with the In family. That was why he was being tactful. Otherwise, he would have rejected Zhou Wen joining the unit. After all, Zhou Wen was only a student. The unit he had recently established was used to guard Chess Mountain, so all the members were at the epic stage. And Sheng noticed Qin Wufu's concerns, so he said, you know Zhou Wen's situation as well. The bureau has been looking for trouble with him over Wang Mingyuon's matter, so Madam got him here mainly because she wants you to take care of him. Actually, it's just for a few days. Madam has other plans, so he will be sent back very soon. Qin Wufu felt a headache coming on. Defending Chess Mountain was enough to give him a headache. Now he had to take care of some nepotic fellow like Zhou Wen. However, Qin Wufu had to take into consideration Ouyang Lan and reluctantly agreed to accept Zhou Wen. However, he rejected Zhou Wen's entry into the unit and told him to stay put for a few days. There was no need for him to do anything. Zhou Wen didn't mind. He had only planned on staying temporarily for a few days, returning once he resolved his Jack problem. Therefore, Zhou Wen stayed at Chess Mountain's encampment. As he didn't have a job scope and wasn't a soldier, he didn't need to be on duty. No one cared about him, so it suited Zhou Wen's intentions. On the day Zhou Wen went to the Chess Mountain encampment, he headed out to take a look. There was fog in the direction of Chess Mountain, so he couldn't see anything clearly. It was as though a beast trapped in fog had opened its mouth. The river flowing out of Chess Mountain was as red as blood. And Sheng told him that it had started a few months ago. Which military unit are you from? Why are you wandering around here? As Zhou Wen walked slowly along the riverbank in search of the tiny palm symbol, an officer leading a patrol stopped him. Zhou Wen showed his identification card that Qin Wufu had given him. The officer took it and immediately felt respect for him. After a military salute, he handed the identification documents to Zhou Wen. So it's Dr. Little Zhou. What are you doing here? The job title Qin Wufu gave him was an intern doctor. Although he was only an intern doctor, doctors were highly respected in the military. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured on the battlefield. They would definitely need doctors to help them. Most people who could become military doctors had the ability to heal. This ability was extremely rare and precious on the battlefield. Even an intern doctor was a rare species. This officer didn't know that Zhou Wen wasn't even an intern doctor. His identity was something Qin Wufu had temporarily given to him in order to make it easier for him to stay in the military camp. I just came to the river to take a look, Zhou Wen said casually. When the officer heard Zhou Wen, he imagined that Zhou Wen was investigating and collecting samples, so he sighed and said, Dr. Little Zhou, you have to investigate carefully. There's indeed a problem with the river's water. Recently, many of our soldiers have suffered red rashes. The more frequently they patrol the river, the worse the rashes become. Although they don't deal any major harm and one can recover after 2 days from staying away from the river, the itch is really tremendous. It's not like we can avoid patrolling. Although Zhou Wen wasn't a true doctor, he knew some basic knowledge. He asked casually, have you tried using a filtered face mask? We've tried. It's completely useless. Even protective suits have been worn. It's still useless. As long as we get near this river, the rashes will still break out, the officer said. Zhou Wen really didn't know much. Just as he was thinking of how to send them away and continue his search for the tiny palm symbol, he saw a soldier running over from the mountain pass, panting. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be guarding the sentry post? The officer asked immediately when he saw the soldier. Lu Gui. He suddenly fainted. I can't wake him up no matter what I do. He has rashes all over him, the soldier said as he panted heavily. What? Quick, find a doctor. Dr. Little Zhou is here. Follow us quickly. We need to take a look. The officer recalled that Zhou Wen was an intern doctor, so he pulled him towards the mountain pass. Zhou Wen's face turned livid. He was an imposter. How could he know any medical skills? It would be a wonder if he could figure out anything. However, he hadn't denied his identity as a doctor, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything now. He felt that he wouldn't say anything once he came to the soldier. He would immediately direct them to send the soldier to the medical team and be done with it. The sentry post was the closest outpost to Chess Mountain. Usually, there would be 2 soldiers standing guard and monitoring the situation nearby. When Zhou Wen arrived at the sentry post, he realized that this was indeed close to the Chess Mountain's pass. He could vaguely see the mountain pass's cliff. There was a soldier lying in the sentry post. Zhou Wen was shocked when he saw his face. His face was covered in rashes and parts were covered in blood. What's going on? Why are his rashes so serious? The officer glared at another soldier and asked. The soldier didn't dare hide anything as he revealed the truth. Originally, the rule was to take turns every 3 days, spending a maximum of 3 days per rotation. However, Lu Gui had some matters to attend to and had to swap shifts with his other comrades. Including today, he has been here for 7 days. Chapter 410 Imposter Doctor. The unit has made it clear that we can only stand guard for a maximum of 3 days. Furthermore, we are to stay away from the river for 3 subsequent days. He actually stayed here for 7 days. Does he have a death wish? The officer looked at Zhou Wen as he spoke. The soldier said with a bitter smile, Lu Gui said that he had a tenacious body and wasn't afraid. He was really fine in the beginning. He didn't get any rashes after manning it for 5 days like us. On the 6th day, he only had a tiny bout of rashes, but who knew that his rashes would suddenly break out today? His entire body is covered in rashes and they are festering. Before I left, it wasn't as serious. Dr. Little Zhou, what do we do? The officer asked Zhou Wen. What else can we do? Send him back to the medical team quickly. Zhou Wen was just about to say that when he saw the soldier's body convulse. Wherever his skin was exposed, the red rashes rapidly decayed and his hands festered. It was unknown if the pain had jolted him awake. He began reaching out and clawing his face. With one swipe, his skin was torn, leaving behind a few marks on his face. His cheekbones could be seen, making him look extremely frightening. However, the soldier did not care and continued to claw himself with all his might. His face was mangled in a few scratches, but he refused to stop and continued to claw at it with all his might. Hold him down. The officer immediately ordered. The soldiers rushed forward and pressed his hand down to stop him from grabbing his face. It was unknown if Lu Gui was conscious or not. He didn't say a word as he struggled with all his might to claw his face. Lu Gui, do you have a death wish? The officer berated him loudly, but Lu Gui acted as though he didn't hear anything. He struggled with all his might, his feet kicking hard as he rubbed his body across the ground. After he kicked off his boots and socks, people realized that his feet were covered in rashes. Suddenly, Lu Gui stopped struggling and blood seeped out from his mouth. He looked like he was about to die. Dr. Little Joe, what should we do? Hurry up and save old Lou. A soldier who was on good terms with Lu Gui nearly cried. Zhou Wen thought to himself, I'm not a real doctor. How would I know? He wanted them to send him to the medical team, but it was already too late by the looks of it. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that this red rash could also be a poison. Perhaps Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison would be useful. By now, Zhou Wen could only attempt a Hail Mary. He would rather have the soldier die in his hands than watch him die. Without any hesitation, he summoned Dr. Darkness to appear in companion form and used fight poison with poison as a syringe appeared in his hand. Hold him down properly. Don't let him move, Zhou Wen said to the soldiers. After all, he was not a real doctor. Administering injections was not his forte. Fortunately, if it was only administering a tranquilizer, he could still do it. The few soldiers held Lu Gui down tightly as Zhou Wen stabbed the syringe in and slightly pushed the plunger, injecting bits of poison into Lin Gi's body before stopping to watch his reaction. Dr. Darkness's poison was extremely potent. He reacted quickly after being injected with it. The blood that flowed out of Lu Gi's mouth had clearly decreased, but Zhou Wen didn't know if it was because he was about to die or if fight poison with poison was showing its effect. After waiting for a while longer, Lu Gi's rashes stopped festering. Lu Gi's convulsions also lessened in intensity. Seeing that the poison was effective, Zhou Wen injected a little more. Lu Gi's body convulsed even more, but the rashes on his body were dissipating. Zhou Wen knew that it was truly effective. It was normal for Lu Gi's body to convulse. It was unknown what kind of poison Dr. Darkness used, but the pain from having it injected into the body was something Zhou Wen had experienced before. It wasn't something an ordinary person could tolerate. However, this also meant that Lu Gi's condition was improving. Previously, he couldn't feel any pain. Zhou Wen didn't dare to inject too much poison. Seeing the improvement, he put away the syringe and used Dr. Darkness's light of penetration to look inside Lu Gi's body. He didn't discover any problems, nor did he discover what the source of the rashes was. Ah. It hurts. Lu Gi's eyes widened as he screamed in pain. His body struggled even harder. Dr. Little Joe, what's going on? The officer and several soldiers looked at Zhou Wen, unsure of what was happening. His condition has improved. He's probably saved, but it's impossible to carry out any of the subsequent treatment here. Quickly send him to the medical team, Zhou Wen said. The officer hurriedly summoned an ox-shaped companion beast which carried Lu Gui back to the encampment. Dr. Little Joe, are you heading back with us? The officer asked Zhou Wen. I still have something on. I still have to take a look by the river. Go ahead. Zhou Wen didn't have any medical skills. It was useless even if he followed. However, since fight poison with poison had been effective in saving Lu Gi's life, the extent of his recovery depended on the true doctors. The officer was in a hurry to bring Lu Gui back, so he did not speak further and rushed back to the encampment. Zhou Wen continued walking in the direction of Chess Mountain, hoping to find the palm symbol. He didn't dare get too close to the Chess Mountain's mountain pass. The place was extremely unstable and dimensional creatures could rush out at any time. Therefore, he only searched in the vicinity. However, there were no stone monuments or any human buildings by the river. There was no tiny palm symbol. As he approached Chess Mountain, the rocks in the mountain pass could be seen clearly. The rock on Chess Mountain was very unique. Most of it was black, but there were some rocks that were white in color. The contrast was obvious as if some white lines had been drawn on black cloth. The blood-colored river flowed out from the mouth of the mountain. If the color was any darker, it would really resemble blood. There's no tiny palm symbol. Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed as he looked in the direction of Chess Mountain, afraid to head forward. A warning sign had already been erected in front of him, indicating that it would be dangerous to head any further. Zhou Wen held the mysterious phone and scanned the surroundings with the camera function. There wasn't a vibrational notification on his phone either. He didn't know if there really wasn't a tiny palm symbol or if his mysterious phone couldn't detect anything due to the proximity gap. I'll continue walking. If the mountain pass's wall doesn't have it, I'll return. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a walk forward to see if there was anything on the mountain pass's walls. With his present strength, as long as he didn't encounter a mythical creature, there shouldn't be too much danger. However, Zhou Wen was still very careful and didn't dare let his guard down. Strength wasn't absolute, and he wasn't omnipotent. If he encountered a dimensional creature he couldn't subdue, even if he were of the same level or higher, it could still take his life. Lu Su was reading some documents for her research when she suddenly received an emergency notice. She rushed over to take a look at the soldier's condition and could not help but frown. What happened to him? Dr. Lu Gui violated the rules. He stationed himself at the sentry post for 7 days and turned into this, the officer said. He stationed himself at the sentry post for 7 days straight. Does he not want his life anymore? Lu Su was slightly taken aback when she heard that. She went forward to carefully observe Lu Gi's injuries and asked in disbelief, he must have scratched himself, right? There's indeed some festering, but... The more she looked at it, the stranger she found it. Lu Gi's injuries seemed to have signs of rashes, but it was obvious that the rashes were no longer festering and there were signs of recovery. The situation wouldn't have been so if the rashes had really acted up. We happened to meet Dr. Little Joe earlier on. Dr. Joe injected some medicine into Lu Gui at the sentry post, improving his condition a little. He's much better now, the officer explained everything that had happened earlier. Dr. Little Joe. Which Dr. Little Joe? Lu Su found it unbelievable. After all her research, she had ultimately failed to find a way to treat the rashes. Once it acted up, death was a certainty. According to what they said, Lu Gui had been there for 7 days without dying. That was testimony to his luck. The situation back then must have been the rashes acting up, quickly turning him into a pool of blood. According to their description, Lu Gui should already be a dead person. Even if she, Lu Su, had been present, there was no way she could have saved Lu Gui. However, the doctor they were talking about had only given one injection to significantly improve Lu Gui. She could no longer see any signs of the rashes, so she found it unbelievable. It's Dr. Zhou Wen. His identification document says that he's an intern, the officer replied. Lu Su ran through all the medical team's personnel through her mind, but they did not have such an intern doctor. There were indeed a few new interns this year, but none of them had the Zhou surname. Take him in for a checkup now. Lu Su let Lu Gui in. Lu Gui could already walk on his own, but his facial injuries were rather serious. Lu Su checked Lu Gui and treated his wounds. But this only served to surprise her more. Lu Gui's entire body was covered in festering rashes, which meant that the breakout was very severe. Lu Gui and company were probably not lying, but the rashes did not show any continual signs of decay. Instead, they were slowly improving. After Lu Su's checkup, Lu Gui had almost fully recovered from his rashes. Even if he didn't undergo any more treatment, he would recover in a few days. However, he needed to be treated for those festering wounds or his entire body would be covered with scars. Instead, the self-inflicted wounds were more serious. It would probably take him quite some time to treat them. Are you sure that the intern doctor you met is named Zhou Wen? Lu Su asked again. The officer answered with certainty, it's Dr. Zhou Wen, all right. I made sure. That's strange. Lu Su really wanted to meet Zhou Wen and ask him what he had injected into Lu Gui, but she couldn't recall having such a person in the medical team. When she returned to her office, Lu Su found the medical team's case files and saw that none of the intern doctors were named Zhou Wen. None of them had the Zhou surname. How strange. Could it be that they were really lucky to meet a deity? Lu Su was secretly puzzled. Zhou Wen was less than 200 meters from Chess Mountain's mountain pass. With his eyesight, he was able to see if there were any patterns on the mountain wall, so he didn't head forward again. Zhou Wen's gaze constantly sized up the mountain wall and after a while he failed to find the tiny palm symbol. Instead, he saw a strange flower. The flower was growing on the wall of Chess Mountain and was only about 10 centimeters tall. The leaves were black, but the flowers were white. The contrasting colors resembled the rock colors of Chess Mountain. The small flower grew alone on the stone wall. There were no plants for hundreds of meters. There must be something wrong with things that happen out of the ordinary. Zhou Wen remembered that he had been taught in school that there was no lack of terrifying plants in dimensional zones. Perhaps the flower in front of him was a terrifying plant-type dimensional creature. Therefore, Zhou Wen's nerves immediately tensed up when he saw the flower. It wasn't because he was excited, but because he was wary. Plant-type powers were often rather special. Many animal-type dimensional creatures relied on brute force to achieve victory, but that wasn't something Zhou Wen was afraid of. However, most plant-type dimensional creatures didn't achieve victory through brute force. Using the knowledge he learned from school, he knew there were many flower-type dimensional creatures that killed with pollen. There were also some fungoid dimensional creatures that could give off tiny spores that could barely be seen with the naked eye. Through the respiratory tract or the gullet or even pores, they could enter the body and parasitize humans. They treated the human body as nutrients and sucked the human to their deaths. Zhou Wen wore the truth listener earring and listened to the flow of the air, but he didn't find any tiny particles swirling over from the side of the flower. Only then did he feel relieved. Although he didn't know if the flower was a plant-type dimensional creature, Zhou Wen decided to stay far from it. There was nothing wrong with being careful. He didn't want to die here for no reason. He turned around and walked in another direction, hoping to stay away from the flower. However, just as Zhou Wen walked a few steps, he heard a voice from the flower. Can you hear me? It was a woman's voice. Although the sun hadn't set and the sky wasn't too dark, Zhou Wen was still alarmed. He turned to look at the direction of the voice and saw that there was neither human nor dimensional creature. There was only the flower growing on the mountain wall. Can you hear me? The flower sounded again. Strangely, the flower turned around and faced Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen shut his mouth and stared at the flower, but he slowly retreated. Zhou Wen didn't want to know why the strange flower could speak. He only hoped that the flower wouldn't cause any trouble for him. He wasn't sure if he could deal with it. Why do you want to leave? I just want to chat with you. Nothing else. The woman's voice came from within the flower again. Call me a fool if I believe you. Such lines often appear in movies and dramas. Many men say this to women to cheat them into getting a room, Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he still retreated without answering the flower. Zhou Wen had heard a story from his grandfather when he was young. He said that when walking in the middle of the night, one was not to answer or turn their head to look once they heard a stranger calling their name from behind, otherwise they would die. 7 steps. If you take another 7 steps, you will die. If you don't believe me, you can continue walking, the flower's voice sounded again. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Wen's forehead as he stood there, unsure if he should continue walking. Logically speaking, Truth Listener was able to nullify any evil powers, but there was no invincible power in this world. Zhou Wen still hadn't figured out what kind of evil powers Truth Listener could nullify. If the flower was just making an empty threat, Zhou Wen would be fine with leaving, but what if it was speaking the truth? Zhou Wen didn't dare gamble with his life. However, Zhou Wen wasn't willing to be frightened by the flower. Gritting his teeth, he continued retreating. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he retreated, he looked at the flower on the mountain wall. The flower didn't make another sound. This only made Zhou Wen feel uneasy. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Zhou Wen continued walking, but there was no reaction from the Truth Listener earring. Zhou Wen's heart drummed. Could it really be a hoax? Why isn't there any reaction at all? Despite having this in mind, he didn't dare to take the final step. That's right. Zhou Wen was indeed afraid of death, and there didn't seem to be a need for him to risk his life. Why aren't you walking? You have 1 more step to go. The flower finally spoke, but its tone was filled with mockery. We don't have any feud. Why are you making things difficult for me? If you lack fertilizer, I'll help you find it. If you lack water, I'll water you. How about that? Zhou Wen stood there and shouted at the flower on the mountain wall. Why would I want your water and fertilizer? The flower said coldly. From now on, answer the questions I ask you. If you satisfy me, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Even if you die, I'll turn you into a candle. I can't stand being threatened by others. I'm leaving. What can you do about it? Zhou Wen said as he raised his foot. However, just as he raised his foot, he felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. Alarmed, he stopped in his tracks, not daring to lift his foot to take the step. Damn it, how did this happen? Zhou Wen was appalled. He knew that the flower was speaking the truth. Why aren't you leaving? Continue walking. Where did your temper go? The flower teased. Zhou Wen thought to himself, there's no need to lose my life over a quarrel with a flower. Even Truth Listener's evil nullification life soul is useless. I wonder what origins this flower has. You seem to be the only flower growing on the mountain wall. You must be very lonely and sad. I hate seeing others sad and suffer, so I'll chat with you. However, since it's a chat, it can't just be you asking questions. I should be able to ask you some questions too. Don't you agree? Zhou Wen bargained. The flower didn't refute him. Instead, it asked, what's your name? Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that in myths there was a power capable of imprisoning people with the mere calling out of a name. He was momentarily unsure if he should answer. Why are you so wishy-washy? Just die, the flower said impatiently. My name is Zhou Wen. What's your name? Zhou Wen knew that it was useless even if he used a fake name. This was because the name was actually just a representation. From his mouth, no matter if it was real or fake, it represented himself. If the other party really had that ability, it would be effective even on a fake name. Call me the Thirch. The flower paused before asking, why are you here? Will you believe me if I say that I'm here as a tourist? Although Zhou Wen said that, he thought to himself, to think a flower wants to be called a Thirch. Is it crazy? The flower chuckled. I believe you. Why not? Since you're here to travel, I'll do a good deed. I'll take you to Chess Mountain for a tour. With that said, the wall in which the flower was rooted in cracked. The cracks expanded slowly, causing Chess Mountain to shake slightly as if the mountain was about to split open. There's no need to trouble you. I'm afraid of heights. I hate climbing mountains the most. I'll just watch the river scenery here. The beads of cold sweat on Zhou Wen's forehead increased a lot. The swaying mountain finally calmed down. The flower mocked, are you really not coming in to take a look? There's really no need. Zhou Wen hurriedly waved his hand before changing the topic. Are there many dimensional creatures in Chess Mountain? Are there any mythical creatures? Of course, and there's plenty. Which would you like to see? I can get them to come out to meet you, the flower said with a smile. There's no need. I was just asking. Zhou Wen suspected that the flower was bluffing him with its inane claims. It was just a flower, and it grew on a mountain wall that had suffered the elements. However, its tone sounded like it was the monarch of Chess Mountain. This left him very suspicious. Are there currently many humans with strength like yours? The flower asked. There should be quite a number. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't a small number. During Jing Daoxian's era, not long after the dimensional storms, there were very few epic experts. Over the past few decades, epic experts were no longer as rare as they used to be. How many humans are there now? The flower continued asking. It shouldn't be more than 10 billion, I guess, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and replied. These weren't secrets and there was nothing to hide. Then, people of your standard should number a few 100 million? The flower muttered. I don't think there's that many. Zhou Wen found it a little difficult to speak after hearing the flower's words. This was because the actual situation was too different from the flower's guesses. Although Zhou Wen didn't know how many epic experts there were in the Federation, he estimated that it was difficult to even reach 6 digits. It was already quite good to have tens of thousands. Tens of millions? The flower guessed again. A little fewer, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Just a few million. Are humans so weak now? There are so few people at your level. The flower said in a tone of disbelief. Something like that. I'm basically considered relatively weak. Zhou Wen couldn't tell the flower that it should reduce the number it guessed by 100 times. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and asked, are you very familiar with Chess Mountain? Have you seen a symbol here? It's a picture of a tiny palm. There might be something in the palm. Zhou Wen roughly described the tiny palm symbol. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well take the opportunity to find out more. Perhaps this flower really knew. There is indeed such a symbol on the top of Chess Mountain. I don't know who carved it. It irritates me. Why are you looking for it? The flower asked. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he heard that there was the tiny palm symbol. However, when he thought of how it was at the top of Chess Mountain, a place he didn't dare head up, he couldn't help but turn sullen. I've seen similar symbols in other dimensional zones, but I don't know what the symbol means. Therefore, I've been studying them all this time, hoping to take a picture. By the way, do you know what the tiny palm symbol represents? Zhou Wen asked half-truthfully. How would I know? I don't know who carved it out of boredom. It's easy if you want to see it. Once you reach the peak, you will naturally be able to see it, the flower said. Forget it. It's not necessary. Upon hearing that he was going to have to climb up the mountain, Zhou Wen rejected it without even thinking. There were countless terrifying creatures in Chess Mountain. Who knew if he would be able to come out after climbing up there? However, the little flower laughed. So you don't want to climb it? Then I'll make you. If you can't reach the peak within 2 hours, your eyes will go blind. Previously, when the flower said that he would die within 7 steps, Zhou Wen didn't pay attention. However, this time he saw it clearly. Just as the flower's voice faded, one of its petals wilted and scattered in the air as a point of light, as though it had vanished into thin air. Zhou Wen didn't feel anything, nor did the truth listener earring react. However, he knew that he had probably been hit by some curse. What origins does this flower have? Why is its power so strange? Zhou Wen looked at the flower and asked, you said that I would die if I took 7 steps. Now, you want me to climb the mountain within 2 hours. Doesn't this conflict? The flower said calmly, don't worry. The first wish's wish forces have been covered by the second wish. You can walk anywhere you want now without dying. However, if you don't ascend Chess Mountain's peak in 2 hours, you will definitely become blind. Even a mythical primordial energy skill that can resurrect the dead won't be able to restore your vision. If you don't believe me, go ahead and leave this place. What are you really up to? Zhou Wen looked up at the flower on the mountain wall and asked. If he were to go up Chess Mountain, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Being blind was better than dying. At the very least, he still had the truth listener earring. Even if he was blind, he wouldn't be completely blind. He could use his ears as a substitute for his eyes. He just wouldn't be able to see any colors or changes in shadows in the future. Nothing. I just find it fun. If you don't want to climb the mountain, you can leave now. However, if I'm in a bad mood one day and think about you, I might make another wish to turn you into a cripple. I believe it will be very interesting, the flower said. Zhou Wen stared at the flower and thought to himself, indeed, I shouldn't take risks going near dimensional zones. It's better to just stay home and game. If you wish to kill me, just do it. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Zhou Wen said as he stared at the flower. If it wasn't for your good looks, do you think you could still stand and talk to me, a theurch? The flower said in contempt. Zhou Wen was immediately rendered speechless. He thought to himself, you are a flower. Why would you have any idea about human looks? The flower continued, forget it. I shall tell you another secret. There's a treasure on the top of Chess Mountain. You shall have a chance of obtaining that treasure if you can climb up there. Based on the standards of you humans, it is a mythical item. What mythical item is it? Zhou Wen asked. You'll know when you get up there. However, I shall give you a hint. Don't think about flying up. You must climb up the mountain wall. Otherwise, you'll die, the flower said. All right, I'll climb. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. He knew that he had provoked this flower. Even if he were to leave now, there would be endless trouble. He might as well go take a look. If there was really a tiny palm symbol, he could snap it and download it into the game. He could then understand Chess Mountain's secret in-game and think of a way to eliminate the flower's pestering. Zhou Wen walked to the stone wall and reached out to grab the cracks on the rock before climbing up. The moment he climbed up, he immediately felt that something was amiss. A powerful magnet seemed to be situated beneath Chess Mountain. It tugged at his body, making it suddenly feel heavy. He struggled to climb up, just like ordinary people when they went rock climbing. Do you find yourself heavy? The flower's voice sounded. Why did this happen? Zhou Wen asked as he crawled up. The Chess Mountain is a sealed place. Even those true immortals don't dare approach it. Only your human body can approach it. It won't be injured by the power of the seal, but it will still be affected by it, said the flower. A sealed place. Who sealed it? Zhou Wen took the opportunity to gather information. If you can climb up the mountain and see that mythical item, you will naturally be able to guess who he is. If you don't climb up, it's useless telling you. The flower paused and said, since you have already climbed up, don't think about retreating. Otherwise, you shall die. If you don't believe me, look down. Zhou Wen looked down and was alarmed. He had only climbed up a few meters, but the bottom had turned into a bottomless abyss, as though it was leading straight to hell. Damn you, flower, just you wait. Once I download Chess Mountain's instance dungeon and find your weakness in-game, I'll finish you, Zhou Wen thought hatefully. He didn't know if it was an illusion or what was going on, but since he had come up, Zhou Wen didn't plan on retreating. He continued climbing up. The more he climbed up, the heavier his body became. It was as though his body was covered in chains. Even with Zhou Wen's strong physique, he found it exhausting just climbing a few hundred meters. Thankfully, Chess Mountain wasn't tall. It was only about 700 to 800 meters. If it was a mountain that was thousands of meters high, Zhou Wen really doubted if he could scale it. The flower said, I couldn't tell. Your perseverance is not bad. It's okay. You've been at Chess Mountain for so long. Do you know who Chess Mountain's original owner is? Zhou Wen didn't forget to fish for more information. I'm the owner of Chess Mountain, the flower said with a laugh. Zhou Wen naturally didn't believe it. According to Insheng, Chess Mountain traced to the ancient Zhaj city. If that was the case, there would definitely be many mythical creatures inside. There would be no lack of famous mythical existences. Even if this flower had powerful and strange powers, Zhou Wen definitely didn't believe its claim of being the owner of Chess Mountain. Despite nearing the summit, Zhou Wen's truth listener still couldn't hear anything from the top of the mountain. It was as though there was some mysterious force blocking the sounds, preventing Zhou Wen from peeping at the mountain peak. Now, Zhou Wen felt as though someone was pulling him with a chain beneath him. Every step he climbed up required him to use all his strength. He had no choice but to use the ancient sovereign life soul to replenish his vital energies. This eased him greatly. A. The aura of an ancient human sovereign. Do you cultivate the ancient sovereign sutra? The flower sensed the power of the ancient sovereign life soul and immediately guessed the primordial energy art Zhou Wen cultivated. You know about the ancient sovereign sutra? Zhou Wen asked. The flower laughed and said, it's not like it's something impressive. Why wouldn't I know? It's no wonder you climbed up Chess Mountain so easily. It turns out that you've cultivated the ancient sovereign sutra. However, after cultivating the ancient sovereign sutra, your future will not be too easy. It will be extremely difficult to pass the mythical stage. Why would it be difficult to cultivate the ancient sovereign sutra? Aren't other primordial energy arts difficult to cultivate? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he tried to get the way to advance to the mythical stage from the flower's mouth. To date, Zhou Wen had never heard of humans becoming mythical experts. If he could obtain a method to advance to the mythical stage, he might be the first mythical expert among humans. They're difficult too. However, ordinary primordial energy arts follow the order of the world. The ancient sovereign sutra works by destroying the order of the world, so naturally, the difficulty is greater. Furthermore, the founder of the ancient sovereign sutra, the strongest human sovereign of your human race, ultimately failed to change fate, the flower said. Which human sovereign are you referring to? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. As a human and one that cultivates the ancient sovereign sutra, you don't even know your race's sovereign, Su'er and Shi. The flower was puzzled. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the ancient sovereign sutra was a primordial energy art left behind by Su'er and Shi. It was the leader who had brought fire to humanity. Zhou Wen originally believed that the ancient sovereign sutra was discovered on Yibo platform. It might have something to do with Yibo. He never expected it to be Su'er and Shi's primordial energy art. When you talk about changing fate, do you mean that human sovereign ultimately failed to advance to the mythical stage? Zhou Wen thought to himself that if that were the case, it would be even more difficult to advance the ancient sovereign sutra to the mythical stage in the future. You can understand it as that too, the flower said rather ambiguously. It didn't continue the topic. Instead, it said, once you reach the top of the mountain, you will see a stone staircase. Follow it, but do not walk around recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame your death on me. The tiny palm symbol will be engraved on the boulder at the end of the stone steps. What's that mythical item you mentioned? Zhou Wen asked. You're almost there. It's on the boulder. The flower ultimately didn't answer his question. Even with the augmentation of the ancient sovereign life soul, it still took his all to just climb up. When he finally reached the mountaintop, his fingers trembled as he held them to the ground. He looked up and sized up the mountaintop. Indeed, there was a stone staircase leading to the center of the mountain summit. There was a huge black boulder that looked like a steamed bun. Zhou Wen immediately saw the tiny palm symbol on the stone and couldn't help but be overjoyed. That flower didn't lie to me. There really is a tiny palm symbol. Zhou Wen stood up and carefully approached the bun-resembling black boulder. As Zhou Wen took a few steps, he felt the mysterious phone vibrate in his pocket. Zhou Wen took it out and automatically opened the camera app. He aimed the phone at the black boulder and the camera automatically focused. It locked onto the small palm symbol on the boulder before producing a snapping sound. It turned into the downloading interface. What is that in your hand? The flower's voice came from the mountain wall. Don't you know what a cell phone is? Zhou Wen realized that the mountain peak wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined it to be. It wasn't as terrifying as the flower had said. It was barren and he felt a little more relaxed. Now that he had downloaded the game dungeon, he could research the flower's weakness when he got back. After he had researched it thoroughly, he could deal with it. As long as he didn't die here, he still had a chance to turn the tables even if he was blinded by the flower. Wait. If I'm blind, will the blood-colored avatar in-game be blind? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a serious problem. He and the blood-colored avatar shared the same vantage view. If the blood-colored avatar also became blind and he couldn't see the screen, wouldn't that mean that he couldn't game? What is a cell phone? It doesn't look like a treasure as it doesn't have any primordial energy fluctuations, the flower said. It's not a treasure. It's just a communication tool that we humans use to communicate across distances. There are also some functions like taking pictures. Everyone has one. Zhou Wen tried his best to describe the phone as something rather common to prevent the flower from suddenly becoming interested in the phone. What does taking pictures mean? The flower asked again. It's to record down a scene into a drawing. I can take pictures of people or scenery, Zhou Wen said as he put away the mysterious phone. It looked like the flower was interested in the phone. Is that so? Take a photo and let me see, the flower said. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared as he took out his ordinary phone and took a few photos with his phone. This thing is rather interesting. The drawings are so realistic. The flower paused and said, how do you speak with this thing across distances? It's very simple. Every phone has a number. As long as you call this number, you can call another phone a distance away. However, there's no signal here, so there's no way to talk. Zhou Wen realized that there was no signal here. What is a signal? The flower asked again. I don't quite understand that either. It roughly entails humans establishing cell towers. Through these cell towers, we can transmit signals across distances. There's no cell tower here, so there's no way to use the phone to communicate. Zhou Wen wasn't very knowledgeable on such matters, so he just gave a general explanation. I understand. You have two phones. Give one to me then. You don't have any objections, right? Although the flower was inquiring, its tone wasn't taking no for an answer. Sure, but there's no signal here. It's useless even if you have the phone, right? Besides, you don't have hands. How are you going to use the phone? Zhou Wen asked. It's none of your business. Just place your phone on the stone steps, the flower said. Zhou Wen deleted his own information on the phone. Thankfully, he didn't use it often. There wasn't much private information inside, so he deleted it in a few seconds. What's the number of this phone and the other phone? The flower asked. Zhou Wen told the flower his cell phone number before saying, I didn't get a number for my other phone. I'll only get it after I return. However, there's communication software in there that can be used for communication. It can't be used due to a lack of signal though. It's all right. Tell me how to use it. The flower was very calm. Zhou Wen told the flower how to use the communication software. He still wanted to return alive, so he agreed to any of the flower's requests. After Zhou Wen gave the tutorial, the flower claimed that it understood. It was unknown if it really understood or was faking it. After all, there wasn't any signal here and there wasn't much use for having a phone. It was the same even if it didn't understand. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to say more. By the way, where is the mythical item you mentioned? Why don't I see it? Didn't I tell you that it's on the boulder? You can see from its side, said the flower. Chapter 415 Treasure Box. The bun-shaped boulder was about a meter tall. After Zhou Wen got closer, he could see the top. There was a white jade box embedded in the middle of the boulder. When Zhou Wen saw that the white jade box didn't seem particularly outstanding, he asked, is the mythical item that you mentioned in this jade box? No. That jade box is the mythical item, the flower said. The jade box is the mythical item? Zhou Wen sized it up, but he couldn't find anything special about it. It didn't have any extraordinary luster or mythical patterns. It looked like an ordinary box made of white jade. It was about a foot long and only about 4 fingers wide. A real treasure is right in front of you, but you can't recognize it. You can be considered blind. Based on my personality back then, I would have dug your eyes out to quell my anger. The flower paused before continuing. That box is a mythical expert's mythical item. It has terrifying power. Even a mythical creature like a dragon wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the box. This chess mountain seal remains because of its suppression. You mean that if I take it away, the seal on Chess Mountain will be lifted? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. He originally thought that the flower was trying to trick him into taking the treasure here and to achieve some hidden ploy. However, the first thing the flower said was to point out the importance of the jade box. It left Zhou Wen surprised. The flower said disdainfully, as such a weak human, you don't have the right to take it away. Even a mythical creature needs a special physique to be able to take it out. You're still far from it. After pausing for a moment, the flower continued, but if you can advance to the mythical stage in the future, you can come over and give it a try. You cultivate in the ancient Sovereign Sutra, so you might have a chance to take it away. Only when I'm mad would I take it away. Why would I allow these monsters to walk the land? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The flower seemed to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts as it said with a laugh, it's only a matter of time before the dimensional zones rule the land. Even if you don't take it, someone will take it away in the future. Even in dimensional zones, this item is a unique treasure. It has killed countless mythical creatures. If you really are that great, just pretend that it doesn't exist. Zhou Wen was tempted when he heard that. The flower's words weren't without reason. When that truly happened, his choice of leaving it here would only benefit someone else. Although he knew that the flower was tempting him, it was a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. However, he couldn't take it now. I'll give it a try in game. If I can take it away in game, it shouldn't affect the real world, Zhou Wen thought to himself. I've climbed up the mountain and got my things. I've also given you my phone. Can I leave now? Zhou Wen asked. Up to you. The flower had no intention of stopping Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen hurriedly climbed down again. It was harder to go down the mountain than up the mountain. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had cultivated for so many years, so even if he didn't fly, he was still considered agile. So, I'm really leaving, Zhou Wen said as he looked in the direction of the flower, afraid that something would happen again. Are you planning on getting me to keep you here on Chess Mountain for a meal? The flower said coldly. There's no need to be so polite. I'll take my leave now. I'll contact you when I have the time. Zhou Wen hurriedly turned around and left. The flower had an unpredictable temperament. It was best if he could leave quickly. When I find a loophole in game, I'll deal with you when I come back. After Zhou Wen left Chess Mountain, he took out the phone and saw that it had already finished downloading. There was a new game icon on the home screen. The icon was a black mountain with the name Chess Mountain. Zhou Wen rode the mutated stone Kai back and immediately opened the Chess Mountain dungeon. After entering the game, the blood-colored avatar stood in front of Chess Mountain's wall. There was a flower growing on it. Although the cartoon-styled flower looked a little different from the real world, he could still vaguely tell that it was the flower Zhou Wen had seen. Although he was in-game, Zhou Wen held back and didn't attack the flower because he couldn't die yet. He headed to the underground sea every 24 hours to deliver a poison dragon palm at the black dragon to drain it to its death. If it dropped a mythical companion beast, he would have made a killing. Even without a mythical companion beast, it would be a huge gain for him to have a primordial energy skill crystal drop. After all, Zhou Wen hadn't had the ability to kill a mythical creature yet. It was very difficult to obtain a dimensional crystal at the mythical stage. Standing in front of the mountain wall and sizing up the flower, he realized it didn't speak like it did in real life. It just quietly grew on the mountain wall. Zhou Wen decided to wait until he killed the black dragon before teaching the flower a lesson. Then, he chose to leave the game dungeon. In a dark cave, a seductive woman was bound by criss-cross chains. The chains with runes pierced through her bones and chained her inside the cave. She couldn't even move and could only sit on the mountain wall. Her neck and legs were chained and she couldn't move at all. At that moment, a phone was floating in front of the seductive woman. It was the one Zhou Wen had placed on the stone steps. The seductive woman's gaze landed on the phone, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that grabbed the phone and quickly operated it. A cell phone is quite interesting. A strange smile gradually appeared on the seductive woman's face. Zhou Wen returned to the encampment and finished grinding the game dungeons. Having nothing else to do, he took out his books from the chaos space to read. Previously, during his battle with Jack, he had gained a new understanding of Lost Country. However, it hadn't reached the level where he could advance Lost Country to the evolved body stage. Now, he could use this period of time to study it and see if he could advance further, allowing Lost Country to become an evolved body. A life soul itself had a certain ability, but the usage of the life soul's ability required the owner of the life soul to develop it himself. Teleportation was only the most basic usage of spatial trajectory forces. After receiving inspiration from Jack, Zhou Wen thought of a different way of making use of spatial trajectories, trajectory control. After the average person's strength was projected out, it was equivalent to spending money. It was impossible for them to get it back and they could not repeatedly use the same money to buy things. However, by using the effect of spatial trajectories, he could still control the forces he sent out. They were connected to each other via the trajectory, but this connection was different from what most people thought. It was invisible and did not physically exist. Using this trajectory connection, Zhou Wen could be like Jack. He could set up his strength as though he was burying a landmine. With a detonator in hand, he could detonate any landmines he had buried beforehand. Chapter 416 Dr. Little Zhou. However, in contrast, Jack's life blast was more sinister. This was because Jack was detonating the energy of life itself. This meant that he didn't expend his primordial energy. All he did was rely on the energies of others. Zhou Wen's method was to expend his primordial energy to set up a land mine. It would be a lot more troublesome and the expenditure was even more severe. However, Life Blast was just too sinister. Every strike required the lives of others in exchange. The stronger the vital energy, the stronger the explosion would be. Zhou Wen attempted to use the spatial trajectory he had figured out. Every trajectory link formed a string on his ring. If many of the trajectories connected, it would cover the ring with all sorts of lines as though they were incantations. He had been studying the effects of spatial trajectories and used it as a breakthrough point in an attempt to advance the lost country to an evolved body. Unfortunately, the advancement of a life soul was clearly not that simple. After studying it the entire afternoon, Zhou Wen didn't make much progress. However, he was more familiar with the usage of spatial trajectories. Zhou Wen felt uncomfortable reading in his room. Just as he got to the door with a book in hand and moved a chair to read at the door, an officer holding a wash basin saw him and immediately came up to greet him. "Dr. Little Zhou, so you're staying here? I really have to thank you for saving Lu Gui's life." "Doctor." Lu said that if you hadn't handled it in time, Lu Gui would have died. "It's nothing, it's my duty." Zhou Wen had treated the case as a last-ditch effort. He didn't wish to repeat it a second time. "Dr. Little Zhou, I've been to the river recently and have rashes on my body. Although they aren't serious and will fade in 2 days, they are really itchy. Do you have any method to stop the itch?" The officer asked Zhou Wen. "Of course. A single injection can stop the itch," Zhou Wen said without any hesitation. Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison could restrain the rash poison. As long as the dosage was appropriate, it was easy to eliminate the rash. "Really?" The officer's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Wen with anticipation. "Dr. Zhou, can you give me an injection? I can't stand it any longer. I wish I could tear my bones to pieces." "All right. Come over and extend your arm." This was a trivial matter to Zhou Wen. Since it was simple, it was only right to help him. After all, they were stationed here and fighting dimensional creatures with their lives. This allowed the residents of the city to live in peace. The officer was overjoyed as he hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his arm. Zhou Wen directly summoned Dr. Darkness to possess him. After using fight poison with poison, a syringe appeared in his hand. As he wasn't professional, Zhou Wen didn't use any rubber bands to make the blood vessels protrude. He directly stabbed the needle and accurately stabbed into the blood vessel before slowly pushing in an extremely minute amount of poison. The officer's face was still full of excitement at the beginning. He thought that he finally didn't have to endure the crazy itch anymore. However, in the next second, the officer's face turned pale. He felt an incomparable pain that he had never experienced in his entire life. It instantly spread through his entire body, causing his entire body to spasm. Anyone who had a cramp in their legs would know that cramps felt terrible, but now his entire body was cramping violently. Not only his legs, even his fingers and toes were cramping, and his organs were about to collapse. The officer fell onto the ground and convulsed on the ground like a lunatic. White foam spewed from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. At this moment, if he still had the strength, he would have slammed himself to death. This pain was much worse than the itch before. "I administered a little too much." Zhou Wen looked at the officer and muttered to himself. He wasn't worried that something would happen to the officer because the amount of dosage he had injected was already very minute. It wasn't enough to cause too much damage, just a little pain. The nearby soldiers didn't know what had happened, but they all came over with concern. Seeing that the officer was twitching non-stop, they wanted to send him to the medical team. "Don't touch him. He will be fine soon." Zhou Wen stopped the soldiers. One of the soldiers seemed to understand what was going on. He said to the other soldiers, "This young man is right. This is called epilepsy. Don't touch him when he's spasming. Otherwise, he might die. Quickly place his head on the side and use something to block his tongue. Don't let him bite his tongue. He should recover in a while." "Epilepsy, you as." The officer finally endured through the most painful period and sat up with a pale face. At this moment, he deeply regretted it. Thoughts of dying had run through his mind several times just now so that he wouldn't have to suffer such inhuman pain. If he had known earlier that it would be so painful, he would rather have suffered the itch. "Thank you, Dr. Little Zhou." Although he felt regret, the officer still thanked Zhou Wen politely before leaving with a pale face. Zhou Wen thought nothing of the matter. It had been easy to help him. However, Zhou Wen never expected that this very simple help played a huge role that night. As usual, the officer led a group of soldiers to patrol the river. When they were patrolling a spot by the river, a strange fish suddenly stuck its head out from the river and spat out a mouthful of bloody water at the soldiers on the bank. The soldiers dodged, but the blood covered a large area like rain. Despite dodging very quickly, they were still drenched. The other soldiers immediately went into a coma from the poison. Their bodies began to break out into the red rashes. Only the officer was surprisingly fine, despite being drenched in blood. Thankfully, he hadn't fainted and was able to bring his soldiers back to the camp in time. Otherwise, if they had all fainted, no one would have realized they were dead until some time later. The officer used his companion beast to take a group of soldiers back to the camp and send them to the medical team. When Lu Su saw that the rashes on their bodies had already festered, she shook her head in exasperation and said, "No, the poison has already spread to the blood in their bodies. There's no way they can be saved." The officer was stunned when he heard that. He said in disbelief, "That's impossible. How can there be no hope? Dr. Lu, think of another solution. There must be a way to save them." These soldiers had always been with him, so how could he not have any feelings for them? When he heard that they were about to die, he naturally found it unacceptable. They were hit by the bloody water spewed out by the dimensional creature you mentioned. The poison spread too quickly and there's no hope for them. Thankfully, you weren't stained by the blood or you would suffer the same fate as them, Lu Su said. No, I was also stained by it. Why am I fine? Oh right, it's Dr. Little Joe. Dr. Little Joe definitely can save them. Last time, Lu Gui was in a worse state than them. He was treated by Dr. Little Joe. Dr. Lu, quickly get Dr. Little Joe here. He can treat him, the officer said anxiously. Chapter 417. He's really a doctor. Lu Su frowned and said, "Our medical team doesn't have the Dr. Joe when you mentioned previously. If there is, how could we not get him to save you all?" "How can that be? He's clearly from your medical team and I've even seen his identification documents." "Oh right, he's not a doctor yet, he's just an intern doctor," the officer said. "There's no such person even amongst the intern doctors. There's no one with the Joe surname either." Lu Su felt that grief had gotten to this officer's head that he started spouting nonsense. If he had really been hit by the blood, how could he come back alive? He even dragged his comrades back while remaining fine. Impossible. He's clearly here. As the officer spoke, he seemed to think of something. He ran outside as though he had gone crazy. Ah. What madness. Lu Su sighed. The present era was an era that drove people crazy. Although humans possessed superpowers that they never dared to dream of, they were still burdened with unimaginable pressure. Many people couldn't withstand the impact and this devolved into psychological problems. To Lu Su, this officer was someone who couldn't withstand the blow which resulted in psychological problems. The officer didn't have that many thoughts. He ran all the way to where he had met Zhou Wen. He remembered which dorm he was in. He came for Zhou Wen not to prove his existence as Dr. Little Joe but to get him to save his comrades. Zhou Wen was reading in bed when he suddenly heard a series of urgent knocks on the door. Then, he heard someone shouting desperately outside. "Dr. Little Joe. Help. Dr. Little Joe. Are you there?" Zhou Wen could tell that the officer was outside, so he opened the door. "Dr. Little Joe, I'm so glad you're here. Please save my brothers." Upon seeing Zhou Wen, the officer felt like crying. Without another word, he pulled Zhou Wen towards the medical team. As he was being pulled to the medical team, Zhou Wen asked, puzzled, "What's the matter?" "My brothers were suddenly attacked by a dimensional creature while they were patrolling alongside the river. They were sprayed with blood and quickly fell unconscious. They have rashes on their bodies and they are rapidly festering. The doctors are helpless. It will be too late if you don't do something," the officer said. Zhou Wen quickened his steps when he heard that. He didn't wish to see a living person die in front of him. He would do his best. Soon, Zhou Wen was pulled to the medical team by the officer. He saw 6 soldiers lying in a special ward with 2 nurses and a doctor taking care of them. However, their situation hadn't improved at all. The rashes on their faces and hands had already turned into bloody holes. From afar, they looked as if blood-colored flowers had bloomed on their faces. There was no beauty about it and only made one shudder. "Dr. Little Joe, quickly save my brothers. Quickly give them the injection," the officer said anxiously as he pulled Zhou Wen along. "Are you the Dr. Zhou Wen they mentioned?" Lu Su sized up Zhou Wen suspiciously. She was certain that Zhou Wen wasn't from the medical team. She knew everyone from the medical team, and there wasn't such a character. Furthermore, Zhou Wen looked too young. He was probably less than 20 years old. It was no wonder the officer called him Dr. Little Joe. Usually, one would attend university at the age of 16. After graduation, they would be 20 years old. "I'm a new intern doctor, Zhou Wen. I haven't reported to the medical team yet," Zhou Wen said as he showed his identification. Lu Su took the document and looked at it. It was true. He was indeed an intern. This person was not a figment of imagination fabricated by those soldiers. "Can I take a look at their injuries?" Zhou Wen asked Lu Su. Of course. Lu Su also wanted to know if Zhou Wen could treat the poison. If he could really treat it, Lu Su would be very grateful to him. The military wasn't a hospital. There wasn't any competition or selfishness that ordinary doctors had. Saving a soldier's life was more important than anything. Furthermore, if Zhou Wen could treat the rashes, it would be a great thing for the garrison in Chess Mountain. It would resolve a huge problem. Seeing Lu Su agree, Zhou Wen went to an injured soldier and looked at his injuries. The 2 nurses beside him looked up curiously. Zhou Wen looked a little younger than them, but he was called a doctor by the officer. Furthermore, he seemed to have placed all his hopes on him, making them curious as to what kind of person Zhou Wen was. They were curious as to whether Zhou Wen could really treat the soldiers' rashes. Zhou Wen could tell that they were indeed the same as the red rashes he had seen previously. Immediately, he summoned Dr. Darkness to possess him and used fight poison with poison. A syringe appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen grabbed the soldier's wrist and stabbed it. Lu Su jumped in fright, but it was too late to stop him. Because Zhou Wen had delivered an injection with just one look, this made him appear somewhat unreliable. However, on second thought, Lu Su felt that no matter how unreliable he was, there was still hope. Even if Zhou Wen didn't inject the soldiers wouldn't be able to survive, so she didn't stop him. From his two previous experiences, Zhou Wen had a general idea of the dosage needed to be injected. Therefore, he stopped after a certain amount of dosage was injected and walked towards the next soldier. There were only 6 soldiers in total. In just an instant, Zhou Wen had fully administered it to them all. It's done. That's all I can do. I'll have to trouble the nurses to help deal with their festering injuries, Zhou Wen said. Dr. Little Zhou, are they all right now? The officer asked nervously. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like Lu Gui. They need to recuperate for some time. I still have matters to tend to, so I'll be heading back now, Zhou Wen said as he walked out. The officer trusted Zhou Wen very much. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, the weight on his heart was lifted. After thanking him, he ran to the beds to see his comrades. Lu Su frowned as she watched. From his attitude when he injected the patients, she could tell that Zhou Wen was extremely unprofessional. He even had problems being an intern doctor. For such a seriously injured patient, he had to observe their reactions after injecting a drug. Yet, he didn't even look at them and left after the injections. He didn't look like a doctor at all. Lu Su had no idea that Zhou Wen wasn't a doctor. He didn't know any medical skills, so it was useless staying. She wanted to stop Zhou Wen, but before she could speak, she heard a nurse cry out, He's reacting. Lu Su hurriedly looked at the nurse and saw her pointing at a soldier, shock filling the nurse's face. She looked at the soldier and surprise colored her face as well. The soldier grunted softly and woke up. Furthermore, his rashes seemed to have stopped festering. The 6 soldiers quickly woke up. It was fine even if they hadn't woken up, but the poison that Zhou Wen had injected was so excruciatingly painful that it jolted them awake. Lu Su quickly did a checkup on the 6 soldiers and discovered that the toxins and red spots on their bodies had receded. Their spirits were slowly recovering. It was unbelievable. This is unbelievable. How did he do it? Lu Su was shocked, but she didn't stay idle. She dealt with the 6 soldiers' wounds with the 2 nurses. Although the toxins and red rashes had subsided, the festering wounds had not healed. They still needed treatment. After working for half the day, when the 6 soldiers were deep asleep, the surprise in Lu Su's eyes intensified. It could be confirmed that the rashes on these soldiers had indeed subsided after a short period. How did he do it? Lu Su had researched the rashes for a long time, but she still couldn't find a way to treat them. It was fine if the rash didn't act up, but once it did, the patient would definitely die. However, the 6 soldiers today, who had already taken half a step into the jaws of death, recovered with a simple injection from Zhou Wen. It was unbelievable. What medicine is he using? Why is it so effective? Lu Su thought to herself. Thank you, Dr. Lu, the officer said to Lu Su gratefully. Although Lu Su didn't save her comrades, she had done all she could to deal with their festering wounds. This was already very precious. I'm asking you, were you really splattered by the blood? Lu Su looked at the officer and asked. That's right. If I could have reacted in time, I wouldn't have let my comrades get soaked in the blood, the officer said. Then why aren't you infected with rashes like them? Lu Su asked again. She naturally believed the officer's words. The officer thought for a moment and said, it should be this morning. I got Dr. Little Zhou to give me a shot. Perhaps the shot's medicinal effect is still present in my system. Now he was very glad that Zhou Wen had given him the injection. Otherwise, they would all have been left unconscious there. By the time the other patrols discovered them, they would have been dead. In comparison, the little pain he suffered was nothing. Could it be that the medicine has lingering effects or it has created antibodies? Lu Su thought to herself. If it was the latter, the medicine Zhou Wen used would be even more precious. Lu Su planned on finding a time to have a good chat with Zhou Wen and see if there was any chance of mass-producing the medicine. She believed that Zhou Wen would be reporting to her very soon. Lu Su was the in charge of the medical team, so all interns should report to her. However, Lu Su didn't see Zhou Wen the next day. Lu Su was not angered because of this. She knew very well that an intern doctor had to report to her first before their lodging and identification documents were arranged and distributed by the medical team. Zhou Wen didn't report to her, but he already had a residence and identification documents. Clearly, his identity wasn't ordinary. Furthermore, Zhou Wen could actually treat the rashes. This made Lu Su even more convinced that he didn't have a simple background. Therefore, Lu Su planned on visiting him personally. The officer often went to see his comrade, so learning where Zhou Wen stayed wasn't difficult. But when Lu Su arrived at Zhou Wen's dorm, she realized that the door was locked. There wasn't anyone inside. However, after seeing Zhou Wen's living quarters, Lu Su was even more certain that Zhou Wen wasn't an ordinary intern doctor. How could an intern doctor have a single room? Even ordinary low-ranking officers didn't receive such treatment. As the main supervisor of the medical team, she had barely managed to get herself a single room. Lu Su thought for a while and returned to the medical team, planning to visit again at night. Zhou Wen really wasn't at the encampment as his phone had been taken away by the flower. He couldn't contact his schoolmates, he hadn't requested absence of leave from Wang Lu, considering his promise to buy breakfast for her. Therefore, Zhou Wen asked for a travel pass from Qin Yufu's adjutant before heading to a nearby city to buy a new phone. He didn't have many requirements for his phone. He just needed it to work, so he bought a relatively cheap phone and got a new number. Although he could request his old number back, Zhou Wen was afraid this might cause trouble with the flower, so he decided to change his number. After finishing everything, Zhou Wen logged into his communications app and planned on sending a group message to inform them that he had changed his number. However, the moment he logged in, the messages kept ringing. When he opened them, he saw that many of them were from Wang Lu. Big liar, you aren't a man of your word. You're not sincere. You just held on for one day. You didn't even last to the second day. Miser, stingy. Why didn't you tell me that you can't bear to pay for breakfast? Are you not daring to say a word because you know you are in the wrong? Sorry, I was hunted by someone and lost my phone. I had no time to contact you. I won't forget what I promised you. Wait for me to return, Zhou Wen replied. Zhou Wen also replied to Li Xuan's and Huang Zhi's messages. Finally, Zhou Wen saw a system notification. When he opened it, he saw a friend request. Zhou Wen subconsciously wanted to swipe away the message. Typically, he wouldn't randomly add friends unless he had agreed on a friend request ahead of time. However, Zhou Wen was alarmed when he saw the ID of the requester. His hand, which was about to press the delete button, froze. The Thirch. It can't be. It's just a coincidence. There's no signal at Chess Mountain. That flower doesn't have hands. How does it use a phone? It even knows how to add me as a friend. Zhou Wen looked at his friend request in horror and had the urge to immediately delete it. However, Zhou Wen knew that escaping wasn't a solution, so he approved his friend request to see if the Thirch was the flower or just a coincidence. Just as he accepted the request, the Thirch sent a message. Why did you take so long to accept my friend request? Are you tired of living? Zhou Wen found it unbelievable that a flower could use a phone, but from the person's tone, it was identical to the flower's. Who are you? Zhou Wen probed. What's the matter? Have you forgotten me so quickly? Do you want me to make another wish for you to deepen your memories? A message quickly replied. It's really you, the Thirch. I never expected you to be able to use the phone. I didn't think there was any signal there, right? How did you get on the internet? Zhou Wen replied. It's trivial. How can it daunt me? The Thirch's reply clearly contained a hint of smugness, but she didn't say how she did it. Since you know how to use a phone, I suggest that you check out books or television dramas on the internet. I recommend Super Gene. It's especially good. You should be interested. Zhou Wen regretted the moment he sent the message, but it was too late to recall it. Alright, I'll take a look. The Thirch had already read the message and quickly replied Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was very vexed. Perhaps the flower wasn't really just a harmless flower that could survive thanks to the sun. However, if it read Super Gene and started becoming a glutton like the characters in the book, wouldn't many humans be in trouble? The Thirch was like a teenager who had just learned how to chat online. Or perhaps she had been alone for too long. She kept chatting and talked about any topic under the sun. She asked Zhou Wen all sorts of questions, giving him no time to do anything else. After returning to the encampment, the Thirch was still asking him all sorts of questions regarding the internet. She appeared very excited. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how he could send the Thirch along her way, he suddenly received another message. What does it mean when the phone notifies me about a low battery? A phone is powered by a battery. If the battery's charge is used up, the phone will automatically be switched off. Only after charging it can it be used. Zhou Wen was immediately amused as he thought to himself, I doubt your crappy place has any power cables. You definitely won't be able to charge it. Let's see how you can come online and bother me in the future. How do I charge it? Can I strike it with lightning? The Thirch sent another message. Definitely not. A lightning bolt's charge is unstable. It will overload the phone. You will need ordinary household power to charge a phone. You also need a specialized charger. You can look it up on the internet, Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen was secretly delighted that there was no news from the Thirch. He wondered if her phone had run out of battery and he could finally be rid of her. After a while, the Thirch sent another message. You need to bring me a small diesel dynamo, a barrel of diesel oil, and the phone's charger before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll make a wish for you to become a limbless cripple. Zhou Wen was immediately awash with sadness. His mouth opened, unable to say a word. I'm being pursued by an enemy now. How can I have the time to do those things for you? Besides, I have to go to a nearby city to buy those things. Even if I were to go, I won't be able to return before noon tomorrow. Besides, I don't dare go since the powerful enemy is chasing me every day, Zhou Wen complained. What enemy? The Thirch sent a message. Zhou Wen recounted Jack's various abilities and even embellished and exaggerated them. He deliberately exaggerated Jack's strength as though he would be killed by Jack the moment he went out. I thought it would be some extraordinary character. So it's just a lowly character. How about this? Before evening tomorrow, bring me all the things I want. I'll give you something good so you can easily kill that enemy, the Thirch said disdainfully. What is it? Zhou Wen's heart stirred. You'll know when you arrive. Remember, you have to deliver the items before the sun sets tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll make a wish for you to be limbless. After the Thirch sent the message, there was silence. It was unknown if she was out of battery. Zhou Wen sent a few more messages, but there was no response. She had likely run out of battery. I wonder if the flower's wishing ability can be effective from a distance? Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't worth it to bet his limbs on a diesel dynamo and some diesel oil. Furthermore, the flower had said that it would give him something good to kill Jack. Zhou Wen felt that he could make the trip. He then left the door and rode the mutated stone kai to rush to the nearby city at full speed. He wanted to return quickly and satisfy the flower so that he could read and game in peace. The mutated stone kai was as fast as a car. Furthermore, there wasn't a need to take the main roads. Zhou Wen headed straight for the nearby city and quickly bought all the items needed. He originally imagined that he would encounter Jack's ambush on the way, so he had been very careful, but nothing happened. Jack never appeared. It wasn't that Jack didn't wish to ambush Zhou Wen, but that he had no time at all. Shen Yuqi had indeed given him quite a number of companion beasts, but they had owners. Shen Yuqi had to think of a way to transfer their companion beasts over. Those people were all criminals from Heaven Prison. When Shen Yuqi sent them over, he never expected them to return alive. Jack robbed them of their companion beasts one by one, spending quite a bit of time and energy. It couldn't be done quickly, so he had no time to ambush Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took the mini diesel dynamo, a 20-kilogram drum of diesel oil, as well as the charger to Chess Mountain and found the flower. Just place the things besides the mountain wall. A familiar woman's voice sounded from the flower. The Thirch, I've spent more than half of my savings to buy these things. You have to use them sparingly. If they're damaged, I won't have the money to buy you any more later, Zhou Wen said as he lamented because he didn't want the flower to get him to buy more items. Don't lie to me. I saw that the price is very cheap on the internet, the Thirch said. The price is very cheap, but I don't have the time to earn money. Without an income, how would I have the money? I've almost used up all my savings to buy these things, Zhou Wen said. The Thirch seemed to think that what Zhou Wen said made sense. She thought for a moment before saying, I have something here. Take it and exchange it for money. I'll leave it on the stone steps at the top of the mountain. Take it yourself. The thing I promised you is also there. You can use it to deal with your enemy. As long as you aren't too stupid, he will definitely die if he comes looking for you. What is it? Zhou Wen asked. You will know when you see it. The Thirch didn't tell him directly what the item was. Zhou Wen had no choice but to climb to the peak of Chess Mountain. Indeed, there were two things on the stone steps, one was a dimensional crystal and the other was a petite bone flute. If your enemy comes looking for you again, blow the bone flute. When the time comes, it will definitely be of use. You can exchange the dimensional crystal for money. The Thirch's voice came from the mountain wall. Zhou Wen saw that the bone flute was very ancient and crude. He didn't know which animal's bone it was made of, but he didn't see any special aura flowing from it. It looked no different from something ordinary. The dimensional crystal was a primordial energy skill crystal. The shadow inside was in the form of a jade lute. It looked somewhat gorgeous, but he had no idea what level this primordial energy skill crystal was. He could only use his mysterious phone to check when he returned. He was afraid that the flower would take a fancy to his mysterious phone if he took it out. How do I use this bone flute? Zhou Wen put away the dimensional crystal and asked while holding the bone flute. When you see him again, use all your primordial energy to blow the bone flute. When the time comes, it will naturally be of use. However, let me tell you, this bone flute can only be used once. Don't use it randomly, the Thirch said. Seeing that she wasn't willing to say more, Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the bone flute. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw that the diesel dynamo and diesel oil had disappeared. He did not know where they had gone. The flower didn't make another sound and ignored Zhou Wen. This suited Zhou Wen's intentions as he rode the mutated stone kai out of Chess Mountain. After he left Chess Mountain, he hurriedly took out his mysterious phone and snapped a picture of the dimensional crystal. This shocked him. The dimensional crystal was a mythical primordial energy skill crystal. Chapter 420 Mythical Primordial Energy Skill. Jade Lute Crystal, Mythical. These few words made Zhou Wen's heart tremble and he nearly shouted out. However, just as Zhou Wen was about to put it into his phone, a notification popped up. Requires 41 Constitution. 21 Spatial Stat, Spatial Type Life Providence, Spatial Type Life Soul. Insufficient stats. Unable to absorb. Not only does it have a special stat requirement, but it also has a life providence and life soul requirement. I've never seen a spatial stat before and I have no idea where to get it, and it asks for 41 constitution. That also means that I basically can't master mythical primordial energy skills at the epic stage because the highest epic experts can only reach 40 constitution. Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw this. The life providence and life soul requirements were likely satisfied with his god fiend life providence and lost country, but the stats were indeed a little troublesome. The requirements were too high, but he ultimately had a chance of absorbing it. Unlike ordinary people who didn't even have a chance. Zhou Wen naturally didn't plan on selling it. Since he could use it, he naturally had to keep it for himself. When he obtained enough stats, he could absorb it to gain insights into a mythical primordial energy skill. Just the thought of using a mythical primordial energy skill at the epic stage thrilled him. After putting the crystal into the chaos space, Zhou Wen looked at the bone lute in his hand. The crystal that the flower randomly produced was at the mythical stage, so it would definitely be of great use. Since she said he could only use it once, Zhou Wen didn't attempt to try it. He used his phone to snap the lute, but his phone didn't react. After putting the bone lute into the chaos space, Zhou Wen thought of something. The chaos bead had the first order of chaos in it, and he had gained a basic mastery of it. However, he didn't continue cultivating it. However, this primordial energy art was most likely spatial in nature. It was somewhat similar to the Godfiend era. Zhou Wen had too many primordial energy arts and he really didn't have the energy to study the first order of chaos. However, now that he thought about it, having more didn't disadvantage him. Those mythical primordial energy skills had requirements on life providences and life souls, so it might be useful in the future. Of course, that was just what Zhou Wen thought. He no longer had the energy to study the first order of chaos. He needed to condense the other life souls before advancing them to the perfect body. If he couldn't break through to the mythical stage, it wouldn't be too late to study it again. Although he had taken the flower's bone lute, Zhou Wen didn't plan on using it. The flower said that the bone lute could help him against his enemy, but Zhou Wen wasn't sure what the actual situation was. If it was the key to unsealing Chess Mountain, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? Before he returned to the encampment, Zhou Wen's phone rang. He saw that it was a message from Wang Lu. The message had been sent quite some time ago, but Zhou Wen hadn't received it because he was out of reception. Do you need any help? Wang Lu's message was very simple. I can handle it. I'll return after settling this matter. Zhou Wen replied. Soon, Wang Lu replied, I'll wait for you. You need to make up for the breakfast that you owe me. How do I make up for this? Won't I be always buying? If breakfast isn't enough, use lunch to make up for it. All right. After chatting a little with Wang Lu, he realized that the Thirch had actually sent a message. It looked like her phone had been charged. Zhou Wen found it somewhat odd as he thought to himself, it's just a flower. How did it use the dynamo? Opening the message, he saw that she had sent an emoji. She's really quick to learn. She can even use emojis. Zhou Wen didn't reply, afraid that she would just keep chatting with him. It would take away all his time from other matters. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't reply, the Thirch sent a series of emojis over. Zhou Wen naturally ignored her. After a while, the Thirch asked, did I use the emojis wrongly? Why aren't you answering me? Typically, people who have nothing to do will use emojis. I didn't think it was important seeing that you just sent emojis. In high school, a female classmate had added Zhou Wen as a friend and would occasionally send him an emoji. Zhou Wen never replied because he had no idea what the expression meant, nor did he know how to reply. Oh, I see. The Thirch suddenly understood. Now that you have an electric generator, you don't have to worry about not having enough power. You can go online to watch television dramas or something. It's very interesting. Zhou Wen hurriedly introduced a few classic comedies to her. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if she watches those television dramas and gets influenced by the characters and concepts in the television dramas, it would be great to have her turn into a clowning idiot. At the very least, she wouldn't have the thought of killing humans again. I'd have done so much good. Alright, I'll go take a look. Remember to pay for my number's service. If they cut off my service, you're dead. She even knows about service payments. Zhou Wen was exasperated. Fortunately, he had just received benefits from her, so he didn't care about the amount of money. Furthermore, he had saved quite a lot of money on his phone previously. As long as she didn't crazily make phone calls and use the internet, he didn't need to pay a single cent this year. It was unknown if the Thirch had started watching a television drama or not, but she didn't send any more messages. It made Zhou Wen heave a sigh of relief as he sped back to the encampment. Lu Su came to look for Zhou Wen again in the evening, but she realized that he hadn't returned. Just as she was about to return, she saw Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, Lu Su called out. Dr. Lu, are you staying here too? Zhou Wen walked over and asked. I don't live here. I came here especially to find you, Lu Su said. You are looking for me. What's the matter? Zhou Wen looked at Lu Su in puzzlement. Why didn't you report to the medical team? Lu Su asked. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I'm actually not an intern doctor. This identification is only for convenience. That's not important. Since you already have the identity of an intern doctor, you should do something that an intern doctor would do, right? I've been researching rashes all this time, hoping to solve this virus, but the progress isn't that great. Can you tell me what medicine you used? If your medicine needs to be kept confidential, you don't have to tell me the exact composition. I just want to know if antibodies will be formed after using your medicine. Are there any negative side effects? If it can form antibodies and it doesn't have any negative effects, I hope you can produce some. I'll apply for funds to buy it as a vaccine for the soldiers. This way, it will greatly reduce the casualties and it will be of great help for the combat situation in the future. Even if it doesn't form antibodies, I hope to buy a batch for backup, Lu Su rattled off. Chapter 421 Mythical Companion Bees. Doctor. Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't use any medicine. In fact, what I used to treat those soldiers is the ability of one of my companion beasts. As for antibodies, I'm not sure either. I don't know how long the effects of the companion beast's skill last. Although I wish to help you, there's not much I can do. If a soldier suffers from such injuries, you can call for me at any time, Zhou Wen said. Lu Su was somewhat disappointed when she heard Zhou Wen. Companion beasts' primordial energy skills were typically temporal. They were of use at the time in question, but would not be of any use once the period was over. They also wouldn't form any antibodies. In this era, companion beasts are becoming more and more widespread in medicine. To have such a companion beast is already a good condition for becoming a doctor. Are you interested in learning some medical knowledge from me? Lu Su felt that it would be a waste for Zhou Wen to not be a doctor with such a companion beast. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I'm really sorry. I still have many things to do. I usually don't have much time. Although Lu Su was somewhat disappointed, she didn't say anything else. Since Zhou Wen had the ability to heal the rashes, this was already an unexpected harvest. It could reduce many casualties. This matter didn't end there. After a few days, Lu Su would realize that the soldiers who had been injected with the poison had become immune. Even if they were stationed by the river, they wouldn't get rashes again. Although Dr. Darkness was only at the epic stage, he was no ordinary companion beast. Regardless of his background or abilities, he was very special. Zhou Wen returned to his dorm and finally had a good sleep. Once he woke up, he headed to the underground sea to deliver a palm strike to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon already had several poison boils formed from palm imprints. Although the poison boils had yet to take its life, it was clear that the Black Dragon's mental state was no longer right. If the other 8 Black Dragons were like muscular young men, then this Black Dragon was like an old man in his twilight. Its movements slowed down significantly and it looked rather muddle-headed, as if its mind was no longer clear. From the looks of it, the poison has had a huge impact on it. However, it's unknown how long it will take to poison it to death. Zhou Wen was most looking forward to having a Black Dragon companion beast drop. This fellow had its speed and strength greatly weakened due to its chains. Once the restrictions were removed, Zhou Wen would be killed by the Black Dragon in less than a minute. The difference was too great. If he could obtain the Black Dragon as a companion beast, he might be able to have a true mythical fighter and not need to slowly nurture his companion beasts like Banana Fairy. Although it was somewhat fun to nurture them from the beginning, their combat abilities were indeed lacking. Furthermore, it was too slow. Tyrant Behemoth was still at the legendary stage and it was unknown when it could advance to the epic stage. For 2 consecutive days, the Thirch didn't send any messages. Zhou Wen could finally read and game in peace. However, Zhou Wen had almost wiped out all the mortal monsters in the game dungeons. There was no point in continuing the grinding. All he could do was continue reading. Has Jack given up? It's been a few days, but why hasn't anything happened? Zhou Wen didn't make any progress while reading, so he began thinking of Jack. To fight such a fellow was terrifying, but he had a faint sense of excitement. Back then, Zhou Wen felt that his train of thought had become much clearer and his thoughts had become more lively and spirited. At that moment, Jack couldn't control his excitement. In front of him was an elderly with a head full of white hair. The old man looked like he had dementia as he sat there motionless. However, he emitted a strange sanguine glow. His eyes shimmered with a red light. The blood hex clown possessed the old man and replaced his will to control his body. Even his memories were controlled. Jack discovered a huge secret from the old man's memories. This old prisoner actually had a mythical companion beast. He had never told anyone about it and had paid a huge price to nurture it to the epic stage. He originally imagined that he could become an overlord by relying on his mythical companion beast in the future, but too many resources were needed to advance a mythical companion beast. He couldn't afford it, so all he could do was use his position to his advantage and get some information. However, just as he nurtured his companion beast to the epic stage, his crimes were discovered. The Special Inspector Bureau secretly arrested him and imprisoned him in heaven. Because his position was special and the object of corruption was a special item that couldn't be handled openly, the Bureau had taken custody of the case. As he was only a corrupt criminal, the Bureau merely questioned him as per usual without wasting too many resources. The elder hung on and didn't reveal the matter regarding the mythical companion beast. This time, he had been sent to Jack by Shen Yuqi. Originally, it was because he had a companion beast that could change colors for concealment. Jack had specifically asked for it. To his surprise, Jack actually discovered the biggest secret in his memories. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a fool. To be so easily caught by the bastards at the bureau despite having such a mythical companion beast. He's trash even with one. However, this has ended up benefiting me. Jack didn't hesitate any further as he activated the Blood Hex Clown's ability. He controlled the elder's body and made him pay with his life to transfer the companion beast to Jack. When the man fell like a desiccated corpse, a strange tattoo appeared on Jack's arm, a purple cat-shaped tattoo. Shen Yachi, you might have considered all possibilities, but you probably never expected that I would be this lucky, right? With this mythical companion beast, the restriction you left on me can no longer restrain me. After I enjoy the beauty feast, I will definitely go to the capital and kill every one of you in the bureau. Jack looked at the purple cat symbol on his arm as the excitement on his face intensified. When Jack snatched the old man's mythical companion beast, Zhou Wen also wore a look of delight. After waiting for so long, the fruit on the dead man tree had finally ripened and dropped. The phone automatically vibrated as Zhou Wen obtained the fruit in-game. When the blood-colored avatar caught the fruit, a notification popped up on his phone. Mythical companion egg, do you want to incubate it? Mythical companion egg. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised and delighted. Although he had already guessed it, seeing a real mythical companion egg excited him greatly. He hurriedly checked the mythical companion egg stats. Chapter 422 Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate, Mortal, Evolvable. Life Providence, Child of Dimension. Life Soul, Supreme True Demon. Wheel of Destiny, 1 spin. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Constitution, 11. Primordial Energy, 11. Talent Skill, Demonic Sword. Companion Form, none. What's going on? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded, momentarily unsure of the situation. The stats of the demonic neonate were really strange. Zhou Wen originally believed that he could directly hatch a mythical companion beast. After all, he had Dr. Darkness as a precedent, but apparently, things didn't turn out the way he expected. From its mortal stage and evolvable postfix, it was likely the primordial state of a mythical companion beast. Even so, mythical creatures wouldn't possess a life providence and life soul at the mortal stage. They had to slowly advance before condensing them. However, the demonic neonate actually had a life providence and life soul at the mortal stage. There was also a wheel of destiny that Zhou Wen had never seen before. Although he had no idea what was going on, Zhou Wen still hatched her. After absorbing plenty of primordial energy, the purple copper companion egg transformed into a stream of light that fused into Zhou Wen's body, turning into a thumb-sized, purple-haired baby girl symbol that appeared on his arm. Zhou Wen summoned the demonic neonate. It was about 40 centimeters tall, the size of a doll. It had long purple hair. It wore purple armor while hugging an ancient purple copper sword. Zhou Wen saw that her face was no different from the fierce girl. However, her figure was much smaller, about the size of a baby. He sized up the girl, and the girl also glared at him with widened eyes as though she was sizing him up. It made Zhou Wen feel a little frightened. The companion eggs produced on the dead man tree just grew in oddness. Dr. Darkness was already shocking enough. But this recently hatched dead man tree seemed to have a mind of her own. With a thought, the demonic neonate received his order. She carried the ancient sword in her arms and walked to a table beside him. With a light leap, she landed on the table and poured Zhou Wen a cup of tea. Zhou Wen immediately relaxed when he saw that she was as obedient as the typical companion beast. He got her to do some more things, and the demonic neonate did it according to Zhou Wen's instructions. Although it's a little strange, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Wen unsummoned the demonic neonate and took out his phone to enter the game dungeon. After some choosing, he chose the Myriad Buddha Cave in Dragon Gate Grotto. After entering, he summoned the demonic neonate. Most of the monsters in the dungeons had been killed by Zhou Wen. There were still some scattered golden warriors in Myriad Buddha Cave which Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to waste time finding them. Now, he could use them to test the strength of the demonic neonate. After searching for a while, he finally found a golden warrior. Zhou Wen gave the order for her to kill it and waited to see if she could do it. The golden warrior was at the legendary stage and its defense was astonishing. As for the demonic neonate, it was only at the mortal stage. Logically speaking, the baby shouldn't be a golden warrior's match. However, a demonic neonate had a life providence and life soul, something ordinary legendary creatures didn't possess. Zhou Wen brought her here to see if her life providence and life soul could be used. The demonic neonate didn't move after receiving Zhou Wen's order. She stood there with the ancient sword in her arms as she looked at the golden warrior. Is she afraid? As Zhou Wen was thinking, he suddenly saw the ancient sword in the demonic neonat's arms automatically leave the scabbard. It transformed into a purple beam that flew out. Even Zhou Wen didn't see the sword beam clearly. The golden warrior was actually split into two by the sword beam. It dropped a dimensional crystal and dissipated. The flying sword circled around before returning to the demonic neonat's scabbard. What a powerful primordial energy skill. It's definitely not at the level of a mortal primordial energy skill. It's even stronger than my transcendent flying immortal. Logically speaking, it should expend a lot of primordial energy. Primordial energy at the mortal stage isn't enough to sustain such a powerful primordial energy skill. How did she do it? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he constantly sized up the demonic neonate. After some thought, Zhou Wen unsummoned the demonic neonate and entered the extremely vast Zuolu battlefield. Zhou Wen ran very far in-game before finally finding a surviving Kai. He summoned the demonic neonate and tried to get her to kill it. Although the Kai wasn't as powerful as the mutated stone Kai, it was still top-notch at the epic stage. The demonic neonate continued hugging the ancient sword and coldly looked at the Kai that was rushing towards them. When the Kai was close to her, the ancient sword in her arms automatically unsheathed itself and slashed at the Kai with the purple beam. The Kai let out a roar as black smoke condensed into a dragon-life soul. It spat out black smoke at the purple glow, hoping to block it. Zhou Wen had seen the black smoke smite, but the purple sword beam directly split the black smoke, slicing both the life soul and Kai into two. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded as he watched the ancient sword return to its scabbard. The demonic neonate held the ancient sword, still standing there expressionlessly. This fellow is really impressive. Is this still a mortal companion beast? If she continues advancing, what kind of changes will there be? Zhou Wen felt that the advancement of the demonic neonate would definitely be different from other mythical creatures. After all, she already had a life providence and life soul, so it was hard to imagine what would happen when she evolved again. Will she condense a second life providence and life soul? Or will the original life providence and life soul be enhanced? Zhou Wen was stumped. Furthermore, the Wheel of Destiny gave him an odd feeling. It's a pity I don't have a true mythical companion beast. I wonder if all of them will have something like that after advancing to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen wondered, but he didn't have an answer. Humans had yet to advance to the mythical stage. Only the 6 families had some mythical companion beasts. Zhou Wen didn't have many friends in the 6 families, nor did he have any place to ask around. However, it was now confirmed. Although the demonic neonate was still at the mortal stage, her combat strength was far stronger than most epic creatures. With just her sword, she could probably kill most epic creatures. This is for you to eat. You have to work hard in the future. Zhou Wen handed her an epic companion egg that had dropped previously. Zhou Wen couldn't bring himself to use it to feed his other companion beasts. However, he hadn't been grinding instance dungeons recently, so there hadn't been a chance for companion eggs to drop. This was one of the companion eggs he had left inside the dungeon without picking up. To his surprise, the demonic neonate only took one glance at the epic companion egg before turning her head to the side. The cold attitude left Zhou Wen depressed. Chapter 423 I Want a Person. You aren't even eating an epic companion egg. Aren't you being a little too picky with your food? Zhou Wen thought to himself. If it were Tyrant Behemoth, he would have run over like a pug. Yet, this fellow didn't even bother with it. The demonic neonate remained standing there with a cold expression without any reaction. It was as though she only moved when Zhou Wen gave the order. Forget it. You will eat when you are hungry. Zhou Wen saw that the phone didn't give him a hungry notification and left the companion egg in the dungeon. He could retrieve it when the demonic neonate became hungry. It's not a solution if this continues. I can't grind dungeons now, but my few companion beasts need to eat, especially Tyrant Behemoth. If it wasn't for the fact that I've hatched quite a lot of food for it and I've been rationing just to keep it alive, I would long be out of stock. Zhou Wen failed to come up with a good solution. All he could do was wait for the black dragon to die before grinding. A medical report about the soldiers shocked Lu Su. The soldiers who had been saved by Zhou Wen were healed in less than 2 days. The scars on their bodies would only disappear after some time, however, it didn't stop them from participating in battle. Another breakout creature appeared the day before. A large number of soldiers had participated in the encirclement attack only to have a few soldiers splashed with the bloody water. Among them were 3 soldiers that Zhou Wen had saved. Red rashes appeared on the other soldiers as they fainted on the spot and were dragged into the river. However, the 3 of them were completely fine. They were lucky to have escaped the calamity. Lu Su had someone draw their blood for tests. The test results showed that they had a high resistance against the rashes. Even if the virus entered their bodies, it wouldn't cause too much damage. Instead, it would slowly die, unable to proliferate. How did this happen? It could be said that it's a coincidence if 1 or 2 of them are like that. But all of them are like that, so there's only one possibility. Zhou Wen's companion beast ability can really make their bodies produce antibodies. The more Lu Su thought about it, the more convinced she was. This discovery excited Lu Su. Although there wasn't any medicine, Zhou Wen's companion beast's ability was more effective than medicine. If all soldiers could have such resistance, their battle at Chess Mountain would become much more proactive. At the very least, they didn't need to worry about dropping into the blood river or fighting in it. They also didn't have to worry about getting infected with rashes if they stayed on duty for too long. This way, they could send more people to strengthen surveillance. It was easier to deal with any problems that cropped up. Previously, despite having enough manpower, as the soldiers couldn't stay by the river for long, they could only divide the manpower into several groups and switch shifts. With Zhou Wen's abilities, there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could set up more guards and expand the surveillance range. This time, Lu Su wasn't in a rush to look for Zhou Wen. Instead, she went to Qin Wufu's office. Qin Wufu was handling official matters when he heard the guard say that Lu Su wanted to see him. He stopped whatever he was doing and ordered the guards to invite Lu Su in. Although Lu Su was only in her 30s and wasn't of a high-ranking position, the medical team determined the lives of more than 10,000 officers and soldiers. Qin Wufu didn't dare to be negligent. "Susu, why are you looking for me?" Qin Wufu didn't have any heirs. Furthermore, Lu Su's family had some ties with him. He always treated Lu Su as his junior. Lu Su said, "Uncle Qin, I want to ask you for someone." "Who would be so important to have you personally make this trip?" Qin Wufu asked Lu Su curiously. After Lu Su took charge of the medical team, she did not make use of his relationship to request any conditions. However, she managed the medical team well and the soldiers all acknowledged her. This made Qin Wufu very satisfied. Now that Lu Su suddenly requested someone, Qin Wufu was curious as to who she wanted. "An intern doctor," Lu Su said. Qin Wufu found it even more strange. He looked at Lu Su and asked, "The medical team's personnel are all under your jurisdiction. Why are you asking for an intern doctor from me?" With that said, Qin Wufu was enlightened. "You want to recruit new intern doctors. It's not that I don't wish to help you do the recruitment, but there are just too few students studying medicine now. Ever since the dimensional storms, the number of people suffering from illnesses has decreased every year and the number of people who study medicine is decreasing. Furthermore, being a military doctor requires medical skills. Uncle Qin, there's no need to hire a new doctor. I just want an intern at the encampment," Lu Su said. "An intern doctor in the encampment?" Qin Wufu was slightly taken aback. He knew that Lu Su wasn't someone who would cause trouble for nothing. Since she wanted this person, the person definitely existed in the encampment. He's in the encampment but doesn't come under Lu Su's management. Qin Wufu immediately thought of Zhou Wen. He looked at Lu Su with an odd expression and asked, "Don't tell me the person you want is Zhou Wen." "Uncle Qin, you really know him?" "That's right, I just want him. I hope that he can join the medical team as an official member," Lu Su said. Qin Wufu looked at Lu Su and asked, "Why do you want him?" Qin Wufu found it extremely odd. He knew very well that Zhou Wen was only an ordinary college student and he didn't study medicine. He had also randomly filled up the document for Zhou Wen, making him an intern doctor. It was mainly to allow Zhou Wen to enter the encampment and not have to undergo training with the ordinary soldiers. "With him, we can resolve a problem that has been plaguing you all this while, Uncle Qin," Lu Su said calmly. "Oh, what problem?" Qin Wufu looked at Lu Su with piqued interest and asked. "The rashes problem. With Zhou Wen around, our soldiers won't have to be afraid of the blood-colored river or rashes. They can always be on sentry. They don't have to frequently switch shifts and they can fight in the blood-colored river," Lu Su enunciated each word clearly. "What? Are you sure?" Qin Wufu stood up in shock and asked Lu Su. Lu Su was right. This was indeed a problem that had been plaguing him. Due to this problem, the military had lost at least 40% of its combat strength. It also weakened the surveillance on Chess Mountain. In the past, with Yan Zhen around, even though his temper was a little strange, he was able to help him resolve these problems. Although Lu Su had the same excellent medical skills, she could not resolve these strange problems. Qin Wufu was unable to contact the missing Yan Zhen and there wasn't any news from the coroner, so it gave him a headache. Now, Lu Su suddenly said that Zhou Wen could solve the problem of the blood river. It surprised Qin Wufu. He found it unbelievable. The soldiers that Zhou Wen saved were all previously infected with a bout of rashes. After Zhou Wen treated them, their bodies are now immune to the blood river. "This is some experimental data I gathered," Lu Su handed the information she had brought over to Qin Wufu. Chapter 424 Jackass Attack. After Qin Wufu read the information, his expression turned odd. Lu Su said excitedly, "Uncle Qin, with Zhou Wen's ability, our strategy at Chess Mountain won't be so passive." "I'm afraid I can't give this person to you," Qin Wufu said. Lu Su couldn't help but be taken aback and asked in puzzlement, "Why? Uncle Qin, don't you believe me? I can guarantee you that the data is real. Zhou Wen's companion beast's ability can effectively form antibodies. It can make the soldiers immune to the blood in the river. The side effects are also very tiny." "No, Susu, you misunderstood me. I believe in your research and information and know that Zhou Wen might have such abilities. However, I still can't give him to you. Or rather, I don't have the authority to give him to you," Qin Wufu said with a bitter smile. "You are the commander-in-chief of Chess Mountain. How can you not have the power? What background does Zhou Wen have? Could he be sent by the Federation?" Lu Su asked in puzzlement. "No, he should be considered a member of the Sunset Army. However, his identity is a little special," said Qin Wufu. "Regardless of his identity, since he's from the Sunset Army, even if he's the overseer, he has an obligation to protect the lives of soldiers. He has the responsibility to contribute," Lu Su said sternly. "If he was the overseer, that would be easy. Unfortunately, he's not," Qin Wufu said. "Uncle Qin, who is he?" Lu Su could barely hold it in anymore. "His name is Zhou Wen. The man Madame Lan married also has the Zhou surname. What kind of status do you think he has?" Qin Wufu said. Lu Su's eyes widened and she said in surprise, Madame Lan actually found such a young husband. That age gap. What nonsense are you talking about? Madame Lan's husband is Zhou Wen's father. Zhou Wen is still studying at Sunset College and he's a student. He used to study under Wang Mingyuan for a period of time, so the bureau is targeting him and is attempting to bring him back for interrogation. Madame Lan placed him here because she hopes that we can protect him. Now, if I were to get him to treat those soldiers, how would I answer Madame Lan if one of the soldiers comes from the bureau and something happened? Qin Wufu berated. Lu Su was enlightened. I see. However, if that's the case, he should be more willing to help because of Madame Lan, right? Nonsense. I'm saying no. And that's final. We mustn't let anything happen to him. It wasn't that Qin Wufu didn't want Zhou Wen to help. And Sheng had repeatedly exhorted him not to let anything happen to Zhou Wen or interfere with his actions. If anything happened to Zhou Wen, Madame Lan would definitely pursue the matter and even the overseer wouldn't be able to stop her. Qin Wufu knew that Tianzuo was the most filial, so there was no way he would go against his mother. Qin Wufu knew Madame Lan's temper. Even though Madame Lan was usually easy to talk to, if anything were to really touch her bottom line, she would be an unbridled bull that couldn't be stopped. Lu Su wasn't willing to give up despite being rejected by Qin Wufu. She could clearly prevent so many soldiers from dying, so why couldn't they use Zhou Wen? Lu Su felt that Zhou Wen wasn't a foppish scion. From her observation, she found him a very gentle person who was very willing to help others. He didn't have the temperament of a scion. Uncle Qin might say no, but if Zhou Wen is willing, that's a whole other matter. Lu Su decided to convince Zhou Wen herself. After Lu Su left, Qin Wufu looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself, it's such a pity for Zhou Wen. If he hadn't been embroiled in Wang Mingyuan's matter, his future would have been limitless. Now that he's being targeted by the bureau, it's hard to tell if he can live to grow. Lu Su walked out of Qin Wufu's office and headed straight for Zhou Wen's residence. Zhou Wen was reading a book when Lu Su came and informed him of her intentions. Zhou Wen waited for Lu Su to finish before looking at her and saying, Dr. Lu, if it was in the past, I would definitely have agreed to it without question. But I probably can't agree to it now. Lu Su sighed and said, I can understand. After all, you have been targeted by the bureau. If you interact with the soldiers too much, it will give the bureau an opportunity. Zhou Wen shook his head. I'm not worried about my safety. I'm just afraid that the soldiers will be implicated by me. Lu Su didn't say anything else. She felt that Zhou Wen's words were just an excuse. No matter how domineering the bureau was, it was impossible for them to bring men to charge into a military camp and kill them. So how could they endanger ordinary soldiers? Lu Su believed that Zhou Wen was only saying this to save her dignity. However, Lu Su didn't find anything wrong with Zhou Wen's actions. After all, everyone only had one life. It wasn't wrong to cherish their lives. Everyone had the right to protect themselves. Therefore, Lu Su didn't say a word. Although she was somewhat disappointed, she decided to return to try extracting the antibodies from the few soldiers that Zhou Wen had treated. Although doing so would take quite a while, Lu Su had no other choice. Dr. Lu, if there's nothing important, I hope you try not to come to my place in the future. If there is anything, it's better to send me a message. Zhou Wen felt that if Lu Su came over often, she might be implicated as well. A person like Jack was best at using someone's weakness. As long as it could achieve his goal, Zhou Wen believed that Jack would do anything. Don't worry. I won't disturb you again. Lu Su couldn't help but feel completely disappointed when she heard that. After leaving Zhou Wen's dorm, Lu Su was about to return to study the antibodies when she saw a man dressed in an officer's uniform walk over. The officer had his head lowered as he walked, his cap covering most of his face. Lu Su didn't see his face, but when he got closer, the officer looked up. When Lu Su saw the officer, she found him odd. The officer in front of her looked to be in his 30s and his face somewhat pale. There were quite a number of Sunset Army officers in their 30s, but this officer clearly had the looks of someone from the West District. He was very different from the people of the East District. Although the Sunset Army also had officers from the West District, there weren't many. Lu Su ought to know all of them, but she had never seen this officer before. Just as she was about to ask, the officer raised his hand and pressed it against her shoulder. Lu Su wanted to dodge, but her body refused to obey. She immediately stiffened once the hand touched her shoulder. She couldn't move. When she opened her mouth, no sound came out. The officer smiled at Lu Su and asked elegantly, you just came out of Zhou Wen's room, right? Chapter 425, Who Surrounded? Chapter 425, Who has surrounded? Zhou Wen had been wearing the truth listener earring. Although he was still in the room, he immediately discovered a problem. He opened the door and walked out, only to see Jack standing there in the officer's uniform. We meet again. Not bad. You have protected my ingredients well. Jack stared at Zhou Wen's body from head to toe as though he was examining his food. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded when entering a military camp so brazenly? You won't be able to escape like the previous time. Or should I say, is this just another one of your avatars? Zhou Wen also stared at Jack as he sized him up. Jack gave a sinister smile. It's hard to say who's being surrounded. As for this being my main body or my avatar, you can guess. If you're right, I can let you choose how I'll cook you. Zhou Wen silently held the bamboo blade. He didn't want to guess or say any nonsense like release Lu Su. To a person like Jack, those words were meaningless. Life was probably inferior to an ant to him. To Zhou Wen's surprise, Jack pushed Lu Su towards him. Zhou Wen didn't help Lu Su up. Instead, he took a few steps back and allowed Lu Su to stagger to the ground. Lu Su was alarmed, puzzled about Zhou Wen's actions. Why wasn't he willing to even help her? She was just about to stand up when she heard Zhou Wen say, "Sit there and don't move." Lu Su didn't know what Zhou Wen meant, but she knew that the situation wasn't right. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, she sat on the ground and didn't stand up. She had guessed that Jack was likely a member of the Special Inspector Bureau. "Do we call for help?" Lu Su asked Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly as his eyes remained peeled at Jack. Jack laughed. "There's no need to be so nervous. I did plant a life blast on her, but I didn't plan on detonating it. In fact, it's not just her. In the entire camp, everyone except you has been planted with a life blast. As long as I'm willing, I can hold a fireworks party here at any time. Do you want to see it?" When Lu Su heard the words life blast, her body trembled. She clearly knew what the words meant. She also knew why Zhou Wen hadn't helped her up. If Zhou Wen had touched her just now, she might have already exploded. "Zhou Wen, don't bother about me. Inform the deputy governor. We can't let such a person leave no matter what," Lu Su said through gritted teeth. "It looks like you don't believe me." Jack snapped his fingers and they heard continuous explosions in the encampment. Zhou Wen and Lu Su watched as a soldier walked over and exploded. Such explosions rang several times in the other parts of the military camp. Zhou Wen counted silently in his heart and heard a total of 5 explosions. The entire military camp was in disarray. Alarms sounded everywhere. The soldiers were frantically rushing to the locations of the explosions. Lu Su looked at the blood on the ground not far away and was dumbfounded. It wasn't as if she had never seen a dead person. Many people died fighting dimensional creatures, but this was the first time she had seen someone die like this. Furthermore, Jack also said that all the people in the encampment, including her, had been planted with a life blast. Just thinking about how all the soldiers could explode in the same manner, Lu Su felt a chill down her spine and her body involuntarily trembled. Lu Su finally believed what Zhou Wen had said. He wasn't afraid that someone among the soldiers would try to harm him, but that he would implicate them. "How did you do it?" Zhou Wen's expression remained stoic as he asked Jack. He had done his research on life blast. It was similar to his poison dragon palm. It needed physical contact with a living medium to use life blast. Furthermore, the process was more complicated than the poison dragon palm. It wasn't as simple as a tap. Using ants and leaves as a medium was easy, but it wouldn't be that easy to use humans as a medium. Zhou Wen didn't believe that Jack had actually planted a life blast on everyone in the encampment. He felt that Jack was just bluffing. Perhaps only a few people had been planted with life blast. Jack said with a smile, "If it were someone else asking this question, I wouldn't bother answering. But you are different." With that said, Jack extended his hand and a purple cat appeared in front of him. It had short, purple fur and its tail was curled up. However, its eyes were black. Furthermore, its eyes had double pupils that made it look extremely demonic. A mythical hex cat demon. Although it's still at the epic stage and hasn't really advanced to the mythical stage, its abilities are extremely compatible with mine. After obtaining it, I don't have to personally plant a life blast. All I need to do is add life blast to its curses. Everyone that's cursed by it will be automatically planted with life blast, Jack said excitedly. The hex cat demon and his abilities were a perfect match, greatly boosting Jack's abilities. There should be a limit to the curse, right? It's impossible that this cat can curse whoever it wishes. Zhou Wen glanced at the chaotic military camp and continued speaking to Jack. Of course there are restrictions. There is no power without restrictions. Although the hex cat demon is a mythical creature, it also has restrictions. However, this limitation isn't a problem for me. So now, everyone in this military camp, including this woman, has become my bargaining chip. If you don't wish for all of them to turn into fireworks, follow me obediently, Jack said. Why don't you curse me directly? Isn't that more convenient? Zhou Wen asked again. Such a top-notch ingredient naturally can't be tainted at all. Otherwise, it will be a huge waste. Before making you into a delicacy, I won't let you suffer any damage. As Jack spoke, he saw Qin Wufu rushing over with a group of epic officers. With such strange explosions happening at the encampment, Qin Wufu immediately imagined that something had happened to Zhou Wen. If a dimensional creature from Chess Mountain had rushed out, it wouldn't have been completely silent. He could tell at a glance that the technique used was life blast. Governor Qin, don't come over, Zhou Wen said to Qin Wufu. If it was really as Jack had said, everyone would be planted with life blast, Qin Wufu and those epic officers were terrifying bombs. Exploding in epic lifeforms energy wouldn't be at the level of those soldiers. The entire encampment would probably be instantly flattened. Zhou Wen didn't want to be blasted to death. Is he from the Special Inspector Bureau? Qin Wufu stopped and looked at Zhou Wen and Jack, then at Lu Su sitting on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Jack. Although he could only see Jack's back, he was certain that he was from the bureau. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he didn't have the bearing of a soldier at all. Chapter 426 ILL Leave with you. Long time no see, Qin Wufu. Jack turned around and looked at Qin Wufu. Qin Wufu saw Jack's face clearly and was immediately alarmed. Impossible. Jack. How were you released? Qin Wufu had participated in the encirclement operation of Jack. It included many of his comrades in the Federation. Back then, Qin Wufu was still in his prime. Surrounded by a group of epic experts in the Federation, he hunted the psychopath Jack. He hadn't been afraid at all. He only had the zealous ardor of getting rid of a scourge of humanity. However, as the encirclement continued, more and more of his companions were silently killed by Jack. They didn't even meet Jack at all. This made Qin Wufu realize that Jack was a terrifying devil, a cunning fox, a venomous snake, and he had the necessary qualities of all evil people. He was a born devil. On Qin Wufu's back was a scar that stretched across his entire back. It was left behind by the battle. If his life providence hadn't been extraordinary, he probably would have died in that battle. Jack's name caused the faces of some middle-aged soldiers to change drastically. It was the name that their parents often used to scare them when they were young. If they made a mistake, or if they constantly pulled a tantrum, their parents would say that serial killer Jack was coming for them to eat them up. It caused a childhood trauma. Even though they had already advanced to the epic stage, hearing this name made them subconsciously fearful. An epic officer who was about 27 years old had clearly never heard of Jack's name. He might have heard of it before, but he had no deep impression of Jack. After all, Jack had been arrested when he was born. No matter who you are, you can't do as you please, the young epic officer said coldly. He bragged that he was a genius, advancing to the epic stage at the age of 28. He claimed that he wasn't inferior to the geniuses of the 6 families. Unfortunately, he didn't know how terrifying the person in front of him was. He had also underestimated the kind of existence that left a name of devil in the history of the Federation. Jack didn't even look at him and merely snapped his fingers. Boom. The young officer's body exploded and a terrifying shockwave blasted all the nearby buildings. Although the officers reacted quickly, they were too close. Many of the officers were injured from the explosion and the surroundings were in a mess. From now on, all of you, shut up. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Whoever dares to spout nonsense will share the same end, Jack said coldly. A hot-tempered officer was about to rush towards Jack when he was stopped by Qin Wufu. Jack, what are you trying to do? Qin Wufu stared at Jack and asked. I only want him. Jack pointed at Zhou Wen and said, follow me now. If you dare say no, I'll make everyone here turn into fireworks as the pre-celebration before my meal. Zhou Wen, listen to me. Leave this place immediately and let me handle it. Qin Wufu stared at Jack as his body shimmered. An armor appeared on him. The other officers and soldiers also summoned their companion beasts, prepared to fight at any moment. It looks like you still don't understand what's happening. Then I'll let you all sober up, Jack said as he raised his hand to snap his fingers. Jack, wait a moment, Zhou Wen said. Jack stopped and looked at Zhou Wen with interest. Why? Have you thought it through? Zhou Wen nodded and said, I understand. I'll leave with you. Zhou Wen didn't agree to leave with Jack because of Qin Wufu and company. After all, he wasn't afraid of Jack to begin with. Besides, he needed to find Jack's real body to completely eliminate him. Even if he were to attack and kill Jack, he didn't know if this was Jack's second puppet. Zhou Wen, you can't. Leave here immediately, Qin Wufu ordered. Governor Qin, the entire military camp has life blast implanted in them by Jack. As the commander-in-chief of Chess Mountain, do you want everyone to die with me? Zhou Wen only wanted to leave as quickly as possible without wasting any more time. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. If everyone was implanted with a life blast, wouldn't they explode at any moment like the young officer? That's impossible. Life blast needs contact before it can be released. We haven't seen him before, Qin Wufu said with a change in expression. You should have seen it before, right? Jack pointed at the cat at his feet. Everyone looked at the cat and their expressions changed when they saw it. They had indeed seen the cat, but they had just noticed it in passing. However, when they paid attention again, they didn't see it again. They thought they were seeing things. But now, they realized that something was amiss. Furthermore, the self-detonation of the young officer just now disheartened them. Do you want me to prove it to you? Jack said coldly. There's no need. I'll leave with you. Zhou Wen wanted to quickly escape the current situation. He had to find Jack's true body as soon as possible. How could such a dangerous fellow, who stood at odds with him, be allowed to live? This time, he dealt with soldiers who had nothing to do with him. It was hard to guarantee that the next victim wouldn't be his family or friends. Zhou Wen, Qin Wufu looked at Zhou Wen with a strange expression. Governor, please remember your responsibility. The person you need to protect isn't me, Zhou Wen, but the millions of ordinary people behind you. Zhou Wen only wanted to quickly follow Jack. If Qin Wufu were to stop him, he would only become an obstacle. All he could do was say something that pinned Qin Wufu in place so that he wouldn't have the determination to fight to the death. However, when Qin Wufu, Lu Su and the officers and soldiers heard this, it meant something completely different to them. Zhou Wen's image instantly became lofty in their hearts. It was like a saint sacrificing himself to save the citizens. They had no idea that Zhou Wen yearned to stay as far away as possible from them as possible. No one wanted to be with a pile of bombs that could explode at any moment. Let's go. Jack turned around and walked towards the encampment's entrance. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to follow him. Qin Wufu gaped, but he ultimately didn't say anything. All he did was give Zhou Wen a military salute. All the officers and soldiers saluted Zhou Wen and watched him and Jack leave the military camp. Chapter 427 Slaying Jack 1. I've already come out with you. Can you release the life blasts in their bodies? Zhou Wen said to Jack after leaving the encampment. Put this on. Jack handed Zhou Wen a strange chain. What's this? Zhou Wen looked at the item and felt that it resembled shackles, but it was much thinner. It wasn't as simple as simply chaining his limbs. This is the primordial trapping lock that was invented by the Bureau. It's made with primordial gold. After wearing it, it can bind all 26 spots that you might have a sea of energy. When worn, even immortals will not be able to use their primordial energy. I was locked up in one for 28 years, but this is a simplified version. The one I wore was more complicated and inconvenient to obtain. I've requested this from the Bureau to be specially prepared for you, Jack said. Zhou Wen looked at the primordial trapping lock and frowned. What you are doing is equivalent to making me commit suicide. Of course, you can also choose to watch a fireworks bonanza. Jack pointed in the direction of the encampment. All right, I'll wear it. Zhou Wen was actually sneering inwardly while pretending to be placed in a difficult position. This item might be useful on others, sealing their primordial energy C, but Zhou Wen didn't have any primordial energy C. If one insisted on using the concept, his entire body was a primordial energy C. Unless one directly destroyed his body, there was no way one could destroy his primordial energy C. The Lost Immortal Sutra was one of a kind. After receiving the primordial trapping lock, Zhou Wen put it on. It was as though he wasn't wearing it. He saw chains envelop his body. In some special areas there were 26 spots that had metal needles pierce into his body. They targeted 26 spots where primordial energy Cs could be. Even the most top-notch experts in the Federation would no longer be able to use primordial energy after being bound by the primordial trapping lock. Without the circulation of primordial energy, they couldn't use primordial energy arts, nor could they summon companion beasts. Although summoning a companion beast didn't require much primordial energy, not having any made it impossible to activate the tattoo formed by the companion beast. That prevented the summoning of a companion beast. You are very strong, but unfortunately, you are restrained by the so-called morals of the secular world. You are actually foolish enough to sacrifice yourself for others. This is the only place you aren't strong enough. It's also the only thing that disappoints me. I originally imagined that you would be truly inspired by my coercion and abandon those trash to release your true self, finally to truly push your mental and physical body to the limits. I never expected you to be brainwashed by such foolish feudal ethics. It's truly disappointing. Despite seeing Zhou Wen put on the primordial trapping lock, Jack revealed a disappointed expression instead of joy. Isn't this what you want? Zhou Wen looked coldly at Jack. Of course not. I told you before that I wanted to see the moment when your body and mind reached their limits. Only then would you be the best ingredient in the world with no substitute. Unfortunately, your mental state is too terrible. You're extremely stupid. This greatly reduces your deliciousness, Jack said. Zhou Wen wore an amused, yet angered look. He stared at Jack and said, You're such a particular person when it comes to doing evil. Should I say that you're an artist amongst evil people? Or should I say you're a jerk? It doesn't matter. I'm me. My pursuit doesn't need the understanding of others. Jack glanced at Zhou Wen and said, If I were to eat you now, it would be a waste of a delicacy. However, there's no rush. I'll soon push your mind to the limit. What are you trying to do? Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. Do you feel it? Your mind is beginning to stir. Jack looked in the direction of the encampment and continued, Now, I'll get rid of that stupid trash and stop them from being a mental obstacle for you. I'll let you recover your true self. You're a lunatic. Zhou Wen immediately understood that Jack was actually going to kill those people in the encampment to agitate him. I'm just helping you search for your true self. Jack's eyes were burning with zeal. You are a lunatic. Do you want me to become a lunatic like you? Zhou Wen stared at Jack expressionlessly. He wasn't angry, but he was judging if Jack was an avatar or the actual body. If a lunatic can be happy, why not try going crazy? Jack said calmly as he summoned the Hex Cat Demon. You said that you used the Cat Demon's curse to plant a life blast into everyone. It's actually fake, right? Zhou Wen asked. Why do you say that? Jack stopped and asked with interest. According to what I know, curses have all sorts of restrictions. To begin with, a curse requires a medium. And to add life blast via a curse makes it even more difficult. The conditions should be even more stringent. Even the curse powers of a mythical companion beast shouldn't be so powerful that they are able to curse someone without a medium, right? Jack nodded and said, "You're right. It's true that I can't curse everyone. I just cursed something in the camp. Anyone who came into contact with it would be infected by the curse and have life blast planted in them. It shouldn't be that simple. It's impossible to spread such a passive curse so easily and in such a widespread manner," Zhou Wen said with certainty. "Oh, then how do you think I infected them with the curse?" Jack stopped what he was doing and asked Zhou Wen with interest. "You detonated a soldier before and also detonated an officer, so the item must be something touched by the soldiers and officers. Just touching it isn't enough. You need a special ritual or medium to infect them with a curse. Previously, I said that they had all been set up with Life Blast. You showed them the Hex Cat Demon and made them believe that they were cursed by it. In fact, you had already exposed the fact that you didn't curse everyone," Zhou Wen said. "Continue." Jack smiled. "In the camp, there's only one thing that fulfills the conditions mentioned. After much thought, it's the logbook they sign when they hand over their duties. You put the curse on the logbook and all the officers and soldiers who signed it ended up completing the ritual and got infected with the curse. You said that you didn't curse me because you didn't want me to suffer any harm. In fact, it's because I didn't write my name on the logbook, so you can't curse me. You are indeed very smart. You are almost perfect. However, even if your name is on the logbook, I won't let you be tainted by the curse," Jack said. Chapter 428, Slaying Jack 2. From the looks of it, I guessed correctly. You are probably the real body. I never expected you to be so bold to enter the military camp with your real body. If you really detonated everyone, you probably wouldn't be able to escape, right? Zhou Wen praised Jack. You even guessed that. How did you guess that? Jack was somewhat surprised as he asked Zhou Wen. I wasn't sure, but I'm certain now, Zhou Wen said. Jack was taken aback before he laughed. Interesting. You're really interesting. What a pity. A smart person like you actually chose to sacrifice yourself for that trash. However, it's fortunate that you did so. Otherwise, with your abilities and intellect, I wouldn't have been able to capture you. You are right. This is my real body. This is because I wouldn't be able to summon a mythical companion beast without my actual body. Naturally, I wouldn't have been able to complete those means without it. Everyone believes that I'm a despicable person who only hides in the dark. Everyone believes that I won't take risks with my real body, but I just so happen to do so. Furthermore, I came out unscathed. Isn't that very interesting? Jack was somewhat delighted. You are indeed a bold and meticulous devil. If a person like you were to live in this world, I'm afraid many people would be very uneasy. Zhou Wen sighed. Others aren't within my considerations, but you should be happy. Although you will be dead, I won't let off those people who want to capture you. I'll destroy the entire bureau. It can be considered as taking revenge for you in a way, Jack said. I've been poor since I was young, so I grew up with a bad habit. I like to handle my own things by myself and don't really know how to enjoy life or enjoy being served by others. Therefore, it's best I avenge myself, Zhou Wen said. You've put me in a difficult position. I'm starving now, and I wish I could swallow a delicacy like you immediately. I can't wait that long, Jack said as he licked his lips. So, I'll kill you first, Zhou Wen said as he stared at Jack. It's a pity that you've already put on the primordial trapping lock, so you don't have a chance. Jack was clearly very confident in the lock. After all, this was something that had chained him for 28 years. He had tried all possible means without a way of breaking free from the lock's imprisonment. Is that so? Zhou Wen exerted strength as the shackle that bound him instantly shattered, turning into flying shards. Jack's expression changed as he attempted to snap his fingers to kill all the people who had been cursed. He wanted to deal a mental blow to Zhou Wen. However, just as he raised his hand, he saw a flash. It was unbelievably fast as it chopped off his hand. It did not stop as it continued towards Jack's body. As Zhou Wen had been chained by the primordial trapping lock, Jack wasn't prepared at all. He was just too close to Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen was just too fast. There were probably few people who were faster than him at the epic stage, and Jack wasn't as fast as Zhou Wen's blade. Jack suddenly turned into a shadow and escaped, but the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand was even faster. He slashed at the shadow. With a spurt of blood, a tiger-shaped companion beast was sliced into two by Zhou Wen. The tiger-shaped companion beast's corpse and blood exploded suddenly. The strength of the explosion was much more terrifying than the full-powered attack of an epic creature. Clearly, the tiger-shaped companion beast was at the epic stage. Die. Jack dodged to another spot. In his spot, more than 10 epic companion beasts appeared at the same time and were set off by Jack. A terrifying force exploded within a radius of a few hundred meters, forming a huge blast of light that shot into the sky. It could be seen from tens of kilometers away. Inside the encampment, Qin Wufu and the others saw the terrifying blast of light. They felt the ground shake as their expressions turned nasty. Something might have happened to Zhou Wen. Let's go take a look. Qin Wufu immediately led his men in the direction of the explosion. It was in the direction where Jack had taken Zhou Wen. As for the terrifying blast, it wasn't something not at the epic stage could match. Zhou Wen definitely couldn't produce such immense power. Therefore, there was only one possibility left: Jack was unleashing his powers. Lu Su rushed in the direction of the explosion with the rest. She was extremely depressed. She still remembered that she had written Zhou Wen off as being afraid of death when he said that he didn't wish to implicate the soldiers. However, in order to preserve their lives, Zhou Wen chose to leave with a serial killer like Jack. His outcome was obvious. Lu Su knew that there was hell ahead of them. A youth who was still schooling had bravely chosen to walk towards hell for the sake of these soldiers. This made Lu Su feel ashamed and touched. Zhou Wen, don't die. This was Lu Su's heartfelt prayer, as well as the heartfelt pleas of many Chess Mountain soldiers and officers. The moment Zhou Wen left with Jack, Zhou Wen was no longer an ordinary name in their hearts. Jack glared at the spot of the blast. He was extremely conflicted. He didn't wish for Zhou Wen to die just like that. From his point of view, this was a waste of good food. However, at that moment, he really felt that his life was under a serious threat. He had subconsciously used all his strength. Compared to delicacies, his life was more important. Jack stared intently at the spot where the blast had gone off. Although more than 10 epic creatures self-destructed at the same spot and the might was enough to kill any epic creature, Jack was still worried. He couldn't feel at ease without seeing Zhou Wen's corpse. Boom. A figure rushed out from the blast, emitting light and heat into the air. It was like the sun. He held a huge sword in his hand and slashed down from above. The sword beam cleaved down like a wheel of sunlight. The light was unbelievably domineering. Is this fellow a monster? The detonation of more than 10 epic companion beasts failed to kill him? Jack was alarmed, but his eyes burned with zeal. At that moment, he no longer wished to escape. Now the thought of eating Zhou Wen burned even more. It almost devoured him. He extended his hand and the Hex Cat demon transformed into a ring that appeared on his finger. Wearing the ring, Jack didn't escape and instead punched Zhou Wen's sword beam. This was clearly not Jack's style, but Zhou Wen's sword beam still slashed without any hesitation. Crack. Jack's cat demon ring and his arm were severed at the same time. Jack was sent flying, but he wore a crazy smile on his face. Curse of blood. Life change, sanguine light burst out from Jack's body, transforming into blood-colored hex patterns. His life soul, Blood Hex Clown, appeared on Zhou Wen's body and immediately, Zhou Wen's body was enveloped by sanguine light as he fell from the sky. Let's see who has a more hardy life. Jack's long hair flared in the wind. The blood hex on his body rose as he was about to activate his curse. Chapter 429, I have to make them feel the pain. Just as Jack was about to release his curse, a purple beam slashed across his back. Jack's movement froze as his raised hand stopped in midair. A head flew into the air with the splattering blood. Not far behind Jack was a doll-like girl wearing purple armor. She was standing there with a purple copper scabbard in her arms. Thud. Jack's beheaded corpse fell and the ancient sword returned to the sheath in the demonic knee on its arms. However, Zhou Wen didn't dare let his guard down. He continued staring intently at Jack's corpse, afraid that it would turn into a puppet. Thankfully, the thing he was worried about didn't happen. Jack's corpse didn't turn into a doll. Instead, his mysterious phone vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone and saw the dead man tree automatically appear on the screen. He snapped a picture of Jack's corpse with the phone and his corpse and blood vanished. The blood hex clown also transformed into a red stream of light that was sucked into the phone. On the crown of the dead man tree, an additional sprout appeared. When Qin Wufu brought his men over, he saw a huge crater a few hundred meters in diameter. Zhou Wen stood in the huge crater, but there was no sign of Jack. Zhou Wen. Are you alright? Where's Jack? Lu Su asked Zhou Wen in surprise. He probably doesn't exist in this world anymore. Zhou Wen stuffed his phone into his pocket and said casually. Qin Wufu, Lu Su, and the other epic officers were shocked. What Zhou Wen said was very obvious, but they found it unbelievable. However, the reality was right in front of him. Even Qin Wufu found it difficult to produce the results of such an intense battle and explosive strength. In such a battle, there was naturally one survivor. Since Zhou Wen could stand here unharmed, Jack's outcome was self-evident. Lu Su and company were alarmed when they saw Zhou Wen standing in the crater. They found it unbelievable that an infamous, bloodthirsty murderer like Jack would be killed by a college student like Zhou Wen. Even though they didn't know how powerful Jack had been in the past, Jack had barged into the military camp alone and killed so many soldiers and officers while he chatted casually. However, they could do nothing against his ferocious might. They acutely knew how powerful he was, but he had been killed by a student like Zhou Wen. It was truly difficult to accept the truth. After returning to the encampment, Lu Su strongly requested Zhou Wen to have a physical checkup, but she found him completely uninjured. Zhou Wen's deeds became legends in the Chess Mountains encampment. The soldiers discussed his achievements, his bravery, prowess, and excellent medical skills. In Chess Mountains encampment, Zhou Wen became synonymous with omnipotent. He was revered by many soldiers and officers. Even when Qin Wufu reported it to In Tianzuo, he had used the most exaggerated words of praise, causing In Tianzuo's expression to turn odd when he heard the report. Overseer, it's such a waste for such a talent to stay on campus. Please make sure Zhou Wen stays in Chess Mountain. I hope he can become the captain of the special unit. Qin Wufu directly voiced his request through the video call. Do you think that with his age and experience, people will acknowledge him as captain of the Special Operations Unit? And Tianzuo asked. Don't worry, Overseer. I've already asked for their views. Their opinions are unanimous. They accept no one to be their captain but Zhou Wen, Qin Wufu said immediately. And Tianzuo's expression became even odder. He pondered for a moment and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. His surname is Zhou, not In. I'm not in charge of him. Besides, your suggestion might not even be approved by my Empress Dowager. Qin Wufu sighed when he heard that. That's true. Madame Lan probably won't let him take the risk, but it's too wasteful to let such a talent stay in school. As long as he trains for a few more years, he will definitely be able to preside over a region in the future. And Sheng stood by the side in all seriousness, but for some reason, and Tianzuo felt that he was holding back his laughter. Only after Qin Wufu hung up did Tianzuo turn to glare at Sheng. What are you so happy about? Don't you know how many soldiers were killed? Overseer, I'm not laughing, Sheng said solemnly. Fee, does the Bureau really think that ANS are dead? How dare they kill the In family's soldiers inside our military camp? They have to pay for this, said Tianzuo coldly. Overseer, how do you want them to pay? And Sheng's eyes turned cold. It's time to nudge the nail you buried in the Bureau, said Tianzuo. Yes, I understand what I need to do, and Sheng's eyes lit up as he said in excitement. Go ahead. Don't let them wait too long. Also, clamp down the news that Zhou Wen killed Jack. Don't let any news on Chess Mountain spread, said Tianzuo. Even if word gets out, no one will believe that Jack was killed by young Master Wen, right? And Sheng said. Jack naturally wasn't killed by a student, said Tianzuo. And Sheng immediately understood what Tianzuo was getting at. Overseer, don't worry. Jack's death has nothing to do with young Master Wen. He was shot dead by our In family's army. Did I say so? And Tianzuo glared at him. No, Overseer has never said anything about that. However, if others were to think that way, you can't stop them. Anyway, this has nothing to do with young Master Wen, and they won't be able to pin it on him, and Sheng said in all seriousness. It's none of my business whether he's investigated. It's good if a troublesome fellow ends up dying, and Tianzuo said with a snort. Overseer, do you mean to let him stay at Chess Mountain or let him return to school? And Sheng asked. Don't ask me about his matters. Ask the person at home yourself, and Tianzuo said without looking up. With Jack's death, Zhou Wen felt a lot more relaxed. However, his mind didn't stop working. The Bureau had actually used people like Jack to capture him, it was no different from taking his life. Although Zhou Wen's present strength was insufficient to confront the Bureau head-on, wouldn't it mean that they could bully Zhou Wen as they wished if he didn't do anything? Wouldn't they send even more people without any scruples? No, I have to think of a way. I have to let the Bureau feel the pain. Although I can't face the Bureau head-on, I don't necessarily have to fight them head-on. Just like Jack, I might be able to do something. Zhou Wen's mind raced. Zhou Wen didn't like arguing with others, nor did he like to hold grudges with others. He even found quarreling troublesome. However, he had his bottom line and temper as well. Chapter 430 Entering Chess Mountain. Zhou Wen had a limited understanding of the Bureau. He couldn't do anything even if he had the intention. Therefore, he made a phone call to Sheng and asked him for information regarding the Bureau. Young Master Wen, although Jack was very strong, he was locked up for so many years. His strength alone was far inferior to the Bureau's. And Sheng paused before saying, don't worry about this. The In family definitely won't let this matter rest. They will definitely make the Bureau pay for it. We are already taking action. I just want to know more about my enemy. Zhou Wen didn't explain further. That's true. You will definitely have to deal with the Bureau in the future. Indeed, you should have a detailed understanding of them. Why don't you give me some time? I'll organize the information and send you a copy. It won't be appropriate passing some of the materials over the internet, Sheng said. All right. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush. He hadn't thought of what to do either. Did you really kill Jack? Sheng asked curiously as there were no traces of Jack's corpse on the spot. I don't know what to say. In theory, he should be dead, Zhou Wen said. Then does that mean there's still a chance of survival? Sheng asked. You don't have to worry about Jack's problem, Zhou Wen said with certainty. The reason he didn't say that Jack was dead was that he had vanished in this world because the companion eggs produced by the dead man tree were different from ordinary companion eggs. They carried things from their past lives, making them a type of clone. Zhou Wen was still very expectant of the companion beast transformed by Jack. If he could have the ability to produce Life Blast, it would be of great help to Zhou Wen in his future battles. Although he could use spatial trajectories to achieve the effect of a Life Blast, it was much less practical. It wasn't as easy or convenient as Life Blast. Furthermore, Jack was an expert in shadow escape and various curses. The only thing Zhou Wen wasn't sure of was the number of techniques he could retain after Jack transformed into a companion beast. Beep. Beep. A message came through the phone. Zhou Wen took out his phone to take a look and realized that it was a message from the Thirch. I need these things. Buy them for me. A long list followed the message. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that they were all equipment, instruments, and materials related to chemistry. What do you want these things for? Zhou Wen found it odd. He remembered that he hadn't introduced television dramas related to chemistry to the Thirch. For learning. The Thirch's answer was very simple. Learning chemistry. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he asked, have you watched the television dramas I introduced? They're too fake. Too boring. The fake stuff you humans cook up is useless. Only stuff like chemistry and technology is interesting. Hurry up and buy them. I want to see those things before tomorrow's sunset. That's impossible. Many of the things you want need to be purchased in a large city. I can't get them in a small city at all. If I go to a big city, I'll take half a month to return. Zhou Wen was telling the truth. It was possible to buy something like a beaker in a typical small city, but it was impossible to buy those instruments. The Thirch seemed to have learned a lot about the Federation from the internet. She probably knew that Zhou Wen wasn't lying. After some silence, she sent another message. I want you to enter Chess Mountain once. Get something inside. The Thirch, you also know how weak I am. If you let me enter Chess Mountain, won't that kill me? Zhou Wen immediately sent a message rejecting the request. As long as you do as I say, absolutely nothing will happen. If you don't go, I'll make a wish to sever all your limbs, the Thirch said. What do you want me to go in for? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If the Thirch wanted him to enter to break the seal, that would be a huge problem. To take a treasure from inside. With that treasure, in the future, you can pass things to me directly through the treasure. There's no need to run around again. You can save a lot of time, said the Thirch. There's actually such a treasure. What is it? Zhou Wen was delighted when he heard that. From the current situation, the Thirch really needed him to do errands, so it didn't make sense for her to harm him. If he could enter Chess Mountain to take a gander at the situation inside, it would be helpful when he had to clear the Chess Mountain dungeon in the future. Furthermore, there were treasures that he could take. The Thirch said, it's nothing special. It's just a flower. However, that flower is growing inside Chess Mountain. You have to enter the belly of the mountain to take it out. I can't help you take it out. Is it really not dangerous? Zhou Wen was still somewhat hesitant. Chess Mountain is indeed very dangerous, but as long as you follow my instructions, there won't be any danger. Unless you have a death wish and choose not to listen to my orders. The Thirch paused and said, you don't have the right to choose. Show yourself at Chess Mountain in an hour or else. Got it. All limbs severed, right? Zhou Wen added. Although he was unwilling, Zhou Wen still had to go. He had seen the Thirch's strength before. The wish force was too terrifying. Even Truth Listener's evil nullification couldn't resolve the problem. He really had to go. It's indeed bad to take risks. I won't randomly go to unfamiliar dimensional zones in the future. Zhou Wen packed and rushed to Chess Mountain. When he saw the flower again, the Thirch didn't say anything to him. He saw that there was a crack on the mountain wall from where the flower was rooted. It could probably allow someone to squeeze in. Come in. The Thirch's voice came from within the flower. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and crawled into the crack by turning sideways. The crack was narrow, so all Zhou Wen could do was slowly walk sidewards. The further he went in, the darker it became. Soon, it was pitch black. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had Truth Listener, so he knew of the surrounding situation. It wasn't that terrifying. After walking for quite some time, the rift finally opened up. Zhou Wen realized that in front of him was a huge space. Zhou Wen was in the middle of the mountain belly. And at the bottom of it, there was a massive, strange building. Zhou Wen had seen quite a number of ancient architectural maps, but this was the first time he had seen such a building. It had layers that resembled stairs, but they were extremely huge. Each layer was similar to a huge square. At the very top was an ancient building. There was a rainbow-colored treasure halo that surged up into the sky, illuminating the interior of the mountain belly. The seven-colored treasure glow surged up from within the ancient building, but at its foundation, blood-like liquid seeped out. The underground river flowed through the foundation and brought away the blood-like liquid, immediately turning into a blood-colored river. Now, Zhou Wen finally knew why the river outside was blood-colored. It was because of this strange building. Upon closer inspection of the foundation of the building's bleeding, Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. The bottom of the foundation was actually made of countless skulls and bones. It was as if countless skeletons had been poured into cement. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle. Crawl down while keeping close to the mountain wall. Remember, don't ever leave the mountain wall or fly. You have to keep your feet on the ground. The Thirch's voice sounded, but it wasn't a real voice. Instead, it sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Don't tell me that the flower you mentioned is in that ancient building. Zhou Wen whispered as a probe. As expected, the Thirch heard what he said. That's right. After you reach the bottom of the mountain wall, you can swim into the river. Remember not to take the staircase right in front. Swim to the left. There's a hole there. You have to enter from there. There shouldn't be any strange creatures in the river, right? Zhou Wen looked at the blood-colored river beneath the ancient building, feeling a little uneasy. Of course there are. You haven't used that bone flute yet, am I right? When you enter the water, bite the bone flute with your teeth and swim forward. No matter what you see or feel, don't panic or speak. You just have to follow my instructions and swim forward. What else is there to take note of? Can you finish it in one go? Zhou Wen said gloomily. That's all. You can go now, the Thirch said straightforwardly. Zhou Wen took out the bone flute and bit it with his teeth before climbing down. Although the river was blood-colored outside, color was the only thing it had in common. There was no smell of blood. However, things were different inside. The more Zhou Wen crawled down, the stronger the smell of blood. It was almost intolerable. When he reached the bottom, the smell of blood almost made him want to vomit. After taking a look at the river that resembled blood and the skeleton foundation that was bleeding in the distance, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and jumped into the water. He had high poison resistance and had injected himself with Dr. Darkness's poison several times, so he wasn't afraid of being poisoned by the river. Even so, Zhou Wen felt his skin itch after entering the water. Although he had already put on the mutated stone Kai armor, the armor still had some gaps. It couldn't stop the blood like water from seeping in. Thankfully, other than the itch, there was no other reaction. Only then did Zhou Wen feel a lot more at ease. He sped up and swam to the left of the building. As he swam, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something float up from beneath the blood-colored river and approach him. That thing was a massive object. Its entire body seemed to be trembling with some kind of power. Truth Listener could hear its existence, but it was affected by the tremors. It couldn't hear its exact appearance, but it felt humongous. Don't stop, don't speak, continue swimming. Don't panic, unless you want to die. The Thirch's voice sounded in his mind again. At this point, Zhou Wen could only continue swimming forward, but he kept his ears pricked up. He felt that the thing underwater was just beneath him. The thing was unimaginably huge, spanning a probable 100 meters in length. He didn't know what it was. Damn you, flower, don't you harm me. Zhou Wen thought to himself. He felt like the thing was about to touch his body. Furthermore, many things like seaweed or tentacles had already touched his body. Don't stop, continue swimming. Ignore it. The Thirch's voice rang again. Zhou Wen could only listen to her and continue swimming forward, but soon he realized that there were many red things tearing out of the water around him. The things were the thickness of a thumb. They resembled seaweed or tentacles that crawled out from the water occupying the 100-meter-long river. When Zhou Wen's body touched the items, he found it soft and sticky. He had no idea what it was. Continue swimming and don't worry about them. It doesn't matter even if you touch them. The Thirch's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind again. Zhou Wen felt his entire body itch. He knew that it definitely wasn't harmless as the Thirch had said. At the very least, these things were definitely poisonous. It was only because his poison resistance was high enough. If it were someone else, they would have sunk to the bottom of the river long before now. He swam in the red objects with the bone flute in his mouth. This wasn't swimming anymore, he felt like he was crawling on the red objects. Thankfully, other than feeling itchy, the objects didn't attack him. Zhou Wen crawled all the way to the left of the ancient building and crawled a few hundred meters, but he didn't see the hole that the Thirch had mentioned. You're there. About 3 meters down. Dive in from here, the Thirch suddenly said. Holy shit, I definitely won't come again even if I'll get all 5 limbs severed. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and peeled away the red seaweed-like objects. He swam through the blood, which had a smell that made him feel like vomiting. The red objects kept trembling, severely affecting Truth Listener's hearing. Zhou Wen dived through the red seaweed and searched for a while before finally finding the hole that the Thirch had mentioned. The cave was about the same size as a dog hole. Zhou Wen's head was just able to enter, so he barely managed to squeeze in. There was a tunnel behind him that was flooded by the river. Thankfully, the red seaweed wasn't here. Truth Listener could probably hear the situation inside. Don't surface yet. Just swim underwater according to my instructions. You have to be careful now. You have to stick to the stone slab right below. If those things outside discover you, you're dead. Damn it. Zhou Wen had the urge to curse. But since things had come to this point, there was no other way. All he could do was carefully swim forward while keeping close to the stone slabs at the bottom. The tunnel below was connected in all directions. Zhou Wen swam forward according to the Thirch's instructions. At the same time, he remembered the path he had taken, making it easier for his next venture here. He definitely wouldn't come back in person. However, he still could continue exploring in-game. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had learned the 9 Dragons art. His ability to hold his breath underwater was far greater than the average epic expert. If it were an ordinary epic human, not only would the poison in the water prevent them from swimming underwater for so long, but they would probably have already surfaced to catch their breath. Alright, there's a stone staircase up ahead. Just go up with the stone staircase. After swimming for quite some time, he passed through many flooded tunnels. Just as he needed to take a breath, he finally heard the Thirch telling him to leave the water. Zhou Wen rushed out of the water along the stone stairs, gasping heavily for his breath. However, while panting, he couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw the scene in front of him. At the end of the stone steps was a stone platform. On it was a small mound of dimensional crystals that glittered like a mountain of treasure. Chapter 432 Deer Terrace Pavilion. He didn't use his phone to take a picture, but from the terrifying fluctuations emitted by the crystals, he knew that they were definitely not ordinary. Walk around the treasure platform and head behind it. The Thirch's voice rang out in his mind again. Can I take some of the crystals here? If I need to buy anything in the future, I don't have to ask you for money again, Jowen asked as he swallowed. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart race as he faced the mountain of high-level crystals. If you don't want to live, go ahead and take them. If you want to stay alive, stay away from them and don't touch them, the Thirch said. Stingy, Jowen muttered as he circled around the mountain of crystals. When he walked to the back of the crystal pile, he saw a strange creature sprawled on the crystal pile. Its body was curled up as though it was sleeping. The creature was golden in color and looked like a pangolin, but it seemed different. What dimensional creature is that? Jowen asked as he looked at the pangolin sprawled on the crystal pile. Since the Thirch hadn't warned him to be careful, there shouldn't be any danger. In the words of you humans, it's a mythical creature. It's called a wealth conserver. It devours any greedy creature that tries to take its wealth, the Thirch said. Mythical creature. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jowen's expression changed slightly as his voice deepened. As long as you don't touch those crystals, it won't wake up. Why would I talk about it? The Thirch said matter-of-factly. Jowen was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't listened to the Thirch and had greedily taken the crystals, he would have been in big trouble. Behind the treasure platform was a stone staircase. Jowen walked down the stone steps and entered a hall. He saw many strange stone sculptures of various strange beasts in the hall. They were ancient and majestic, but there was nothing special about them. However, they all had different colored eggs in their mouths. Are those our companion eggs? Jowen looked at the 2 rows of stone sculptures on both sides of the hall. Each stone statue contained a companion egg in their mouth. That's right. In your human words, those are mythical companion eggs, said the Thirch. Mythical companion eggs. What kind of place is this? Why are there so many treasures here? Jowen asked in surprise. There were at least 10 stone statues and all of them had mythical companion eggs in their mouths. This made it a little terrifying. Didn't you go to school and learn the history of the East District? The Thirch said in disdain. What does this have to do with me learning history? Jowen asked. Since you've studied history, you should be able to recognize Deer Terrace Pavilion when you see it. This is a unique building in the world, the Thirch said. Deer Terrace Pavilion? The Deer Terrace Pavilion that a tyrant built after expending all his country's resources and oppressing the citizens. Jowen was terrible at history. He only studied to deal with the examinations, but he had also heard of Deer Terrace Pavilion because it was just so famous. Back when the tyrant built Deer Terrace Pavilion using the entire nation's strength, he had hidden countless rare treasures in it. He reveled in eating, drinking, and having fun in it. It was excessive extravagance and debauchery. It even left Jowen somewhat envious. That's right. This is the legendary Deer Terrace Pavilion. However, the effect of the Deer Terrace Pavilion isn't as simple as storing treasures as you humans say. Then what's it for? Jowen asked. The Thirch gave a strange laugh and said, you must have seen the movies and films regarding the Deer Terrace Pavilion, right? One of them talks about a fox demoness that invited immortals to descend to the mortal world to drink and eat at Deer Terrace Pavilion with the tyrant, right? I've seen that, but they weren't actually immortals. They were all manifestations of demons that the demoness invited, Jowen said after some thought. Although the plot isn't very realistic, it's still slightly relevant. The Deer Terrace Pavilion's usage is related to dimensional creatures, so it can also be considered as inviting demons, the Thirch said indifferently. Can I take these companion eggs away? Jowen asked as he stared at the companion eggs. They were all mythical companion eggs. Any one of them could be sold at an astronomical price. Even if he didn't sell them, he could use them himself. What do you think? The Thirch asked. Forget it, I can't take it, Jowen said helplessly. Then why aren't you speeding up? There's a flower pot on the right side of the hall. That's the thing you are here for, the Thirch urged. Jowen followed the location that the Thirch had mentioned and indeed saw a flower pot in the corner. It looked very inconspicuous, a shiny clay pot. There was a flower planted inside. It lazily grew 2 leaves and a flower. The flower looked like a morning glory flower. It drooped listlessly as though it was malnourished and was about to wither. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it away? The Thirch urged again. Jowen had no choice but to pick the flower pot up. He wasn't in a good mood as he could only bring out the flower pot despite seeing so many high-level crystals and mythical companion beasts. The Thirch, it's not easy to make a trip here. Do you have anything else for me to bring out? I don't want to make another trip again, Jowen asked, unwilling to give up. There are dimensional creatures guarding the Deer Terrace Pavilion. If you have the ability, go ahead and take whatever you want. I will not stop you, the Thirch said disdainfully. Upon hearing that, Joe dismissed the thoughts of taking anything else. As he walked back with the flower pot, he asked, "What's the use of this flower?" "Don't underestimate it. This flower has the ability to teleport. In the future, when you buy something and put it in the flower, you can teleport it to me. It's only a fixed-point teleportation device." Joe was immediately disappointed. "You don't have to be disappointed. In the future, if I have something to give you, I can also transfer it to you through it. It's much more convenient than your human phones. It's probably about the same as the quantum transportation device that you humans are researching without any results," the Thirch said after some thought. Joe forced a smile, but he could only hope that he could obtain benefits from the Thirch in the future. Otherwise, this would be a wasted trip. He didn't benefit other than the flower pot. Joe indignantly sized up his surroundings and saw that there was a strange nine-tailed fox's portrait engraved on the wall in front of the hall. He couldn't help but size up the portrait and said, "Is this the legendary true form of the fox demoness?" "That's right. If I were you, I wouldn't continue looking at her," the Thirch said coldly. "Why?" Just as Joe asked, he felt his lost immortal sutra react as its circulation began to slow down. Almost at the same time, Joe saw the nine-tailed fox's eyes emit an evil light. "Aren't you going to close your eyes? Why are you, a human, staring at the demon god catalog for so long? Do you plan on becoming a half-demon?" the Thirch coldly shouted. However, Joe didn't retract his gaze because of the Thirch's admonition. He continued to stare at the nine-tailed fox symbol on the stone wall. The lost immortal sutra in him automatically circulated again. This feeling was too familiar to Joe. He had had the same feeling when learning the small perfection of wisdom sutra and the other primordial energy arts. Joe watched as the nine-tailed fox statue transformed into a strange black tiger. It didn't take long for it to transform into a winged cow. Then, Joe saw the stone statue on the stone wall constantly changing, producing many statues that Joe had never seen or heard before. "Stop looking. It doesn't matter if you're tempting fate, but who will buy my things?" The Thirch was very anxious. Although she could also talk to someone on the internet, it wasn't easy to trick others into coming to Chess Mountain. There was probably no one who dared to come. Even if someone dared to come, there would be troops stationed outside. Outsiders wouldn't be able to get close to Chess Mountain. Taking another step back, even if one could get close to Chess Mountain, it would probably not be easy to find someone who could enter Chess Mountain without dying. After the Thirch went online, she realized that humans were much weaker than she had imagined. Joe was already considered one of the strongest humans. Joe ignored the Thirch and kept staring at the stone wall. The transformation on the stone wall had run through thousands of demon beast symbols. Joe felt that the demon beasts had different charms and auras, but he didn't see anything special. However, the lost immortal sutra kept circulating at an increasingly slower pace. When Joe couldn't remember how many demon beast stone statue symbols he had seen, the lost immortal sutra finally stopped circulating. In the next second, lost immortal sutra circulated crazily. However, the path and mode were completely different from before. It once again became a brand new primordial energy art. This primordial energy art was extremely bizarre, giving Joe a strange feeling. When he circulated the primordial energy art, his flesh trembled as though it was producing a dragon's roar. His tendons and bones roared collectively like wolves and tigers as his hair stood up like a hedgehog's spine. It ended up making him look like a dandelion. Impossible. How can a human gain basic mastery of the demon god catalog's legacy? This is impossible. In her cave, the Thirch's eyes widened in surprise as though she had seen something extremely unbelievable. As Joe circulated the new primordial energy art, he obtained the information that the primordial energy art was called the demon god bloodline catalog. However, Joe had only gained basic mastery of the primordial energy art. He was still far from condensing a life providence. After Joe retracted his gaze and heard the Thirch's voice ringing in his mind. "Strange, why isn't there any demonization when you cultivated the demon god catalog? Are you not a human to begin with? It's just a casual look, how could I become a demon like that, right?" Joe said indifferently. He hadn't really mastered the demon god bloodline catalog. It had just been simulated by the lost immortal sutra, therefore he didn't suffer the harm that the Thirch mentioned. The Thirch didn't say anything else. All she did was urge Joe to leave Deer Terrace Pavilion quickly. Joe put the flower pot into the chaos bead before following the path back. He walked all the way out of Chess Mountain until he emerged from the crack, only to let out a long sigh of relief. "Return and buy everything I need as soon as possible. Then, send them to me through the void flower," the Thirch instructed. After Joe returned to his dorm in camp, he heaved a sigh of relief. He decided not to risk venturing to unknown dimensional zones again. "Should I think of a way to deal with the Thirch's wishes? Otherwise, I'll always be asked to do this and that. It's really troublesome." Joe thought about it but failed to come up with a good solution. In the next few days, Joe went to a nearby city to buy some common chemicals and equipment. He then attempted to teleport the items to her with the void flower. The void flower was really useful. As long as he said "open" to the flower that resembled a morning glory, its flower would form a miniature spatial portal. All he needed to do was throw the items in. The Thirch was temporarily placated, but she urged Joe to hurry to a big city and buy everything she needed. Although Zhou Wen agreed, he wasn't in a rush to return to school. He spent a few more days in the military camp. He let the soldiers get infected with the rashes before injecting them with the poison to give them the antibodies. Without needing to fear the blood river, their combat strength also increased significantly. Now, the officers and soldiers were calling Zhou Wen Dr. Zhou the moment they saw him. They didn't even need to say little. Clearly, they showed him deep respect. However, Zhou Wen wasn't used to it. He clearly didn't know any medical skills, so every time he was addressed as Dr. Zhou by the soldiers, he found it odd. And Sheng's men finally came and brought with them information about the Special Inspector Bureau. Many of them were confidential documents. And Sheng repeatedly exhorted Zhou Wen to immediately destroy them after he had read them. He couldn't let anyone else see them. Zhou Wen carefully studied the thick stack of information, including the detailed explanations of the Bureau's various departments. It had fine details about every department and office. Only after reading it did Zhou Wen realize that the Special Inspector Bureau had a very large range of authority. It was almost the same as the embroidered uniform guard, a secret police that served the emperors in ancient China. However, the information also mentioned many of the Special Investigation Bureau's accolades. Many vile devils had been captured by the Special Investigation Bureau. They had lost many lives in the process. The initial establishment of the Bureau was to target those unscrupulous devils as well as some Federation officials and local rich families who secretly carried out a variety of nefarious deeds. However, as times changed, its power grew without any restrictions. The Bureau also gradually changed. There were a total of 15 branches in the Special Investigation Bureau. They were stationed in 15 important cities in the Federation and were responsible for the intelligence and supervision of the nearby areas. There were a total of 15 ministers that handled a branch like Qiao Xiaoan, and all of them were experts at the epic stage. Furthermore, they had their own strengths, making them incomparable to ordinary epic experts. That was not all. There were even more experts in the headquarters of the Bureau. There was no need to mention Shen Yuki. Although no one had ever seen him attack, everyone who wanted to harm him had disappeared from this world. To date, there had been no known instances of anyone successfully dealing him harm. Back when Jack killed the son of the former Director General of the Special Inspector Bureau, the former Director General nearly went mad and used excessive means to capture Jack. However, due to his anger, he made a few irrational decisions and almost caused the Bureau to be destroyed by Jack. Under orders, Shen Yuki designed a plan to capture Jack and re-establish the authority of the Bureau. At the same time, he also recruited many talents such as Qiao Xiaoan. Apart from Shen Yuki, there were also the 4 censors from the Bureau. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, as there were also some epic experts. After carefully studying the information, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't an easy task for him to touch the Bureau. Small-scale skirmishes didn't affect the Bureau at all, nor would he make them feel pain. Zhou Wen felt that there was no need for a man to waste time on trivial matters, but once he decided on what he wanted to do, he had to be ruthless. He had to strike to kill. If death wasn't possible, he had to drill the pain into their bones and figuratively strike fear into their bones. Zhou Wen found cursing, making harsh threats, smashing things, and face-slapping meaningless. Even if he were to kill 2 of the Special Inspector Bureau's men, even if one was a minister, it would be considered a trivial matter for the Bureau. They could just hire someone else to be the branch minister. Zhou Wen didn't have the strength to storm the headquarters of the Bureau and destroy it yet. Even an arrogant person like Jack had been locked up by the Bureau for 28 years. After he came out, he didn't immediately seek revenge on the Bureau but followed orders to capture Zhou Wen. This proved how terrifying the Bureau was. Zhou Wen studied it for a long time before a piece of news caught his attention. The Special Inspection Bureau was very powerful, but it was different from typical rich families. They were only a department in the Federation and were given a salary by the Federation. Although it was very easy for a department like the Bureau to earn money, Shen Yuki had strictly forbidden corruption. At the moment, there were no cases of any such misdeeds. Zhou Wen really admired Shen Yuki in this aspect. To be able to control such a department to this level was not something anyone could do. However, relying on the Federation's funds alone was clearly insufficient for the Bureau to operate. The Bureau's main income came from 2 sources. One was the sponsorship from various major corporations, and another was a primordial crystal mine. According to the information In Sheng had given him, 60% of the Special Inspector Bureau's income came from this single primordial crystal mine. Zhou Wen was no stranger to the primordial crystal mines. In the Bat Cave, there was quite a lot of primordial crystal ore. As he couldn't take it out, he didn't pay much attention to it. He went to the Bat Cave mainly to hunt poison bats. He hadn't respawned the Instance Dungeon recently, so all the poison bats inside had long been wiped out by him. He hadn't visited the Bat Cave ever since. However, after reading the information on the primordial crystal mine, Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The effects of primordial crystals were similar to primordial gold. They could be used to make primordial crystal weapons, and they could even create laser weapons. That type of lasers had a certain level of lethality to dimensional creatures. The value of the primordial crystal was even higher than that of the primordial gold. However, the primordial crystal deposits were usually not as high as the primordial gold deposits. The few discovered primordial crystal mines only produced a few tons every year. Zhou Wen estimated that the production of a primordial crystal mine for a year was about the same as the primordial crystals in the Bat Cave. The Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine had rich deposits. After digging for several years, the number of primordial crystals produced was still very stable. It would probably not be a problem to mine for another 10 to 20 years. Due to the tight protection of the primordial crystal mine, there was only this little bit of information. There wasn't any specific production or storage information, but it was estimated to be quite substantial. Every time the Bureau needed money, a large number of primordial crystals would be sold. What really piqued Zhou Wen's interest was a footnote. Some earth or stone-type dimensional creatures treated primordial crystal ores as food that could catalyze their evolution. When Zhou Wen saw the footnote, his eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he took out his phone and switched to the Zuolu Instance Dungeon. He quickly arrived at the Poison Bat Cave and looked at the primordial crystal ores that resembled stars. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth. Standing at 3 to 4 meters tall, Tyrant Behemoth was already like a monster. When it saw the primordial crystal ores, its eyes lit up. It let out a roar and charged forward, clawed the stone wall, and bit down. Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw Tyrant Behemoth swallowing the rocks mixed with primordial crystals into his stomach like candy. Tyrant Behemoth had no intention of stopping at all. It bit down on the nearby primordial crystal ores without end. It even chewed and swallowed many rocks. It wasn't picky at all. This fellow is indeed a monster that can eat 1,000 mountains daily. Zhou Wen couldn't help but marvel. Although they were also mythical creatures, banana fairies and truth listener's appetite was much smaller than it. As for demonic neonate, she had never eaten anything since she was born. Tyrant Behemoth was like a drilling machine. Wherever it went, it bit off a wall. He had indeed been starving Tyrant Behemoth recently because he didn't have any dungeons to grind. In order to save food, Zhou Wen waited until it was extremely hungry before giving it some food. During this period, Tyrant Behemoth hadn't even eaten half its fill. Needless to say, it had never been satiated. Now that there was food, it wasn't willing to give up. It ate crazily across the Bat Cave. After half a day, it had devoured all the primordial crystal ores inside. Its stomach ballooned. This fellow. I really can't afford to raise him in the future. If it wasn't for the game dungeon and the primordial crystals in the Bat Cave, Zhou Wen would have the urge to strangle Tyrant Behemoth to death. He had to kill it before it became a glutton prodigal, lest it brought disaster to the world. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw Tyrant Behemoth burping from its satiation. Then, a black glow emitted from its body before it completely enveloped its body. Is it about to evolve into the epic stage? Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed. If he had known that the primordial crystal ores would have such a great effect on Tyrant Behemoth, Zhou Wen would have brought it here a long time ago. What a waste of all those bat caves he grinded in the past. After advancing to the epic stage, should Tyrant Behemoth be able to eat even more? Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with excitement when he thought of the primordial crystal mine that the Bureau owned. Tyrant Behemoth kept evolving. Zhou Wen didn't know when it would finish evolving. However, the bat cave in-game was relatively safe, so he left it there. Zhou Wen continued studying the information regarding the Bureau, especially the parts regarding the primordial crystal mine. The primordial crystal mine wasn't in Holy City or the capital. Instead, it was in a dimensional zone in the wilderness. However, the Bureau had already sealed off the dimensional zone, and one of the 4 major Bureau inspectors, Kai Jin, watched over it with other men. It wouldn't be easy for him to enter the dimensional zone to find the primordial crystal mine. After Zhou Wen did some studying, he realized that there were many people who had their sights on the primordial crystal mine, but none of them succeeded. The main reason was that the dimensional zone itself was very odd. The Bureau greatly relied on this oddity. The average person would die without knowing why as soon as they entered. According to the information, Sheng and company had definitely sent people there. However, the results weren't good. There were many people sent in, but only 2 made it out alive. Not long after the 2 of them came out, they also encountered problems. One of them went mad and the other committed suicide. The only information that the Yin family had on hand was provided by these 2 people. After Zhou Wen read the information, he revealed a look of delight. The place was indeed odd, but he could give it a try. Chapter 435 Stone Saber. Zhou Wen carefully studied the information Sheng had brought over, believing that the power there was likely a curse. As for Truth Listener, it had very strong restraints against curses. However, I still have to verify the actual situation before I can be certain. It's best if I can find a tiny palm symbol and download the dimensional zone into my phone. Zhou Wen didn't plan on immediately heading to the primordial crystal mine. Tyrant Behemoth was still evolving, so it was useless even if he went there. There was no way he could dig the mine himself. Even if he were to enter now, it wouldn't be of much use and he couldn't take too many of the primordial crystals. According to usual practice, Zhou Wen first went to the underground sea. The black dragon now had more than 10 palm imprints. Apart from the palm imprints, other parts of its body also began to produce poison boils that showed some festering. After Zhou Wen descended into the sea, the other 8 black dragons attacked him, but the black dragon was in a stupor. It was as though it had almost lost consciousness from its groggy state. From the looks of it, it should be soon. Zhou Wen was delighted, hoping that something would drop after the black dragon died. After escaping the underground sea, Zhou Wen didn't immediately leave the game. Instead, he observed the sapphire-like sky, but he didn't discover anything. Previously, he had approached it only to suddenly die. There was probably a terrifying creature in the sapphire-like sky, but, to date, he had failed to discover its existence. Just as Zhou Wen was about to exit the game, he suddenly saw a blue light flash across the distant sapphire sky. It was like a signal from an electrocardiogram as it flashed across the sapphire sky. The blue light came and disappeared quickly. He waited for a while, but he didn't see the blue light appear again. I wonder what it is. It should also be a mythical creature, right? Zhou Wen knew that it was useless even if he knew what it was. With his present strength, killing a chained black dragon was already so difficult. He had no chance of killing an unrestrained mythical creature. It was unknown when Tyrant Behemoth, who was in the midst of evolving in the Bat Cave, would complete its evolution. After quitting the game, Zhou Wen received a call from Sheng. Young Master Wen, there's a piece of good news for you. Our plan against the Bureau is about to come to fruition, Sheng said. Zhou Wen was naturally delighted to hear that the Bureau was about to be in trouble, but he wanted to personally send them to hell. Ah Sheng, Jack is dead. I wish to leave Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen said. Of course you can. The Bureau likely doesn't have time to deal with you for now. I'll get someone to take you back to school tomorrow, Sheng said. There's no need. I'll head back myself. Before that, I wish to return to my hometown, Zhou Wen said. That's fine. Even Jack isn't your match, so it's not going to be easy to find someone to protect you now. You can decide on your own. Sheng paused before asking, what are you going back to Guide City for? You don't have any relatives there, right? There are some things at home that I want to bring back. By the way, can you obtain an entry pass to Guide Ancient City? I want to take a look when I'm back, Zhou Wen said. That's easy. Just head there straight away. I'll make a call to arrange it, Sheng said straightforwardly. After hanging up, Zhou Wen packed up his things and went to tell Qin Wufu about his departure. Not only did he want to return to Guide City, but he also had to head to the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine. The reason he wanted to head to Guide City first was that he wanted to see if there was a stone saber in the Furnace on Fire God platform in reality. In-game, the stone saber was just an illusion. He couldn't touch it no matter what, so he wanted to take a look while on the way. Are you really leaving? If you are willing, you can stay here. I'll let you be the captain of the Special Operations Unit and be in charge of those people. I'll be in charge of explaining to the overseer. Qin Wufu wanted Zhou Wen to stay behind. He felt that it was a waste for Zhou Wen to return to school. Overseer, I'm still a student after all. I should still focus on my studies, Zhou Wen said. Fine then. There are indeed some impressive figures in Sunset College, especially Chancellor Leng. Calling him the strongest person beneath the mythical stage isn't an exaggeration. It'll be beneficial for you to learn more from him, Qin Wufu said. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. Then I'll be leaving now. That fast? Qin Wufu was a little surprised. There's no point in staying another night. I still have some matters to do, Zhou Wen said. All right then. However, you have to say farewell to those guys. Otherwise they will definitely eat me up, Qin Wufu said with a smile. After leaving Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen headed straight for Guide City on the mutated Stone Kai. Back when he left Guide City, he was only a mortal stage youth. Now, in less than a year, he had advanced to the epic stage. He was very different from before. When he arrived at Guide Ancient City again, Zhou Wen recalled the matter of him participating in the combat test with Li Xuan. It felt like something that had happened a long time ago. After entering the ancient city, he saw scattered instances of people fighting the skeleton soldiers. Zhou Wen circled around them and headed deeper into the ancient city. Although he had only visited in real life once, he had grinded the game countless times. He was very familiar with Guide Ancient City, so he arrived at Fire God platform quickly. The firebirds on the Fire God platform naturally couldn't hurt Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen walked up the stairs and they flocked towards him. As Zhou Wen circulated the ancient Sovereign Sutra, the firebirds automatically flew back. When he arrived at the top of Fire God platform, it wasn't much different from the game. The layout was identical, except that it was cartoonish in-game. It looked cuter and more ancient in real life. There were flames burning in the modeled stone furnace as well as a stone saber. It looked a little cruder than the one in-game. It was probably handmade. There were pits and natural stone patterns on the blade. Only the edge of the blade looked fine and sharp. This could be considered a partially man-made stone saber. Zhou Wen circulated the ancient Sovereign Sutra and summoned the ancient Sovereign Life Soul to attach it to him before reaching his hand into the stone furnace. The flames in the furnace seemed to sense something as they automatically separated. Without burning Zhou Wen's palm, they revealed the stone saber in the furnace. Zhou Wen held the stone saber with his palm and immediately felt the roughness unique to stone. It was a little cold to the touch. He had clenched it firmly. I gripped it. The stone saber really exists in real life. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Chapter 436 Dante Cry Valley. The moment he gripped the stone saber, Zhou Wen immediately felt an ancient aura emitting from it. It left his mind reeling as he involuntarily clenched the hilt. With a gentle tug, he began to pull out the stone saber. Zhou Wen immediately felt the whole of Guide Ancient City quake. Flames spewed out from the furnace as though countless lives were roaring inside. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly as he immediately pressed the stone saber back. Only then did the terrifying feeling vanish. This stone saber. Don't tell me it's like the jade box on Chess Mountain. It's an item that seals the dimensional zone. Zhou Wen released the stone saber, afraid to touch it. Although he didn't know the consequences of pulling out the stone saber, Zhou Wen chose not to touch it. Only when he got off the Fire God platform did Zhou Wen realize that something was amiss. The skeleton soldiers had been most common in Guide Ancient City, with skeleton generals being in the minority. Now Zhou Wen saw more than 10 skeleton generals nearby. He hadn't seen them when he came in. Clearly, they had just appeared. Indeed, there are effects from my pulling the stone saber. Zhou Wen continued walking out and discovered that there were indeed many skeleton generals. It was already impressive enough to encounter 1 or 2 skeleton generals in Ancient City, but Zhou Wen ended up seeing more than 50 along the way. He had no idea how many he had missed. The appearance of so many skeleton generals delighted the garrison. They were only able to kill skeleton soldiers most of the time, but now there were so many skeleton generals. The increased drop rates naturally excited them. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Based on the present situation, if the dimensional zone seal was removed, the situation would be worse than he imagined. After returning to his old residence and staying the entire night, Zhou Wen set off for the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine the next day. The dimensional zone where the mine was located was named Don't Cry Valley. Legend had it that it was a very beautiful valley with a young couple living in it. The woman planted flowers in the valley while the man went up the mountain to hunt. They led lives like an immortal couple. Once, the man didn't return after heading up the mountain to hunt. The woman waited bitterly for his return, but he did not come back. After that, the nearby villagers continued to hear the sobbing noises coming from the mountain valley. It almost never stopped. Some of the villagers were bold and entered the valley in the day. Then, they realized that the woman had been dead for a long time. Her body had dried up and there was a knife in her abdomen. It looked like she had committed suicide. The villagers buried the woman's body and changed the name of the valley to Don't Cry. They hoped that the woman could rest in peace and stop crying. However, they could still hear the female crying coming from the valley at night. Of course, these were just legends. There was no crying inside Don't Cry Valley, but ever since the dimensional storms, cries sounded from the valley, but it wasn't from that woman. Anyone who entered the valley would involuntarily cry. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't control themselves. If they went too deep, they would die for no reason amidst their crying. The Bureau had clearly grasped the secret of Don't Cry Valley, so they could move about freely without being affected by the mysterious force. However, the other factions had sent quite a number of people to find out the secret of Don't Cry Valley and snatch the primordial crystal mine inside. They returned without any success and many people died. This included the people from the Yin family. Only 2 survived Don't Cry Valley, and it was thanks to them that the Yin family obtained the information. Zhou Wen suspected that the sobbing power was similar to the power of a curse. Truth Listener was effective against curses. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to try entering Don't Cry Valley. If he could really restrain Don't Cry Valley's powers, he would have a chance of entering the primordial crystal mine. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't take the risk to enter. Firstly, Tyrant Behemoth hadn't finished evolving. Secondly, he wanted to find the tiny palm symbol outside. If he could find it, he could give it a try in-game. That would bolster his confidence. In the Yin family of Luang and Tianzuo frowned at Sheng and said, "What do you mean that you lost contact with the brat?" When he went to guide Ancient City, he still remained in contact with me. However, after that, there was zero news. It's been 4 days and there hasn't been any news of him. He hasn't returned to Luang or Guide City. There's no news of him at Chess Mountain either, Sheng said. Then where is he? And Tianzuo asked. And Sheng pondered for a moment before saying, "Overseer, I think he might have gone to the bureau." Nonsense. What can he do in the bureau? Does he really think that he can become an enemy of the bureau just because he killed Jack? And Tianzuo placed the teacup on the table heavily. And Sheng said with a bitter smile, "Young Master Wen might look gentle and mild-tempered as if he doesn't care about anything. However, he's extremely obstinate and unyielding like you. The bureau keeps bullying him, so young Master Wen definitely won't let them off. He asked me for information regarding the bureau before. He must have gone to find trouble with them." What nonsense. Becoming arrogant and conceited just because of a little achievement? He really has an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Does he think he's invincible just by killing a Jack? And Tianzuo said angrily. "Overseer, I don't think young Master Wen is a rash person. I think he has his own ideas and he might really do something," and Sheng said. "What can he do? Let's not talk about Shen Yuki, whom I have to be wary of. However, none of his 4 sensors are weaker than Jack. They are extremely difficult characters. It would be fine if he just wanted to vent his anger and kill a few of the lackeys, but if he really dares to head to the Special Inspector Bureau's headquarters, he will definitely die." And Tianzuo paused before saying, "If he only kills a few lackeys to vent his anger, he would be a stupid pig. Doing something like that won't help him at all." It will only make the bureau target him even more. Young Master Wen isn't a bloodthirsty person. He naturally wouldn't kill someone to vent his anger. And Sheng thought to himself, it's probably you who likes to kill people, right? Humph, who knows what nonsense he will do. Bring him back, said Tianzuo. Overseer, didn't you say that you don't care about him? And Sheng asked. Of course I don't care about him. It's best if he's dead. I'm just afraid that he will be arrested alive by the bureau. Wouldn't that cause the one at home to flip? And Tianzuo glared at Sheng and said, go immediately. No matter what you do, you have to bring him back. Yes, I'll head to the capital immediately, and Sheng replied. Chapter 437 True Blood Demon Dragon. Shen Yuki had been in a bad mood recently. One of the officers in the bureau had betrayed the bureau and stolen many secret files. The secret files contained some of the Special Inspector Bureau's operations, but these operations were held to target certain members of the 6 families. The exposure of these secret files immediately made the bureau become a public target. The bureau was originally the watchdog for the 6 families. For it to attempt to bite its master, the outcome was palpable. Shen Yuki was already in a terrible fix. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the inspector's rank wasn't high enough. The files he had stolen were only a very small part of the collective, and it did not involve any core secrets. Although the file only contained some of the less important members of the 6 families, Shen Yuki was still being questioned and forced to explain to the 6 families. For this, the bureau had also paid a huge price. The Cape family, who Liz was part of, provided huge amounts of financial aid to the bureau every year. In fact, the 6 families gave the Special Inspector Bureau the same amount of funding, but this funding was cut by all 6 families just before the transfer was supposed to be made. Although the excuses used were different, Shen Yuki knew very well that this was just a small warning from them. It wasn't just that. Some of the inspectors who investigated the 6 families had also encountered some problems. Although no one had died, Shen Yuki knew that it wouldn't be so simple if something like this happened again. And Tianzuo, your revenge came really quickly. Shen Yuki had already guessed who had done all this. Apart from Tianzuo, there was no one else. Even Jack had failed. This and family is getting more and more thorny. Just as Shen Yuki was deep in thought about what to do next, he heard a knock on the door. Director General, Northern Ice City has already agreed to our deal. This is the schedule of prices they offered. The secretary handed a document to Shen Yuki. Shen Yuki carefully looked at the schedule of prices and frowned. Why is it 30% more expensive than what we discussed previously? Northern Ice City said that the Aurora pith produced on their side has been decreasing, so they want to increase the prices. This is the lowest price they can accept, the secretary said helplessly. What do they mean by decreasing? It's clear they know that we are urgently in need of Aurora pith. It's just an exorbitant demand. Shen Yuki snorted coldly, but he felt somewhat helpless. He had to obtain the Aurora pith. It was needed for the advancement of mythical companion beasts, so he had to obtain it no matter how expensive it was. After the companion beast advanced, it would be the most powerful trump card in the Bureau's hands. This was a huge matter that couldn't be delayed. However, the Bureau's current financial situation was terrible. They had originally been hoping for the funding from the 6 families, but now that the funding had been cut, it would be difficult for the Bureau to operate normally, much less by the expense of Aurora pith. It looks like we can only use the primordial crystals in the reserves. After much thought, Shen Yuki could only come up with this solution. The quantity of the primordial crystal mine in the Special Investigation Bureau exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Shen Yuki didn't expect such a massive amount of reserves when he first started mining. However, Shen Yuki was not in a hurry to cash out the primordial crystal mine. Every year, he only sold a few tons. As for the large number of primordial crystal ores, they were stored in the warehouse under the mine. If he were to take out all the primordial crystal ores, the future bureau wouldn't have to worry about funding for decades. Of course, Shen Yuki would definitely not let anyone know that the Special Inspector Bureau had such a large sum of wealth. Even the 6 families thought that the primordial crystal mine was only an ordinary mine. Continue discussing with Northern Ice City. Try to lower the price as much as possible. Shen Yuki said to his secretary. Even though he had money, he definitely couldn't waste it. Those primordial crystals would be of great use in the future. Unless it was a last resort, Shen Yuki didn't want to use a single ounce. Yes, Director General, the secretary replied. Shen Yuki picked up the investigation report from Luong and read it for a while. He couldn't help but frown and say, even Jack couldn't bring Zhou Wen back from the Yin family, so who should I send? For a moment, Shen Yuki was unable to think of a good candidate. It was even more difficult to get someone from the uncrowned king of Luong, the Yin family. He had imagined that Jack would be able to resolve this matter, but Jack had failed. Let's think about it carefully again. Shen Yuki had no intention of giving up. Although Jack had failed, Wang Minuon's matter was very important. The 6 families had given him an order that had to be obeyed, so he had to investigate it thoroughly no matter what. Even if he was willing to give up, the 6 families wouldn't. Zhou Wen slumped over a hill's peak as he observed the valley not far away with his binoculars. The valley was the legendary valley, Don't Cry Valley. From the outside, the entrance wasn't very big. It was probably enough for 3 to 4 trucks to pass. There were checkpoints built and patrolling details. However, these weren't key. The patrols were carried out by ordinary inspectors who were only at the legendary stage. It wouldn't be difficult for him to charge into Don't Cry Valley. In fact, many people had rushed in before, but there weren't many who left alive. The Bureau clearly didn't focus the defense on the outside. The primordial crystal mine was likely their core defense. One of the 4 sensors, Kaijin, was likely stationed there. Zhou Wen wasn't too familiar with Kaijin, but the information In Sheng had given him had mentioned this person in detail. He kept a very low profile, the lowest amongst the 4 sensors. There wasn't much information on him other than that he was good with the saber. However, since Shen Yuki was willing to hand over such an important primordial crystal mine to him, he could tell that this person was not simple. Drones flew past from time to time, so Zhou Wen had to hide in the shadows as he continued observing the situation in Don't Cry Valley. The distance is still too far. I can't see if there's a tiny palm symbol there. I have to get closer. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and summoned Truth Listener. He hid in the grass of the peak and let it take a look. Truth Listener was only the size of a finger, a relatively small target that the average person couldn't see. Ordinary radar wouldn't discover its existence. Truth Listener quickly ran through the grass and forests and soon it approached the valley's entrance. Zhou Wen's order was to let it search for the tiny palm symbol. Truth Listener didn't go anywhere near the checkpoint. Under the cover of the grass, it circled around the valley's entrance but failed to discover anything. Since I can't find the tiny palm symbol, I have to go in myself to give it a try. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering how he should enter, his phone vibrated. Taking it out to take a look, he discovered a notification popped up in-game. Killed a mythical creature, True Blood Dragon. Discovered dimensional crystal. True Blood Demon Dragon. What's that? Zhou Wen was first stunned for a second. When he realized what was happening, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly took out his phone and entered the Zuolu battlefield dungeon, controlling the blood-colored avatar to run towards the underground sea. The crystal that the black dragon dropped won't be swallowed by the other black dragons, right? Zhou Wen was slightly worried, but he realized that it was a game, not reality. It was unlikely that the black dragons were that intelligent. He ran to the underground sea and plunged in. Soon, he saw 8 black dragons pulling the war wagon over. One of them was gone. I wonder where the black dragon died. Zhou Wen felt a slight headache, but it was likely nearby. Zhou Wen didn't dare let the blood-colored avatar die. If it died, whatever had dropped would be gone. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to turn around and draw the 8 black dragons out of the water surface. Then, he took them on a merry chase and led them to a spot close to the coast. Only then did he use teleportation to shake them off and circle back from another direction. When Zhou Wen returned to the spot where he had encountered the 8 dragons, he didn't spend much time searching. He saw a treasure glow at the bottom of the sea. He dived over and saw a pearl that looked like a dragon pearl at the bottom of the sea. Inside the pearl was a black dragon's shadow. It was a primordial energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to look carefully when he obtained the primordial energy skill crystal. He first controlled the blood-colored avatar to leave the underground sea in case he ended being chased by the 8 dragons. Now that he didn't have the ability to teleport, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape the 8 dragons if he were to be entangled by them. After returning to the Bat Cave, Zhou Wen carefully sized up the True Blood Demon Dragon's primordial energy skill crystal. True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal, Mythical. Requirement, Strength 40, Poison 21, Constitution Raising Life Providence, Constitution Raising Life Soul. I've already obtained 40 points of strength. Although I don't know why there's a poison stat requirement, it has also reached the requirement. I wonder if the Ancient Sovereign Sutra can be considered as a constitution raising life providence and life soul. Zhou Wen found a secluded cave and prepared to attempt it. He switched his primordial energy art to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra before letting the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul fuse with him. When Zhou Wen attempted to absorb the True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal again, the dragon pearl-like crystal immediately emitted a blinding light. Wisps of black gas seeped out from the crystal and into the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou Wen immediately felt a terrifying force roaring in his body as though it was about to rupture. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. His muscles were expanding and his bones were growing as he grew taller in a short period of time. He was about 2 meters tall. Furthermore, there were scales growing on his body. However, the scales weren't black. Under the reflection of the ancient sovereign body, the scales looked like blood crystals. Zhou Wen felt his entire body ache and the top of his head felt as though it was about to be pierced through. His spine hurt terribly as though a blade was slicing at his flesh. Zhou Wen endured the pain until the crystal's energy completely melted into his body. Only then did he feel a lot better. However, using the phone's selfie camera function to take a look at himself, he realized that he was like a humanoid dragon. Apart from the lack of a dragon's tail, he had grown horns on his head. Dragon fins had also grown on his back. His body was covered in scales too. He didn't look like a person at all. He hurriedly stopped the primordial energy skill he had just acquired. Then, Zhou Wen felt his body deflate like a balloon. He immediately shrank to his original size as the dragon scales and dragon horns vanished from his body. Only then did Zhou Wen heave a sigh of relief. He hurriedly looked at the stats in-game and saw that the game had already popped up a notification: Absorb True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal. Attained Mythical Primordial Energy Skill, Demon Dragon True Body. Although it's a mythical primordial energy skill, this image is a little too odd. Zhou Wen attempted to use the Demon Dragon True Body again and discovered that this mythical primordial energy skill could only be used when he used the inverse Ancient Sovereign Life Soul. He couldn't transform when using other primordial energy arts. After activating the Demon Dragon True Body, Zhou Wen looked at himself through the camera and couldn't recognize that it was him. In the sunlight glow stood a blood-red humanoid dragon. As the light was too strong, he could only see a blood-colored human dragon silhouette. It looked odd no matter how he looked at it. The Demon Dragon True Body lasted for about 10 seconds before Zhou Wen found his primordial energy depleted as he automatically returned to human form. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra doesn't provide unlimited primordial energy. This Demon Dragon True Body can only last for about 10 seconds. I wonder how powerful it is. Zhou Wen didn't dare try it out in reality, so he returned to the game and first grinded some primordial energy crystals to replenish his primordial energy before heading to the underground sea. As he had restarted the game dungeon while grinding primordial energy crystals, he once again encountered 9 black dragons when he arrived at the underground sea. Seeing the 9 black dragons charge at him, Zhou Wen activated his Demon Dragon True Body before charging at the 9 black dragons in the form of a humanoid dragon that emitted terrifying light. About 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen felt as though he had become Superman. His body's strength and speed could actually clash head-on with the black dragon. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He was like a humanoid dragon. 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen returned to his original form. It didn't take long before he was killed by the 9 black dragons. What a pity. If I could use Demon Dragon True Body while in Slaughterer state, I could storm into the Bureau and destroy the Bureau's headquarters, wiping out its existence. Zhou Wen felt full of regret. However, 10 seconds was enough for Zhou Wen to do a lot of things. He just couldn't use any other primordial energy skills in that 10 seconds. If his primordial energy was expended, the Demon Dragon True Body would automatically stop, preventing him from lasting even 10 seconds. It's not that I can't use the Demon Dragon True Body for long. I can just grind some primordial energy crystals in-game. After the Demon Dragon True Body ends, I'll find a place to absorb primordial energy crystals. However, in that case, I'll still need some buffer time. Zhou Wen was quite satisfied with the Demon Dragon True Body. Mythical strength and speed were as true as it got. Even if he didn't use any primordial energy skills, he could easily kill an epic creature with his strength and speed. It's time to make that arrogant flower pay the price. Zhou Wen excitedly opened Chess Mountain's instance dungeon and prepared to teach the flower a lesson. He wanted to find her weakness and never be bullied by her again. As Tyrant Behemoth hadn't successfully evolved, Zhou Wen could only hide in a cave and wait for it to complete its evolution before heading to the Don't Cry Valley. He had nothing else to do other than gaming. Chapter 439 Returning to the Deer Terrace Pavilion. The blood-colored avatar came in front of Chess Mountain's mountain cliff. Zhou Wen had nothing to be afraid of in-game. He straightened his back and summoned Overlord's sword. With one move, he slashed out with the demonic astral wheel that went against the heavens. The blood-red light wheel of light immediately tore out and slashed at the flower on the mountain wall. The flower petal silently fell. The demonic astral wheel immediately shattered the petal upon impact. Zhou Wen wanted to know what tricks the flower had up its sleeve when he suddenly saw the blood-colored avatar collapse to the ground. The game screen also went black. Zhou Wen felt his body turn cold. Thankfully, he hadn't had too much conflict with the Thirch, otherwise he would already be a rotten corpse. How did I die? I only saw a petal drop before dying, Zhou Wen thought to himself. It was obvious that the flower's power of wishes didn't share the same system as curse-related powers, but it could also kill. They clearly kill people the same way, so why wouldn't the power of the wishes be restrained by the evil nullification life soul? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he came in front of Chess Mountain Cliff. Zhou Wen used every attack technique he knew as well as all sorts of companion beasts, but the outcome was the same. As long as the flower dropped a petal, the blood-colored avatar would immediately die. There was no chance of survival. Zhou Wen had also tried letting the demonic Neonate attack with her ancient sword from a distance away, but before the ancient sword arrived, the petals fell and the blood-colored avatar collapsed to the ground once again. The game was over. What kind of crappy flower is this? Does it give 5 others a chance? After Zhou Wen's repeated deaths, he had the urge to smash his phone. No matter how strong the other dimensional creatures were, he could at least see some possibilities. He couldn't kill them now only because he lacked strength. When he had enough strength in the future, he naturally would have the chance to kill them. However, this flower didn't provide him any hope at all. If a petal fell, he would die no matter what. Zhou Wen calmed down and began considering the problem regarding the flower. It's obvious that the flower in the game isn't intelligent, much less capable of interacting with others. It's just a flower without any level of sentience. It will only react automatically when I attack it by dropping a petal. This is completely different from the Thirch I met in real life. Is it the difference between the game and reality? Or is there another reason? Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that the Thirch wasn't as simple as a flower. Perhaps this flower was only a tool the Thirch used to transmit her voice. The Thirch was actually someone else, but Zhou Wen didn't know who or what she was. He entered the game again, and this time, Zhou Wen didn't attack the flower. He attempted to ignore it before climbing up the mountain wall. However, to his surprise, when Zhou Wen didn't attack the flower wouldn't attack him either. It continued growing silently on the mountain wall like an ordinary wildflower. Zhou Wen already had experience climbing Chess Mountain, so he did the same in-game. It had an extremely powerful force that pulled at his body, making it extremely difficult to climb higher. After struggling to reach the peak, he found a stone staircase that led to the top of the mountain just like in reality. There was a huge boulder that looked like a steam bun. There was a snow-white jade box embedded in the center of the boulder. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to touch the jade box, but he failed. His palm passed through the jade box as though it was a phantom, not something real. As expected. This jade box is similar to that stone saber. It suppresses dimensional zones, so it's impossible to touch in-game. It can only be obtained in real life. Although Zhou Wen was greedy, he knew that many people would be killed if a dimensional zone's restrictions were removed. He couldn't take it no matter what. When he descended the mountain, Zhou Wen saw the flower on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Previously, when the Thirch got me to enter Chess Mountain, I didn't go by the mountain pass, but a crack near the flower's roots. Could it be that this flower is the key to entering Chess Mountain? Is this a secret tunnel? But how can I get the flower to open the passage to Chess Mountain for me? I wonder if begging it is useful? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he tried. After all, it didn't take much effort. Little flower, the flower, can you help me open the path to Chess Mountain? Zhou Wen asked the flower. However, the flower didn't react at all. It didn't seem to have any intention of bothering with him. It doesn't work. Zhou Wen thought of using the void flower. Since the two of them were flowers and might even be connected to each other, he decided to shout at the flower in the language that the Thirch had taught him. It meant, open. Rumble. As a flower petal fell, the entire Chess Mountain shook. A mountain rift opened up near the flower's roots. It really works. Then all those earlier deaths were for nothing. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. However, when he thought of the mountain of high-valued crystals and the dozen or so mythical companion eggs in Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen stopped worrying about it. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush in. Everything was the same as when the Thirch led him in. Not long after, he arrived at the Deer Terrace Pavilion in the mountain belly. Zhou Wen still followed the previous method and climbed down the mountain wall before jumping into the river and swimming towards Deer Terrace Pavilion. After swimming for a while, he felt that something huge was approaching the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen was already experienced and didn't bother with it. However, very quickly, the red tentacles or water grass wrapped around him and pulled the blood-colored avatar into the river. Before Zhou Wen could do anything, the game screen went black. Holy shit, what's going on? Zhou Wen felt depressed. He had done everything according to the previous method. However, without the bone flute in-game, there was no way for him to get the blood-colored avatar to bite the bone flute when entering the river. This was probably where the problem was. Since the method doesn't work, I have to force my way in. Zhou Wen had no way of getting the bone flute into the game, so he had no choice but to give up on his previous path. Summoning the stone armor, he held the Overlord sword in his hand. He also wore the Truth Listener earring. With the banana fan in his other hand, he rode the white shadow of poison and flew towards Deer Terrace Pavilion. Before he could get close, he saw a black gas rise up from the ancient building, condensing into the image of a black nine-tailed fox. It rested above the ancient building and its tail, condensed from 9 black gases, was swaying. Its pair of demonic, enchanting eyes were staring at the blood-colored avatar. Chapter 440 Immortal. 2 beams shot out of the fox demon's eyes and arrived in front of the blood-colored avatar in a blink of an eye. They were so unbelievably fast that Zhou Wen wasn't given any time to react. Zhou Wen subconsciously used ghost steps and dodged to the side. However, white shadow of poison didn't react quickly enough. After the beam hit it, it immediately disintegrated and vanished. What terrifying strength! Zhou Wen was alarmed as he saw the fox demon's eyes constantly shoot out beams at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen was best at movement techniques, but under such speedy beams, dodging a few times quickly exhausted him. Desperate, he could only draw his sword and slash it at the fox demon's eyes. However, the beam didn't seem corporeal as Overlord Sword's sword beam pierced through the beam as it illuminated Zhou Wen and the Overlord Sword. Zhou Wen watched the scene of Overlord Sword and the blood-colored avatar being disassembled into points of light before the game screen went black. I'm afraid the fox demon's gaze is about to reach the speed of light. How can it be dodged? Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. No matter how good his movement technique was, it was difficult for him to dodge. From the looks of it, this won't work. I can't take the river path. The sky has the fox demon as an obstacle. I can't afford to provoke any of them. Zhou Wen realized that he couldn't enter Deer Terrace Pavilion. Is there a way to enter? Zhou Wen suddenly recalled how he had looked at the stone wall inside Deer Terrace Pavilion and simulated a primordial energy art known as the Demon God Bloodline Catalog. He wondered if it was of any use. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he entered Chess Mountain again. This time, since they were useless, Zhou Wen didn't hold so many weapons. In fact, he decided not to take anything. All he did was switch his primordial energy art to the demon god bloodline catalog, which he had gained basic mastery, one that didn't even have a life providence. After he was done, Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing to jump into the river. After all, this was a path that he had taken once. If he were to take another path, he didn't know what other problems he would encounter. If the demon god bloodline catalog really worked, he could directly reach the place where the mythical companion eggs were placed. Just like the last time, the blood-colored avatar didn't swim far before strange blood-colored tentacles appeared under the river. However, the blood-colored tentacles didn't pull him into the water. They danced in the water like swaying seaweed. Is the demon god bloodline catalog really useful? Zhou Wen was delighted as he spread apart the tentacles and continued swimming forward. Soon, he arrived beside Deer Terrace Pavilion. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Zhou Wen searched the left side of Deer Terrace Pavilion for quite some time, but he failed to find the hole that he had previously used to enter. No way. That crappy hole isn't in-game. Zhou Wen searched back and forth a few times. There was no mistake about it. There really wasn't a hole there. Left with no choice, Zhou Wen could only swim to the front of Deer Terrace Pavilion and climb up the stone stairs. There were 3 levels to the foundation of Deer Terrace Pavilion. It was like a pyramid. Further up was the ancient building. Previously, Zhou Wen had swum underwater. According to his estimates, after entering, he was probably at the bottom of the foundation. There were no doors to the 3 levels. He could only walk up the stone stairs and reach the ancient building's entrance. While carefully controlling the blood-colored avatar, he nervously walked up the stone stairs. Although he had the demon god bloodline catalog protecting him, it was only at basic mastery. It didn't even have a life providence. When Zhou Wen walked to the foundation at the bottom, he suddenly saw a mist spew out from the platform, transforming into many fairies and immortals that cast their gazes at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. He saw that these fairies and immortals were rather beautiful, but he felt an indescribable seduction. He thought of the demoness in the legend who summoned many demon spirits who could transform their appearances. They disguised themselves as immortals to drink with the tyrant. Although they were only demon spirits, they were all figures in myths and legends. It wasn't impossible for them to have strength at the mythical stage. The fairies and immortals looked at the blood-colored avatar and sized him up before ignoring him. They held alcohol flasks and glasses as they focused on drinking. There were even fairies dancing as they drank. Their dancing styles were tacky. This demon god bloodline catalog is actually so useful. Doesn't that mean that I can freely enter dimensional zones in the future without needing to worry about being attacked? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he didn't stop walking. He continued walking up the stairs. When he arrived at the 2nd floor of the Foundation's platform, he saw many fairies and immortals. They were similar to the previous level, they only sized up the blood-colored avatar for a moment before ignoring him. Zhou Wen walked up all the way to the 3rd level's platform, which was also the level where the ancient building was. He saw some more fairies and immortals, but the outcome was the same. No one paid him any attention. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk towards the ancient building's door. The door was open. He looked inside and saw 6 fairies and immortals drinking and enjoying themselves. However, they were different from the ones outside. They sat on both sides of the hall. Each of them had a short table in front of them. On the table were fine wine, fruits, and delicacies. The moment the blood-colored avatar entered the hall, a fairy sitting close to the door looked at him. With just a glance, her expression changed as she shot out a rainbow beam. No good. I've been discovered. Zhou Wen dodged and retreated, but the rainbow beam kept chasing after him like it had a life of its own. It drew an arc in the air like a rainbow. Zhou Wen continuously changed directions and dodged a few times, but he was ultimately caught up by the rainbow beam. Helpless, he could only draw his sword and slash at it. Boom. The Overlord's sword struck ruthlessly. The rainbow-colored beam was actually cleaved apart by the Overlord's sword. However, the blood-colored avatar's body was sent flying as it tumbled down the stone steps. As such, the concealment from before had also lost its effect. The fairies and immortals on the platform charged ferociously at the blood-colored avatar. Realizing that he was exposed, Zhou Wen didn't hide anything. He switched back to the Lost Immortal Sutra and took out his banana fan. He fanned at the charging assailants. Boom. The sky was filled with immortals as they were sent flying by the fan. They either slammed into the wall or fell to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked seriously injured. Some of them directly revealed their true bodies. Most of them were foxes, nightcats, pheasants, etc. So these guys aren't at the mythical stage. Zhou Wen was relieved as he fanned the fake fairies and immortals. After sending them flying everywhere, some died upon hitting Deer Terrace Pavilion. Killed epic creature, ancient tomb fox demon. Discovered dimensional crystal. Killed epic creature, three-eyed cat demon. Discovered dimensional crystal. Killed epic creature, ancient tomb fox demon. Matching the banana fan with Slaughterer's infinite primordial energy, his ability to kill en masse was virtually unparalleled at creatures his level. After fanning a few times, he killed many fake fairies and immortals. Zhou Wen saw the dimensional crystals that dropped and was about to pick them up when he saw a rainbow beam fly down. It was none other than the fairy sitting at the end of the grand hall. Zhou Wen struck out with a grand yin wind at the fairy. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow beam met the grand yin wind, diverting it aside. Zhou Wen immediately knew that the fairy was most likely at the mythical stage. Although the grand yin wind was strong, it wasn't at the mythical stage yet. He would definitely be at a disadvantage against a mythical creature. Zhou Wen turned around and ran down the stairs. The fairy chased after him as she released rainbow beams with both hands. They combined into a single rainbow beam that enveloped the blood-colored avatar like thousands of rays of light. The colorful rays seemed to have a life of their own, so no matter how Zhou Wen dodged, they continued chasing him. The colorful light came from all directions and Zhou Wen had no room to move. He gritted his teeth and switched to the ancient sovereign sutra. At the same time, he used the demon dragon true body to fend off the rainbow beams with his powerful physique. Boom. The rainbow beams landed on Zhou Wen, causing him to feel like he had been struck by hammers. However, the rainbow beams failed to tear through the scales on the blood-colored avatar's body. Instead, they shattered. What an amazing demon dragon true body. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he pounced at the fairy like a beast. The fairy's body phased away, leaving behind after images. At the same time, it constantly emitted rainbow beams from her hands. Although the demon dragon true body wasn't afraid of the rainbow beams, he was repelled every time. He failed to approach her. Seeing that time for his demon dragon true body was running out, Zhou Wen turned and ran downstairs. The fairy chased after him and constantly attacked. However, after Zhou Wen left the third level and returned to the Foundation's second level, she didn't chase after him again and returned to the ancient building. The fake fairies and immortals on the second level charged forward. Although Zhou Wen's time in his demon dragon true body had run out due to having zero primordial energy, he wasn't afraid of them. He switched back to Slaughterer and his primordial energy immediately returned to full. Combining the Overlord sword with Transcendent Flying Immortal, he killed all the fairies and immortals that rushed at him. Zhou Wen realized that no matter how he killed on the second level, the dimensional creatures inside the palace didn't come out. I can't enter the palace, but it's not a bad idea to grind these epic creatures. Zhou Wen summoned the baby tiger and killed all the fairies and immortals on the second and first levels. A few dimensional crystals dropped, along with one primordial energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen didn't head back up to the third level. He couldn't even deal with a single demoness. There were 5 of them inside, so it was useless even if he went up. Could the Thirch be one of the 6 demons in the hall? Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen hid in the cave and kept grinding. Although the demons who pretended to be fairies and immortals at Deer Terrace Pavilion weren't very capable, the dimensional crystals they dropped weren't bad. High-valued dimensional crystals would often drop, so Zhou Wen took the opportunity to raise his various stats. Tyrant Behemoth has succeeded in evolving to the epic stage. After 2 days of grinding, Zhou Wen suddenly saw a notification appear in-game. He couldn't help but feel delighted. It's finally done. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the companion beast column. Among the epic companion beasts there was indeed Tyrant Behemoth. In the game, he summoned Tyrant Behemoth and saw a majestic black monster appear on the game screen. He couldn't tell how big it was in-game, but when he compared to the blood-colored avatar, he realized that the blood-colored avatar was only the size of its palm. This fellow was like a small mountain. I wonder how much this fellow will eat in the future. Can I really afford it? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Looking at the Tyrant Behemoth's stats, Zhou Wen immediately threw away his worries. Tyrant Behemoth, epic, evolvable. Life Providence, extreme strength. Life Soul, Violence Crown. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Primordial Energy, 41. Talent skill, Mountain Consuming. Companion form, Boxing Glove. It's finally at the epic stage. It's time to begin operations. Zhou Wen switched off his phone and walked out of the cave. He sneaked in the direction of Don't Cry Valley in the darkness. Unfortunately, Jack's companion egg hadn't grown. Otherwise, with Jack's shadow escape ability, he would have been able to enter Don't Cry Valley without a sound. Now, Zhou Wen had to force his way in. Thankfully, the Bureau didn't place its key defenses here. It wasn't difficult to charge in. The mysterious force in Don't Cry Valley that made people cry was the best defensive barrier. Zhou Wen wore the mutated Stone Kai armor and wrapped his entire body inside. Without even showing his face, he switched to his God-Fiend Life Providence and charged at a checkpoint. The personnel from the Bureau saw a figure fly over. Before they could react, it flashed past the checkpoint and disappeared into Don't Cry Valley. They almost thought they were seeing things. I think something rushed in, right? One of the inspectors looked at another inspector and asked with uncertainty. It seems so. I didn't see it clearly. Another inspector wasn't too sure either. Should we report it? Let's take a look at the surveillance cameras. The two of them checked the surveillance footage and slowed down many times before they saw a person wearing stone armor rush into Don't Cry Valley. Quickly report to the censor. The two quickly sent people into Don't Cry Valley to report to Kaijin. After Zhou Wen rushed into the valley, the truth listener earring on his ear began to heat up. At the same time, a surge of primordial energy surged into his body, delighting him. This meant that the truth listener earring had shown its effects. Don't Cry Valley wasn't a dangerous land for him. He scanned his surroundings before flying in a certain direction. As no one reached the primordial crystal mine alive, Zhou Wen didn't know its exact location. All he could do was search the valley. In the large valley, there were bamboo forests everywhere. After the wind blew through the bamboo forest, there was a rustling sound. It sounded very strange. Although it didn't look big from the outside, the valley's space became huge after it had become a dimensional zone. In the endless bamboo forest, Zhou Wen rapidly moved in search of the possible location of the primordial crystal mine. The deeper he ventured into the valley, the more primordial energy surged into his eyes. Clearly, the mysterious force was gradually strengthening. However, to the truth listener earring, the mysterious force became beneficial, allowing Zhou Wen to replenish his primordial energy even when he used other primordial energy arts. Chapter 442 Tunneling. The interference in Don't Cry Valley prevented all kinds of equipment from working normally. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about cameras here, but he still needed to pay attention to things like companion beasts. Some people like to use worms, mosquitoes, and other companion beasts for reconnaissance purposes, making them harder to defend against than electronic equipment. This was because few people would notice them, so they were especially useful in dimensional zones. Zhou Wen used the truth listener earring to pay attention to every movement around him to ensure that any dimensional creatures could be discovered the moment they appeared. Suddenly, Zhou Wen sensed the existence of a dimensional creature. It was a green bamboo viper. It was sprawled on a bamboo joint, sharing the same color as the bamboo leaves, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover its existence. However, the truth listener earring had discovered its existence from afar. Zhou Wen didn't know if the bamboo viper was a native dimensional creature of Don't Cry Valley or it was manually placed there. Regardless of which one it was, Zhou Wen didn't plan on alerting it. He circled around it and continued deeper into the bamboo forest without letting it discover him. Zhou Wen found quite a number of dimensional creatures along the way. He circled around them without alerting any of them. He hoped that he was heading in the right direction. As he walked forward, more and more dimensional creatures appeared. There were bamboo vipers, mantises that resembled withered leaves, and a frog hiding in the fallen leaves. These companion beasts weren't very powerful, but they were distributed very regularly. It was difficult for one to dodge their line of sight no matter where one went. Zhou Wen wasted a lot of time to circle around these dimensional creatures. After passing through the bamboo forest, he saw a building resembling a blockhouse erected on the mountain wall. It was obvious that the building was man-made. It was highly likely to be the entrance to the primordial crystal mine. However, there was only one entrance without any windows. It was completely sealed. If one wanted to rush in, one had to break open the door and clash with the people from the bureau. This was the economic lifeline of the bureau. It had one of the 4 sensors, Kai Jin, guarding it. According to Insheng, Kai Jin was as strong as Jack. With the help of other epic experts and with them having the terrain advantage, Zhou Wen didn't think it was a good idea to forcefully barge in. After observing the surrounding terrain, Zhou Wen infiltrated from another side of the canyon and found a low depression. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth. The epic Tyrant Behemoth was more than 10 meters tall. It was like a small black mountain. In reality, it felt majestic and terrifying when he looked at it. He felt like it could pierce through a mountain with a single punch. Tyrant, can you dig diagonally down in that direction? Be careful not to make too much noise. Zhou Wen pointed in the direction of the mine. Tyrant Behemoth could devour extremely hard primordial crystal ores, so it shouldn't be a problem for it to deal with ordinary rocks. Tyrant Behemoth took action after hearing the order. It lowered its head to the ground, and the 2 horns on its head spun like a huge drill, tearing open a huge hole. Zhou Wen saw mud splatter and hurriedly crawled in behind Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth was like a super drilling vehicle that violently drilled through rocks and kept proceeding underground. As there was nowhere to dispose of the rock and mud, the back of the tunnel was quickly blocked, just leaving a space slightly bigger than Tyrant Behemoth. The place Zhou Wen had chosen was still more than 1,000 meters from the entrance to the mine. He was originally worried that Tyrant Behemoth would take too long to enter, but he had clearly underestimated Tyrant Behemoth's strength. This was a fellow who was known to be able to eat 1,000 mountains every day. Although it hadn't advanced to the mythical stage and couldn't eat a mountain, it wasn't difficult for it to dig a hole. After following Tyrant Behemoth for more than an hour, Zhou Wen guessed that he should have arrived at a stop under the mine, but he hadn't seen any primordial crystal ores appear. Strange, why haven't I seen any primordial crystal ores? Logically speaking, if there's a mine here, I should be able to see primordial crystal ores nearby. Why aren't there any? Zhou Wen found it odd. Crack. As he was thinking, he heard the sound of rocks cracking above him. He looked over and saw that there were several cracks above the tunnel that Tyrant Behemoth had dug open. There was faint light passing through the cracks. But for some reason, Tyrant Behemoth didn't advance further. It looked up at the cracks. Could it be that Tyrant Behemoth went too deep down and missed the mining area? Zhou Wen made Tyrant Behemoth stop. He stood on Tyrant Behemoth's body and leaned close to the crack to take a look inside. There was light inside, but all he could see was the ceiling. Using Truth Listener's ability, a huge warehouse appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. Rows of metal chests were placed inside. The entire warehouse was around 1,000 square meters. There were plenty of metal chests in there. This place. Could it be their warehouse to store the primordial crystal ores? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he carefully observed using Truth Listener's powers. He soon discovered that there were quite a number of mini companion beasts hidden in the warehouse. One of them, a cricket-like companion beast, was staring at the crack as though it had sensed something. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't alarm them otherwise, Kaijin and the other inspectors would immediately be alarmed. After some thought, he summoned some blood threadworms. These blood threadworms were obtained from the Zuolu battlefield. They were finer than hair. It was very difficult to notice a few of them with the naked eye. He let the blood threadworm crawl into the warehouse and carefully approach the companion beast in the warehouse before letting them burrow into their bodies. The companion beasts were ordered by their owners to remain motionless. This made it easier for Zhou Wen to take action. The blood threadworms crawled into their bodies and immediately affected their nerves. Although they wouldn't immediately die, they fell into a state of dementia. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen got Tyrant Behemoth to drill a huge hole into the warehouse. The man and pet crawled inside. Zhou Wen raised his hand and chopped open a metal chest's lock. He lifted the lid and immediately, a blinding light emitted from the box. All the boxes were filled with primordial crystals. Holy shit, aren't there thousands of metal chests in this warehouse? If the items inside are all primordial crystals. Zhou Wen didn't dare imagine what would happen. As for Tyrant Behemoth, he was already salivating at the box of primordial energy crystals that Zhou Wen had opened. Eat. Let loose and eat. Eat however much you can. Zhou Wen ordered Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth let out a roar and swallowed the chest of primordial crystals that Zhou Wen had opened with a single mouthful. After chewing a few times, it swallowed it. It wasn't afraid of indigestion. The Tyrant Behemoth didn't even look. It opened its mouth and bit down on the metal chests one by one, then chewed them to pieces. Its crushing bite was simply too astonishing. It ate metal and primordial crystal was like it was eating jelly beans. Zhou Wen didn't idle either. He opened the boxes and saw that they were filled with primordial energy crystals. He directly put them into his chaos bead, throwing chest after chest in. These were all worth money. Zhou Wen was used to being poor, so he had never seen so many valuables before. He just kept moving them into his chaos bead. It wasn't that he had never seen anything good, but all the good things were in-game. He couldn't take them out no matter how good they were. These primordial crystals were good stuff that could be used in the real world. He could also sell them for a good price. He didn't have to waste time grinding for any companion eggs or primordial energy skill crystals. Now that he had money, he could buy them directly. Previously, Zhou Wen didn't know that there were so many primordial crystals stored here. He imagined that he would need to get Tyrant Behemoth to dig for ores, but to his surprise, the bureau had already dug them out and placed them there in chests. If he had known this would happen, Zhou Wen would have come long ago. Why would he need to wait for Tyrant Behemoth to evolve? He could have emptied the area alone. Tyrant Behemoth ate one chest after another while Zhou Wen moved chests into his chaos space. Both of them were busy at work. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a famous saying from a great person: the people of labor are the most glorious. Zhou Wen didn't know how many chests he had stored in the chaos bead. In any case, apart from the ones he had moved into the chaos bead, the remaining were devoured by Tyrant Behemoth. He didn't know what its stomach was made of, but after eating nearly 1,000 boxes of primordial crystals, its stomach didn't even swell up at all. Seeing Tyrant Behemoth looking at him longingly, Zhou Wen subconsciously tightened his grip on his chaos bead. Then, he looked at Tyrant Behemoth and said, "This is a primordial crystal mine. There must be many more unmined deposits of primordial crystal ores outside. Let's head out and eat the ones outside. You can eat as much as you want." Tyrant Behemoth seemed to understand what Zhou Wen was getting at. His eyes were as bright as light bulbs. With a roar, he slammed his head against the ground. No matter how excited you are, you shouldn't be hitting your head. Foodies really lack brains, Zhou Wen thought. However, to his surprise, Tyrant Behemoth crashed into the ground of the warehouse. The horns on his head spun, opening a huge hole in the rock before burrowing down. Zhou Wen hurriedly followed it. Tyrant Behemoth drilled for some time before it suddenly widened its mouth. It began to directly bite down on the rocks. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the surrounding rocks had already shown signs of primordial crystal ores. They looked like sparkling stars. Zhou Wen had never seen Tyrant Behemoth use the mountain-consuming skill in combat. Now he had truly witnessed it for himself. The skill wasn't used for fighting, but for eating. Tyrant Behemoth's mouth was like a black hole as it swallowed the rocks mixed with the primordial crystal ores. It was like a miniature black hole. Zhou Wen was already satisfied with obtaining so many primordial crystals, so he allowed Tyrant Behemoth to devour the primordial crystal ores. Shen Yuki was currently in Kaijin's office. The primordial crystal mine was the economic lifeline of the bureau. Shen Yuki had told Kaijin that no one could take a piece of the primordial crystals from here without him being here in person. In order to purchase the Aurora Pith, he had to use some of the primordial crystals in the reserves. It just scratched the surface of the reserves, so Shen Yuki was not worried about any future financial problems. With the primordial crystal mine backing him, even if he couldn't obtain any funding for 10 years, the bureau could still lead a comfortable life. Furthermore, the 6 families definitely wouldn't stop funding the bureau next year. After all, many descendants of the 6 families were working there. Even if he didn't want their money, they would definitely give it to him in the future. Kaijin, it's been hard on you to guard the primordial crystal mine for all these years. Shen Yuki had always thought highly of Kaijin. Although he wasn't the most powerful of the four censors, he was the most reliable one. He was meticulous and had been guarding the primordial crystal mine for so many years without any mistakes. He was very cautious and professional. Director General, you're too polite. This is simply my job, Kaijin said in neither a supercilious nor obsequious manner. He knew Shen Yuki's temper. If he acted overly proud and arrogant, it would probably earn Shen Yuki's displeasure. Yes. Wait for another 2 years and the position of Deputy Director General will be open. I plan to recommend you to take over the position, Shen Yuki said. Thank you for your grooming. Kaijin was truly happy. The four censors were very famous, but in fact they were working under Shen Yuki. However, becoming the Deputy Director General was different. That put him in the ranks of having actual authority. Just as Shen Yuki was about to say something, an inspector suddenly knocked on the door and entered. He reported, "Sir, there's news from the guards at the canyon entrance that someone has infiltrated Don't Cry Valley." Do you know who it is? Kaijin's expression didn't change much. Over the years, various factions had sent many people to try to pry into the situation of the primordial crystal mine, but all of them failed. He had seen such situations aplenty. I don't know. That person was too fast and they weren't able to see him clearly. However, the surveillance camera captured the person. They printed the photo and brought it here. As he spoke, the inspector handed a few photos to Kaijin. After Kaijin received them, he directly handed them to Shen Yuki with both hands. With Shen Yuki around, he naturally had to let him see them first. Shen Yuki looked at the photos and saw that the person was covered in stone-like armor. He couldn't see his face clearly at all. However, the stone armor looked a little familiar to him, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Kaijin, what's your take? Shen Yuki pushed the photo in front of Kaijin. He still trusted him immensely. After taking a look at the picture, Kaijin couldn't tell who the person was, but he didn't panic either. He said with a smile, I've planted a lot of companion beasts in the bamboo forest. Those companion beasts were dimensional creatures that dropped in Don't Cry Valley. They aren't influenced by its mysterious powers. They are also difficult for the average person to notice. Even if someone discovers a few, it'd be impossible to find all 300 of them. As long as a companion beast discovers them, I'll sense them and be able to confirm his location. Now, none of the companion beasts have reacted, it means that the person hasn't gone deep into the bamboo forest. Or should I say, he might have already died under the mysterious forces of Don't Cry Valley. Shen Yuki was very satisfied with Kaijin's answer, but he still said calmly, what if the enemy can pass through the bamboo forest and reach the mine? Don't worry, Director General. The mine also has many stone-type companion beasts planted. They aren't easily discovered. Needless to say, in the warehouse, the companion beasts that are planted there were personally selected by me. They have extremely powerful concealment and reconnaissance abilities. Furthermore, their spots are adjusted every week to prevent any problems from arising, said Kaijin. Good. Shen Yuki was very satisfied with Kaijin's answer. The most important aspect when working for the Bureau was to be meticulous. If any oversight were to happen, even a small problem might result in a chain reaction that would cause great trouble. Just by looking at Kaijin's layout of the mine cave, he knew that this person was very meticulous. He was, indeed, of good caliber. Endure another 2 years. Then in 2 years, we'll conquer the world together, Shen Yuki patted Kaijin on the shoulder and said. Kaijin respectfully said, your humble servant is willing to follow you for life, Director General. Hey. Shen Yuki did not comment. Instead, he smiled and patted Kaijin on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's go to the warehouse to get some primordial crystals. The purchase of the Aurora Pith is very important, so we have to use the reserves. Kaijin led the way, and as they walked he asked, Director General, can the Aurora Pith really advance the Holy Light Angel to the mythical stage? Shen Yuki nodded and said, those experts have already verified it many times. As long as there's sufficient Aurora Pith, there's an 80% chance that the Holy Light Angel can advance to the mythical stage. It will be great if it succeeds. Our bureau will have an additional trump card. We will no longer need to take into account the whims and wants of those families, said Kaijin. Don't speak nonsense. Our bureau is a subordinate organization under the Senate. We naturally have to obey orders from our superiors. Besides, it's only a mythical companion beast. Do you really think that it can compete with them? Shen Yuki said indifferently. I apologize for my words, but they're ultimately words of hope, said Kaijin. The primordial crystal mine is our only hope. With it, we can exchange crystals for the resources we need. In the future, we will have a chance to nurture mythical companion beasts. Watch it carefully. This is our lifeblood, Shen Yuki said seriously. Don't worry, we will prevail with the mine in existence. Kaijin issued a military order. Just as Shen Yuki was about to say something, he saw an inspector running over in a panic. What are you so flustered about? What did I teach you? Kaijin frowned and reprimanded the inspector. Shen Yuki hated people who were so flustered when they encountered something. Usually, Kaijin didn't see his subordinates being so crude. However, he had shown his fluster with Shen Yuki around. Wouldn't that make Shen Yuki think that he was incompetent at handling his subordinates? The inspector did not calm down because of Kai Jin's reprimand. He continued speaking in a panic. Sir, something happened in the mine. What happened? Kai Jin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling that something bad had happened precisely when Shen Yuki was here. The lower levels of the mine have collapsed. The mine below is blocked. Our men can't head down. We don't know what's going on below. The inspector gave a summary of the situation. A large-scale collapse. Kai Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a collapse, it wouldn't be a serious problem. At most, he could just spend some time digging it out. Get the men to fortify the mine before digging out the collapsed area to see what's going on, Kai Jin instructed. Kai Jin made the necessary arrangements before turning around to speak to Shen Yuki. Director General, let's head to the warehouse first. Shen Yuki nodded and continued walking towards the warehouse with Kai Jin. He was quite satisfied with Kai Jin's way of handling things. The unexpected always happened and there was no lack of accidents. As long as he had the ability to handle it, it was fine. Very quickly, the two of them passed through many checkpoints and arrived outside the warehouse. The door could only be opened when both Kai Jin and Shen Yuki were around. Director General, after you. Kai Jin opened the door and gestured for him to enter. However, before Shen Yuki could enter, his gaze landed on the warehouse and his expression immediately changed. Kai Jin, what's going on? Demanded Shen Yuki with an extremely livid expression. He glared at Kai Jin with a ferocious gaze. What do you mean? Kai Jin looked into the warehouse and was stunned. The warehouse was originally full of rows of metal chests, but none of them could be seen. The huge warehouse was empty except for two huge holes on the ground. Director General. I really don't know what's going on. The companion beasts that are planted here are still there. Why wasn't there any reaction? I even saw them through the observation hole yesterday. The primordial crystals were all here, Kai Jin stammered. He knew that he was in big trouble. These primordial crystals could be said to be the entire assets of the Special Inspector Bureau. Now that more than 1,000 chests of primordial crystals were gone. That was a serious fault. Shen Yuki wore a sullen expression and didn't say anything. His figure moved like a shadow as he entered the warehouse and stepped into one of the holes. A sword beam shot out from his finger, splitting apart the rubble in the hole as he rushed deep inside. Kai Jin reacted and followed after him. When he caught up with Shen Yuki, the scene in front of him left him stunned. The massive underground primordial crystal mine had a huge space dug out by something. It was as if the mountain had been emptied out. Only a few rocks supported the upper layer while the other primordial crystal ores were gone. This area was obviously an area that had been explored by them. It was the area with the largest deposits. No. Impossible, seeing that the top floor was collapsing and how rocks kept falling from above, Kai Jin was dumbfounded. Such a massive endeavor would take at least a year to complete even if he were to poach epic experts to be miners. However, if someone really went all out to dig for such a long time, it was impossible for him not to have noticed anything. Director General. I really don't know anything. Kai Jin felt his entire body turn cold. This was a terrible disaster. He didn't know how Shen Yuki would deal with him. Shen Yuki ignored him as he stared intently at the collapsing underground hole. After a while, Shen Yuki suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he trembled. Director General, Kai Jin became alarmed. He hurriedly went forward to support Shen Yuki. At that moment, Zhou Wen had long left Don't Cry Valley. He originally wanted Tyrant Behemoth to eat more and leave the primordial crystal mine with nothing. However, to his surprise, Tyrant Behemoth showed signs of evolving as he ate. Zhou Wen was afraid that it would evolve in the mine and, since he could dig, he would be trapped when the time came. All he could do was get Tyrant Behemoth to dig him out again. Not long after he entered the bamboo forest, Tyrant Behemoth began evolving. It had eaten too many primordial crystals and its body constantly emitted crystalline light, turning it into a companion egg state once again. Chapter 445. Not that much. Overseer, this matter is a little odd. Although we exposed those documents and dealt a certain blow to the Bureau seems to have gone mad recently. It's like a rabid dog that's biting people everywhere. Their reaction is much worse than we expected, In Sheng said as he read the latest intelligence. And Tianzuo was also looking at the information. He had similar views to In Sheng. It seemed odd that the Bureau had gone to such great lengths. And Sheng was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. And Sheng looked at the caller ID and said to In Tianzuo, the informer I left on campus says that Zhou Wen is back. And Sheng had previously gone to the capital but had failed to find Zhou Wen. He was certain that Zhou Wen hadn't been there, as he had no idea where Zhou Wen had gone. Without any leads, In Sheng had no choice but to return to Luong. And Tianzuo looked at In Sheng without saying a word. And Sheng understood what In Tianzuo was getting at and answered the call. After a while, In Sheng hung up and said to In Tianzuo, Zhou Wen has returned. Should I call him and ask him? That's your business, In Tianzuo said coldly. And Sheng called Zhou Wen. Young Master Wen, where have you been the past few days? Madam has been very worried about you. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, I visited Don't Cry Valley and got some things from there. He had caused too great a stir and Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't hide it. Even if the bureau couldn't figure out that he was the one behind it, In Sheng and company would figure out something in the future. After all, the time he went missing coincided with it. Rather than waiting for them to find out, he might as well say it himself. Don't Cry Valley. Wait. Are you talking about the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine? And Sheng said in surprise. The mineral deposits are a gift from the land. If the Bureau can take it, I should be able to take it too, right? Zhou Wen said with a smile. Did you really enter Don't Cry Valley's primordial crystal mine? How much did you get? And Sheng immediately asked. Not that much. I just took some of the reserves and dug a little more, Zhou Wen said. And Sheng's expression turned odd. Zhou Wen made it sound simple, but the recent crazy actions of the Bureau made In Sheng realize that it wasn't as simple as Zhou Wen had claimed. About how much did you take? And Sheng asked. I'm not too sure of the number. There are probably a few hundred chests. One chest weighs about a ton, Zhou Wen said. And Sheng gaped in disbelief. After a long while, And Sheng came to his senses and exhorted Zhou Wen. Stay on campus and don't go anywhere. Don't touch the primordial crystal ores you have. Don't let anyone know about it. He then hung up. Zhou Wen stole the primordial crystal ores from the Bureau. It's a massive amount, And Sheng said to In Tianzuo. I heard that. And Tianzuo's expression was somewhat odd. Even he found it unbelievable that a person had snatched hundreds of tons of primordial crystal ores from the Bureau. It's no wonder the Special Inspector Bureau has gone mad. A few hundred tons of primordial crystal ores. This isn't about stealing ores, it's about killing the Bureau. Young Master Wen really is gutsy, and he actually did it. It's hard to imagine how he managed to do it alone. It looks like he's growing faster than we expected, And Sheng praised. And Tianzuo wasn't in the mood to bicker with In Sheng as he said with a sigh, go deal with the aftermath and try to find out more from the Special Inspector Bureau to see what's going on. Yes. And Sheng also knew that this wasn't the time to say these words. He had to seize every moment to wipe away the traces that Zhou Wen might have left behind. He couldn't let the Bureau know that it was Zhou Wen who had done it. Half a day later, a piece of information was placed in front of In Tianzuo. After he had finished reading it, his expression became more complicated. And Sheng also wore an odd expression as he looked at In Tianzuo and said, according to the intelligence, Kaijin has already been transferred back. Quite a number of experts from the primordial crystal mine have been transferred back as well. Very few people remain behind. Young Master Wen didn't steal from them. He clearly uprooted the Bureau's finances. And Tianzuo burned the document and threw it into the trash bin. Do what you need to do. Just take it that nothing ever happened. Yes, and Sheng answered solemnly. That punk is really daring. When In Tianzuo was the only one left in the office, he looked at Zhou Wen's information on the computer and muttered to himself with an odd expression. After Zhou Wen returned to school, he took a nap before continuing his grinding. With the demon dragon true body, Zhou Wen could finally attempt to challenge a mythical creature. Although he only had 10 seconds, Zhou Wen no longer died so easily when he went to the temple in the ruins. However, against the mythical creature guarding the temple, Zhou Wen still needed to use some primordial energy skills in addition to the demon dragon true body to prevent himself from being killed. In fact, he didn't last 10 seconds. Although switching to Slaughterer could restore his primordial energy, switching back to the ancient Sovereign Sutra and then using the demon dragon true body required time. This was enough time for the mythical creature to kill the blood-colored avatar. Although he could only last for a few seconds, Zhou Wen finally wasn't slaughtered without any resistance. At least in these few seconds, he could face the mythical creatures head-on, giving him a chance of discovering their weaknesses. Of course, this required repeated deaths. If Zhou Wen wasn't in a hurry to enter the temple to find the former principal, there would be no need for him to be in such a rush. There were two temples, the left and right. The creature in one of the temples resembled a wolf or tiger. It had wings on its backs and it was unbelievably fast. Zhou Wen had to use ghost steps when in demon dragon true body form to keep up with it. He couldn't last long against it. In the other temple, the mythical creature resembled a huge snake that could spew out large amounts of poisonous gas, but its speed was much slower than another mythical creature. Zhou Wen could barely keep up with its speed in the demon dragon true body without using ghost steps, hence, he placed his focus on the snake. Zhou Wen's poison resistance and the augmentation of the demon dragon true body couldn't withstand the snake's terrifying poison. He could clearly sense the symptoms of poisoning. However, he would be killed before the poison could take effect. Therefore, the lethality of the poison didn't matter for now. Apart from the poison, the snake still had several abilities. Some of them were alright, Zhou Wen could at least understand them. As long as he could understand them, he had a chance of cracking them. However, Zhou Wen didn't understand one of the snake's powers. Every time the snake's eyes turned into a mirror, the blood-colored avatar would reflect in its eyes before dying. No matter how fast Zhou Wen's movement technique was, it was impossible for him to be so fast that the snake couldn't see the blood-colored avatar. Therefore, every time the snake used this skill, the blood-colored avatar died. Zhou Wen tried many times, but he failed to figure out what was going on. When he woke up the next morning and had breakfast, Zhou Wen bought some breakfast for Wang Lu. "You're back." Wang Lu opened the door and asked in surprise. "I came back yesterday." Zhou Wen entered and placed the breakfast on the table. "Has the matter been resolved?" Wang Lu asked. "Pretty much." Zhou Wen felt his mood elevate, but he didn't know if the bureau would back down or not. "That's good. Let's settle our scores now. You owe me a lot of breakfast. You need to make it up with lunch." Wang Lu very seriously listed down the number of breakfasts Zhou Wen owed her. After taking Wang Le's breakfast, Zhou Wen went to the Xuanwen Club. "Old Zhou, why are you always going missing? Can't you let me tag along if there's anything interesting happening?" Li Xuan said with a smile. "I got into some trouble, so I went into hiding." "What's so fun about that?" Zhou Wen shrugged his shoulders helplessly. As the two of them spoke, they saw Feng Qian, Ming Xiao, and a girl walk in. Zhou Wen knew Ming Xiao but didn't know why he had come to the Xuanwen Club. He wasn't a member of the Xuanwen Club. However, Zhou Wen still felt a little guilty towards Ming Xiao. After all, he was his student tutor, but he had not done anything since he had come. "Zhou Wen, you're finally back. Are you free now?" Ming Xia's eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Wen. "What's the matter?" Zhou Wen felt that if Ming Xiao had any questions as his student tutor, he should provide some level of help. "I've recently practiced a set of sword techniques. I want you to give me some pointers," Ming Xiao said. Although he had asked Zhou Wen for pointers, Ming Xiao was very confident in his sword techniques. Ever since he saw Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal, Ming Xiao had gained inspiration and had been studying the sword techniques left behind by his father. After repeatedly improving and practicing it with Feng Qian, Ming Xiao felt that his sword techniques were rather perfect. They were in no way inferior to Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal. "All right." Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. Feng Qian was also very interested. He knew that Zhou Wen had already advanced to the epic stage. If it was a life and death battle, Ming Xiao was definitely no match for Zhou Wen. However, sparring was different from a life or death battle. They only fought to determine whose sword technique was better and not one's strength and speed. Therefore, Feng Qian felt that Ming Xiao probably had a chance. During this period of time, he had been training with Ming Xiao. He knew that Ming Xia's sword techniques had improved significantly. Apart from his lacking level, just his sword technique alone was as good as his saber techniques. When Ming Xiao fought Zhou Wen, he could also watch from the side and figure out how much Zhou Wen had improved. Everyone went to the training ground and the two changed into combat uniforms. They held their training swords and faced each other. Tian Zenzhen asked nervously, "Feng Qian, what do you think of Ming Xia's chances of winning?" Ming Xia's sword techniques had improved significantly, but Tian Zenzhen had a nagging feeling that they were too simple. It was unlike Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal, which was domineering and magnificent. "I don't know." Feng Qian shook his head. If it were the sword techniques that Zhou Wen had used in the past, and with Zhou Wen's lack of understanding of Ming Xia's sword techniques, Feng Qian felt that Ming Xiao would have a chance of winning. However, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't stop improving while he and Ming Xiao improved. Therefore, Feng Qian couldn't determine the outcome. However, deep down he believed that Zhou Wen would definitely win. However, Feng Qian couldn't say it without any evidence. That goes without saying. No one can beat old Zhou. We just need to see how many strikes Ming Xiao can last under old Zhou. However, Li Xuan was confident about Zhou Wen. "TCH, how would you know if they haven't fought? I think Ming Xiao will definitely win." Tian Zenzhen immediately retorted. "Please guide me." Ming Xiao held the training sword and took on an elegant stance. Then, he sheathed the sword back into the scabbard. "Please." Zhou Wen didn't hold a scabbard. He only held the sword in his hand as he pointed it diagonally to the ground. Ming Xiao's expression didn't change. However, his aura became increasingly calm. He seemed to fuse with the air. If one didn't look at him with their eyes, one wouldn't be able to feel his existence. A sword flash appeared, an extreme movement after extreme stillness. After the practice sword was unsheathed, an earth-shattering strike that was fast and powerful appeared. It looked as if it would tear through the skies and pass through the ninth firmaments. It was unlike Feng Qiuyan's swift saber. Although Feng Qiuyan's swift saber could exceed its limits, it did so with temperance. Particular attention was needed regarding control. However, Ming Xia's sword technique wasn't the same. It was as if he would explode with all the light of his life in this single strike. It squeezed every ounce of his strength. Every cell seemed to unleash all their energy. There was only one survivor. The sword didn't return once it struck. There was no control, no hesitation, and no way out. It was as if he had staked his entire life on this one strike. Although it wasn't brilliant, it had the determination to destroy everything. Even though it was only a single strike, it went all in. It couldn't be controlled, nor was there any need to control it. The sword lived with the person and died with the person. Either the enemy or himself fell. When Li Xuan saw the strike, his expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself, "Is it worth it to stake his life on this strike?" Zhou Wen stared at the earth-shattering strike, but he didn't move his practice sword. He could sense Ming Xia's determination from the sword. "Ah." Tian Zenzan exclaimed in shock when she saw Zhou Wen did not react to it. It may be a special rubber sword that was used for training without any edge or sharpness, even to the point of being curved, but under the augmentation of Ming Zia's sword technique, even a practiced sword could pierce through flesh and blood. Feng Kaiyan's and Li Xuan's expressions changed as well. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhou Wen. He had failed to react. As the sword flew like the wind, the practiced sword in Ming Zia's hand brushed past Zhou Wen's neck, almost touching the skin on his neck, but ultimately, it didn't injure him. Why didn't you fight back? Ming Xiao asked Zhou Wen with a frown. Why should I fight back when you aren't stabbing at me? Zhou Wen said casually. Ever since he had sensed the power of spatial trajectories, he had a keen sense of trajectories. Others might not be able to distinguish the minute difference due to Ming Zia's sword being too fast, but Zhou Wen could see it clearly. That strike wouldn't hurt him at all. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Ming Xiao was stunned. He looked at Zhou Wen in a daze and didn't say a word. After a long while, Ming Zia's eyes gradually became resolute. He slowly retracted the sword that was sitting beside Zhou Wen's neck and sheathed it. He bowed slightly at Zhou Wen and said seriously, Coach, I understand. I won't randomly strike in the future. The sword needs to kill before it's unsheathed. With that said, Ming Xiao turned around and left. Zhou Wen was somewhat taken aback. He didn't know what had gone wrong with Ming Xiao. First, he didn't stab him, and next, he left for no reason. Chapter 447 Continue working hard. Ming Xiao, what's going on? Why are you leaving without fighting? Tian Zenzan chased after him and asked. We're done, Ming Xiao said. Done? How is that possible? Didn't you only stab him once? Why are you done? I understand now. Zhou Wen was unable to dodge your attack, so he lost, right? Tian Zenzan rattled on. Of course not. I lost. Feng Qian is right. Coach is no longer in existence on the same level as us. He could see through my weakness with a single glance and tell me my weakness through actual actions, said Ming Xiao. What weakness? Tian Zenzan didn't understand what Ming Xiao was saying. All she saw was Zhou Wen standing there without doing anything. As it was a sparring match, I deviated a little when I struck. I was afraid that I would really harm him, but coach saw through my hesitation at a glance, so he didn't strike at all, Ming Xiao said. That's normal. Just continue sparring. Why did you admit defeat? Tian Zenzan still didn't understand. Ming Xiao shook his head and said, there's no need to continue. If coach had been an enemy, he would have seen through my hesitation. If he were to strike back then, I would have already been defeated. He didn't attack to tell me that since I've staked my life on this strike, I should be certain that I really want to kill the person before I deliver it. If I'm not even sure myself, then I shouldn't attack. If I have doubts in my heart, I will definitely lose when I strike out. If I can't strike out without any hesitation, I shouldn't draw my sword. But aren't you sparring? Isn't it normal to show mercy? Tian Zenzan asked. This is where coach is better than others. It's obvious that he's telling me that there are no drills in life. The past is the past. There's no chance for a redo. Since I've staked my life on the sword, how can there be any sparring? I have to risk my life when I strike. There's no chance for me to do it again. My sword Dao cultivation is indeed not enough. To think that I actually wanted to spar with coach. In fact, I'd already lost when I had this thought. From today onwards, unless I confirm that I want to kill my enemies, I will definitely not draw my sword again, Ming Xiao said seriously. From the looks of it, coming to Sunset College was right. You've really grown a lot, Tian Zenzan said as she looked at Ming Xiao. Yes, it's my good fortune to be able to meet coach. Unfortunately, we only have 3 months here. I can't learn more from coach. Ming Xiao nodded. Zhou Wen didn't know what Ming Xiao was thinking. He was somewhat puzzled. He originally wanted to see what Ming Zia's sword technique was like, but to his surprise, Ming Xiao ran after stabbing at him. However, Ming Zia's strike was truly stunning. The sword technique of seriously betting everything had a shocking feeling to it. In a battle, only bravery won. Ming Zia's sword technique was the easiest way to win against a strong opponent, but it was also the easiest way to die. What Ming Xiao learned from Zhou Wen was about questioning himself and not striking out. It greatly reduced the chances of him dying. Only then would this lead to Ming Xiao becoming a stunning swordsman in the future. Zhou Wen realized that his strength and speed were stronger than Ming Zia's and his sword techniques weren't inferior to Ming Zia's, but no matter how he attacked, he wasn't as decisive as Ming Xiao. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maximize it. He didn't have that kind of determination. Feng Qian took his saber and said to Zhou Wen, Coach, since we're already here, why don't you spar with me? He didn't use a practice saber because he already had absolute confidence in his saber techniques. No matter how intense the battle was, he wouldn't accidentally injure Zhou Wen. All right. Zhou Wen felt that he had no choice. Feng Qian had requested to spar with him, so he didn't refuse and slashed down with his sword. Zhou Wen hadn't really practiced his sword techniques before. With Transcendent Flying Immortal coupled with his movement techniques, he was basically able to subdue the enemy with one strike. He didn't need that many techniques, one strike was enough. This was actually the same as Ming Zia's. The two of them didn't usually attack with their swords, but when they did, they would use their full strength. However, due to the difference in their personalities, their techniques split into two very different branches. Zhou Wen's movement and sword techniques were so fast that even Feng Qian couldn't keep up with him. All he could do was passively slash his saber to block. Ming Xiao and Tian Zenzhen, who were outside the door, heard the sounds from the training grounds. Knowing that Zhou Wen and company were sparring, they walked in again. Upon seeing the two of them fighting, Tian Zenzhen said in surprise, Feng Qian has been suppressed to the point of only defending. She had never seen Feng Qian use a defensive stance. Feng Qian often sparred with Ming Xiao, so no matter how strong Ming Xiao's sword techniques were, Feng Qian would choose to attack him without losing out. But now, Feng Qian didn't even have the chance to counterattack under Zhou Wen's sword techniques. Ming Xiao watched as he said, Coach's sword techniques are indeed much faster and stronger than mine. Furthermore, he still has more strength he's holding back. It's unlike mine. Once I strike, I use all my strength and am completely unable to control myself. He hasn't used all his strength yet. Tian Zenzhen was alarmed. If he had suppressed Feng Qian to this extent without even using his full strength, how powerful would he be when he used all his strength? Zhou Wen kept using Transcendent Flying Immortal. Although it was only a single move, it created different effects due to the angle of attacks when combined with the variation in movement technique. However, Feng Qian's saber technique was like a turtle's shell, completely impenetrable. Just a sword technique alone couldn't break through his defense. Although he could suppress Feng Qian, he was unable to defeat him. Feng Qian was also suppressed to the point of not having the ability to counterattack. After exchanging more than 100 blows, Zhou Wen felt that he couldn't freely engage in battle as he wished. He found it boring, so he retracted his sword and retreated. It's boring. That's it. It's because I'm not strong enough that coach can't enjoy it. Don't worry, I'll continue working hard, Feng Qian said seriously. Then continue working hard. Zhou Wen placed the sword back on the rack and left the training grounds with Li Xuan. Old Zhou, you've already advanced to the epic stage. What's the point of going to school? Have you considered what you will do after graduation? Li Xuan asked Zhou Wen casually as they walked through campus. Something related to dimensional zones. It's best if it's an easy job. It's best if I can game at work, Zhou Wen said without any thought. You will only be 20 when you graduate, and an epic stage at that. Although not everyone will dare to hire you because of Wang Mingyuan, many people in Luoang will definitely be willing to hire you. Your request isn't a problem, but do you really plan on spending the rest of your life like this? Li Xuan asked as he looked at Zhou Wen calmly. Chapter 448 Missing. I think it's good this way. Why can't I? Zhou Wen wasn't someone who liked to go too far. His greatest goal now was to rescue the former principal and find a safe place to live his life before raising his strength. Even if the dimensional zone's seal failed in the future, he could still protect himself and his friends and family. You definitely know that the occurrences of breakout creatures these days are increasing in frequency. The breakout creatures that appeared in our school previously destroyed the library. There was also the sky spiders that nearly destroyed Luoang City. In the future, this world will only become more and more chaotic. What kind of job can you find to lead a peaceful life? Li Xuan asked. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. When the world turned into a monster amusement park, there wouldn't be jobs that could allow him such an idyllic life. Then what do you want after graduation? Zhou Wen asked Li Xuan. I wish to build a city myself and gather many powerful humans. I want to build an impregnable castle. The city will be filled with my friends and family. I want to be able to protect them, Li Xuan said. If you have such thoughts, you are no different from me, Zhou Wen said with a smile. How is that the same? I'm proactively attacking. You are just passively getting beaten up, Li Xuan said disdainfully as he cast a glance. Alright, let's make an agreement here. You can leave me a room when you build the city so that I have a place to stay, Zhou Wen said. Then you will have to wait. It's impossible to build a city without the standards of a top epic. I haven't even come close to the epic stage. Who knows when I can become a top epic, Li Xuan said with a smile. I believe you will definitely reach it, Zhou Wen said seriously. Alright. That's an agreement. In the future, I'll build a city and leave the best compound for you to comfortably stay in, Li Xuan said heroically. The two of them chatted as they walked. However, most of the time, Zhou Wen listened to Li Xuan voice out his future ideals. As for himself, he didn't seem to have many pursuits. The only time he felt a sense of achievement was when his level increased and his abilities improved. Today is my father's birthday. Why don't you join me? Just treat it as a free meal. It's a waste not to eat it. Li Xuan dragged Zhou Wen out of the school. Although Li Xuan greatly disliked Li Mobai, it wasn't likely he would fall out with him in front of his father. Apart from Li Xuan and Li Mobai, Old Master Li had also adopted many godsons and goddaughters, so the rich and famous in Luoang came to congratulate him. Even in Tianzuo had sent someone to deliver a gift. The Li family was especially lively today. I really don't have to buy a gift. Zhou Wen had been dragged over by Li Xuan. He hadn't bought any gifts and went to the Li family empty-handed. What else are you going to give me? You coming is already giving me face. Now everyone knows that you are Ouyanglan's favorite son. Even in Jing isn't as doted on as you. Li Xuan pointed at the buffet table and said, eat anything you want, drink whatever you want. As long as you don't get drunk and go crazy. That won't happen. I don't drink, Zhou Wen said. I'll take a look over there. Get something to eat first. Call me if there's anything you need, Li Xuan said as he went to the other side. Zhou Wen didn't know anyone, so he didn't need to worry. He took the food and beverages and minded his own business by eating. Zhou Wen, we meet again. Have you considered the matter I told you about previously? Li Mobai walked over and said to Zhou Wen with a smile. Didn't I already give you an answer? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Don't you think about it anymore? Li Mobai asked with a smile. There's no need, Zhou Wen answered with certainty. That's such a pity. Li Mobai shook his head slightly before walking away. After Li Mobai left, Zhou Wen didn't take the matter to heart as he continued eating. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan had agreed that the two of them would return to school after the birthday banquet ended. However, Zhou Wen never saw Li Xuan again. When the banquet was almost over, he didn't see Li Xuan, nor did he pick up his phone. Could something have happened to Li Xuan? Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, with this being the Li family who could touch Li Xuan. Even Li Mobai didn't have the guts to touch Li Xuan in front of old Master Li, right? However, Zhou Wen felt uneasy. He immediately used Truth Listener's earring to search the Li family manor, hoping to find Li Xuan. At this moment, in a secret chamber, Li Xuan woke up groggily. His vision gradually cleared as he realized that he was chained up with some strange metal. His body was bound to a metal chair while Li Mobai was standing in front of him. Li Mobai, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the old man will know that you dared to attack me here? Li Xuan glared fiercely at Li Mobai. I think you're really not fully awake. Do you want me to help you recall how you came here? Li Mobai's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. Didn't you? As Li Xuan spoke, his expression changed. He gradually recalled what had happened before he came. He was supposed to be at a banquet, but Li Weiyang had called him and said that she was at the back door of the Li family residence. As she was an illegitimate daughter, Li Weiyang didn't even have the right to attend the family birthday banquet. When Li Xuan went out to meet her, she said that she had a gift for old Master Li, but since it wasn't convenient for her to give it to him, she asked him to deliver it for her. Li Xuan naturally agreed, but after he received the gift from Li Weiyang, who he wasn't wary of, he fainted and woke up to find himself here. What's wrong with you? Sis Weiyang. Li Mobai, if you dare touch her, I'll kill you. Li Xuan glared at Li Mobai and said fiercely. Li Mobai laughed and pinched Li Xuan's face with one hand. Li Xuan, you're still so stupid. You don't know the dangers of this world. I originally thought you were playing the pig, but from the looks of it, you are really a pig. As he spoke, Li Mobai released Li Xuan and reached out to press the button on the remote control. Then, Li Xuan saw the wall in front of him gradually turn transparent. It turned out that it wasn't a real wall but a mirror. After the motorized curtain lifted, he saw the room opposite. Li Xuan's gaze landed on the room across him and immediately saw Li Weiyang inside. Li Mobai, what are you trying to do? Li Xuan gritted his teeth and asked. Nothing much. After all, you are my brother. Even if you die, you have to understand why. Li Mobai picked up a walkie-talkie and said, Li Weiyang, you did well on this matter. Li Weiyang clearly couldn't see the room. Upon hearing Li Mobai's voice, she immediately looked around in panic. She realized that the sound came from a speaker, and she said agitatedly, I've already done what you asked me to do. Please remove the poisonous goo from my body. Li Mobai glanced at Li Xuan and continued, Li Xuan usually treats you so well, yet you handed him to me. Don't you know what happens when he falls into my hands? Li Xuan had planned on speaking, but he fell silent when he heard Li Mobai's question. He looked through the mirror on the wall at Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang turned pale. I know I let Li Xuan down, but I just want to live. There's nothing I can do. He's your younger brother, Li Mobai said mockingly. There's nothing I can do. I'm just an illegitimate daughter, but he's the third scion of the Li family who's high and mighty. We don't belong to the same world to begin with. He treats me well, but it's just a farce to show to others. It's just pity, charity. Li Xuan's face turned pale when he heard that. He had always treated Li Weiyang as his sister, but he never expected her to say something like that. Although she was saying it with her life under duress, the words were still unacceptable to Li Xuan. Li Mobai didn't say a word. All he did was look at Li Xuan. However, Li Weiyang grew anxious. I've already done what you asked me to do. You said you will remove the poisonous goo from my body. Quickly, remove it. Li Weiyang slammed the table in annoyance, her voice sounding agitated with a hint of pleading. Of course, I will keep my promise. However, you still have to do one last thing for me. After doing this, you can regain your freedom, Li Mobai said. What else do you want me to do? Li Weiyang asked loudly. Li Weiyang, you should know that there's no absolute secret once someone else knows it. If I release you now, one day, you will tell everyone that I killed Li Xuan, Li Mobai said calmly. No. I definitely won't say anything. I won't say anything. You have to believe me. Li Weiyang waved her hand in panic, fear written all over her face. I don't like having my fate controlled by the hands of others. It's easy for me to let you go. You just need to personally kill Li Xuan. That's the only way I can let you go without worries. I don't have to worry about exposing the secret because the first one to die will be you, Li Mobai said. No, no, no. I can't do that. Li Weiyang shook her head as she retreated. Of course, you have the right to choose, but if you don't, I can only let you die here. Only dead people keep secrets, Li Mobai said. You can't do this to me. Li Weiyang's face warped as she appeared conflicted. Ah. Suddenly, Li Weiyang held her stomach as she collapsed to the ground in pain. The poison has already taken effect. You don't have much time left, Li Mobai said expressionlessly. I promise you, Li Weiyang said in pain. Li Xuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning as his expression turned extremely nasty. Sorry, you took too long to agree. I've changed my mind. Dead people are still better at keeping secrets. As Li Mobai spoke, he rubbed the ring on his finger. Li Weiyang immediately spasmed. In just a moment, she rolled her eyes and spat out white foam. She was quickly dying. Stop. She has already agreed to it. Why are you still killing her? Li Xuan shouted. Li Mobai said indifferently, because I never planned on letting her out alive. Only dead people can truly keep secrets. This world is just that cruel. With that said, Li Mobai extended his hand in front of Li Xuan. A strange bug was in his palm. It looked like a centipede, but it had a scorpion's tail. It had 4 transparent wings on its back, and its head looked like that of a cricket. It looked very strange. Do you know what this is? Li Mobai asked with a smile. Seeing Li Xuan stare at him with those blood-red eyes, Li Mobai continued, it's a special companion beast. Its name is life-snatching goo. However, don't worry. It won't really kill you. The life it snatches is your life providence. Then it can transfer it to me and make me have dual life providences. You want my life providence? Since you want my life providence so badly, why don't you cultivate the invincible Kannate divine art yourself? Li Xuan stared blankly at Li Mobai. Li Mobai revealed a strange smile. Because cultivating the invincible Kannate divine art requires one to be a virgin. If I were to cultivate it, the Li family wouldn't have any successors. But you are different. You've cultivated the invincible divine art, and once I snatch your life providence from you, I don't need to maintain my virginity. Although it's not as impressive as cultivating the invincible Kannate divine art personally, it's still enough. Without waiting for Li Xuan to speak, Li Mobai continued, my talent is better than yours and I'm stronger than you. The old man made you cultivate the invincible Kannate divine art because he prepared you for me. Impossible. You are lying, Li Xuan said loudly. I'm lying. Everyone knows that once one cultivates in the invincible Kannate divine art, one can't have descendants. Even the original owner of the invincible Kannate divine art, the Xia family, didn't cultivate it. Yet, the old man made you cultivate it. Do you think this is something a father would do? Li Mobai said with a smile. I was the one who wanted to cultivate in the invincible Kannate divine art. It has nothing to do with the old man, Li Xuan said. Was it really your intention? Do you remember when you were young? Who told you how powerful the invincible Kannate divine art was? How impressive the Xia family's patriarch was? Li Mobai continued with a smile. Ever since you were young, everyone told you that the invincible Kannate divine art was great and awesome. It subtly influenced you into thinking that it was nothing to be a virgin your entire life just to cultivate in such a primordial energy art, right? Li Xuan wanted to retort, but it did seem like this had been the case when he was young. Including the old man, everyone had told him that the invincible Kannate divine art was powerful and invincible. Once he mastered it, he would become a hero of the world. Therefore, from a young age, he felt that cultivating the invincible Kannate divine art was an act of a hero. Now that Li Mobai had pointed it out to him, Li Xuan felt his body turn cold. Impossible. The old man can't do this to me. I'm his son. He can't possibly do this to me, Li Xuan seemed to be trying to convince himself. If you were really his son, of course he wouldn't. Unfortunately, you aren't. You always thought you were his biological son, but that's not the case. You were just a tool that was prepared for me. It's been hard on you. After all these years, your mission is completed, Li Mobai said as he placed the life-snatching goo on Li Xuan's face. The life-snatching goo automatically crawled into Li Xuan's nose. In its wake, Li Xuan felt as though it was slicing his body with a knife. Soon, the pain reached his heart. At the same time, he felt a strange force spread throughout his body. My good brother, thank you for all your years of arduous cultivation. I'll treat your life providence well. When my name becomes famous, your life providence will become famous alongside me. As my younger brother, you should be very happy, right? Li Mobei's finger slid across Li Xuan's forehead, emitting a strange light as though it was stabbing into Li Xuan's head. Bastard. You are a bastard, Li Xuan felt like countless steel needles were stabbing into his head as though they were trying to suck his brain away. Li Xuan struggled with all his might, but the metal chains had a strange effect. They didn't only seal his body, but it also blocked his primordial energy circulation. Don't use profanities. The Li family has raised you for so many years, so you should be grateful. Li Mobai continued, by the way, you still have a very good classmate called Zhou Wen, right? You're quite pitiful too. You can't get close to women, so you ended up liking men. Whatever, I'll kill him with your life providence in the future and get him to accompany you. Li. Xiao. Bai, like the straw that broke the camel's back, Li Xuan's eyes turned blood red. All his primordial energy spewed out like blood flames that burned crazily. His bones and muscles swelled as his hair stood on end. A blood-colored carapace appeared over him, forming a strange armor. 4 transparent blood wings spread out from his back like a supernatural being. On him, a red beam of light condensed, resembling a devil that came from ancient times. It attached itself to Li Xuan. Crack. The metal chain that sealed his body and primordial energy broke inch by inch, no longer capable of binding his body. Li Xiubai, I'm going to kill you. Li Xuan's blood-red eyes stared at Li Mobai, roaring angrily. The blood-red projection around him roared as well, like a devil had possessed him. He didn't even call out Li Mobai's name, directly calling him by his actual name, Li Xiubai. Come on, let me see what capabilities you have to kill me, Li Mobai said as his eyes shimmered with zeal. Die. Li Xuan's eyes burned with killing intent as blood-colored light exploded from his body. The devil behind him roared as he struck Li Mobai with a punch with bloody flames. Boom. The blood-red light exploded in the secret chamber, reducing the entire secret chamber to ruins. 450 Evil King Gu. Li Mobai's eyes widened as he leaned against the cracked wall. Li Xuan's fist brushed past his head, slamming into the wall. The terrifying power caused the metal walls of the chamber to shatter. Everything looked like ruins. Pa. Li Mobai slapped Li Xuan in the face and said in disdain, you're still so cowardly and useless. Even at this stage, you still don't dare kill me. Why did you do so much? Why did you give me your life soul? It's not a life snatching. What you gave me was your life soul, Li Xuan said as he stared at Li Mobai. I still failed. Li Mobai was extremely disappointed as he leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. The luster of his body gradually faded. What do you mean? Li Xuan looked at Li Mobai and asked with gritted teeth. Li Mobai sighed and said, why are you still unable to be heartless even at this stage? Don't tell me you're not angry at all. Even if I were in hell, I wouldn't become a devil. Li Mobai, what were you trying to do? Li Xuan asked again. Li Mobai closed his eyes and said, do you still remember Big Brother? Of course I remember. Why are you mentioning him? Li Xuan asked. Brother was peerless and was far better than both of us. He was no less inferior to Tianzuo of the Yin family. If he had lived to this day, our Li family would definitely be in a better state than we are now. It wouldn't be difficult for us to become true elites, Li Mobai said. He's already been dead for so many years. Is there any point in saying all this now? Li Xuan frowned. Don't you want to know how brother died? Li Mobai opened his eyes and stared at Li Xuan. Wasn't brother killed by a dimensional creature when he went dimensional creature hunting in a dimensional zone? Li Xuan's heart stirred as he vaguely felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Killed by dimensional creatures. That's technically right. Humans are the dirtiest dimensional creatures, Li Mobai mocked. What do you mean? Do you mean that brother was killed by someone? It wasn't an accident? Li Xuan stared at Li Mobai and said. Of course not. Back then, before brother left, he told me that he wanted to go to the Dragon Gate Grotto to hunt fairies and to get a fairy companion egg for me as a birthday present. Li Mobai closed his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. But when he died, he was in Old Dragon Cave. Back then, I had my suspicions about why he was in Old Dragon Cave. He shouldn't have gone there. Brother was a man of his word. Since he agreed to get me a fairy companion egg, he would definitely have gone to the Lotus Flower Cave. He wouldn't leave before getting a fairy companion egg. I didn't dare to tell anyone about this because I was too young and weak back then. I didn't have the ability to do anything, so I could only bury this matter in my heart. I slowly investigated when I grew up and had the powers to do so. Li Mobai continued, in order to make myself stronger, I chose to cultivate the Evil Gu Sutra. It gave me the power to control Gu, allowing me to use it as a foundation to control people. Slowly, I obtained clues. Everything pointed to a huge entity. That faction is too powerful, so powerful that it made me despair. Even if I used all my strength, I wouldn't be able to shake that massive figure. Who are they? Li Xuan stared at Li Mobai and asked. The Xia family, Li Mobai said. The Xia family that gave us our invincible Kannate divine art. Li Xuan looked at Li Mobai in surprise. Invincible Kannate divine art. That's nothing but a joke. The invincible Kannate divine art they gave us is an incomplete version. If your talent wasn't so outstanding, no matter how much you cultivated it, you wouldn't have made any achievements. Thankfully, the heavens blessed you. You managed to master an incomplete invincible Kannate divine art and condensed a high-level life providence like immortal god of combat. But that's not enough. Although you are very strong, you are still far inferior to brother. Furthermore, the invincible Kannate divine art's weakness is too obvious. With your personality, I'm afraid you would give up everything for a woman if you were to meet one that you love. Li Xuan was at a loss for words. He might really do that. The Zia family has no lack of women who can stir hearts, Li Mobai said in disdain. So, you want me to be completely heartless? There's no need for you to do that. All you need to do is tell me about brother. I can do it. There's no need for you to treat Weiyang that way, Li Xuan said through gritted teeth. It's not just because of this. To become an enemy of the Zia family and wipe it out, both of us are lacking. No matter how talented you are or how you can master an incomplete invincible Kanate divine art to its limits and match that hero from the Zia family back then, you still can't touch the Zia family. Li Mobai opened his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After lots of thinking, I came up with the only method to give us a fighting chance against the Zia family. In my cultivation of the evil Gu Sutra, there's a way of transferring. It's like a daughter I raise. After growing up and marrying someone else, I can transfer my life soul, evil King Gu, to you and help you condense a life soul. After absorbing the evil King Gu, your life soul will no longer be a pure life soul condensed by the invincible Kanate divine art. It will subtly influence you, causing your body and life providence to change. It will make you stronger, far stronger than a pure invincible Kanate divine art. It will not have the fatal flaw. Only then will you have the chance to deal with the Zia family. However, cultivating the evil Gu Sutra requires one to be emotionless or it will cause them to leave behind a huge latent problem. And to obtain the recognition of my life soul, evil King Gu, after I completely transfer it to you, you will also need to be heartless. At the very least, at the moment of fusion, you have to be able to disown your family. Only then will evil King Gu willingly sacrifice itself to be transferred to you. Li Mobai closed his eyes again. If I really did kill you and accomplished the act of being heartless, then who will tell me about brother? Without knowing anything, what's the point of doing all of this? Li Xuan felt that Li Mobai was too bigoted. Me. A voice came from the room next door. As the secret chamber had been destroyed by the blast, the mirror wall had also shattered. Li Weiyang, who had fallen to the ground, stood up alive. However, there was a strange change to her face. She didn't look like Li Weiyang anymore. Her face was like an unfamiliar woman. Her name is Butterfly. Initially, after I die, she would tell you everything and support you to continue proceeding forward until you destroy the Zia family. Now, it's useless, Li Mobai said as he tried to stand up. Li Xuan subconsciously wanted to help Li Mobai up, but Li Mobai pushed him away and said indifferently, there's no need to help me. Since you failed, I'll continue taking this path. But you, Li Xuan wanted to say that his life soul was gone and the evil Gu Sutra was crippled. How could an ordinary person without any cultivation continue the path? There are no buts. Even if it's the path to hell, I have to walk it again. Li Mobai propped himself up and staggered towards the door. He was weak but firm. If Li Xuan's body was in the depths of hell as he headed for light, Li Mobai was the person who walked towards hell. Chapter 451 Invisible Clothes. When Zhou Wen found Li Xuan, he was sitting alone in the garden, dazed. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Xuan was fine. He walked over and asked with a smile, what's wrong? What are you doing here alone? Li Xuan turned his head and looked at Zhou Wen, his eyes somewhat different from before. Zhou Wen, I want to become stronger, stronger than anyone else, Li Xuan said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had never seen Li Xuan look so serious. Even when he was betrayed by Zhang Hao and Xu Miantu, Li Xuan had only smiled and said that he would make Li Mobai pay the price. However, this time Zhou Wen felt that Li Xuan was really different. What happened? Zhou Wen asked Li Xuan. Li Xuan didn't answer but asked Zhou Wen, if I become a devil one day, will we still be friends? I won't let you become a devil, Zhou Wen said seriously. Li Xuan laughed. No, I won't become a devil. I'll use my own means to change this world. Zhou Wen realized that Li Xuan was really different. Ever since he had returned from the birthday celebration, Li Xuan had seriously begun cultivating. Li Xuan had excellent talent and although he had been very hardworking in the past, his frequent mantra was striking a balance between work and rest. But now, whenever Li Xuan had the time, he would drag Zhou Wen to train with him. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that Li Xuan was rapidly improving. Furthermore, Li Xuan condensed a life soul, something that surprised Zhou Wen. This was because Li Xuan had said that it might take him years to condense a life soul, but he seemed to achieve it overnight. Furthermore, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss with Li Xuan's life soul. It was slightly different from his invincible Kanate divine arts attributes. However, no matter how Zhou Wen asked him, Li Xuan refused to say anything. Zhou Wen constantly grinded dungeons and sought out the weakness of mythical creatures in the temple, but he didn't make much progress. In the Special Investigation Bureau's headquarters, Shen Yuki was looking at a photo. In the photo was a person wearing stone armor. There was only a side profile and his body was covered in stone armor. He couldn't tell what the person inside the armor looked like. Director General, he's here. Kai Jin's voice sounded from outside. Bring him in, Shen Yuki put down the photo in his hand and said calmly. Kai Jin quickly brought the person in and became even more respectful towards Shen Yuki. Kai Jin had lost all of the Special Inspector Bureau's assets. He originally imagined that he would be killed, he did not think Shen Yuki would not even punish him. He had even transferred him back to the Special Investigation Bureau and restored him to his former position and job. This made him both grateful and uneasy. Old Shen, why are you in such a hurry to find me? An elderly man wearing a primordial trapping lock followed behind Kai-jin and sat on a chair opposite Shen Yuki. I want to know who the person in the photo is. Shen Yuki pushed the photo to the old man. The old man took a look at the photo before curling his lips. Although my life soul can take form, you do know that it has great limitations. It's not something that can be used casually. It will decrease my lifespan. Find him and you'll be free, said Shen Yuki. The old man's eyes immediately lit up. He stared at Shen Yuki and asked, aren't you afraid that the Cape family will cause you trouble if you let me leave heaven? I want to know who this person is, Shen Yuki said calmly without answering. All right, deal. The old man extended his hand. Shen Yuki nodded slightly. Kai-jin went forward and opened the primordial trapping lock on the elder's body. The old man's hunched body suddenly straightened, making him look much taller. He reached out to pick up the photo, his eyes filled with energy. His eyes seemed to have magical powers as a magical beam shot out from within and landed on the photo. As the light in the elder's eyes shone, the figure in the photo seemed to come to life as though it was struggling to walk out of the picture. Shen Yuki and Kai-jin stared intently at the photo, waiting for the figure in the photo to walk out. Ah. Suddenly, the old man let out a tragic cry as his eyes burst open. Blood splattered everywhere on the table. He covered his eyes and cried out in pain. Shen Yuki and Kai-jin's expressions changed drastically. On campus, Zhou Wen felt his sigh of the king spontaneously appear, but it only lasted a split second before vanishing again. Strange, what happened? Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled, but he had no idea what was happening. After waiting for a while and not sensing any further abnormalities of the sigh of the king, Zhou Wen continued his research. During this period of time, he had been constantly fighting the snake in the temple. He had basically figured out the snake's abilities. Zhou Wen still had ways to deal with its other abilities, but he was unable to do anything about the snake eye's mirror image. Unless I can infinitely teleport or become invisible to prevent the snake from seeing me, otherwise, it's impossible to dodge that gaze. It's still impossible to teleport infinitely now, but I can think of ways to obtain an invisible primordial energy skill. Zhou Wen knew that there were indeed primordial energy skills that allowed for invisibility. However, invisible-type primordial energy skills were extremely rare. Few were willing to sell them. Therefore, even if someone were to sell them, they were often sold at astronomical prices. Zhou Wen had plenty of primordial crystals on hand. He could afford them even if they had sky-high prices. More importantly, it wasn't convenient for him to sell the primordial crystals at present. While Zhou Wen was fretting over this matter, Sheng contacted him to express that the Sunset Army wanted to buy his primordial crystals. Puzzled, Zhou Wen asked, why do you want the primordial crystals? Sheng said, although primordial crystals and primordial gold have the effect of killing dimensional creatures, the characteristics are different. The problems involved are very simple. I'll just give an imperfect analogy. If it's only primordial gold, we can only make them into firearms, but if we add in primordial crystal, we will be able to produce laser guns. Of course, it's not that simple, but that's the general gist of it. I can give you the primordial crystals. I don't want money either, but I have a request, Zhou Wen said. Speak. I want a primordial energy skill that can make me invisible. It needs to be at least epic stage. Zhou Wen gave his request. There are too few primordial energy skills that provide invisibility. They can only be obtained by chance. If you just want an invisibility ability, a very good opportunity has recently opened up. There's a companion egg in a West District auction. That companion beast has the ability to make one invisible. However, the price will be very high. There are many competitors as well. You have to be mentally prepared, Sheng said. What companion beast is that? Zhou Wen asked. The mythical companion beast, invisibility cloak, said Sheng. Someone actually is selling a mythical companion egg? Zhou Wen found it unbelievable. Sheng smiled and said, no one would sell one under ordinary circumstances, but this one is a little different. How is it different? Is there anything special? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. Do you have any idea about Orphism of the West District? Sheng asked. A little. I roughly know that in the early times there was the god, Kronos. It later became the god of chaos, and then the 12 titans. Finally, it became the more famous 12 Olympus gods, with Zeus being the leader. These are the few representative generations of gods in Orphism. Zhou Wen knew quite a bit about this belief. As he had received chaos's heritage and it was also related to the chaos bead, Zhou Wen had previously read about such matters. Although he didn't study it in depth, he had a general understanding of it. It's not bad that you already know these things. Few people from the East District typically study the myths of the West District. They probably only know about Zeus and the other gods. Sheng paused before continuing. The Cape family discovered a temple left behind by the dualism god, Phanes, in the mortal realm. His status is probably the same as the Pangu of our East District's system of gods. Although it's a little different, you get what I mean. Anyway, according to the myths and legends in the West District, all the god kings have to gain his approval before they become the king of gods. The Cape family obtained the recognition of the temple. They chose one of the 3 companion eggs in the temple, which is this invisibility cloak that is being put up for auction, Sheng said. That's not right. Since it's being auctioned now, it means that no one has ever hatched it. How do you know that it's invisibility cloak? Zhou Wen asked curiously. The reason they know that it's invisibility cloak is that the Cape family has formerly hatched that mythical companion egg before. After that, they gained the ability to be invisible, and Sheng said with a faint smile. When people obtain powers that exceed the rules, their true colors show. The person from the Cape family used his powers of invisibility to do countless dirty things. He went overboard and even dared to touch the members of the 6 families. In the end, he was discovered by the Zhang family and he was exposed. This matter is a scandal of the 6 families. The Cape family has been slain by the Zhang family as well. However, when they killed him, the Zhang family used some unknown method to turn the invisibility cloak to a companion egg form. It didn't vanish along with that person and has been kept all this while. That means that the invisibility cloak companion egg fell into the Zhang family's hands. It doesn't make sense for the Zhang family to auction such a powerful companion egg, right? Does their family lack money? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. The Zhang family naturally doesn't lack money, but the invisibility cloak companion egg isn't a real companion egg. It was unknown what method they used to turn the invisibility cloak into a companion egg. No one can hatch it. In the beginning, no one knew that there was a problem with the invisibility cloak companion egg. The Cape family paid a huge sum of resources to get the companion egg back from the Zhang family. However, when they got it back, they couldn't hatch it. Later, the invisibility cloak exchanged a few hands a few times. Although there's a problem, it's a mythical companion egg and has magical invisibility. Everyone wants to give it a try. Everyone thinks that they are capable of doing something others can't, but they ultimately realize they can't do it either. From the 6 families to ordinary families, it has changed multiple hands. No one has managed to hatch the invisibility cloak. However, don't think of picking it up on the cheap. There are plenty of confident people, so the price will definitely be unimaginable if you want to bid on the cloak. Can my essence crystals be used in the auction? Zhou Wen asked. Of course they can, but they're not convenient. How about this? I'll help you bid for the invisibility cloak companion egg. After I get it, you can sell me the equivalent of essence crystals at market price. And Sheng thought for a moment before saying, the amount needed at the auction will definitely not be small. I don't know if it will exceed your expectations, so you have to go with me. If you think it's possible, I'll bid. If you feel that it's too expensive, we can just give it up. To the West District. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. There won't be any problems. Just treat it as a vacation. There are many famous dimensional zones in the West District where the auction is held. You can also pay them a visit when the time comes. And Sheng could understand Zhou Wen's worry. All right. Zhou Wen was rather interested in the invisibility cloak. Furthermore, he wanted to see if the dimensional zones in the West District had the tiny palm symbols. If there were any tiny palm symbols, it wouldn't be a bad idea to download a few of them. Zhou Wen was very interested in companion beasts that were angels, sprites, and devils. As he was about to leave, Zhou Wen had no choice but to place the antelope and chick at Wang Le's place. Zhou Wen had previously given the antelope and chick some essence crystals, but they weren't interested in them at all. Your trip will make you owe me more days of breakfast, right? I'm afraid lunch won't be enough to cover the shortfall, Wang Lu said as she looked at him. Then use dinner to make up for it, Zhou Wen said. I want to lose weight. I don't eat dinner, Wang Lu said with a twitch of her lips. Although she said that, Wang Lu still took the chick. The antelope also consciously followed her, it even seemed somewhat eager. Clearly, it could eat better when with Wang Lu. This time, Sheng personally brought Zhou Wen to the West District. Zhou Wen heard from Sheng that the place they were heading to was a peninsula and it was very close to the sea. Not far from the peninsula were the Aegean Sea Islands where there were many dimensional zones. They contained several terrifying existences. Are there dimensional zones that drop angel or sprite companion beasts? Zhou Wen asked Sheng as he sat in the car. Sheng blinked and said, sprites are creatures that only come from the dimensional zones in the North District. Angels belong to another divine system. Do you think there will be one? Aren't they from the same district? Zhou Wen was somewhat alarmed. He had always felt that these two-dimensional creatures belonged to the West District. Of course not, Sheng answered with certainty. Then what companion beasts are available at the place we are going? Zhou Wen had no choice but to seek Sheng's advice. Monsters, giants, pythons, etc. Sheng roughly explained the situation before smiling. If you have the ability, you can kill a goddess like Athena. There might even be a companion egg drop. It's said that Athena's temple has been discovered, but it's hard to tell if Athena is really inside. Forget about mythical creatures. Are there more pragmatic epic companion beasts? Zhou Wen knew himself. The possibility of him killing a mythical creature was just too low. Now, Zhou Wen was just waiting for Tyrant Behemoth to complete its evolution. After it became a mythical creature, Zhou Wen really had the capital to fight mythical creatures. Zhou Wen originally believed that they would head to the auction venue directly, but he soon realized that it wasn't only the two of them going to the auction together. Sheng had to tag along with others. To be precise, Sheng and Zhou Wen were only hitching a ride on a plane. The Zhang family was going to participate in the auction too. And Tianzuo had asked if they could bring Zhou Wen and In Sheng along. This also meant that they would be under the Zhang family's protection. Isn't the In family and the six families on bad terms? Why would the Zhang family agree to take us with them? Zhou Wen found it odd. Let's not talk about us. Even the relationship between the six families is nothing much to speak of. There is even competition amongst themselves, competition that is far more intense than with others. However, when it comes to interests, that's another matter. The Zhang family has a lot of need for essence gold. We also have some needs that the Zhang family can satisfy us with, so our relationship is relatively stable. However, the Zhang family originally wanted to reject our request, but for some reason, they later agreed, In Sheng said. When they arrived, a butler-like person welcomed In Sheng and Zhou Wen and took them to a private airport. Butler, who is the person in charge of the Zhang family this time? And Sheng asked. There were many experts in the Zhang family. And Sheng wanted to know who it was, lest he made any faux pas. The one who's going to the Aegean Sea this time is Third Master's only daughter, the old butler said. And Sheng couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. In the Zhang family's previous generation, there were 3 brothers who were particularly good at fathering sons. They had many sons. The first and second master had 8 sons each. The third master had 2 sons and only 1 daughter. The entire Zhang family only had 1 daughter. One could imagine how doted upon this girl was. Legend had it that every year, all the sons of the Zhang family rushed back to celebrate her birthday. Each of them prepared a rare treasure. The scene was extremely breathtaking. Of course, that was only a legend. This was because the Zhang family only had 1 daughter. She was like a princess, so they had protected her from birth. Up until now, no one in the Zhang family knew her name, much less what she looked like. And Sheng wanted to ask the name of the princess of the Zhang family, but the butler clearly didn't want to say too much and had already boarded the plane. And Sheng mentioned the princess of the Zhang family to Zhou Wen and said with a smile, "We are lucky today. Perhaps we might have a chance to meet her in person." The 2 of them boarded the plane, and the old butler brought them inside. There were all sorts of pink decorations inside the plane, making it look very feminine. Inside the cabin, there was a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was somewhat different from the Princess Zhou Wen imagined. She was at least older than he imagined. However, when In Sheng and Zhou Wen saw her clearly, their eyes widened. What's wrong? You've forgotten about me already. The woman looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Zhang Yuzi. You're from the Zhang family? Zhou Wen obviously recognized her. Back when he was heading home with In Sheng, Li Xuan, and Alai, he had met this woman on the way and allowed her to hitch a ride. Isn't what you're saying odd? You've already called me Zhang Yuzi. If I'm not from the Zhang family, would I be from your Zhou family? Zhang Yuzi said with a smile. Zhou Wen wasn't eloquent. He gaped his mouth, unsure of how to explain himself. Sit down. The plane is about to take off, Zhang Yuzi said as she pointed to the seat beside her. What's that? After the plane took off, Zhou Wen looked out the window and realized that there were actually many white birds outside the window. They looked like cranes, but they were a lot bigger. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them and they flew around the plane in groups. On careful look, Zhou Wen realized that there was someone sitting on each crane's back. That's the sky crane companion beast that's unique to the Zhang family. It's a top epic creature. Its flight and combat abilities are very strong, and Sheng explained. Zhou Wen immediately understood that they were experts of the Zhang family that protected Zhang Yuzi. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuzi with an odd look. With her status, how could she have suffered a breakdown by herself in the wilderness? As though reading Zhou Wen's mind, Zhang Yuzi said with a smile, I had a quarrel with my family back then, so I went out alone to calm down. I never expected anything to happen. Thankfully, I met you. Otherwise, I would really have been afraid to be alone. No wonder. The Zhang family originally wanted to decline us in the beginning, but they later agreed to take us along. It was because of you, right? And Sheng said. Zhang Yuzi nodded and said, with our family and the In family's relationship, it's nothing much to bring you along. However, our family doesn't want strangers to get close to me, so they were planning to reject it. As they were all acquaintances and Zhou Wen and In Sheng didn't take into account backgrounds, they chatted very happily with Zhang Yuzi. After chatting for a while, the old butler walked over and said, Miss, it's time for you to rest. Zhou Wen and In Sheng found it odd. What did he mean that it was time for her to rest? Zhang Yuzi had been sitting comfortably in her chair, not doing anything. Zhang Yuzi seemed to want to stay, but the old butler repeated that it was time for her to rest. Zhang Yuzi could only stand up and say to the 2 of them, sorry, I need to rest for a while. If you need anything, just instruct Uncle Fu. Although Zhou Wen and In Sheng found it odd, they weren't that close. It wasn't appropriate for them to say anything else as they watched Zhang Yuzi walk through the door in the cabin ahead of them. Zhou Wen was curious as he wanted to see where Zhang Yuzi was resting. Legend has it that passenger planes have first-class cabins. Could it be that this plane has first-class cabins as well? Zhou Wen activated Truth Listener's earring, hoping to see what Zhang Yuzi's resting place looked like. He didn't have any malicious intent. A 3-dimensional layout of the plane immediately appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. In front of the main passenger area was a separate, single cabin. Zhang Yuzi pushed the door open and entered. However, when Zhou Wen saw what was happening, his expression changed slightly. The cabin wasn't big, but there were many things placed there. It was decorated extremely strangely. There were many long strips of paper hung inside. Due to Truth Listener's ability, it couldn't see the colors or the patterns. Therefore, Zhou Wen only knew that there were long strips of paper. He wasn't sure if there were any drawings on the strips of paper. However, there weren't any lounge chairs or beds inside. Zhou Wen only saw a strange, head-sized box that was squarish at the base and round at the top. The box's shape made it look like an item used by humans in funerals before the dimensional storms. It can't be a coffin, right? Could it be a new massage device? As Zhou Wen thought about it, he saw that Zhang Yuzi had already opened the lid and lay down inside the box. Zhou Wen could clearly see that the box didn't have any massage equipment, making it look like a coffin no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 454, Why did it take so long? The more Zhou Wen looked at it, the more he realized that something was amiss. The box was likely carved from stone. There was nothing inside but a pillow. It also seemed to be made of stone. It didn't seem comfortable to sleep inside no matter how he looked at it. After Zhang Yuzi lay inside, the old butler closed the lid again. Once the lid was in place, he couldn't hear the situation inside with Truth Listener's ability. How odd. Do rich girls have such strange temperaments? She's sleeping in a stone box instead of a high-end couch on a plane. Zhou Wen felt that it resembled a coffin no matter how he looked at it. Zhou Wen retracted Truth Listener's ability. After all, it was her privacy and he did not wish to continue intruding on her. They did not encounter any incidents along the way. When they passed the sky above some dimensional zones, the Sky Crane team outside intimidated all the dimensional creatures, preventing them from approaching the plane. Even if a few dimensional creatures, who didn't know better, attacked, they were promptly dispatched by the Sky Crane team. The plane was not damaged at all. When they reached the Peninsula of Gods, they didn't see Zhang Yuzi again. After the plane landed, the old butler led them out of the plane. And Sheng said that he wanted to bid farewell to Zhang Yuzi, but the butler said that there was no need. They could just leave. Ah Sheng, don't you find Zhang Yuzi a little odd? Zhou Wen asked in Sheng after the two of them left the airport. It's far from just odd. Although the 6 families are in different areas, as hero families, they place the most emphasis on etiquette. This isn't the way to treat guests. And Sheng paused before continuing, but this is the Zhang family's matter. It has nothing to do with us. There are still 2 days before the auction begins. Where do you want to go? I'll take you around. Let's head to the nearby dimensional zones. Zhou Wen felt that he should tour the area once. If he could find the tiny palm symbols, it would be best if he could download a few instance dungeons. Most of the dimensional zones on the Peninsula of Gods have owners. We are foreigners after all. It will probably be a little troublesome if we want to enter. Why don't we take a look at the Aegean Sea? It's a little dangerous, but there are many ownerless dimensional zones. It's also rather interesting, and Sheng said. Is it okay going out to sea like this? Zhou Wen knew that the dimensional zones in the ocean were more terrifying than on land. It's fine. I've been to those places many times in the past. I'm very familiar with them. And Sheng was confident. The two walked towards the harbor. Along the way, they saw many people walking their companion beasts on the streets. The more common ones were giants and foot monsters. There were also many strange monsters, and Zhou Wen even saw a fireman companion beast. It looked very interesting. Didn't you say that there aren't any sprites on the Peninsula of Gods? Then what's this? Isn't it a fire sprite? Zhou Wen asked. The sprites I'm talking about are those with pointy ears who look similar to humans, elves. These are elemental sprites. These are 2 different things. I thought you wanted those beautiful elves, In Sheng said. How can such an elemental sprite be obtained? Zhou Wen asked. When the person with the fire sprite heard Zhou Wen, he smiled and said, this is an epic fire sprite from the Forging Temple. Fire sprites are very rare. The chances of a companion egg dropping is even lower. I was at the Forging Temple for 2.5 years before I was lucky enough to obtain this fire sprite. If you are interested, you can try your luck. What kind of place is Forging Temple? Zhou Wen asked when he saw how friendly the person was. That's the temple of the god of metalworking, Hephaestus. Not only are there fire sprites there, but there are even higher level fire sprite kings as well. However, their numbers are even rarer. Moreover, the depths of the temple are too dangerous. Young people like you shouldn't be so overly ambitious. You should just hunt fire sprites on the first level of the temple. If you venture deeper, your life will be in danger, the middle-aged man with the fire sprite said. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Wen had some impression of Hephaestus, but he couldn't remember the name. He only remembered that he was Zeus's son, an artisan and the god of metalworking. The reason Zhou Wen could remember him wasn't because of him being an artisan, but because he was the husband of the goddess of love and beauty. Furthermore, he had been cuckolded. Apart from that, Cupid's bow, Apollo's chariot, and Zeus's lightning bolt were made by him. He could be said to be an expert at creating divine artifacts. And Sheng seemed to know a little about the metalwork temples as he said to Zhou Wen, there aren't only fire elemental sprites in the metalwork temple. There are also all sorts of metal-type and machinery-type dimensional creatures. It's rather interesting, but that's private property on the Peninsula of Gods. Apart from locals being able to enter with their identity cards, outsiders are forbidden from entering. Young man, you're quite knowledgeable. You're right. Unless you're a citizen of the Peninsula of Gods, it's impossible for you to enter the Metalwork Temple. It looks like it's a pity that you don't even have the qualifications to obtain ordinary fire sprites. The middle-aged man proudly led his fire sprite away. Is there really no way to enter? Zhou Wen asked in Sheng as he was rather interested in the Metalwork Temple. There's really no way. This is a common rule set by several families on the Peninsula of Gods. Even those few families cannot break this rule. Otherwise, they will be enemies of the entire Peninsula of Gods. And Sheng spread his hands, indicating that he had no solution. Even if we can't enter, it'll be okay to take a look outside, right? Zhou Wen said. Of course you can, but do you really plan on just taking a look? And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen, puzzled. We can take a look if it's on the way. Taking a few photos as a memento would be nice. Zhou Wen only wanted to find the tiny palm symbol, so he had no intention of entering. I never expected you to have such boring hobbies. It is on the way. It's just a tiny detour. And Sheng continued walking forward with Zhou Wen. Shortly after he left, he saw white shadows flying across the sky. The passers-by all stopped to look. Zhou Wen and In Sheng looked up and saw sky cranes fly past them. The sky cranes landed in front of them as the gray-clothed members of the Zhang family got off the sky cranes' backs and walked straight towards them. The person in the lead looked to be about 28 years old. He had a dignified air, but he wasn't too flamboyant. He looked extremely handsome. Zhang Xiao, what's the meaning of this? And Sheng clearly recognized the leader as he frowned at him. Zhang Xiao said, I'm sorry, I have something to ask the two of you. What is it? And Sheng asked. Have you seen my sister, Zhang Yuzi, after you got off the plane? Zhang Yi asked. Didn't she get some rest on the plane? We haven't seen her since then. What happened? Do you need our help? And Sheng asked. Zhang Xiao sized up in Sheng and Zhou Wen as though confirming that they really hadn't seen Zhang Yuzi. Then, he bowed slightly and said, thank you. If you meet my sister, Zhang Yuzi, please inform me as soon as possible. The Zhang family will definitely thank you. All right. If we see her, we will definitely contact you immediately, said In Sheng. Zhang Xiao did not hesitate. After bidding farewell, he left with the Sky Crane team. He looked extremely anxious. It looks like the little princess of the Zhang family is very worrying, In Sheng said with a smile. As the two spoke, they headed for the Metalwork Temple, but unfortunately, there was someone guarding it. Zhou Wen could only see the door from afar, so he was unable to see any tiny palm symbol at close proximity. Slightly disappointed, he followed In Sheng to the port. Just as they were about to rent a ship to head out to sea, they saw a person in a suit and a hat waving at them on a ship. Why did it take you so long? I've been waiting for you for ages. The person looked up slightly and spoke to Zhou Wen and In Sheng. The two of them were stunned when they saw the person's face. The person in the male outfit was Zhang Yuzi. Chapter 455 Water Elemental Sprite. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Get on board quickly. Don't you want to go to the Aegean archipelago? Zhang Yuzi greeted them from the ship. How did you know? Zhou Wen and In Sheng exchanged looks in surprise. They had only decided to head to the Aegean archipelago after they alighted the plane. Yet, Zhang Yuzi knew of their plans and had waited for them here. They couldn't figure out when Zhang Yuzi had overheard their conversation. If I want to know, I'll naturally know. The ship is about to set off. Aren't you getting on board? Zhang Yuzi asked. Do you know that your brother, Zhang Xiao, is looking for you? And Sheng asked. Just ignore them. If you don't board the ship, I'll leave on my own. Zhang Yuzi curled her lips and was about to start the engine. Zhou Wen and In Sheng thought for a moment and had no choice but to board the ship. Zhang Yuzi was very excited. After she started the engine, she drove the boat towards the sea and shouted excitedly, I want to conquer the entire sea. How old are you? How childish, In Sheng said with a smile. I like childish stuff. You're childish too, even if you're not convinced. Zhang Yuzi retorted. And Sheng came to Zhang Yuzi's side and said, let me drive it. There are dangers lurking in the sea. I have to take the correct route to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's good. Zhang Yuzi handed the task of driving the boat to In Sheng. She walked to the bow of the boat and extended her hands. She faced the wind as though she was hugging the sea. Once they were out in the sea, electronic devices were affected. There were all kinds of errors. Phones could be switched on, but there was no signal. Furthermore, there were also signs of hanging. As the sea was dangerous, Zhou Wen didn't grind dungeons and constantly paid attention to the sea surface. Not long after they headed out, they suddenly heard a strange song. The three of them looked in the direction of the song. In the distance, there was a reef. A young woman was singing on it. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the woman didn't have legs. She had a fish tail. It was the legendary mermaid. As if sensing the gazes of the three of them, the mermaid stopped singing and plunged into the sea before disappearing. A mermaid. It was actually a mermaid. We were really lucky. I heard that mermaids in the sea are extremely rare. I didn't expect to meet one so quickly while out at sea, Zhang Yuzi said. However, In Sheng said, the mermaids are known as sirens in certain myths. It's ominous to encounter them at sea. Why? Zhang Yuzi was slightly taken aback as she asked in disbelief. According to myths, the sirens with human faces but fish bodies are the daughters of the river god. They have a voice that can bewitch one's heart, causing the sailors to be charmed by their singing. They will involuntarily steer their ships to the hidden reefs and eventually perish. And Sheng told them the story of the sirens. Thankfully, they weren't the sailors in myths and legends, nor were they bewitched. The journey went very smoothly. Although they saw dimensional creatures at sea, nothing attacked them. When Zhou Wen saw an island, and Sheng circled the boat around the island without any intention of landing on it. Why aren't we heading for that island? Zhang Yuzi asked curiously. That's the legendary Crete Island. You might not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of the Palace of Minos, right? The legendary Minotaur is inside. No one who has stepped foot inside has come out alive, and Sheng said. The boat left the island and headed deeper into the sea. And Sheng was indeed very familiar with the area. There wasn't any danger on their journey. When they arrived at an inconspicuous island and Sheng steered the boat over. Is this island also a dimensional zone? Zhang Yuzi sized up the island, but she didn't see anything like a palace. The dimensional zones in the Aegean Sea typically existed in the form of a palace. Most of the godlike existences were inside the palaces. Of course, the dimensional zones out at sea aren't as obvious as the dimensional zones on land. In fact, the entire Aegean Sea is a huge dimensional zone. And Sheng jumped onto the beach and moored the boat. He continued, there are many water elemental sprites on this island. You can try your luck and get a water elemental sprite companion egg to drop. When you enter dimensional zones in the future, you won't have to worry about water. Zhou Wen and Zhang Yuzi knew the importance of water. If they were trapped in a dimensional zone for a long period of time, they could still last for a period of time as long as there was water to drink. Although Zhou Wen had stored a lot of food and water inside the chaos bead and didn't have to worry about a lack of water, it was especially important for the average person to have a water elemental sprite companion beast even if it was at the legendary stage. However, water elemental sprites were similarly rare. They were usually only seen out at sea, but those who could go out to sea had to at least be at the epic stage. Furthermore, they might not be able to find water elemental sprites even if they went out to sea. The three of them headed deeper into the island. Before long, they saw a blue blob of water bouncing around on the grass like a frozen soccer ball. That's the most ordinary water elemental sprite. It's a legendary stage dimensional creature which usually has two talent skills, water gun and water ball. They can deliver long distance attacks, In Sheng said as he pointed at the water blob. It's just a ball of water. Its attack power shouldn't be strong, right? Zhang Yuzi saw that the water elemental sprite was very cute and it made her feel like pinching and hugging it. Have you never seen a high-pressure water jet cutter? Are granite and steel hard enough? Water can easily cut it apart. Don't underestimate the power of water. It will kill you, In Sheng said solemnly. As the trio spoke, the water elemental spirit had already discovered them and was about to bounce up from the grass. In the air, it spat out a water column that sprayed towards Zhou Wen. The water pillar was as thick as a finger, but its speed was shockingly fast. Zhou Wen ducked and the water pillar spewed out more than 10 meters, leaving a deep dent on a rock. Zhou Wen pulled out his bamboo blade and slashed at the water elemental sprite. He split the water elemental sprite's body apart, but after his blade slashed, the water elemental sprite's body returned to its original state. It wasn't injured at all. Water will flow around a blade. Striking a water elemental sprite's body is useless. It has a water elemental crystal in its body. Shatter it to kill it, In Sheng said. Zhou Wen nodded and carefully observed the water elemental sprite's body. Indeed, there was a dark blue bead flowing within its body. He slashed with his saber and sliced the bead apart. This time, the water elemental sprite shattered along with the bead and dropped a crystal. Chapter 456 The Strange Waterfall Pool. Your luck is pretty good. Your first water elemental sprite produced a crystal, but unfortunately, it's not a companion egg, In Sheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen kept searching for water elemental sprites on the island, hoping to have a companion egg drop. However, Zhang Yuzi wasn't interested in companion eggs. She only took photos as though she was on a tour. Why is that water elemental sprite a little different? When Zhou Wen and company came to a waterfall, they saw a strange water elemental sprite. Typical water elemental sprites were blue in color and looked spherical, but in fact, they were the shape of water droplets. However, this water elemental sprite was silver in color. It didn't look like a water droplet, but a snake. This should be a high-level water elemental sprite. It might be an epic creature. Be careful, In Sheng said responsibly. Zhou Wen was indeed very careful. He summoned stone armor and didn't approach the silver water snake sprite. He summoned his overlord's sword and slashed at it from afar. The water snake didn't dodge. It opened its mouth and spewed out silver water. However, the water that it spewed out was somewhat strange. It was actually in the shape of a venomous fang. A sword beam slashed across, shattering the water snake's venomous fangs. The sword beam continued to slash at it. When the silver water snake saw that something was amiss, it turned around and slipped into the pool beneath the waterfall. Its body resembled water to begin with, so once it entered the pool, it immediately vanished. It was impossible to tell its location with the naked eye. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had Truth Listener. The Truth Listener earring's ability ignored color, so he immediately saw the silver water snake in the pool. When Zhou Wen chased after it, he sent a sword beam into the pool. Boom. The water surface was parted by the spinning sword beam, slicing apart the silver water snake's body. Even the water elemental crystal in its body was shattered. A silver crystal-shaped companion egg dropped and sank to the bottom of the pool. A companion egg dropped. Zhou Wen stood by the pool and observed for a while. When he saw that there were no signs of other dimensional creatures in the pool, he jumped in and dived towards the bottom. Zhou Wen reached out to pick up the companion egg. Just as he was about to float up, he suddenly felt a tremendous suction force at the bottom of the pool. It caused his body to instantly sink as though a toilet whirlpool was sucking at him. Splash. Zhou Wen was flushed down with the flow of water and discovered that there was a huge space beneath the pool. Beneath it was churning seawater. Zhou Wen looked up, but he didn't find the cave entrance that he had washed down from. There were black rocks above his head without any gaps. He slashed at the rock, shattering a huge piece, however, there were still rocks behind it. Zhou Wen slashed several times, but they were all rock. There was no exit. As for the destination of the underground seawater flow, there was a light that seemed to be the exit of a tunnel. Zhou Wen had no choice but to follow the flow of the water as he headed for the exit. As long as he could get out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to circle back to the pool again. Soon, Zhou Wen rushed out with the flow of water. When he exited, he realized that he was at the waterfall's entrance. After Zhou Wen came out of the waterfall, he directly floated in the air, alarmed by what he saw. No matter how he looked at the waterfall and the pool below, it looked like the one he had fallen into. However, he had clearly fallen into the pool of water beneath, so why would he come out of the waterfall from above? Zhou Wen carefully observed his surroundings. Indeed, the environment was identical. It was the pool that he had fallen into, but there was no sign of Insheng or Zhang Yuzi. Don't tell me they went into the pool to look for me. Zhou Wen thought to himself as he flew higher, hoping to confirm that they were still on the island. As he flew into the air, he managed to take in the entirety of the small island. The extremely beautiful island was filled with green grass and flowing water. However, when Zhou Wen's gaze landed on a spot, his pupils constricted abruptly. There was an apple tree growing on a grass slope. There was only one apple on the huge apple tree, but that apple was somewhat unusual. It was as though it was made of gold and emitted a resplendent glow. Under the apple tree, there was a black lizard sleeping. The lizard was even bigger than an elephant. Soon, because lizards didn't have wings, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't a lizard but a legendary West District dragon. On the dragon's back were two fleshy wings. Gold apple. Dragon. Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled. This was a little similar to the myths that Zhou Wen had read. Legend had it that the human hero, Peleus, married a sea nymph. They had invited all the gods to their wedding but chose not to invite the goddess, Eris. Unhappy about this, she produced a golden apple at the wedding and tossed it into the feast of the gods. On it were the words "to the most beautiful." In the end, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite entered a dispute for the golden apple. This eventually led to a human war. Legend had it that the golden apple tree was in a holy garden, guarded by a 100-headed dragon, but that was only a legend. This place didn't look like a holy garden. The black dragon under the golden apple tree didn't look like it had 100 heads, it only had one. Zhou Wen didn't know what the golden apple was for, nor did he wish to snatch it, lest he alarm the black dragon. Although it might not be a 100-headed dragon, the dragon itself was a mythical creature of legend. Zhou Wen didn't wish to take the risk. However, what puzzled Zhou Wen was that before they had come onto the island, they hadn't seen the golden apple tree or the dragon. Why did these things suddenly appear? Zhou Wen checked the entire island, but he didn't find Insheng and Zhang Yuzi. The strangest thing was that even the boat that they had moored on the beach had vanished. Could it be that this isn't the island from before? It just looks a little similar. When I passed through the hole beneath the pool, I arrived somewhere else. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he found it possible. Splash. Splash. As Zhou Wen was pondering over the matter, he heard two splashes. It was as though a stone had dropped into a pool of water. He turned his head and saw Insheng and Zhang Yuzi fall from the waterfall and fall into the pond, stirring up a huge splash. They were fine and quickly crawled out of the pool, but Zhou Wen felt something amiss. He turned to look at the black dragon under the apple tree. Indeed, it had awoken from its slumber. It slowly got up and looked towards the waterfall. Zhou Wen, what are you doing up there? Zhang Yuzi shouted at Zhou Wen when she saw him in midair. Chapter 457 Apple Plucking Plan. Zhang Yuzi's voice woke up the black dragon. It raised its head and pricked up its ears, staring straight at the waterfall. Zhou Wen knew that they couldn't see the distant giant dragon or the golden apple tree, so he hurriedly gestured for them to stay silent. He also descended and pulled them into the cave. Boom. The three of them had just entered the cave when the black dragon streaked across the sky like a black bolt of lightning. It landed beside the pool as it swept its eyes around as though it was looking for something. After circling the pond a few times and finding nothing, it slowly returned to the apple tree. The three people who had held their breath in the waterfall cave finally dared to breathe. Strange. I've come to this island many times. There are only some water elemental sprites. Why would there be an additional dragon? And Sheng said with a frown. It's not just that. Zhou Wen recounted his discovery and speculation. Zhang Yuzi's eyes lit up when she heard that. In other words, we aren't on the original island. When we passed the tunnel beneath the pool, we entered another space. This is a dimensional zone that hasn't been discovered. There's a gigantic dragon here and a golden apple. Is that really the golden apple of discord from the legends? How would I know? Zhou Wen shook his head. And Sheng said, no mythical creature is to be trifled with. Even if it's a weaker existence in myths and legends, it's not something we can deal with. Don't even have thoughts on the golden apple. Let's swim back from the waterfall tunnel and take a look. It's best if we can go back. If we can't return, we can try entering the pool again. Perhaps we'll be sucked in once again and be able to leave this place. Zhou Wen agreed since he didn't wish to take the risk. Although Zhang Yuzi was very interested in the golden apple from the fairy tale legend, she could only leave with the two of them. They soon realized something terrifying. There was no way back at the end of the waterfall. Furthermore, after they entered the pool, there was no strange suction force at the bottom. After leaving the pool, the three of them returned to the cave. Zhang Yuzi thought for a moment and said, I remember hearing from my elders that one can only leave certain dimensional zones by obtaining a special item after entry. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave and they will die inside. From the looks of it, this dimensional zone should be the death zone you're talking about. After you enter, either you die or the dimensional creature dies. There's no third option, and Sheng said. Zhang Yuzi thought for a moment before saying, if we leave this island, will we be able to leave this dimensional zone? I've already taken a look from midair. Previously, there were distant islands, but there's nothing now. At a glance, all I can see is the sea, Zhou Wen said. That means we're really trapped here. This island isn't big either. I reckon that the black dragon or the golden apple is the dimensional zone's special item. Killing the dragon or obtaining the golden apple is the only way of exiting, Zhang Yuzi said excitedly. If we kill that dragon, will we become the first dragon slayers in human history? If you aren't afraid of becoming dragon feces, you can give it a try. Zhou Wen was rather inclined to think of a way to obtain the golden apple. The chance of dying when fighting a mythical creature was too high, but plucking the apple didn't necessarily mean fighting the dragon. They had quite a number of companion beasts that they could use to lure the black dragon away before plucking the golden apple. It was likely a much safer option. And Sheng agreed with Zhou Wen's idea. Yuzi, stay here. Zhou Wen and I will give it a try and see if we can lure the dragon away and pluck the golden apple. Why am I staying? Zhang Yuzi was puzzled. Because the two of us are going to be apple-stealing thieves. If the two of us fail, it will be your turn to be the dragon-slaying heroine, and Sheng said. That's right. I can't do such cover work. Zhang Yuzi nodded. After Sheng asked Zhou Wen about the location and details of the golden apple tree, he sneaked out of the waterfall cave with him. I have a essence energy skill that converges my aura. I likely won't be discovered by the dragon even if I approach it. When I get close, I'll summon a companion beast to see how strong the dragon is, and Sheng said to Zhou Wen before he crept forward. Zhou Wen saw him silently proceed forward like a snake. If he couldn't see him with his naked eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense his existence. He couldn't help but admire Sheng for being a wily old fox. His abilities were much more multifaceted than his. Zhou Wen didn't have any similar essence energy skills and couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered by the dragon, so he didn't approach. He found a relatively high spot nearby and looked at the golden apple tree and the black dragon from afar. Not long after, Sheng arrived less than 1,000 meters away from the golden apple tree. He pressed himself against the ground, and the armor on his body automatically changed color, making him almost fuse with the grass. Then, Zhou Wen saw him summon a leopard-like companion beast that charged in the direction of the golden apple tree as it roared. The black dragon hadn't slept. It immediately stood up and saw the leopard-like companion beast. It flapped its wings and a black bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The leopard was no match for it at all. Just as it spewed out a ball of flames, it was swallowed by the black dragon. What fast speed! Zhou Wen was alarmed. The dragon's speed was almost on par with the wolf-like, tiger-like mythical creature in the temple. Although it was still slightly weaker, its speed was not something epic humans could contend with. The leopard was an epic creature, but it hadn't managed to put up any resistance in front of the black dragon. And Sheng lay motionless on the grass. After the dragon devoured the leopard companion beast, it roared violently and shuttled back and forth across the island like lightning, as though it was searching for other intruders. Zhou Wen was also lying in the grass, motionless. A few times, the black dragon flew close to him, making him feel his heart in his throat. This wasn't a game. If he was discovered by the black dragon, there was a high chance of death. The black dragon finally quietened down and returned to the golden apple tree. After quite some time, it seemed to be exhausted. When it lay under the tree to rest, Sheng silently retreated. He gave Zhou Wen a look and the two of them slowly retreated to the side of the waterfall. The sound of the waterfall could conceal their voices. Even if they made any movements here, it was unlikely to attract the dragon's attention. This island is too small. With the speed of that black dragon, no matter where we lure it to, it can immediately return to the apple tree. From the looks of it, luring it away won't work, Sheng said after returning to the cave. Chapter 458 Fighting the Dragon. To lure it away, it had to be taken sufficiently far away. If they were to approach the golden apple tree now, they would be killed by the dragon when it rushed back. This plan was clearly useless. What do you think? Sheng asked Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, we definitely can't fight it head-on. The chances of death are too high. We must think of other solutions. After a pause, Zhou Wen continued, I do have an idea. If I can hold back the black dragon for a few seconds, do you have the confidence to pluck the golden apple? How long can you last? Sheng asked after some thought. At most 10 seconds and at least 5 seconds. However, before that, I need to use a companion beast to confirm it again before I can determine the exact amount of time, Zhou Wen said after serious consideration. If you can hold it back for 6 seconds, I can pluck the golden apple in return, Sheng said after careful observation. Then let's give it a try. Zhou Wen planned on first figuring out the black dragon's powers. I still have quite a number of companion beasts on me. Let's give it a few more tries and get a good understanding of the black dragon's abilities before attacking it, Sheng said. Can I do something? Zhang Yuzi asked. Please cheer us on over here, Sheng said to her. Alright, I'll cheer you on. Zhang Yuzi didn't plan on really being a dragon-slaying heroine. Furthermore, she was only at the legendary stage, inferior to Zhou Wen and Sheng. She had only been joking. Zhou Wen and Sheng left the cave once again and found a hidden spot to summon their companion beasts. They left them in different locations. After making arrangements, the companion beasts attacked the black dragon from different locations. Sheng had countless companion beasts and Zhou Wen had quite a number as well. However, their companion beasts were basically useless. None of them survived. Zhou Wen used the blood threadworms to secretly drill into the black dragon's body, but the moment the blood threadworms entered its skin, they automatically died. There was also the epic poison bat. After flying over, it was swallowed by the black dragon. The two of them sacrificed at least 30 companion beasts. None of them could last 5 seconds in front of the black dragon, making them fully realize the horror of the black dragon. Of course, this was also because the two of them weren't willing to use their beloved companion beasts. They only released cannon fodder companion beasts. However, the different kinds of attacks the companion beasts delivered made the black dragon use some of its abilities, allowing Zhou Wen and Sheng to gain a better understanding of the black dragon. Its speed is far faster than ours and it has more strength. My strength-type epic companion beast was easily suppressed by it. Furthermore, it isn't afraid of wind, fire, or lightning and has high resistance. It doesn't spit fire, but it spits poison, Sheng listed down the outcome of his observations before looking at Zhou Wen and asked, what's your take? How long can you last? It's better to underestimate than overestimate. 7 seconds. Zhou Wen carefully did the calculations mentally. He included all his various abilities and finally gave such a conservative number. Enough. Let's draw up our plan first. I'll hide near the apple tree. My limit should be within 500 meters. Then, you can use your companion beast to lure it away and think of a way to hold it back for 7 seconds. Leave the rest to me, Sheng explained as he drew a picture on the ground to show the entire plan clearly. Remember, we only have one chance. If we fail, we will die, Sheng said to Zhou Wen when he was prepared to leave the cave. Got it. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly. The two of them left the cave. Following the plan, Sheng stealthily approached the apple tree. His ability to converge his aura and his concealment were amazing. Zhou Wen watched as Sheng proceeded and couldn't distinguish the difference between him and the grass. The closer Sheng came to the black dragon, the slower he became. He was almost acting in slow motion. A few hours later, Sheng was almost 400 meters away from the apple tree when the black dragon's ears suddenly twitched. Zhou Wen and Sheng's hearts were in their throats as Sheng lay there motionless. Zhou Wen's heart pounded as he forgot to even breathe. After quite some time, the black dragon's ears drooped again. Only then did Zhou Wen feel a little better. However, Sheng was extremely bold. He continued moving forward another 20 to 30 meters, making Zhou Wen's heart skip a beat. Zhou Wen knew the danger that Sheng faced grew with every centimeter he approached the black dragon. He had originally planned on stopping 500 meters from the apple tree, but now he was already within 400 meters. This was Sheng taking on risk to lower the danger Zhou Wen would face. The closer he was to the apple tree, the faster he could reach the golden apple, making the black dragon turn around to chase after him. This would reduce Zhou Wen's risk. Finally, Sheng made the designated gesture. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief and knew that it was time for him to appear. After he retreated to the edge of the island, Zhou Wen summoned his companion beast and prepared himself. Finally, he roared, Big Lizard, I'm here. Come over and eat me. The black dragon, who had been resting under the golden apple tree, immediately pricked up its ears when it heard Zhou Wen's shout. It stood up and, after confirming his location, it flapped its wings and instantly tore through the sky, rushing towards Zhou Wen. Black lightning streaked across the sky, instantly occupying Zhou Wen's vision. Zhou Wen summoned a row of golden warriors to form a blockade in front of the black dragon. These were originally food meant for Tyrant Behemoth, but with Tyrant Behemoth directly eating the essence crystals, they were useless now. The black figure charged over like a bolt of lightning as the golden warriors were sent flying everywhere. Zhou Wen held bamboo blade and overlord sword in each hand as he slashed out with both saber and sword. The demonic astral wheel and fang wheel sword flash crisscrossed and slashed at the black dragon's head. A black beam shot out of the black dragon's eyes, blasting apart the demonic astral wheel and fang wheel sword flash. However, it didn't stop charging at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen activated ghost steps and instantly moved more than 10 meters away. At the same time, he counted inwardly. 1 second. On the other side, Sheng had already charged at the golden apple tree like a ghost. His speed was equally terrifying. The black dragon was much faster than Zhou Wen's ghost steps. It extended its wings and its huge body nimbly drew an L-shaped mark in the air before catching up to him. It spat out a large amount of black poison smoke that swept towards Zhou Wen like a flood. A purple bell appeared in Zhou Wen's hand as he waved it at the black dragon. The billowing black smoke was sucked into the bell. The black dragon was somewhat taken aback, but it immediately charged towards Zhou Wen with its mouth agape, hoping to devour him. Zhou Wen waved the bell in his hand. As black poison smoke spewed out from the bell, he redirected it to the black dragon. At the same time, he used ghost steps to rapidly move away. 2 seconds. Zhou Wen counted inwardly. The black dragon entered the poisonous smoke and temporarily lost its vision. In its rage, it let out a roar that sounded like a thunderclap. The shockwave scattered the poisonous smoke and didn't stop. The shockwave continued rushing towards Zhou Wen's body. The roar was an area of effect attack. There was no place for him to dodge. Zhou Wen could only fend off the strike and activate the inverse ancient sovereign life soul while using the demon dragon true body. When he was done, the shockwave had already arrived in front of him. Boom. Zhou Wen raised his fists to defend himself. He was thrown back by the force from the shockwave, his legs plowing deep marks that were dozens of meters long. The black dragon seemed to sense something and stopped pursuing Zhou Wen. It turned around and attempted to charge back. Zhou Wen knew that Sheng had entered the range of the golden apple tree and had attracted the black dragon's attention. It was returning to protect the golden apple. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't let it leave, otherwise Sheng's life would be in danger. Seeing that the black dragon was about to fly away, a purple beam flew over from the side and struck the black dragon's wings. The purple light was a short purple copper ancient sword. The black dragon's scaly wing was sliced open by the purple copper ancient sword. Well done. Zhou Wen saw the demonic neonate expressionlessly hiding in the grass with the scabbard in her arms. After the ancient sword injured the black dragon, it flew towards the grass. Roar. The dragon roared angrily. It had never suffered such damage before. Its wings had been injured, so it didn't rush back in rage. It transformed into lightning and charged at Zhou Wen, planning to devour him first before returning to protect the golden apple. The black dragon was so fast that its massive figure couldn't be seen. Only a black lightning bolt was seen crossing the void. It was unbelievably fast. However, Zhou Wen was already used to such speeds. He grinded the mythical creature every day. Although the snake was slightly slower than the black dragon, it wasn't that much slower. As for the other mythical creature, it was faster than the black dragon. Zhou Wen remained calm as he charged into the sea with a burst of terrifying speed with his demon dragon true body. In the sky, he wasn't the match for the black dragon, but in the seawater, a winged dragon couldn't be as agile as him. The pair of huge wings became an obstacle in its underwater movement. Seeing Zhou Wen rush into the water, the black dragon hesitated for a moment and chose not to chase after him. It looked like it was about to turn around and return to the golden apple tree. 3 seconds. As Zhou Wen counted, he tore out of the water surface and switched back to Slaughterer. He held the banana fan and fanned the black dragon 3 times. The 3 grand yin winds stirred up huge waves as they swept towards the black dragon in the sky. One wave after another struck its body while the demonic neonate hid and sent the ancient sword for another attack. They attacked the black dragon one after another. The black dragon had been injured by the ancient sword, so when it saw the purple beam flying towards it and the waves rushing towards it, its ferocity was triggered. The black gas around it surged as its body emitted a metallic sheen. Another 2 pairs of wings appeared on its back, turning it into a black 6-winged dragon. Black flames burned on its body as its 6 wings flapped. The black flames erupted like a volcano, blocking the grand yin wind as the ancient sword was sent flying. The black 6-winged dragon that looked like devilish burned with black flames in its eyes as though it had come from a devilish abyss. It suddenly swooped down and its speed increased once again. It had reached an unbelievable level that Zhou Wen couldn't even react in time. They didn't manage to force the dragon to produce such change in their previous probes, but Zhou Wen had been prepared for accidents. He was mentally prepared. At the instant the black 6-winged dragon charged into the sea, Zhou Wen had used the lost country to teleport away. Boom. The surface of the sea exploded with waves reaching several hundred feet high. The gigantic black six-winged dragon charged into the sea. Its black flames remained burning in the sea, completely unaffected by the seawater. Instead, large amounts of seawater evaporated. Lost Country's teleportation had a limited distance range. After Zhou Wen teleported, he was sent flying by the shockwave from the black six-winged dragon's charge into the water. Blood oozed out of his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, and his bones almost seemed like crumbling. When the black six-winged dragon discovered Zhou Wen, it immediately charged over. It remained very fast, but it wasn't as indiscernible as before. Clearly, the water's resistance had created quite a problem for it. Behind it was surging white foam, a result from the flapping of its 3 pairs of wings. Zhou Wen knew that the more bubbles there were, the greater the resistance it experienced. Immediately, he switched back to the inverse ancient sovereign state. The demon dragon true body worked with the 9 dragons art as he constantly darted about in the water, dodging the attacks of the black six-winged dragon. 4 seconds. Zhou Wen felt like it was an eternity. The demon dragon true body had greatly increased his expenditure of essence energy, but in such a battle, it was impossible for him to switch back. If he slowed down, he would definitely be devoured by the black six-winged dragon. After failing to catch up to Zhou Wen several times, the black six-winged dragon once again flew into a rage. The scales on its body stood up as though it was an angry fowl. Suddenly, the scales bloomed like lotus flowers. Countless scales flew in all directions and sliced through the seawater, instantly appearing in front of Zhou Wen. There were just too many scales. With nowhere to dodge, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth as he gripped the Overlord's sword and bamboo blade and forcefully slashed down. The Overlord's sword and bamboo blade slashed at the scales of light. With the strength of the demon dragon true body, he managed to shatter the 2 scales in front of them. However, the scales behind them bombarded him like artillery. Zhou Wen tried his best to brandish his blades to block, but he was still unable to do so. Scales of light streaked across his body and immediately sliced through the mutated stone-chi's armor. They even sliced through the flesh and bones inside as blood instantly dyed the seawater red. Zhou Wen flew backward, leaving a long pool of blood in the sea like a blood dragon. 5 seconds. The demon dragon true body automatically lost its effect. Zhou Wen could only switch back to Slaughterer. Although his essence energy instantly recovered, his injuries remained. And he didn't have the chance to switch back to demon dragon true body. This was because the black six-winged dragon had already torn through the seawater and charged forward like a primordial beast. If Zhou Wen switched back to the inverse ancient sovereign and used the demon dragon true body, his body would stiffen for an instant. It would be enough time for the black six-winged dragon to kill him several hundred times. Forcefully activating Sigh of the King, a powerful force filled his body, but it also made his injured body feel even more painful. Without fighting the black six-winged dragon, Zhou Wen used all his strength to rush out of the sea like a cannonball with ghost steps. He continued in midair and headed for the beach. The Sigh of the King lasted for a limited period of time. Zhou Wen's body couldn't withstand such immense strength. It wouldn't be enough time to kill a mythical creature in battle. If the mythical creature didn't die, he would explode to his death. The black six-winged dragon charged after him. Its speed immediately soared in midair. Despite Zhou Wen using the Sigh of the King, the gap between them rapidly shrank. The dragon roar sounded from behind. Zhou Wen could already hear the terrifying shockwave surge behind him. Zhou Wen held the Overlord sword and slashed out with the demonic astral wheel. With the augmentation of the Sigh of the King, the blood-red sword beam sliced through the shockwave and struck the black six-winged dragon's head. The black six-winged dragon flapped its wings and dodged it. Even it felt apprehensive fending off the demonic astral wheel that was augmented by the Sigh of the King. It didn't use its body to withstand the blow like before. After dodging the demonic astral wheel, the black six-winged dragon engaged in pursuit. However, to its surprise, the demonic astral wheel spun back and struck the wings on its back. Immediately, a hole tore open on its wings as dragon blood immediately gushed out. With ever victorious cooperating with the Sigh of the King, even the black six-winged dragon couldn't remain uninjured. However, such a wound was nothing to the black six-winged dragon. It only served to make it crazier as it chased after Zhou Wen like a lunatic. 6 seconds. Zhou Wen continued counting. Suddenly, a loud shriek sounded from the golden apple tree. Zhou Wen knew that In Sheng had succeeded. This was the signal he had succeeded. Zhou Wen desperately tried to escape, but the black six-winged dragon closed in. Zhou Wen held the banana fan in his hand and fanned at the black six-winged dragon, but all he could do was slow it down. In the darkness, the demonic Neon 8 controlled the ancient sword to stab at the black six-winged dragon, but this time, it didn't dodge and continued pursuing Zhou Wen crazily. The ancient sword stabbed into its neck, and the blade fully sank into its flesh. However, the black six-winged dragon seemed to have lost all feeling as it continued the chase. As for Zhou Wen's body, he couldn't withstand the power of the Sigh of the King. His bones nearly shattered from the pressure, and his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and wounds kept spurting out blood. Damn it. Zhou Wen realized that he couldn't escape the berserk black six-winged dragon. I'm going to risk it. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was really going all out this time as a desperate measure. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. And Sheng grabbed the golden apple and rushed over frantically, but he was too far away. It was too late. The enraged black six-winged dragon chased after Zhou Wen when he suddenly stopped. He held the sword and saber in each hand. He unleashed the Sai of the king's powers completely, ignoring the possibility of blasting apart his body. He slashed his saber and sword at the black six-winged dragon. Transcendent Flying Immortal produced sword flashes and saber flashes that constantly flashed, transforming into streams of light that streaked across the black six-winged dragon's body. The black six-winged dragon roared at the sky as its 6 wings flapped crazily and blocked Zhou Wen's blade beams like a devilish blade. Boom. Zhou Wen's body flew out like a pellet and slammed into the mountain wall 1,000 meters away. He left a huge hole in the wall as half the mountain wall shattered and collapsed. On the other side, 4 of the 6 wings of the black dragon had been severed. 1.5 wings remained attached to its back, only one was intact. Zhou Wen felt as though all his bones were fractured and his organs were bleeding. He failed to stand up despite struggling a few times. The black six-winged dragon stared at Zhou Wen, its eyes filled with anger and killing intent. In the next second, it opened its mouth and spewed out devilish flames that resembled a volcanic eruption. The flames could destroy everything. Ignoring the fact that Zhou Wen was heavily injured and unable to resist, even if he wasn't injured, it wasn't likely that he could withstand this blow. Zhou Wen could only watch as the demonic flames spewed out as he remained powerless to resist them. And Sheng was still about 1,000 meters away from Zhou Wen. He had a solemn expression as he placed the golden apple on the ground. Essence energy erupted from his body as he made a strange pose with his hands as a glow coruscated between his brows. At that instant, Sheng's figure blurred as though he had turned into a phantom. However, that was only an instant. Soon, his figure became corporeal again, but he wasn't Sheng. He had turned into the heavily injured Zhou Wen. And Sheng appeared where Zhou Wen previously was. Boom. The black six-winged dragon's terrifying demonic flame struck Sheng. Even the mountain wall behind him was torn apart. Large swaths of the mountain walls cracked and dust scattered. Ah, Sheng. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he struggled to stand up, but he repeatedly fell to the ground. The dust dissipated and Sheng's body was covered in blood. His armor had also shattered. He pressed his hands on the ground and wobbly stood up. The raging black six-winged dragon opened its mouth to spew another mouthful of flames. Zhou Wen didn't have any combat strength and Sheng's situation wasn't any better. All he could do was grit his teeth and summon Banana Fairy, allowing her to use Great Yin Wind at the black six-winged dragon. The black six-winged dragon felt the Grand Yin Wind and turned its head to spit out a mouthful of demonic flames. It collided with the Grand Yin Wind and immediately scattered it. Banana Fairy was tossed in the air and was thrown far away like a leaf dancing in the wind. The black six-winged dragon also turned its head and looked at Zhou Wen. Finally, its gaze locked onto Zhou Wen. Its eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred as it dragged its broken wings and, step by step, walked towards Zhou Wen. It looked like it wanted to devour him to dispel the hatred in its heart. And Sheng summoned a bow and shot arrows at the six-winged dragon, but it ignored him. The arrows stabbed deep into the wound on its back. Ignoring everything, the black six-winged dragon continued walking towards Zhou Wen as though there was nothing else in its eyes other than Zhou Wen. Gold apple, throw away the gold apple, and Sheng shouted at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen picked up the golden apple on the ground and threw it into the distance, but the black six-winged dragon didn't look at the golden apple. It firmly walked towards Zhou Wen, who found it difficult to even stand up. It opened its mouth, baring its terrifying fangs. From the looks of it, there's no escape for me today. I should have known not to enter dimensional zones in real life. Every time I enter a dimensional zone in real life, something bad happens. Could it be that I'm unlucky and there's something the dimensional zones have against me? Zhou Wen thought in a self-deprecating manner. And Sheng kept attacking the black six-winged dragon to attract its attention, but it ignored his attacks because it hated Zhou Wen to the core. Although Sheng's attacks injured the black six-winged dragon's body, he was unable to seriously injure it. Roar. The black six-winged dragon had already rushed in front of Zhou Wen and was about to devour him. Zhou Wen's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a solution. And Sheng summoned a sword and leapt onto the black six-winged dragon's back. He stabbed into its wound, but the black six-winged dragon didn't seem to notice. The killing intent in its eyes burned intensely. It didn't spew out any demonic flames. Only by gnawing on his bones and chewing on his flesh could it fully vent its anger. Just as Zhou Wen was about to be devoured, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the mouth of the black six-winged dragon. Zhou Wen couldn't help but cry out when he saw that Zhang Yuzi was blocking him. Zhang Yuzi stood in front of Zhou Wen, but she had no intention of retreating. She clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest as she looked at the black six-winged dragon in a pleading manner. I beg you, don't hurt him, all right? What's the point of begging it? Move away quickly. Zhou Wen thought to himself, isn't this courting death? Your tiny figure is only a snack for the black six-winged dragon. You'll be devoured in a mouthful. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, the black six-winged dragon didn't bite down at all. It looked at Zhang Yuzi with some hesitation. Zhou Wen and Sheng looked at Zhang Yuzi in shock. And Sheng also stopped driving his sword deeper, afraid that he would anger the black six-winged dragon. Zhang Yuzi approached the black six-winged dragon and pressed her hand against its face. She gently said, please don't be angry anymore, all right? The black six-winged dragon stared at Zhang Yuzi as it let out a low whimper. It seemed to be about to fly into a rage and devour Zhang Yuzi, who was right by its mouth. However, it didn't move. It seemed to be hesitant. Whoosh. Suddenly, a blood-red light burst out from the black six-winged dragon's chest. Blood spewed out like a fountain, bringing with it a purple beam of light. It was the demonic neon, its ancient sword. The black six-winged dragon had ignored the ancient sword when it stabbed into its neck. However, at some point in time, the ancient sword had pierced its body and entered its heart. At this moment, it broke through its heart and heavily injured the black six-winged dragon. Boom. The black six-winged dragon's demonic flames erupted as terrifying power instantly reduced the entire area to ruins. And Sheng's first reaction was to flash in front of Zhou Wen and raise a shield to block the terrifying demonic flames. The shield instantly shattered and turned to ash. And Sheng held Zhou Wen with one hand and pressed his other hand on the ground. Together with Zhou Wen, they instantly vanished into the ground. However, the terrifying force reduced the ground to dust. Zhou Wen felt Sheng heavily slam into him before the two of them flew out. In the next second, he felt a large amount of cold seawater surge in. When the terrifying demonic flames stopped, half the island had been destroyed, forming a crater 1,000 meters in diameter. The seawater gushed in and Zhou Wen and Sheng barely floated up. Banana Fairy had pulled them out of the sea. The two of them were almost half dead. Their gazes landed on the spot where the black six-winged dragon was. Only the spot it stood on wasn't destroyed. It stood in the middle of the crater like a stone pillar, staring at Zhang Yuzi with a strange look in its eyes. Zhang Yuzi was so close to the black six-winged dragon, but she didn't suffer any damage. From her appearance, it was likely that despite the black six-winged dragon unleashing its power in that situation, it still avoided her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zhang Yuzi hugged the black six-winged dragon's chin and cried. Boom. The black six-winged dragon collapsed to the ground. The vitality in its body gradually dissipated, but it didn't close its eyes. It stared at Zhang Yuzi as though puzzled. There was also sorrow, anger, and indescribable complexity in its eyes. Banana Fairy tried her best to pull Zhou Wen and Sheng to the platform. Both of them were covered in injuries, but after being washed by the seawater, there wasn't much blood on their bodies. They fell to the ground without the strength to even sit up as their bodies ached terribly. Chapter 461 Goddess Arrival. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuzi, who was crying in front of the black six-winged dragon's corpse. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a golden beam rise from the seawater. A golden apple floated out of the water amidst the pillar of light and slowly rose into the air. The golden apple was clearly the one Zhou Wen had thrown out. At that moment, it seemed to be alive. It floated in the air and emitted a resplendent divine light. A golden beam of light descended from the sky like a god. That figure seemed to be condensed from golden light as a terrifying pressure descended. It was like a sea of death, as though it was a supreme existence in the world. The golden light descended from the golden beam, stopping only when it reached the golden apple. It reached out and grabbed the golden apple. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen and company heard the indescribable divine voice in their minds. Human, you have completed the trials of my race in the human world. Leave your names behind. You will receive the rewards my race will bestow. I don't want it. Zhang Yuzi shook her head and said, the tears on her face still remaining. Zhou Wen and Sheng exchanged looks before Sheng nodded at Zhou Wen. After some thought, he said to the golden light, poison. Boom. Once Zhou Wen said that, the entire island trembled as though the universe's birth was repeating as the time passed. The destroyed island rapidly recovered under the golden glow. The seawater retreated and the ground returned to normal. The rocks flew back and the grass sprouted again. A golden apple tree formed a golden apple. Under the golden apple tree, a black dragon appeared. It looked very similar to the one Zhou Wen and company had killed, but there were some differences. As for the black six-winged dragon corpse that Zhou Wen and company had killed, it gradually disintegrated and vanished, only leaving behind a dimensional crystal. There was an additional item under the apple tree. It was a golden monolith. On the top of the monument was the word, poison. There was nothing below. I'll bestow you a golden apple in the name of the gods. The golden light held the golden apple as the apple shimmered. Moments later, the golden light gradually faded as the luster on the golden apple converged before slowly flying towards Zhou Wen. When the golden light and beam vanished, the golden apple landed in Zhou Wen's hand. Although it was still the golden apple, Zhou Wen felt that it was somewhat different. How do we get out? Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask when he saw the golden light vanish. Let's try retracing our steps, Sheng said. Let's go. Zhou Wen helped Zhang Yuzi up and picked up the dimensional crystal that the black six-winged dragon left behind. It was a skill crystal, but he had no idea what skill it was. Furthermore, mythical crystals had high attribute requirements. It wasn't something that could be easily absorbed. The trio once again arrived at the pool. This time, the pool directly sucked them in. When they came out of the waterfall again, they realized that they had returned to the original island. Their boat was moored on the beach and the distant islands could be vaguely seen. Do we still head for the other dimensional zones? Sheng asked Zhou Wen. Our injuries are so heavy. I don't know when we will recover. Why would we go? Zhou Wen felt certain that the dimensional zones in real life had a vendetta with him. It was best if he didn't head to any dimensional zones in reality. The trio boarded the boat. Zhou Wen and In Sheng were seriously injured, so it wasn't appropriate for them to move around. Zhang Yuzi drove the boat while In Sheng was in charge of directing her as they returned in the same way towards the Peninsula of Gods. We have a total of 2 spoils of war. The Golden Apple and Black Six-Winged Dragon's Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Yuzi, choose one. Zhou Wen placed the 2 items in front of Zhang Yuzi. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuzi, he might have already died. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until the demonic neon its ancient sword tore out of its heart. Zhang Yuzi really deserved it. There's no need. I don't want to see anything related to it. Zhang Yuzi shook her head. Are you alright? Zhou Wen asked Zhang Yuzi. Zhang Yuzi's condition was clearly odd. She seemed completely heartbroken over a dimensional creature. Furthermore, despite the black 6-winged dragon being in such a rage, its final strike didn't injure her. It was clearly a little odd. Zhou Wen guessed that the essence energy art which Zhang Yuzi might have cultivated had something to do with her life providence. Zhou Wen had previously heard that some life providences could communicate with dimensional creatures, but Zhang Yuzi's ability was clearly not as simple as communication. I'm fine. I'll get used to it. Zhang Yuzi forced a smile, but it was obvious that she was still in a terrible mood. Seeing that she really didn't want it, to the point of finding it a little loathsome, Zhou Wen offered the 2 items to In Sheng. In Sheng took the dimensional crystal and left the golden apple to Zhou Wen. Take this. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony with In Sheng as he put away the golden apple. Zhang Yuzi didn't wish to talk about the incident on the island at all, so Zhou Wen and In Sheng didn't ask further. Along the way, Zhou Wen and company saw a group of sky cranes tear through the air and quickly arrive in front of their boat. Zhang Xiao descended from the back of Sky Crane. When he saw Zhou Wen's and In Sheng's severe injuries, his expression changed drastically. He ignored them and walked straight to Zhang Yuzi and asked anxiously, Yuzi, are you alright? I'm fine. Thanks to the protection from Zhou Wen and In Sheng, I wasn't injured. They were severely injured. We have to thank them properly, Zhang Yuzi said. Zhou Wen and In Sheng immediately understood that Zhang Yuzi was afraid that the Zhang family would cause trouble for them. Thank you for protecting Yuzi. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to inform me. Zhang Xiao said to Zhou Wen and In Sheng before getting an epic expert from the Zhang family to use rare healing spells to treat their injuries. At the same time, the Sky Crane team escorted Zhang Yuzi back. After returning to the harbor, Zhou Wen and In Sheng had greatly recovered. The Zhang family quickly left with Zhang Yuzi as though they were protecting a real princess. I heard that the Zhang family's little princess is very doted upon. Originally, I thought it was because the Zhang family only has one daughter, but from the looks of it, it's not that simple. It might be a reason, but the most important reason is probably related to her life providence, In Sheng said to Zhou Wen when he saw the Zhang family escort disappear with Zhang Yuzi. Zhou Wen nodded. He naturally could tell that there was something wrong with Zhang Yuzi. Recalling how she had slept in a coffin on the plane, it only implied a greater problem. Don't think too much about it. Let's find a place to recuperate. With such serious injuries, I'm afraid it will take some time for us to recover. Fortunately, the Zhang family helped us with their healing skills. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we would even be able to participate in the auction the day after tomorrow, In Sheng said. Chapter 462, Resetting Life Providence. After finding a hotel, the 2 injured men went back to their individual rooms to rest. The Zhang family's epic expert had very powerful healing abilities, but it was impossible for him to completely heal their damaged organs and bones. Even with their physiques and self-recovery abilities, it would be difficult for them to engage in combat in the next couple of weeks. Zhou Wen lay on the bed with his phone in one hand and the golden apple in the other as he took a picture of it. Although it was a gift from a god, this thing didn't have a manual. The god didn't tell Zhou Wen what it was for. All Zhou Wen could do was study it himself. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had the mysterious phone. After snapping a picture of the golden apple, he saw its information appear on his phone. Golden apple, a treasure of the Edgens. Randomly changes a life providence once. Zhou Wen looked at the information and couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected that something in this world could change a life providence. The changing of a life providence was undoubtedly an opportunity for those who had a crappy life providence. However, Zhou Wen was rather satisfied with his life providence and had no intention of changing it. The golden apple was useless to him. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and put the golden apple into his chaos space. Although this item was useless to him, it was extremely valuable. It was very likely worth more than a mythical companion egg. A life providence wasn't something that could be decided by humans. It was related to the essence energy art one cultivated, and at the same time, it had something to do with one's physique and other factors. Therefore, there was huge variability. Even if one cultivated a top-grade essence energy art and had excellent conditions, he couldn't prevent himself from getting a relatively useless life providence. Just like a senior from the Dugu family, he naturally cultivated the best essence energy art. His physique wasn't in any way bad since he had the inheritance of the Dugu family. Furthermore, that person had been talented from a young age. He picked things up quickly and was considered the future hope of the family. They had spent a lot of effort and resources to nurture him. However, when he condensed his life providence, the life providence he condensed was called God of No Deaths. At that time, everyone thought that with such an impressive name, it would definitely be amazing. However, they realized that with the life providence of the God of No Death, no matter what skills or weapons he used, he was unable to harm his opponent. His life providence prevented him from killing anyone, he couldn't even injure others. If a person couldn't even kill the weakest dimensional creature, wouldn't that make him a cripple? Such an example was not rare in the six families. Although there were only a few extreme cases, many still hoped to change their life providences. Zhou Wen had heard from Sheng that the Cape family once produced an unlucky life providence. It was truly unlucky. If he sold the golden apple to such a person, he could probably exchange it for a mythical companion egg. That person would definitely agree if he had won. Before the auction began, Zhou Wen didn't go anywhere. He just rested in his room and kept grinding the game's dungeons. After the battle with the black six-winged dragon, the mutated stone Chi's armor was shattered, so the mutated stone Kai naturally died. Zhou Wen had lost an important piece of defensive equipment and could only grind for an ordinary Kai. Although it didn't have a high defense like the mutated stone Kai, he had no other choice. Without the stone artifact, there was probably no way for a second mutated stone Kai to appear. If it wasn't for the defense of the mutated stone Kai armor, he might have died while fighting the black six-winged dragon. He spent 2 days grinding in the Zuolu battlefield with the baby tiger, but the Kai armor didn't drop. Instead, another white shadow of poison appeared. The baby tiger only increased a drop rate, but what dropped wasn't within Zhou Wen's control. He couldn't get whatever he wanted like Wang Lu. The auction is about to begin. It's time for us to go. And Sheng called Zhou Wen regarding the auction. Zhou Wen followed in Sheng to the auction. When he arrived at the venue, he took out an auction booklet. Apart from the invisibility cloak, there were many good items for sale. Although there weren't any mythical companion eggs, there were plenty of epic companion eggs. Many of them were exotic. Even an angel companion egg was sold. What surprised Zhou Wen the most was that there were actually constellation companion eggs. The one that appeared at the auction was an Aquilius companion egg. However, the booklet didn't clearly state what an Aquilius companion egg was. From the looks of it, we are rather fated. I never expected to meet you again so quickly. Zhou Wen was reading the booklet in the hall when someone walked over and sat down beside him. Li Mobai. Zhou Wen turned his head and realized that it was Li Mobai. However, when he took a closer look at Li Mobai, he realized that something was amiss. His aura was very weak, as though he was a normal person who had never cultivated before. Didn't Li Xuan tell you? My cultivation is crippled, Li Mobai said indifferently. It happened on the day of the birthday party. Zhou Wen sized up Li Mobai in surprise and asked. I originally wanted to use my own life soul to promote Li Xuan's growth, but that punk was disappointing. It failed. Li Mobai briefly explained the situation of him using the evil King Gu to help Li Xuan advance to the epic stage. Zhou Wen didn't believe Li Mobai's words. He looked at him and said, in that case, you were doing it for Li Xuan's good. None of that makes sense. Li Xuan nearly died in Guide Ancient City. Li Mobai said indifferently, it's not necessarily for his own good. I just want to achieve my goals. He's just a tool to me, but unfortunately, he's a useless tool. Didn't you know that Shu Miantu was also working for me back at Guide Ancient City? If they were to deal with my stupid brother together, do you think he would still be alive? Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. Li Mobai's words seemed to make sense. What about the lotus pond? If I hadn't been there, before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Li Mobai interrupted him. Don't you think that you should have been the one who died? Li Mobai said expressionlessly. Zhou Wen carefully recalled the situation back then and couldn't help but feel somewhat taken aback. He realized that it was indeed the case. From beginning to end, Shu Miantu's target seemed to be him, not Li Xuan. I originally thought that he was a member of the Li family after all. With the same blood flowing in him, he should be capable of something. I didn't expect him to be a useless fellow. To wash a pig is to waste both water and soap, so he might as well be a pig for the rest of his life. Help me tell him when you return. In the future, no one will trouble him again. Tell him to just be his third young master of the Li family, Li Mobai said. Zhou Wen didn't know if this matter was true or not, nor could he believe that Li Mobai was telling the truth. He had to wait until he returned to ask Li Xuan about it before he could confirm the veracity of the matter. Therefore, he didn't wish to tell Li Mobai too much. Li Mobai had no intention of saying anything to Zhou Wen. He got up and left the hall with a girl. The girl followed behind Li Mobai silently. From beginning to end, she hadn't said a word, as if she was Li Mobai's bodyguard. I heard that Li Mobai from the Li family is quite a figure. Having met him today, he's indeed extraordinary. Even though his cultivation is ruined, he doesn't seem dispirited at all, Sheng said. Can he start all over again? Zhou Wen asked. Difficult. If he were to forcefully transfer his life soul away, his life providence and foundation will definitely be destroyed, making him inferior to an ordinary person. It's impossible for him to cultivate the same essence energy art. He can't even cultivate the same essence energy art that uses the same essence energy C. He needs to cultivate a essence energy art in other spots to start all over. Furthermore, him restoring a life providence and life soul will probably be 10 times harder than the average person. After all, when a person condenses a life providence for the first time, he has already used up most of his potential. To condense it again, there will be some inborn flaws. Even if he succeeds in condensing one, it will be somewhat lacking, In Sheng said. After pausing for a moment, In Sheng continued, however, a person's strength doesn't just depend on the strength of their combat strength. No matter how weak Li Mobei's life providence is, he cannot be underestimated. If you become his enemy in the future, you must be careful. Zhou Wen nodded. It was true that the worth of a person who could be so ruthless to himself couldn't simply be measured by his strength. The Yin family was considered a wealthy family in the East District, but they could only sit in the hall like the others. The Zhang family likely had an individual room, so Zhou Wen didn't see Zhang Yuzi in the hall. After the auction began, Zhou Wen watched by the side, having no intention of taking action. The Aquilius companion egg was won by someone from the West District, so Zhou Wen ultimately didn't learn what companion beast it was. In the midst of this, Zhou Wen saw Li Mobai bid a few times. Apart from some of West District companion eggs, he had also bid on a Essence Energy art named Constellation Artwork. The final appearance was the Invisibility Cloak companion egg, and the competition exceeded Zhou Wen's imagination. The average person had too few channels to obtain a mythical companion beast, so even if they knew the possibility of incubating the cloak was low, many tycoons still wanted to give it a try. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of spending money, but in the end, the price of the invisibility cloak went out of control. And Sheng had already hit his limit and had repeatedly requested in Tianzuo to obtain more funding, but in the end, he couldn't obtain the funds. Yet, there were still people bidding for it. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the invisibility cloak was won by a guest in a VIP room. I didn't expect the price offered for the invisibility cloak to be much higher than the last time, and Sheng said helplessly. Zhou Wen was helpless as well. Although he had plenty of essence crystals on hand, he couldn't just use them as money. Furthermore, the price was just too high. After the auction ended, Zhou Wen didn't immediately leave the Peninsula of Gods. He planned on taking this opportunity to visit Athena's temple to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol, or his trip would have been for nothing. This time, Zhou Wen made up his mind not to enter. He would just look from the outside. The humans on the Peninsula of Gods had discovered a temple. The temple didn't have a name, only a shield-shaped carving. On the shield, there was also a portrait of a beautiful goddess's head. Many people guessed that it was the goddess of wisdom's temple because her head portrait was often engraved on a shield in ancient times. It represented protection and resistance against invasion. However, up to now, no one had been able to prove that it was the goddess of wisdom's temple. Furthermore, the temple had not been fully explored and many people had died inside. Now, the Peninsula of Gods allowed anyone to enter the temple to explore so as to attract more hunters. Zhou Wen had no intention of taking the risk to enter the temple. He purely wanted to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. Furthermore, his injuries hadn't healed, so it was inconvenient for him to fight. And Sheng rented a car and took him to the temple. 3 hours later, the two arrived in front of a massive stone palace. Zhou Wen saw the shield symbol on the palace door and the side profile of the woman in the middle of the shield. This woman's head portrait was clearly of West District heritage. It was different from what Zhou Wen had seen on the anchor symbol. Apart from the shield and the woman's portrait, there were also many ancient European-style patterns along the side. Before Zhou Wen could carefully look at the patterns, the mysterious phone automatically vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone and aimed it at the palace. The camera function automatically locked onto a tiny palm symbol on a pattern. He pressed the shutter button and the screen showed a download. It delighted Zhou Wen. From the looks of it, the dimensional zones in the West District can be downloaded as well. It will be great if I can download all the temples of the 12 Olympian gods as game dungeons. It would be best if I could download the temples of the 12 titans, chaos, and the 5 primordial deities. Zhou Wen was only musing. Ignoring the fact that most of the temples of the 12 Olympian gods had yet to be discovered, there were no traces of the Titans' temple. Even those that had been discovered were likely controlled by the families of the Peninsula of Gods. Ordinary people were unable to approach them. Just as he was thinking about what other dimensional zones he could visit, he suddenly saw a group of people escorting a person to the temple. Brother, who is that? He appears famous. And Sheng asked a passerby and pointed at the man who appeared like a celebrity. You don't even know about Lucas. He's the pride of our Peninsula of Gods. He advanced to the epic stage at the age of 20 and killed the Cyclops single-handedly. At sea, he fought Leviathan. He even created the world-famous Lucas battle aura. The passerby praised him to the heavens. Zhou Wen realized that this man's results were so illustrious that he was definitely an extremely powerful figure. He couldn't help but stop for a moment. He imagined that the man was here to explore the temple, but to his surprise, he held a fan meeting at the entrance of the temple. Lucas. Lucas, the fans shouted his name loudly. Is this Lucas really that powerful? After the passerby left, Zhou Wen asked in Sheng in disbelief. Perhaps it's different from common folklore. I've heard of his name before, but I've never seen him before. He's only active around the Peninsula of Gods. He's a famous independent hunter. He's about 30 years old. In the past, he had quite a few impressive results. He's quite famous here at the Peninsula of Gods. As for the Lucas battle aura, I've never heard of it before, In Sheng said. The two of you. That's right. I'm talking about you. Foreign fans, let the great Lucas give you an autograph. Zhou Wen and In Sheng were chatting by the periphery of the crowd. They didn't know why Lucas would suddenly point at them as if he had a screw loose. Chapter 464 The Great Lucas. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw that they were the only ones from the East District. The others looked Mediterranean. Clearly, the two fans that Lucas mentioned were likely him and In Sheng. Many of Lucas's fans looked at them enviously. Don't doubt it. Don't be excited, my friend. It's you. Lucas, can't let you return disappointed after you came all this way here. Come, my friend, take the great Lucas's autograph and enjoy a luxurious day tour sponsored by Lucas. Leave pleasant memories of your stay here in the beautiful Peninsula of Gods. When you return, you can tell your friends in the East District how beautiful the Peninsula of Gods is. Of course, tell people how handsome the great Lucas is, Lucas said as he pointed at the two of them. Ahem. Young Master Wen, I don't think he has any ill intentions. I've heard about his style before. We should respect his enthusiasm and kind intentions. We need to be gentlemanly and polite, In Sheng whispered to Zhou Wen. Hence, Zhou Wen and In Sheng boarded the temporary stage under the envy of many fans. Come on, buddy. Where do you want the great Lucas autograph signed? On your chest or your butt? I'm just joking. I only sign on the butts of women, Lucas said with a smile. Zhou Wen really couldn't appreciate Lucas's humor, much less allow him to scribble on his clothes. He took out a notebook and handed it to him. Please sign here. Friends from the East District are indeed reserved. All right, as you wish. Lucas waved his pen rapidly and signed his name on Zhou Wen's notebook. What about you, my friend? Lucas looked at In Sheng. I'll have to trouble you to sign here, In Sheng said as he flipped a page and pointed at a blank spot in the notebook. You East District people are too strict. Young people should be more relaxed. Don't be embarrassed to express your love. All right, I should sign something special for you. As Lucas spoke, he signed again. This time, he did not sign a name but wrote a sentence. Dedicated to my dear friend, your greatest love, Lucas. He spoke it out loud as he wrote before signing his name. Zhou Wen didn't know what expression In Sheng had, but he nearly burst out laughing. In Sheng said expressionlessly to Lucas, thank you for your autograph. We still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we have to leave. Don't be in such a rush to leave. There's still the luxurious tour that's fully paid for. You have a chance of coming into close contact with the mighty Lucas and seeing how I hunt dimensional creatures. Whatever is received today will be yours. Today is your lucky day. Come on, young friends. He wrapped his arms around Zhou Wen and In Sheng's shoulders. Then, he said to the fans, thank you for your support. Today, I'll be entertaining my fans from the East District, so pardon me. With that said, he handsomely snapped his fingers and a companion beast that looked like a dinosaur appeared in front of him. He flew up and waved at Zhou Wen and In Sheng. Don't be shy. There's no need to be too pleasantly surprised. Try having a ride on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is what you deserve. Lucas. Lucas, a group of fans cheered. They were clapping for the lucky Zhou Wen and In Sheng as though encouraging them to be braver. Zhou Wen and In Sheng looked at each other before In Sheng nodded. Then, they flipped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Lucas handsomely patted it and said, old pal, let's set off. The Tyrannosaurus roared cooperatively, causing the young fans to cheer crazily. Then, it ran to the opposite side of the street. Zhou Wen and In Sheng were dumbfounded. They had heard Lucas talk so much at the temple entrance and had imagined that he was going in to explore the temple. To their surprise, he didn't enter the temple and instead rode the Tyrannosaurus down the street. Many youths from the Peninsula of Gods let out cheers when they saw him. Lucas also greeted them handsomely. Is this fellow a celebrity or an epic expert? Zhou Wen wore an odd expression. After running for a while, the Tyrannosaurus came in front of a metalwork temple. Lucas showed his pass and took Zhou Wen and In Sheng in. Didn't you say that only residents of the Peninsula of Gods can enter the metalwork temple? Zhou Wen asked In Sheng in puzzlement. In Sheng clearly didn't know why Lucas was able to take them in. On the other hand, Lucas said coolly, the great Lucas is the image ambassador of freelance hunters in the Federation. Here at the Peninsula of Gods, I'm the only one who can bring you in here. Now, you should understand how rare this is, right? Great Lucas, can I take a few photos in front of the temple's entrance? Zhou Wen hurriedly said to Lucas when he saw the small palm symbol as they approached the entrance. Haha, you're really a smart little imp. Are you taking the opportunity to have a photo with me? Of course you can. You are the VIP today, said Lucas warmly as he wrapped his muscular arm around Zhou Wen. With no choice, Zhou Wen had no choice but to take a few pictures with Lucas before seizing the opportunity when In Sheng had a photo with Lucas to snap the tiny palm symbol with his mysterious phone. He had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to enter the metalwork temple, but to his surprise, he was able to download it thanks to this chance. He really wanted to thank this mighty Lucas. After taking a group photo, Lucas led them into the metalwork temple. The temple was like a blacksmith shop. It was filled with machinery used for forging. There was a huge steel furnace, work platforms, and some tools. Zhou Wen couldn't name them. However, the heat in the furnace was hot. There was actually liquid like metal boiling in them. From time to time, one could see fire sprites jumping inside. Are those fire elemental sprites? Zhou Wen asked as he pointed at a scarlet ball of fire. It's about the same. However, its real name should be the steel cauldron fire sprite. It's a type of elemental sprite. It has high temperatures and can spew out high temperature flames. It's a very powerful legendary creature. As Lucas spoke, he summoned a long-handled axe. He rode on the Tyrannosaurus and slashed at it with a cool slash. He struck the steel cauldron fire sprite and destroyed it, sending sparks flying. Lucas raised a shield in his other hand to block the sparks, preventing Zhou Wen and In Sheng from being affected. Having killed the steel cauldron fire sprite, Lucas smiled at them and said, "What a pity. There weren't any dimensional crystals or companion eggs. From the looks of it, your luck ain't that good." Chapter 465 Fire Furnace Queen. Lucas rode on the Tyrannosaurus as they stormed through the metalwork temple. He killed several steel cauldron fire sprites and several robot dimensional creatures. They were instantly killed in one strike, making him look rather powerful. However, his luck was clearly average. After killing more than 10 legendary creatures, only one strength dimensional crystal dropped. It was even at the legendary stage. We've finally gained something. From the looks of it, your luck isn't too bad. Take it. Don't stand on ceremony with the mighty Lucas. This is what you deserve. Lucas handed the dimensional crystal to Zhou Wen before taking out his phone. He took a selfie with Zhou Wen and himself together with the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen broke out into a sweat as he thought to himself, this person is really a piece of work. There's really no limit to this world when it comes to surprises. To think that such a person is a famous epic expert from the Peninsula of Gods. I really didn't expect it. Lucas led them through the hall's corridor and constantly killed various dimensional creatures. However, they were all at the legendary stage. Most of them were steel cauldron fire sprites with the occasional robot. Suddenly, a flaming person that resembled magma appeared in front of him. Zhou Wen immediately recognized it. It was an epic fire sprite that they had seen previously. You are really lucky to encounter an epic fire sprite. From the looks of it, I have encountered a true opponent today. Young lads, watch the battle from the side. If the fire sprite drops a companion egg, you will really be lucky. Lucas made the two of them alight the Tyrannosaurus before charging at the fire sprite. The fire sprite was nearly 3 meters tall. When Lucas fought the fire sprite while riding the Tyrannosaurus, Zhou Wen frowned. To be honest, the fire sprite had quite good fire elemental powers and it wasn't afraid of being injured. It was indeed quite strong, but Lucas was one of the famous epic experts in the Peninsula of Gods. He actually had a tough time defeating the fire sprite. The battle looked gaudy as the gigantic axe and shield bombarded the flames. In addition, the roars of the Tyrannosaurus and the fire sprite made it seem like a battle between epic monsters. If this was a movie, Zhou Wen could give it 99% for the visual effects. However, from Zhou Wen's point of view, Lucas was too much a noob. He had average combat talent and was quite pedestrian. With an epic Tyrannosaurus, an epic companion beast weapon, and epic armor, he only managed to tie with the fire sprite. Apart from noob, Zhou Wen didn't have any other words to describe him. Is this really a famous epic expert whose name resounds in the Peninsula of Gods? Zhou Wen looked at In Sheng and asked. Yes, I think so. And Sheng's expression was calm. Clearly, he had seen all kinds of things happen before, so he wasn't too surprised. Zhou Wen naturally refused to believe that the Peninsula of Gods was only at that level. If the top epic expert in the Peninsula of Gods was at this level, the resources here would probably have been snatched away by other factions. After fighting for more than half an hour, the intense battle ended with Lucas's victory. However, the fire sprite also left injuries on him. Lucas even showed Zhou Wen and In Sheng his injuries as though he was flaunting them. He even took a few selfies as a memento. However, Lucas was really a generous person. When the fire sprite dropped a Essence Energy Skill Crystal, he actually gave it to Zhou Wen and In Sheng according to his promise. However, he still naturally took the picture to commemorate this. He did all of this with great familiarity. You sure are lucky to have a fire sprite's crystal drop. This is a good item that has about a 3% drop rate, said Lucas as he stuffed the crystal into In Sheng's hands. He then asked, let's add each other as friends. I'll send you the pictures later. I haven't installed that software. Let Zhou Wen add you. And Sheng reacted quickly and directed this at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen wasn't eloquent, so he added Lucas as a friend. Then, he saw that he had sent the photo they had just taken along with some stage lines. Although I've suffered some injuries, it's worth it to let fans from the East District witness Lucas's strength and charm. A few of them were photos of him getting injured while fighting the fire sprite. There was also the picture of him giving Zhou Wen the crystal. The comments were filled with envy. There were all sorts of comments that claimed how awesome it was. Some even praised Lucas for his invincibility. It's really a waste that this bro isn't a celebrity. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Lucas led the two of them to continue hunting dimensional creatures in the metalwork temple. He was clearly very familiar with this place as he traversed the corridors that resembled a spiderweb and found quite a number of dimensional creatures. Lads, it's time to rest. As a great hunter, you have to know how to enjoy life. Work and play need to be combined to ensure that you are always in your optimum combat state. As Lucas spoke, he took out a folded chair and table from a box on the Tyrannosaurus's back. Inside it was an umbrella. This fellow actually made it seem like he was drinking coffee by the sea. He set up all sorts of things in the metalwork temple. Even food was prepared. It looked like a sumptuous spread. Just as Zhou Wen and In Sheng were about to start eating, they heard snapping sounds. Lucas had taken another selfie with them before quickly posting a few words on the internet. Zhou Wen saw Lucas's message. It was the picture that had just been taken. On it was the tagline, "Heroes mid-game break." Zhou Wen and In Sheng continued eating by themselves. Not to mention, the food brought by Lucas was quite good. Zhou Wen had never tried such exotic food, so he ended up eating quite a lot. The three of them were eating when they suddenly felt the temperature in their surroundings rise. The air that was originally extremely hot because of the huge steel furnaces was now unbearable. Their hair almost charred. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw a burning dimensional creature with a pair of butterfly-like flaming wings. On its head was a flaming crown. It was a dimensional creature that had flown out of another palace. "What's that?" Zhou Wen asked curiously. "No good. It's the Fire Furnace Queen. Get up. Let's go." Lucas was surprisingly fast. Ignoring the chairs and table, he jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus's back and shouted to Zhou Wen and In Sheng. "Why are you running? Get rid of it. It would be nice if a companion egg dropped." Zhou Wen had heard the passerby mention that the Fire Furnace Queen was a mutated epic creature. She possessed very powerful flaming powers and was extremely rare. "I can fight her alone, but you will definitely be implicated if you are here. How can the mighty Lucas allow you to be injured? I'll fight her again after I take you out." Before Lucas could finish his sentence, Zhou Wen summoned a sword and casually slashed out a sword beam. The sword beam shot out and cleaved apart the Fire Furnace Queen's body. Flames splattered everywhere as a companion egg dropped. The mighty Lucas gaped in astonishment as he stared at the Overlord sword in Zhou Wen's hand. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Chapter 466. The invisibility cloak is stolen. What's up with this fellow? He doesn't seem to be even 20 years old. He should still be a student, right? How can he so easily kill the Fire Furnace Queen? Countless thoughts flashed through Lucas's mind. That sword's beam is way too powerful, isn't it? The Fire Furnace Queen is an extremely powerful existence even among epic creatures. Yet, she couldn't even withstand one strike. It must be because the sword is too powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strength at such a young age. That's not right. Only by advancing to the epic stage can he incubate an epic companion beast. That means he's at least at the epic stage. Zhou Wen had already picked up the Fire Furnace Queen companion egg. It was still very useful. With powerful fire elemental powers, she performed pretty well in many human fields. "Young lad, you're pretty strong. You're almost on par with me. Have you graduated from college?" Lucas laughed as he walked forward and asked. He thought to himself, this fellow might only look young and rather young. In fact, he's already quite old. He's probably in his 30s like. Yes, that must be the case. "Not yet. I'm still schooling," Zhou Wen answered. Lucas froze when he heard that. He forced a smile and continued asking, "What year are you in?" Lucas calculated inwardly. "I advanced to the epic stage at the age of 20 just as I graduated from university. The East District should be the same as our Peninsula of Gods. They are all about 17 years old when they enter college. If he's in his 4th year, he should be 20. To advance to the epic stage at the same age means the mighty Lucas didn't lose." "I'm a freshman," Zhou Wen said as he put away the companion egg. "Did you attend university late?" Lucas found it unbelievable that Zhou Wen had advanced to the epic stage at 17. "No. I attended university at a normal age." "Have you been retained?" "No." Lucas looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression. After some time, he wrapped his arm around Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, "To have such achievements at such a young age, from the looks of it, you will be as great as Lucas in the future." Zhou Wen thought to himself that this person was really thick-skinned, but he wasn't a bad person. "Lucas, thank you for your hospitality today. It's time we bid you farewell. If you have a chance of coming to the East District in the future, contact us," Zhou Wen said to Lucas. "Where are you going?" "Anyway, it's on the way. I'll take you there." Lucas patted his Tyrannosaurus and thought to himself. "Thankfully, I have such a domineering companion beast mount. This isn't something that can be easily obtained. I spent a large sum of money to obtain it." "Thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need. We can go back ourselves," In Sheng said as he summoned a mount. When Lucas saw the mount, his eyes widened. It was also a Tyrannosaurus. Although it was about the same size as his Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was made of metal. It looked like a metal statue, not a living creature. Is this an epic mutated metal Tyrannosaurus? On the list of companion beasts released by the Federation, Lucas had seen the introduction of this mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. It was far stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Zhou Wen and In Sheng bade farewell, they left on the mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly uploaded the photo of the flaming furnace queen's corpse on the internet. There was even a caption. Today, I hunted a very rare fire furnace queen with my friends from the East District. Delightful. Your mount isn't bad. Where did you get it from? Joe Wen asked as he looked at the mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. I got it when I went to Dinosaur Island. There are dinosaurs everywhere there. If you're interested, I'll take you there in the future, and Sheng said with a smile. I think we should head to the nearby temples to take a look. Joe Wen still wanted to visit the other temples to see if there were any tiny palm symbols. It was best if he could download more dungeons. Do you want to visit the other temples? Why not let the great Lucas take you there? Otherwise, there are many dimensional zones in the Peninsula of Gods that don't allow outsiders to enter. Lucas rode his Tyrannosaurus Rex and chased after them. How can we trouble you? Joe Wen asked. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're friends, Lucas said straightforwardly. Lucas led them to the relatively famous dimensional zones on the Peninsula of Gods, such as the God of Light Apollo's music temple. It sounded a little odd, but the Olympian gods usually had multiple titles. Apollo was talented and took on many titles. The music temple was one of his many temples. Joe Wen found the tiny palm symbol outside the music temple and downloaded it. After that, he went to the other temples, but Joe Wen didn't find the tiny palm symbol. He downloaded 3 dungeons that day. The Metalwork Temple, Music Temple, and Cursed Demon Palace. The first dungeon Joe Wen had downloaded was actually Cursed Demon Palace. This surprised him. Athena was the goddess of wisdom, and in the legends, she was also the goddess of war, but the word curse didn't seem related to her. Furthermore, the word Demon Palace was clearly not something a god's temple should have. This made Joe Wen realize that the temple didn't belong to the goddess of wisdom. If the people on the Peninsula of Gods treated it as a temple of the goddess of wisdom, they would likely suffer a huge loss. Joe Wen originally wanted to visit a few more dimensional zones, but after receiving a phone call, Lucas hurriedly left as though he had something urgent to attend to. Joe Wen and In Sheng had no choice but to return to the hotel. This was because the Zhang family had already left the Peninsula of Gods. They couldn't hitch a ride on the plane back, so they could only fly back on Federation Airlines. Just as they were about to book the air tickets, Joe Wen received a call from Lucas. Dear friend, if a police officer requests you to assist in their investigations, don't panic. It's just assisting in the investigations. I'll rush to the police station to testify for you, said Lucas without any head or tail. What happened? Why are we being taken by the police to assist in investigations? A puzzled Joe Wen asked. Lucas said, the invisibility cloak companion egg bought by Lord Urjar for a large sum of money has been stolen. The thief has East District features. Therefore, every East District person in the Peninsula of Gods is being investigated. For now, they can't leave the Peninsula of Gods. However, you don't have to worry. When the invisibility cloak companion egg was stolen yesterday, you were always with the great Lucas. I will be your witness. Thank you, Lucas. Joe Wen thanked him sincerely. Although he wasn't afraid of being investigated, it was indeed nice of Lucas to inform them in advance. Chapter 467 Cursed Demon Palace. The invisibility cloak companion egg has been stolen. I wonder who did it. Joe Wen hung up and said to In Sheng, it's hard to tell. There are too many people who want the invisibility cloak companion egg. Furthermore, the trait of looking like someone from the East District isn't reliable. There are some rare essence energy skills in companion beasts that can allow one to change their appearances, In Sheng said. As the two of them spoke, they heard a knock on the door. When they opened it, they found the local police to get them to assist in their investigations. Joe Wen and In Sheng cooperated and went to the police station. They saw many people from the East District there. Li Mobai was one of them. Most of the people who were there were people from the East District who had participated in the auction. Joe Wen and In Sheng were separately questioned during the investigations, but they were quickly released. My friends, you're fine now. I've already made it clear to them. You were with me the entire time yesterday and didn't have the chance to steal the companion egg. However, before the ban is removed, you are temporarily unable to leave the Peninsula of Gods. Lucas walked over and said warmly, that's good too. It gives me the chance to entertain you for a few more days. Lucas, do you know what kind of person stole the invisibility cloak companion egg? And Sheng asked. Lucas said, it's a man from the East District. He acted the role of a companion egg merchant and entered Lord Urjar's house. After he left, the invisibility cloak companion egg was gone. From the surveillance, he's a man from the East District. However, it's hard to tell. As you know, in our eyes, all men from the East District look rather similar. Furthermore, it's difficult to tell his age. Can we watch the surveillance footage? And Sheng asked. I'm afraid not. However, if you just want to see what that thief looks like, you can just look at this. Lucas handed In Sheng a piece of paper. It was a warrant of arrest with a photo on it. It was indeed a man from the East District. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s. Do you know him? Lucas asked. I don't know him. And Sheng looked carefully before shaking his head. Joe Wen looked at the portrait and felt that he probably had never seen such a man before. However, for some reason, he found him somewhat familiar. After careful inspection, Zhou Wen shook his head and said, "Nah, I really don't know him." After returning to the hotel, and Sheng said to Zhou Wen, "Perhaps this will be an opportunity. Since the invisibility cloak companion egg has been stolen, it becomes an ownerless object. Perhaps we will have a chance to obtain it. We don't even know who stole the companion egg. What chance can we have?" Zhou Wen said. "The Peninsula of Gods is dangerous. There are dimensional zones everywhere and there aren't many paths to take. It won't be easy to escape with the invisibility cloak, so we might stand a chance," Sheng said. "I'm just afraid that he would hide in a dimensional zone with the companion egg before coming out a year and a half later. When that happens, we won't be able to catch him no matter if he hatches it." Zhou Wen shook his head. "Then let's see how powerful the tycoons of the Peninsula of Gods like Urjar are. Anyway, we won't suffer any losses," Sheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen returned to his room and prepared to grind the new instance dungeons. Among the 3 dungeons, he had already gone to the metalwork temple in real life once. Although he didn't venture deep, he wasn't in a rush to grind it. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing to enter the Cursed Demon Palace. The unknown was interesting. Zhou Wen also wanted to see what it looked like inside the Cursed Demon Palace that had been accidentally passed off as a temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. The blood-colored avatar appeared in a palace. It was ancient and glorious with many exquisite sculptures and patterns, but it gave off a weird feeling. It looks so eerie and it's obvious that it's not an orthodox deity's temple. Why would those people think that this is the temple of the Goddess of Wisdom? Zhou Wen found the cartoon-styled dungeon eerie and terrifying, so it meant that, in reality, the temple was definitely worse. However, Zhou Wen didn't know that many deity temples were extremely eerie and terrifying. He didn't see any dimensional creatures as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk into the palace. After taking a few steps, a stone statue beside him suddenly came alive. The stone was like a warrior holding a sword and a shield. When Zhou Wen approached him, he came to life and struck out with the stone sword. Without needing Zhou Wen to take action, the fire furnace queen beside the blood-colored avatar spewed out a ball of flames, blasting the stone statue to pieces. When Zhou Wen returned to the hotel, he had hatched the fire furnace queen and the silver water snake companion egg. Fire furnace queen, epic. Life providence, fire elemental body. Life soul, flaming crown. Strength, 36. Speed, 37. Constitution, 32. Essence energy, 37. Talent skill, fire bullet, fire furnace, fire elemental affinity. Companion form, flaming crown. The fire furnace queen's stats were considered top-notch among epic creatures, but compared to Overlord's sword, her attack power was far inferior. Her companion form augmented fire elemental powers, so it wasn't of much use to Zhou Wen. However, the fire furnace queen had an extremely great advantage. Her fire elemental body life providence and her fire elemental affinity essence energy skill could last for a very long period of time when she was releasing fire elemental essence energy skills. Together with the large area of attack of fire furnace, she could transform an area spanning 100 meters into a sea of flames. Furthermore, it could last for a long time. It was an awesome skill for grinding monsters. Although Banana Fairy's Grand Yin Wind was stronger, it required Zhou Wen to keep using it. In comparison, fire furnace just needed to be cast and the area within would keep burning for an hour in a sea of flames. All the monsters that entered would die. Of course, it was another matter for dimensional creatures that could withstand fire furnace. Zhou Wen could use her to kill the monsters, preventing him from being entangled by ordinary monsters. It was much more convenient, and it increased his grinding efficiency. Zhou Wen originally believed that this place would have many monsters that used curses, thanks to its name, Cursed Demon Palace. Truth Listener could perfectly restrain that. To his surprise, there were only stone monsters, stone warriors, stone lions, and stone scorpions. The entire palace was filled with stone statues, all of which were powerful dimensional creatures with resilient bodies. None of them could curse. The Truth Listener earring didn't react either. Later, Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to distinguish between the rocks that were alive from the dead ones. Wherever he went, he got Fire Furnace Queen to throw a ball of fire furnace, turning the area into a sea of fire that burned the stone statues inside to death. On the phone screen, notifications of him killing dimensional creatures constantly appeared. Many dimensional crystals dropped. Chapter 468 Medusa. With the baby tiger, the dimensional crystals that dropped were pretty good. Many of the stat crystals exceeded 30 points. One of the stone warriors dropped a essence energy skill crystal. As he cleared the area with Fire Furnace Queen, he came to a palace that blocked his way. The stone door of the palace was tightly shut, and on it, Zhou Wen saw the carving on the temple's main door. Outside, the shield was a woman's side profile, but there was a difference inside. The woman on the shield faced forward. One could tell that it was a very beautiful girl. Her eyes were as alluring as the sea. Even though it was just a carving, one could not help but take a second look. Zhou Wen took a look and felt his ear heat up. The Truth Listener earring emitted an intense heat. Then, he felt a terrifying essence energy surge into his body, filling it with essence energy that constantly seeped out. Such terrifying amounts of essence energy. If not for the Truth Listener earring, the blood-colored avatar would probably have died, right? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Zhou Wen realized that as long as the blood-colored avatar didn't look at the beauty's eyes on the stone door, Truth Listener wouldn't react. This also meant that the eyes of the beautiful stone statue were the source of the problem. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and relied on Truth Listener's hearing, nullifying the beauty's eyes completely. When he arrived at the door, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to push it open with all his might, but the stone door didn't budge an inch as though it had been welded shut. Zhou Wen used Overlord's sword to slash at the stone door a few times, but it seemed to have divine power protecting it. Despite Overlord's sword's ever-victorious trait, it failed to leave a mark on the door, much less split it open. Since there's a door, there must be a way in. But how do I enter? Zhou Wen groped around the door, hoping to find the mechanism to open the door. When Zhou Wen's hands touched the beautiful woman's eyes, there was a clicking sound as though some mechanism had been activated. The door automatically separated to the left and right. The door opened to reveal the palace. It was pitch black inside without any lighting. Zhou Wen scanned the palace with Truth Listener's ability and saw many stone pillars and some braziers. As the palace was too large, Truth Listener's hearing powers couldn't reach the deepest depths. However, no dimensional creature was found in the vicinity, nor were there any stone statues. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to step into the palace. The door to the palace automatically closed behind him. The 2 rows of braziers lit up and extended all the way to the deepest depths of the palace. Zhou Wen looked inside and saw a beautiful girl sitting on a throne. Her appearance was identical to the beautiful woman on the shield. She looked like she had stepped out of the painting. However, she was even more charming than the portrait, especially her eyes. Although they were cartoonish, they were filled with seduction, making it impossible for his eyes to move away from her. With just a glance, the blood-colored avatar's body immediately underwent a special change. Its blood-colored body turned into stone like a statue before the game screen went black. I died. Why didn't the Truth Listener earring work? Zhou Wen found it odd. Previously, Truth Listener earring had shown its effects, but why was it completely useless after seeing the girl inside the palace? Even if the girl was at the mythical stage and the Truth Listener earring wasn't strong enough to withstand such immense power, it shouldn't have had zero reaction. This left Zhou Wen very puzzled. After some thought, Zhou Wen came up with only one possibility. Since there's no reaction from the Truth Listener earring, there's only one possibility. The girl's eyes in the palace and the beautiful woman's eyes on the shield aren't the same power. This piqued Zhou Wen's interest in the girl. He dripped his blood to revive as he entered the cursed demon palace once again and stormed straight to the girl. After entering, Zhou Wen made the blood-colored avatar keep his eyes closed. He didn't even look at the girl to prevent himself from being petrified by the girl's gaze. Indeed, this method was feasible. As long as he didn't look at the girl's eyes, he wouldn't be petrified. Is this girl the legendary creature in myths? Zhou Wen had previously read a myth about the Peninsula of Gods. When he saw the girl's petrification gaze, he thought of a famous monster in myths, Medusa. In ancient myths, Medusa was a natural demon. Her head portrait would be engraved on a shield to ward off evil. There was also a myth that Medusa was a beautiful girl who tried to compete with the goddess of wisdom, only to be beheaded by the goddess of wisdom and then embedded on a shield. Modern people usually believed that Medusa had a human head and a snake body, but in ancient myths, only Medusa's hair consisted of venomous snakes. There was no other difference from humans. Zhou Wen didn't know which myth matched the dimensional zones. However, if this girl was really Medusa, the latter had seemed more likely. The girl sat on the throne and watched every step as the blood-colored avatar approached. There was no movement and she sat there quietly. Zhou Wen carefully approached the girl and had already reached the throne, but he still hadn't seen her move. It can't be a dummy, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, no matter how he looked at the girl in front of him, she was beautiful, extremely beautiful. Worthy of note was her beautiful long hair that had an indescribable charm. She didn't look like a dummy in any way. The blood-colored avatar had already walked up to the girl, but the girl remained sitting there motionless. She only looked at him with her eyes without any intention of speaking. Could it really be a dummy? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he reached out and pinched the girl's face. It was fleshy and warm. It was clearly not a fake. When Zhou Wen touched the girl, her expression immediately changed. Almost instantly, her beautiful face turned as terrifying as a ferocious ghost. Her beautiful hair turned into venomous snakes, immediately turning her from a beautiful girl into a terrifying demoness. A pair of swan wings appeared behind her. When she opened her mouth, it was filled with fangs as it hissed at Zhou Wen strangely. Zhou Wen couldn't help but open his eyes and glance at her. The Truth Listener earring released a scorching energy that nearly scalded Zhou Wen's ear. At the same time, large amounts of essence energy surged into his body. Strange, why does Truth Listener work now? Zhou Wen was puzzled, but it was too late to think about it. The demoness had already attempted to devour him. Chapter 469 The Thief Found. The terrifying venomous snakes were difficult to count. They nearly enveloped the entire palace, making it impossible for Zhou Wen to dodge. Zhou Wen unsheathed his sword and slashed at the venomous snakes in front of him, but when the venomous snakes in front of him were injured, more appeared from elsewhere, swept over, and wrapped around the Overlord's sword. There were even venomous snakes that bit at the Overlord's sword, snapping it. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he switched to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, summoning the inverse Ancient Sovereign and using the Demon Dragon True Body. With the augmentation of the powerful demon dragon true body, the blood-colored avatar ignored the venomous snake's bites as he charged at Medusa. The venomous snake bit on the scales of the demon dragon true body, leaving only faint teeth marks. Although the snake venom had infiltrated his body, Zhou Wen's poison resistance was high. With the augmentation of the demon dragon true body, the snake venom failed to do anything to him. Grabbing the venomous snakes with both hands, he tore them apart. He then charged towards Medusa and punched her in the chest. Medusa also refused to be outdone and fought Zhou Wen. Her speed was faster than Zhou Wen's, but her strength wasn't as strong as that of a demon dragon true body. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Zhou Wen's demon dragon true body could usually only last 10 seconds, but Zhou Wen kept staring at Medusa's eyes. Medusa's petrification ability allowed Zhou Wen to obtain large amounts of essence energy through the Truth Listener earring. This allowed him to use the demon dragon true body for a longer period of time. Medusa's strongest eyes of petrification was useless against Zhou Wen. Her long snake hair had little effect on him. The battle was a close match, making it impossible to determine the winner. Although there was a large amount of essence energy to replenish him, it was still insufficient for the demon dragon true body to sustain the expenditure. As time passed, he couldn't keep up the demon dragon true body. Furthermore, even if he could keep it up, the demon dragon true body was not enough to kill Medusa. At most, it could only maintain its undefeated state. With a thought, Zhou Wen decided that he might as well use his essence energy skill, Transcendent Flying Immortal, while in demon dragon true body to produce a burst of extremely potent energy in a bid to kill Medusa. Lights and shadows crisscrossed and left wounds on Medusa's body, but none of them could kill her. Instead, Zhou Wen himself showed signs of being poisoned when the blood from Medusa's body splattered on him. With his essence energy drained and his essence energy lacking in supply, the demon dragon true body automatically vanished as the blood-colored avatar was bitten to death by the venomous snakes. With Truth Listener and demon dragon true body, it's quite surprising that I'm able to fight Medusa head-on. However, it's still difficult to kill her, but there's a great chance. Zhou Wen thought about how he could kill Medusa. Before he thought of a way to kill Medusa, Zhou Wen wouldn't go to Cursed Demon Palace again. The drop rate there was too low. Even with the baby tiger's augmentation, nothing good dropped. After some rest, Zhou Wen switched on his game again and went to the music temple. After entering the music temple, Zhou Wen immediately saw a strange and magical musical note soar in the air with wings attached to it. As the musical note flew, it produced a strange sound wave that released an attack power similar to a sound wave. However, a sonar attack at the legendary stage was naturally useless against Zhou Wen. With one strike, Zhou Wen shattered the musical note. Killed legendary musical note sprite. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen saw a dimensional crystal drop, but it was only a 14-valued speed crystal. He couldn't be bothered to pick it up and continued walking deeper into the music temple with the baby tiger. In the music temple, musical note sprites flew over from time to time. Although they all looked the same, with wings growing on each note, each one was slightly different. Furthermore, their sonar attacks were somewhat different, but all of them were useless against Zhou Wen. After grinding for a while, many dimensional crystals dropped. There were even essence energy skill crystals. However, these musical note sprites were at the legendary stage, making them useless for Zhou Wen. "My dear friend, you are going to be free soon," Lucas called and said excitedly. What happened? Zhou Wen was already used to the way Lucas spoke without head or tail. "The thief who stole the invisibility cloak companion egg has been found. The ban will be quickly lifted," said Lucas. "He's been found. Who is he?" Zhou Wen asked in surprise. He found the local nobles on the Peninsula of Gods very efficient. They had actually found someone so quickly. "I don't know yet, but he has already been trapped in the recently discovered Goddess of Wisdom temple. He shouldn't be able to escape. I believe he will be caught very soon," said Lucas. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he thought to himself, isn't the newly discovered goddess temple the Cursed Demon Palace? "Have people been sent in?" Zhou Wen asked. "Yes, but they encountered some trouble. Only one of the experts who entered came out. Now Lord Urjar is hiring people. The culprit will definitely be captured in the next few days," said Lucas. "Do you know what problems they faced?" Zhou Wen already had his guesses. It was likely that they had succumbed at the stone door. "I'm not sure yet. According to the epic expert who came back, he saw epic experts turn into stone statues from afar. He didn't know what happened," Lucas explained. As expected, Zhou Wen knew that something had happened to the people in front of the stone door. The Medusa on it had turned them into stone statues. However, the development of the matter wasn't as smooth as what Lucas had predicted. After a few days, the ban wasn't lifted. Zhou Wen and Insheng had to remain on the Peninsula of Gods. According to Lucas, Urjar had found many experts to enter, but most of them either died or were injured. They still failed to capture that East District person. They were starting to suspect that it was not the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom, but the Palace of Medusa. There were many epic experts who were petrified at the entrance. "This matter seems odd," Insheng said as he frowned in thought. "What's odd?" Zhou Wen asked. "The Peninsula of Gods is their territory after all. Yet an East District person can cause such a huge commotion. Having sent so many epic experts, Urjar has failed to capture him. This itself is very problematic." After a pause, Insheng continued, "I think there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the person has already hatched the invisibility cloak to survive under such a pursuit. What about the other possibility? Zhou Wen asked. There's another possibility that's interesting. Perhaps someone is messing around behind the scenes. They want to use the invisibility cloak to do something to the aristocratic families in the Peninsula of Gods, Sheng said with a faint smile. Chapter 470 Reward. Knock. 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 Someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was very loud. Zhou Wen and Sheng found it odd. The room had a doorbell, so why didn't the person use it? When they opened the door, they saw that it was Lucas. Lucas didn't seem to think of them as strangers. He walked straight in and headed for the couch. He poured himself a cup of water and said to Zhou Wen and Sheng after finishing it, "My good friends, our good luck is here." Could it be that the thief has been caught? Zhou Wen asked. If he's been captured, what good luck do we have? No one can catch that thief for now. The person hasn't even been found. Lord Urjar suspects that he is hidden inside the palace. But as no one can open the door to the palace, Lord Urjar has issued a reward mission. Anyone who can open the door to the palace can receive a huge reward. Lucas looked at Zhou Wen and Sheng and asked in anticipation, "How about it? Shall we team up and open the door to the palace?" Zhou Wen found it odd when he heard that. The door to the palace wasn't difficult to open. As long as one closed their eyes and walked to the door without looking at the beautiful woman's eyes, they could grope about to press the eyes of the beauty. People have failed to open the palace despite such a simple solution. It left him somewhat astonished. In fact, Zhou Wen was wrong. It wasn't difficult to avoid being petrified because it happened when looking at the eyes of the beauty's portrait on the door. It was unlike the Medusa inside the palace. Even if one didn't look at her eyes, one would still be petrified when she saw them. But even if one wouldn't get petrified, everyone knew that the owner of the palace was likely Medusa. Who would dare touch Medusa's eyes? Hence, this resulted in an impasse and no one could open the door to the palace. If it's just a small matter like opening the door to a palace, why would the great Lucas need our help? Sheng joked. Lucas didn't blush at all. He smiled and said, "Even great heroes need companions." Just like the 6 Federation heroes, it was through the combined efforts of the 6 heroes that they created the Federation's legend. I think we can form a Federation of Legends and open the door to the palace together, leaving behind a legendary story. What do you think? How much is Urjar paying? Zhou Wen asked. 10 epic companion eggs, and they are all products of Pluto Temple. They are all good stuff. Ordinary people aren't able to enter Pluto Temple. There's also a Peninsula of Gods permanent entry pass that permanently allows one to enter the public dimensional zones of the Peninsula of Gods. This is a reward targeted at freelance hunters, said Lucas. That sounds good. What are the epic companion eggs produced by Pluto Temple? Zhou Wen was somewhat interested. They are all the companion eggs of underworld creatures. There are many different types, and it's almost impossible to buy them on the market. Pluto Temple belongs to Lord Urjar's family. It doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Lucas didn't seem to know much. How about it? Think about it. The 3 of us will go together. The companion eggs will be split equally. The pass will be yours, Lucas continued trying to persuade them. Sure, but I have another condition, Zhou Wen said after some thought. What condition? Lucas asked in puzzlement. I wish to visit Pluto Temple. I just need one chance. Zhou Wen wanted to go to Pluto Temple to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. Zhou Wen had heard of the Peninsula of Gods Pluto Temple. Legend had it that it was the territory of Pluto. There were many dimensional creatures of the underworld in it, and they were very different from ordinary dimensional creatures. Can't we change the conditions? For example, add 2 more companion eggs? Said Lucas, apparent that he had been put in a difficult spot. No, Zhou Wen answered with certainty. Then I'll go have a chat with Lord Urjar. By the way, how much do you know about that palace? Are you confident about opening the door? Although Lucas felt that Zhou Wen and Sheng were very strong and he might have a chance of opening the door by teaming up with them, he wasn't completely confident. He only wanted to try his luck, but if he couldn't open the door after negotiating the conditions, it would be too embarrassing. I heard that it's likely Medusa's palace, right? If so, I might have a way to open the door, Zhou Wen said. How confident are you? Lucas asked. There's about a 90% chance if it's Medusa's palace, Zhou Wen answered. Hearing this, Lucas was overjoyed. He patted his chest and said, if that's the case, wait for my good news. I will definitely be able to convince Lord Urjar. After Lucas left, Sheng asked Zhou Wen, are you really confident of opening the door to the palace? We haven't healed from our injuries yet, so it's not suitable for us to do anything too risky. You know that I have a companion beast on me that can withstand the power of curses. Medusa's eyes of petrification is actually a kind of curse that will have no effect on me. If it's just to open the door, there wouldn't be much risk, Zhou Wen explained. That's good. However, we still have to be careful. You can't be careless just because you are protected by a companion beast. There are too many strange powers in this world, so no companion beast is absolutely invincible. This applies even to mythical companion beasts, Sheng said solemnly. Zhou Wen knew that In Sheng was afraid that he would suffer because of carelessness. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'm well aware." These words were not exaggerated at all. He knew the cursed demon palace very well. As long as he did not enter Medusa's palace, there would not be any danger. Lucas rushed over to Urjar's house and Urjar happened to be receiving guests. "Henry, let me do the introductions. This is the #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods, Lucas." Urjar pointed at the man on the sofa and introduced him to Lucas. "Lucas, this is Henry from the Cape family. He's a famous freelance hunter and has the title of Spear Sovereign." "Nice to meet you. I'm the #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods," Lucas said as he extended his hand. Henry sat on the sofa but he had no intention of reaching out his hand. He didn't even budge. He glanced at Lucas and said with contempt, "A freelance hunter from the Peninsula of Gods, the mighty Lucas. I've heard of this name before." With that said, he looked at Urjar and said, "Since you have the help of a great freelance hunter, why did you come looking for me? Can't you just get this great Lucas open the door for you?" Urjar coughed lightly and said, "Lucas is good at frontal assaults. It's not his specialty to deal with such evil powers. Therefore, I need your help to open the door to the palace." "Of course I can do it. However, I have a condition," said Henry. He gave a faint smile and looked at Lucas who had lamely retracted his hand. Chapter 471 Opening the Door Together. "Why are you looking at me?" Lucas found it odd. "I've seen your recent post on social media. You have a good relationship with Zhou Wen, right?" Henry said. "So what?" Lucas frowned slightly. "Very simple. Take this first." Henry handed him a bottle. When Lucas took the bottle from Henry, he felt his fingers itch. He raised his hand and saw a red dot on his finger as though it had been bitten by a bug. Lucas thought nothing of it. He held the bottle and asked, "What is this?" "There's water inside. As long as you pour the water inside into Zhou Wen's water and let him drink it, that will do," said Henry. "Then, I'll help you open the door to the palace for free." "Impossible. I won't help you do such filthy things." Lucas placed the bottle heavily on the table before turning to Urjar. "Lord Urjar, we don't need their help. I've already got Zhou Wen and company to head to the palace with me. I guarantee that I can open the door to the palace." Urjar looked a little hesitant. Lucas continued, "My lord, please believe me. I will definitely be able to open the door to the palace to help you catch that thief." Urjar looked at Lucas and then at Henry. Finally, he said to him, "If you are willing to help, what I promised previously still holds." Henry sat on the sofa and did not reply to Urjar. He picked up the bottle of water that was on the table in front of Lucas and said to him, "I think you will agree, right?" "Of course not. What kind of person do you think the mighty Lucas is?" Lucas said angrily. "Is that so?" The look in Henry's eyes became odder and odder. Something seemed to be shaking in his eyes and his pupils became very strange. It was as if there was a mosquito or bug trapped in a glass sphere. "Ah." Lucas immediately felt as though countless worms were gnawing his bones. The pain made his face turn pale as beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. "Despicable. Bastard. You. What did you do to me?" Lucas nearly fainted from the pain as he glared at Henry and barked. "Henry, you actually dare to attack my man on my territory." Urjar's expression turned cold as he stared at Henry. But Henry remained indifferent. He placed the bottle in front of Lucas and said calmly, "Do as I say. You won't die, but this kind of pain will continue until you die. If you don't believe me, you can seek out others to help you relieve your pain." With that said, Henry got up and bowed slightly to Urjar. "Dear Mr. Urjar, I believe I'll be able to serve you very soon. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. If I were you, I would immediately relieve the pain in Lucas' body." Urjar waved his hand and immediately, a few epic experts surrounded him. "Mr. Urjar, I hope you can consider it carefully. Zhou Wen is my Cape family's enemy, so do you wish to become enemies with the Cape family?" After saying that, Henry strode off and ignored the epic experts. Urjar gritted his teeth. In the end, he didn't give any order to attack Henry. "Lucas, you know how powerful the Cape family is. They are the uncrowned kings of West District and we don't have the ability to fight them yet. You." After Henry left, Urjar said to Lucas helplessly as he looked at the small bottle of water. Lucas wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and reached out to grab the small bottle. Zhou Wen and In Sheng waited in the hotel for news of Lucas. Before long, he rushed back. "Lucas, how are the negotiations?" Zhou Wen asked. "I ran back all the way. I'm dying of thirst. Let's talk after I drink some water." As Lucas spoke, he sat on the sofa in the living room and began pouring himself a cup of water. After drinking it, he filled it up and poured Zhou Wen and In Sheng a cup. "I didn't manage to get the entry pass to Pluto Temple," said Lucas as he held a teacup. "Is the entry pass to Pluto Temple that precious? Can't outsiders even take a look?" Zhou Wen said, somewhat surprised. "Although I failed to get Pluto Temple's entry pass, I've already discussed it with Lord Urjar. You can leave the Peninsula of Gods in advance. Pack up and follow me to the airport," said Lucas. I'm really grateful to you, Lucas. However, we still wish to stay here for some time. We don't have any plans of leaving for the time being, Zhou Wen said as he drank a mouthful of water. Seeing Zhou Wen drink some water, Lucas heaved a sigh of relief and said, since you don't plan on leaving, can you consider it again? Join me in opening the door to the palace. All the rewards that I mentioned previously will be yours. I don't want anything. Just treat it as helping me. Alright, let's do as we said before. The companion eggs will be split equally. The pass will be ours. Zhou Wen nodded. Since he couldn't obtain the entry pass of Pluto Temple, getting a few Pluto Temple companion eggs and entry passes to the other temples wasn't too bad. Of course, Zhou Wen's main goal was still to hope that Urjar and the rest could find the thief. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Haha, I knew it. Lucas's friends are good friends. Lucas wrapped his muscular arm around Zhou Wen's neck and laughed loudly. Lucas quickly led Zhou Wen and Insheng to the Cursed Demon Palace. It had been sealed off by Urjar's men, so no one was allowed to enter without his orders. Lucas was naturally an exception. After showing an identification document, he brought Zhou Wen and Insheng into the Cursed Demon Palace. As there had been many people rushing into the Cursed Demon Palace to look for traces of the thief, the stone statue creatures had almost been wiped clean. Zhou Wen and company walked all the way to a spot close to the door of the palace without encountering any dimensional creatures. Right ahead is the palace's door. Put this on. Otherwise, even if you accidentally see the girl's eyes on the door, you will be petrified. Lucas took out the 3 pairs of eye masks and gave one each to Zhou Wen and Insheng. He put on one himself. Zhou Wen and Insheng put on the eye masks before continuing forward. Zhou Wen had truth listener's powers, so it wasn't a problem without his sight. And Sheng was about the same. They remained very agile while wearing the eye masks. Only Lucas seemed a little clumsy after putting on the eye mask. Even his footsteps became slow. Zhou Wen didn't rush him. He slowly walked to the door of the palace and groped around the door. He pressed down the girl's eyes with both hands. The door to the palace automatically slid aside, immediately opening. It's open. You can remove the eye mask, Zhou Wen said. Lucas took off his eye mask and was overjoyed when he realized that the stone door was gone. He took out his phone and stood in front of the door, taking a picture with Zhou Wen and company. He posted it online. The great Lucas and his friends opened the mysterious and terrifying palace door together. Chapter 472 Great Lucas. You guys can head back to the hotel now. I'll go to Lord Urjar to get the reward. I'll send it to you later. After leaving the Cursed Demon Palace, Lucas rode on his Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as Zhou Wen and Insheng were about to leave, Lucas added, the Peninsula of Gods hasn't been peaceful recently. Don't eat and drink things randomly. Make sure they're checked. Got it. Zhou Wen smiled as he waved goodbye and left with Insheng. Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus on the streets. Many young people would cheer when they saw him. They would wave at him, and Lucas also responded enthusiastically. After leaving the city, Lucas's expression darkened. He quickly arrived at a manor in the suburbs. Tell Henry that I have already done what he wants me to do, said Lucas to the guards. The guards seemed to have known that Lucas would be coming. He smiled and said, please come in, Lord Henry is waiting for you. Lucas followed the person into the manor and soon saw Henry. He was sunbathing in front of the pool. He was holding an exquisite antique gun in his hand as he wiped it carefully with a cloth. Henry, I've finished what you asked me to do. Please remove the restrictions on me immediately. Lucas took out the small bottle and placed it on the table in front of him. The liquid inside had already disappeared. Henry looked at the bottle on the table and suddenly picked up the antique gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Lucas. Lucas' reaction wasn't slow. He used a shield to block his body, but the bullet was very strange. It turned around and circled around the shield, passing through the gaps in his armor and shot into his muscles. The strange thing was that the bullet wasn't made of metal but grayish-white bones. After drilling into his muscles, the bone bullet actually produced tiny blood vessels. It connected with Lucas' muscles and blood vessels as though it was parasitizing him. Ah. Lucas felt a great pain in his body and he felt numb. He had to kneel on one leg and press his hands down to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Henry stared coldly at Lucas and said in disdain, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Do you think I don't know that you've thrown the liquid away? Since you're so great and willing to sacrifice for your friend, I'll fulfill your wish. What a despicable person. How could the mighty Lucas betray his friends? You've found the wrong person. Lucas stood up abruptly and slashed at Henry with his axe in both hands. What a pitiful and ignorant fellow. Do you think that just because those little brats call you the mighty Lucas, it makes you some big shot? That's just ignorant people having fun. In the eyes of true experts, you are just a lowly worm. I can poke you to death with a finger. Henry sat there without moving. However, Lucas felt as though his heart was about to stop beating. His body was unable to take another step forward. He maintained the pose of cleaving down his gigantic axe as he turned immobile. You first got hit by my bone-eating worm, and now you've been hit by my parasitic bullet. Do you still want to fight me? You're truly foolish. Henry looked at the frozen Lucas and continued, bone-eating worms will constantly devour your bones until there's none left. When the time comes, all that's left is flesh, blood, and skin. You'll be like a pile of rotten flesh. The great Lucas, when you kneel down crying and beg for mercy and wish for me to give you death, an ignorant and pitiful worm like you will know what true greatness is. The great Lucas will never yield to anyone. Lucas trembled as veins protruded from his body as though he was trying to move his body. However, he couldn't move his body no matter how hard he tried. His bones emitted waves of excruciating pain as though thousands of worms were devouring his bones. Blood began to seep out from Lucas's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Only an ignorant worm like you would dare to call yourself great. I'm afraid you haven't seen any true power. The #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods? This title is a form of mockery. To think that you really treated it seriously. There are quite a number of experts on the Peninsula of Gods. What makes you think you have what it takes? Henry said disdainfully. I'm the #1 freelance hunter on the Peninsula of Gods. I'm the great Lucas, said Lucas through gritted teeth as his body trembled violently. What an arrogant and foolish fellow, said Henry with his lips curled. I'm the great Lucas. I'm the #1 hunter on the Peninsula of Gods. I'm the irreplaceable Lucas. Lucas's 7 orifices bled, but his eyes were filled with determination. Nothing but a meaningless imagination of the lowly. Before Henry could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. I'm the great Lucas. As Lucas roared, terrifying power erupted from his body. A golden light blasted out, enveloping his body as though he was a golden god. In the next second, the parasitic bullet that bound Lucas's body exploded. It was forcefully squeezed out by his muscles, and the threads that resembled vessels were completely severed. With his strong hands holding the gigantic axe, he slashed down with dazzling golden divine light. Boom. The massive manor was split into two by the divine light produced by the gigantic axe, leaving a huge ravine. Henry stood sideways at the edge of the ravine, the armor on his chest sliced off. His chest muscles showed, and there were bloody wounds on it. Henry's face was extremely pale, and there were still traces of horror on his face. A portion of the tip of his nose had been sliced off and he was bleeding. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have died under that terrifying golden divine light. In front of the great Lucas, you are just worms that only know how to flee. The golden divine light on Lucas's body dissipated and the godlike shadow vanished as well. The gigantic axe landed on the ground as he held it with both hands. He kept standing relying on sheer willpower. However, he looked at Henry with contempt. As he spoke, he even took out his cell phone and took a selfie. Looking at the picture, he muttered to himself, as expected of the great Lucas. He's still so handsome even when getting rid of worms. Cut off this bastard's limbs. I want him to lie in front of me like a worm. Henry was infuriated by the look in Lucas' eyes. How dare he look at him like a bug? It was his greatest insult. A few epic experts beside Henry immediately surrounded Lucas. However, they were very careful and didn't dare to rush straight at Lucas. After all, Lucas's attack was too terrifying. The halved manor and ravine were shocking. What are you afraid of? Can't you tell that he doesn't have any strength left? Henry barked angrily. No, he does. A voice came from outside the manor. Chapter 473 Breakout Medusa. You. Why are you here? Lucas turned his head and saw Zhou Wen and In Sheng. As your strength, how can we not come? It wouldn't be right. And Sheng said with a smile, but his eyes were a little cold. In fact, from the day Lucas went to look for them, and Sheng and Zhou Wen could tell that something was amiss. However, they didn't say anything. The two of them had only observed silently without saying anything. In the end, they had secretly tailed him here. They never expected to see this happen. Henry spoke with a cold smile when he saw the two of them. Zhou Wen, you came at the right time. It's time to settle the score for Liz and John. And you are In Sheng, right? You were the one who crippled Liz's sea of energy, right? It's me, In Sheng said frankly. From the looks of it, just crippling her sea of energy was too easy on her. She should have been killed. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to touch a single strand of my Cape family member's hair in the future. As Henry spoke, he raised the antique gun in his hand and aimed it at Zhou Wen. He continued, if I were you, I would stop immediately. Otherwise, the bone-eating worm in Lucas's body will go berserk with my gunshots and devour all his bones in a moment. You are his friends, and he has sacrificed so much for you. You don't want to see him die in pain, right? Lucas is right. You really are a dirty worm. Zhou Wen didn't stop as he continued walking towards Henry. He held the handle of the bamboo blade as his eyes flickered with killing intent. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Do you want to see him die? Henry pulled the trigger and shouted at Zhou Wen. The bone-eating worm is your companion beast, right? If you die, your companion beast will naturally perish as well. Naturally, the threat to Lucas will no longer exist. I'm still about 35 meters away from you. Before your gun sounds, I'd have chopped off your head. If you don't believe me, you can try shooting. But if I were you, I'd immediately retrieve the bone-eating worm. I'm not someone who likes to kill. Don't give me a reason to draw my saber, Joe continued walking towards Henry. Henry appeared to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke as he said with a smile, if the person who said that was Tianzuo, I would do as he says. Don't tell me that you think of yourself as Tianzuo's younger brother after your father married his mother. Even if you are Tianzuo's younger brother, as long as you are not Tianzuo himself, you have no right to say that to me. With that said, Henry pulled the trigger. Slender and powerful fingers held the handle of the saber as he drew the saber smoothly. The saber beam appeared at an unbelievable speed. Everyone felt their vision blur as Zhou Wen and his saber seemed to vanish. When they saw Zhou Wen again, they saw that he was already behind Henry. He held a crystal clear saber in his hand. The tip of the saber was pointed diagonally to the ground as a drop of blood slowly flowed from the blade before dripping to the ground. The moment the blood dripped onto the ground, there was a crack. The antique gun in Henry's hand split into two and Henry's body was halved. His face that wore fear and disbelief split apart as well. Lord Henry, the epic experts who followed Henry were stunned. When they were with the Cape family, they knew that Zhou Wen had been protected by the Yin family, a student sheltered by the Yin family. However, this student had managed to kill Henry with one strike. Even in the expert-filled Cape family, Henry could be considered a top-notch expert. Such a person wasn't even able to block Zhou Wen's single strike. It left them alarmed and losing all morale. They reacted by turning around and fleeing. And Sheng appeared like a ghost as a dagger-like knife flashed in his hand. In just a moment, he killed the epic experts without leaving a single one behind. He felled them like he was chopping vegetables. Wiping away the blood on the dagger, and Sheng said nonchalantly, "You guys can leave first. Leave this to me." That's not nice, right? Lucas recovered from his shock and looked at Sheng strangely. Leave it to him. He's more professional than us. Zhou Wen pulled Lucas and walked out. Lucas, that axe strike of yours was really powerful. How did you do it? Zhou Wen and Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards the city as he voiced his curiosity. The strength Lucas used when he slashed out far exceeded his usual strength. It was like night and day. When Lucas heard Zhou Wen praise him, he was immediately delighted. He said smugly, "The great Lucas isn't a result of bragging. My life providence is a hero of glory. My life soul is a combat faith god. When I fight for glory and faith, I can produce unparalleled power." As Zhou Wen listened, his expression changed. Although Lucas described himself as very powerful and his life providence and life soul were indeed very powerful, his strength was very odd. It could be said that most of the time, his life providence and life soul were useless. His life providence and life soul meant that he could not fight for himself. In most cases, only by fighting for others could he activate the hero of glory life providence. Furthermore, Lucas's beliefs had to be firm. The more he believed in himself, the stronger his life soul became. If he had nefarious thoughts and did something that violated the glory of heroes, his life providence would be of zero use. Furthermore, due to his guilt, his combat faith god would also become very weak. However, under certain circumstances, Lucas could become extremely powerful. If many people acknowledged and worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts, his life soul would become extremely powerful. What a strange life providence and life soul, Zhou Wen thought. By the way, don't upload the photo you took just now on the internet. Don't mention this matter again. Just treat it as though you have never seen Henry, Zhou Wen said as he took out his phone to take a look. Seeing that the dead man tree didn't react at all. It didn't absorb Henry's corpse as it had before. Of course, I'm not a fool. As Lucas spoke, he took out his cell phone and deleted the photos he had taken previously. The Cape family was the uncrowned king of the West District. Although Lucas was famous in the Peninsula of Gods, he was still far from being able to compete with them. If they were to pester him, there would probably be trouble. Just as he deleted the photo, Lucas's phone rang. After Lucas picked up the call, his expression immediately turned ugly. He could not help but exclaim, "What?" The Medusa inside the palace broke out. How did this happen? Zhou Wen's expression changed when he heard Lucas's words. He knew very well how terrifying Medusa was. If Medusa really broke out of its confines, this city, or even the entire Peninsula of Gods, would become an infernal domain. Chapter 474 Devastating the City. Sorry, I have to return immediately. Let's talk again if there's a chance in the future, Lucas said to Zhou Wen. Let's go together. Zhou Wen found the matter odd as well. Medusa was inside the palace. Someone had entered the palace. If anyone touched her, she would transform into a demoness and attack humans. However, after entering the palace, the door would automatically close. Medusa should not have escaped from the palace. At least she had never run out in-game. Could it be the thief's doing? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss no matter how he thought about it. Perhaps it had something to do with the thief. All right. Lucas didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Wen as he urged the Tyrannosaurus Rex to run towards the city. Before reaching the city, they saw crowds running towards them. Many people saw Lucas and were pleading for help. Lord Lucas, there's a dimensional creature destroying the city. Quickly go and take a look. Lucas asked for directions and immediately rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex against the human tide. Not long after they entered the city, they saw that the bustling streets of the city were empty, but there were many stone statues. There were elders, children, and some animals. They maintained all sorts of poses. Some ran for their lives in fear, while others fell to the ground. There was also a puppy who was peeing up a pole, but it had turned into a stone. Many buildings had been destroyed, and the city seemed to have become a world of ghosts. When Zhou Wen saw the stone statues, he knew that it was Medusa's work. It was different from the stone statues on the door. Even if one didn't look into her eyes, one would still be petrified if they were seen by Medusa's petrifying eyes. Lucas's expression changed drastically. He clearly recognized some of the petrified people. A helicopter flew across the sky. Lucas hurriedly chased after the helicopter. After turning 2 streets, they saw a young woman running ahead. Lucas chased after her and yelled, "Barbara, what are you doing here?" The young woman turned to look at Lucas and was instantly overjoyed. "Lord Lucas, quickly go and take a look. Medusa is destroying the entire city. Other than you, no one can save this city." "Where is she? What exactly happened? How did Medusa escape from the palace?" Lucas asked. "I don't know. After you sent the news, Lord Urjar sent someone into the palace, but not long after, Medusa ran out. All the people and creatures that are seen by her eyes turn into stone statues. Even companion beasts are no exception. I wasn't petrified because of the protection given to me by a special companion beast," Barbara said. "Where is she?" Lucas asked. "She's over there. I'll take you there. However, it's best if you don't ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It will be petrified if she sees it." Barbara pointed at the Tyrannosaurus. "All right." Lucas put away the Tyrannosaurus before running in the direction that Barbara was pointing. Barbara also followed, but when she saw that Zhou Wen was also running in that direction, she said to him, "Why are you following us? Aren't you afraid of being petrified by Medusa? Hurry up and hide in an underground bomb shelter. I'll go over and take a look to see if I can help." Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of Medusa. Truth Listener could perfectly restrain Medusa's eyes of petrification, and the demon dragon True Body could barely contend with Medusa. Although he could not kill Medusa, he did not need to be afraid of her. Seeing that Zhou Wen had already run over, Barbara didn't say anything else. However, she didn't think much of it. Zhou Wen looked like a student, one even younger than her. How could he be of any help? If Medusa were to see him, he would probably be petrified immediately. After running for a short distance, he heard an explosion on the street in the next block. He also saw a few helicopters shooting at the ground from the sky. Lucas directly climbed up a building. Zhou Wen and Barbara also climbed up. When they reached the top of the building, they ran to the other side. Looking down, they saw a 3 to 4 meter tall demoness with hair that resembled venomous snakes standing on top of a 3-story building. The snake-like long hair on her head seemed to extend indefinitely as it flew into the air and wrapped around a helicopter, causing it to explode into pieces. An epic expert rode a flying eagle and flew over with a spear in his hand. He wanted to attack Medusa in midair, but all Medusa did was to turn her head to glance at him. The epic expert was petrified along with his eagle companion beast. They fell from the sky and shattered. Missiles blasted over from afar and exploded. Essence gold shards scattered everywhere, but they did not harm Medusa. In a nearby building, someone was constantly shooting at Medusa with essence gold bullets. Many people were using companion beasts to attack her. However, it was all meaningless. Medusa swept her gaze, and all the companion beasts she saw turned into stone statues. The dancing snake hair drilled into the buildings and bit the soldiers and policemen to death. Any human that was bitten by a snake's head would instantly be reduced to blood. The snake hair wrapped around tanks one by one and threw them into the sky. When they fell, they cratered the nearby buildings. The terrifying Medusa wreaked havoc in the city, but no one could stop her. Humans became powerless in front of her. Even epic experts only dared to control their companion beasts to attack her from afar, not daring to be seen by her. Boom. A nearby building collapsed. Many humans who were hiding inside cried out in horror. Medusa glanced over, and immediately, a group of humans was petrified. Their faces were filled with various expressions of fear. Boom. The crumbling floors fell, instantly smashing the petrified humans into pieces. Damn it. Lucas grabbed his axe and wanted to jump to a shorter building to the side. "Where are you going?" Zhou Wen pulled him and asked. "I'll run behind her and chop at her head. Just like the legendary prince in the myth, I'll behead her," said Lucas. "You don't have the prince's adamantine sword, helm of darkness, and winged sandals. Do you think you can succeed?" Zhou Wen had also heard the myth that Lucas had mentioned. With the help of the goddess of wisdom, he had used a few divine weapons to secretly chop off Medusa's head. It would be strange if he could cut her head off with a crappy axe. Where there's a will, there is a way. Some things have to be done by someone. The great Lucas can do it. As Lucas spoke, he ran out and jumped onto the rooftop beside him. Then, he crouched down and advanced, preventing Medusa from discovering him. He continued to move towards another building and constantly approached Medusa. Chapter 475, Fighting Medusa Again. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Although Lucas's words made sense, he knew very well how powerful Medusa was. Even if Lucas could unleash the power of that strike back at the manor, it would probably be very difficult to injure Medusa. However, even if Zhou Wen persuaded Lucas, he definitely wouldn't listen under such circumstances. Even if he knew it meant death, he would definitely advance. Little girl, you said that you have a companion beast that can block Medusa's eyes of petrification, right? Is that true? Zhou Wen asked Barbara. Who are you calling a little girl, you kid? I'm older than you, okay? Barbara glared at Zhou Wen. All right, Missy. You said that there's a companion beast that can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification, right? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at her. So what if I do? Don't get any funny ideas, Barbara said as she looked at Zhou Wen warily. Zhou Wen pointed at Lucas. It's too dangerous for Lucas to fight Medusa. Why don't you lend him your companion beast? You think I don't want to. But my companion beast is a piece of clothing. It's only useful if I wear it. The clothes transformed from a companion beast can't be worn by others. How can I help him? Barbara asked. Clothes. Is it an invisibility cloak? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Unless it was an invisible cloak that Medusa couldn't see, Zhou Wen didn't know what other clothes could prevent someone from being petrified by the eyes of petrification. What are you thinking about? How could I have an invisibility cloak? My companion beast can turn into sunshade clothes, it doesn't have the ability to turn invisible. Barbara pointed at the cloak-like clothes on her body. Such clothes transformed from this companion beast can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification. Zhou Wen sized up Barbara's clothes. She wore something that looked like a large cloak that wrapped around her entire body. It was silver in color, making it very eye-catching. It really didn't seem like it had invisible properties. That's right. I'm very sure that it can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification. Back then, Medusa looked over at me, and many people around me were petrified. Only I managed to escape. I was completely fine, Barbara replied. What kind of companion beast transforms into your sunshade clothes? What are its uses? Zhou Wen asked. The sunshade clothes were obtained from a legendary dimensional creature I killed at the beach. Its name is Silverleaf Shell. Its companion form is the sunshade clothes. It has a certain level of defense, but it's not strong. It's mainly used to defend against fire. After wearing it, even the flames of the fire sprites in the metalwork temple can't hurt me. Is it just fire-resistant clothes? And it's a low-level legendary companion beast. Yet, it can actually resist Medusa's eyes of petrification? The more Zhou Wen listened, the more incredulous he felt. There were many armors that could defend against fire, but it didn't seem like any of them could defend against Medusa's eyes of petrification. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't believe her, Barbara said angrily, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm telling the truth anyway. Sunshade clothes. Fireproof. Wait. Could it be because of? Zhou Wen suddenly had an idea as he thought of a possibility. According to what Zhou Wen knew, snakes didn't have good vision. It could be said that they were extremely short-sighted. As for some snakes, they had infrared thermal detectors. They could sense the body temperature of creatures to track their prey. Medusa was not a snake, but if she was considered a snake and if her eyes of petrification also possessed infrared thermal detection functionality, it could explain many things. For example, why her eyes of petrification could only petrify creatures, not dead objects like buildings. For example, why was it that Barbara's sunshade clothes were able to withstand Medusa's eyes of petrification? That was because not only were the sunshade clothes fire-resistant, but they also prevented Barbara's body temperature from dissipating. As such, Medusa couldn't see her, so she naturally couldn't be petrified. Of course, the eyes of petrification couldn't be as simple as just detecting body temperatures. It was likely at a higher level. Therefore, even companion beasts could be petrified. However, by doing so, one could probably know the main effects of the eyes of petrification and figure out a way to crack it. Although Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of the eyes of petrification, Lucas didn't have such an ability. When he thought of Lucas, he realized that Lucas had already run to the bottom of the 3-story building where Medusa was standing. He peeked his head out from behind to check on the situation, as though he wanted to rush up. This fool. Don't tell me he really wants to fight Medusa head-on? Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he saw Lucas suddenly leap up with a gigantic axe in his hand. With a terrifying golden divine light, he cleaved at Medusa's neck without any hesitation. Lord Lucas, you can do it. Barbara waved her fists excitedly as she cheered Lucas on. It was clear that Lucas held a very high position in her heart. Zhou Wen was also somewhat surprised by Lucas's strength. He had clearly just expended his essence energy not long ago, but to be able to produce a strike that wasn't inferior to the one he delivered in the manner was indeed surprising. Could it be that the saying that an idiot isn't afraid of exhaustion is true? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Lucas's sneak attack on Medusa from behind was not a bad idea. Unfortunately, Medusa did not only have a pair of eyes. The poisonous snakes that her hair had transformed into were all her eyes. Just as Lucas jumped up, he had already been discovered by Medusa. Medusa turned her head and looked at Lucas, who was in midair and cleaving down with both hands. It's over. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. Although he wanted to help Lucas, he wasn't able to make a move in time. Furthermore, even if he did, he couldn't deal with Medusa. All he could do was guarantee his escape. Something that exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations happened. Medusa's gaze landed on Lucas's body, which was enveloped by the golden divine light. It failed to petrify his body. However, the godlike golden light on Lucas's body dissipated. His body flew out like a cannonball. Boom. Lucas's body crashed into a building, shattering the glass windows of the building. Even Lord Lucas, Barbara covered her mouth as her eyes widened in disbelief. Joe Wen saw that Medusa was actually chasing after Lucas, so he said to Barbara before rushing out of the building, "Go and see how Lucas is doing. I'll lure Medusa away." "Do you have a death wish?" Barbara reacted and went to pull Joe Wen back, but he had already rushed out of the building. He had actually leapt into the air and slashed at Medusa with a huge sword in his hand. The sword beam that resembled a wheel of sunlight violently spun and slashed at Medusa. The venomous snakes on Medusa's head welcomed the sword beam. Many of the poisonous snakes that could even tear a helicopter to pieces were actually sliced apart by the sword beam. After landing on the ground, they turned into black pieces of hair. Medusa didn't pursue Lucas again as she turned to look at Joe Wen. Barbara was alarmed, thinking that Joe Wen was doomed. However, she was surprised to discover that Joe Wen wasn't petrified. Chapter 476 No Way U. While Barbara was feeling alarmed, Joe Wen's figure flashed as he ran towards the other end of the street. His speed was so fast that she couldn't see his trajectory. He was like a ghost, appearing once in a while at an unbelievable speed. Medusa let out a sharp cry as though she had turned on an accelerator and chased after Joe Wen. Joe Wen hadn't planned on fighting Medusa head-on. The injuries on his body hadn't healed yet, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight a high-intensity battle. If it was a battle, perhaps an intense clash of strength would tear his organs apart once again. He continuously used ghost steps. Thanks to having infinite essence energy because of Slaughterer, Joe Wen could use ghost steps continuously. He lured Medusa towards the sea. Seeing that Medusa had been led away by Joe Wen, Barbara hurriedly jumped off the building and ran towards where Lucas had fallen. Lucas spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of his skin had already been petrified, but it didn't look too serious. Before Barbara could even reach him, Lucas had already crawled out of the ruins. "Where's Medusa?" Lucas looked around but did not see Medusa. "The youth who came with you led her over there." Barbara pointed in the direction that Joe Wen had left with a strange expression. Then she couldn't help but ask, "Lord Lucas, who is he?" He's actually able to ignore Medusa's eyes of petrification. Furthermore, his speed is crazy fast. I've never seen anyone as fast as him. Barbara wanted to say that he was faster than Lord Lucas, but she swallowed her words in the end. "He's a friend of mine. He's a stronger hero than me." As Lucas spoke, he went in the direction that Joe Wen had lured Medusa away. A hero even more powerful than Lord Lucas. But he's still so young, how is that possible? Barbara was shocked. Gritting her teeth, Barbara saw a motorcycle beside her. As the owner was petrified and the key was still in it, she immediately got on and turned the key. The motorbike came to life normally and she chased after Joe Wen and Lucas. It wasn't just Joe Wen. Many epic experts in the city had chased after them. Although they didn't dare to go head-on against Medusa, they couldn't just let Medusa do as she pleased. Unfortunately, they were much slower than Joe Wen and Medusa. Soon, they were left behind. Boom. Medusa's body slammed through the thick wall and directly came out of a building. The venomous snake's head spewed venom as it rained down on Joe Wen. Joe Wen flashed to the back of another building. The venom splattered on the wall, causing many holes to appear on the wall made of concrete and steel. Despite using ghost steps continuously, Joe Wen wasn't as fast as Medusa. He had to rely on various buildings and terrain to barely ensure that Medusa wouldn't catch up. Medusa's speed is really too fast. If it were another non-speed type mythical creature, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Joe Wen's figure flashed as a devilish gaze nearly grazed his cheek, exploding a cafe. Joe Wen leapt into the air and avoided the flying rubble and various glass shards. He stepped on a piece of flying glass with his toes and used ghost steps to propel himself again. However, before Joe Wen could land, Medusa had already rushed to the spot where he landed. A venomous snake swept over. Instantly, he switched to the God-fiend Life Providence. The white shadow of poison appeared behind him and flapped its wings. Joe Wen's figure charged into the sky, dodging the venomous snake's devouring. Medusa suddenly exerted strength in her feet as the hard concrete ground cracked open. She leapt into the air like cannonballs as she chased after Joe Wen. She shot out shocking finger beams as her palm grabbed at Joe Wen's flying body. Joe Wen's body drew a strange arc in the air like a flying immortal. There was something elegant in the midst of a close call. He dodged Medusa's repeated attacks and charged into a building that had over 20 floors. Boom. Medusa also crashed into the wall, causing a huge hole to appear in it. Fragments splashed out everywhere. Joe Wen lured Medusa all the way to the seaside. He had originally wanted to escape from Medusa in the city, but he ultimately failed. All he could do was attempt to escape through the sea. As he was chased and fled, Joe Wen tried his best but was only barely able to avoid being caught by Medusa. It was impossible for him to counterattack. Even if he were in his best condition, he would not be a match against Medusa. After running for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the beach. Joe Wen plunged into the sea and unleashed the 9 dragons art, swimming deep into the sea. Although there were many dimensional creatures at sea, it was not easy to find a terrifying existence like Medusa in it. However, Zhou Wen soon realized that his decision wasn't that correct. After Medusa chased him into the sea, her speed wasn't affected at all. She was still as fast as before. The head of the venomous snake became even more agile as it constantly attacked Zhou Wen like a fish in water. Zhou Wen immediately recalled that in legends, Medusa seemed to have an affair with Poseidon. Fighting in the sea wasn't difficult for her. In the sea, it was disadvantageous for him to use ghost steps. All Zhou Wen could do was rush out of the sea and use the God-Fiend life providence to charge into the sky. Medusa probably doesn't have the ability to fly, right? I'll flee to a high altitude. I don't believe she can still catch up. Zhou Wen tore out of the water and summoned White Shadow of Poison to flap its wings again as he charged towards the sky. Medusa also leapt up from the sea like a ferocious sea monster. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she charged at Zhou Wen. Light constantly shot out from her eyes as her snake hair swept towards him. Zhou Wen's body constantly changed his position as he drew a strange arc with his figure. He moved in the air as though he was on the ground. He constantly borrowed force to dodge Medusa's repeated attacks. Boom. Gravity took over Medusa's leap as she fell back into the sea. The waves that were dozens of feet high were stirred. She really could not fly. Zhou Wen was immediately delighted. Back in the game, he had been sealed in the palace. He had no chance of flying into the sky. He never expected Medusa to have such a weakness. However, before Zhou Wen could be happy, he saw Medusa spread a pair of swan-like wings behind her back and fly up again. Fuck you. Why didn't you use your wings just now? Zhou Wen could only continue fleeing, but he still couldn't escape Medusa. He was chased to the point where he had nowhere to turn. Chapter 477 Nowhere to Turn to. I can't keep running like this. How can I get rid of her? Zhou Wen wasn't as fearless as Lucas. He only wanted to get rid of Medusa now. As for whether Medusa would harm the world in the future, that was not something he could control. Anyway, he did not want to die. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he flew in one direction. He headed for the island that Sheng had taken him to. Zhou Wen thought that he might be able to use the magical waterfall and pool to escape Medusa. This was because he had already cleared the dimensional zone and had left his name on the golden monolith in the dimensional zone. He wouldn't be trapped inside worrying about not being able to leave. As long as he could avoid Medusa's pursuit, he would quietly hide inside for a period of time and wait for Medusa to leave before coming out. He didn't have the strength to kill the black six-winged dragon again. He had previously joined forces with Sheng and, with Zhang Yuzi's help, they managed to kill the black six-winged dragon. He was alone this time and had yet to recover from his serious injuries. If he really angered the black six-winged dragon, he would probably die. Zhou Wen lured Medusa to the island. After a while, Lucas and the group of epic experts finally reached the beach. They discovered traces of battle on the beach, but they failed to find anyone. One of the trembling residents by the beach told them that they were heading towards the sea. Medusa was already extremely terrifying and there were even more dimensional creatures on the sea. When the other epic experts heard that Medusa had been lured to the sea, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They thought with luck, perhaps Medusa won't return after being lured to the sea. Lucas ignored everything else and jumped onto a boat, prepared to start the engine, and ventured deep into the sea. Master Lucas, I'll go with you. Barbara arrived on her motorbike and threw it onto the ground before jumping onto the boat. Quickly disembark it. The sea is too dangerous, said Lucas. Lord Lucas, have you forgotten? I came from the sea to the peninsula of gods. I'm a daughter of the sea, so I can help you track your friend and Medusa at sea. You are just one person. You won't be able to find them even if you're on a boat. Barbara had already started the boat. Lucas thought about it and agreed. Looking at the boundless sea, he only knew the general direction. He had no idea how to find Zhou Wen and Medusa. Then fight alongside the great Lucas, girl, Lucas said as he stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the sea. After great hardship, Zhou Wen finally returned to the island where there were water sprites. Now, he wasn't in the mood to kill them. He rushed to the waterfall on the island and plunged into the pool. Boom. Just as Zhou Wen entered the pool, Medusa's gaze landed on the pool, blasting a curtain of water several meters high. After the pool calmed down, Zhou Wen was gone. Inside the cave, Zhou Wen followed the water and quickly exited the waterfall cave. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't see Medusa. He thought to himself, Medusa better not jump in here when she can't see my corpse in the pool. However, his worst fears happened. Zhou Wen could only hear the splashing sound of water coming from the cave. Medusa had already rushed out of the water. I'm screwed. Zhou Wen hurriedly burrowed under the pool, hoping to get out again. However, Medusa's snake hair had entered the pool. It was already a snake's nest. Countless venomous snakes were wriggling in the pool. This fellow's intelligence is too high. She actually knows how to sever my retreat. Zhou Wen felt depressed, but he had no choice but to move his body to dodge Medusa's attack. Boom. Boom. Medusa's gaze randomly shot out in all directions, causing the surrounding rocks and grass to explode, creating a loud boom. Zhou Wen immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. It was already difficult to deal with Medusa. If she made a scene, the black six-winged dragon would definitely be awoken. If he were to face two terrifying mythical creatures, wouldn't he die even more tragically? Now, Joen wished he had an invisibility cloak and could immediately disappear in front of Medusa. Roar. An angry roar came from the center of the island. As expected, the dragon was awakened and turned into a black lightning bolt that rushed over. Please bless me. Although they are dimensional creatures, they aren't of the same species. They might be enemies. Let them fight it out. Joen prayed inwardly. Unfortunately, he soon realized that he was being too naive. After the dragon rushed over, it ignored Medusa and opened its mouth to spit out a venomous smoke at Joen. This is really bad. Joen suddenly realized that he shouldn't have come here. It was too late for regrets. There was a black dragon in front of him and Medusa behind him. They attacked Joen one after another, completely cutting off the possibility of him escaping. Even if he used ghost steps, it was impossible for him to be faster than two mythical creatures. Whether he advanced or retreated, he was doomed. Seeing that the two mythical creatures had surrounded him and leaving him no chance to escape, Joen gritted his teeth and switched to the God-fiend life providence. The Lost Country ring appeared on his finger. After spinning the ring, Joen's body immediately vanished from the middle of the pincer attack. Lucas and Barbara were in the sea searching for traces of Joen and Medusa. The more Barbara searched, the more depressed she became. Finally, she couldn't help but say to Lucas, "Lord Lucas, I'm afraid that your friend is doomed. Although he's very powerful, it's very difficult for even a god to survive against an existence like Medusa." "No, Barbara, you underestimate a friend of Lucas too much. He's just like me, a great human hero. I firmly believe that he's safe and sound. Perhaps he has already killed Medusa. We have to find him as soon as possible. We can't let him enjoy the glory alone." Lucas's face was filled with determination as he stood at the bow of the boat and surveyed the surrounding sea, searching for Joen. "That's impossible. That's Medusa. She's a mythical demoness. Even the mythical human prince had to borrow many divine artifacts from the goddess of wisdom to defeat her." Barbara grumbled internally, but she didn't dare to say it out. "There seems to be a small island over there. Let's take a look," Lucas instructed. On the island, Joen's figure appeared on the black six-winged dragon's back after a momentary disappearance. Without any hesitation, Joen wrapped one hand around the black six-winged dragon's neck. On his palm was a silver spider web glove. After touching the scales on the black six-winged dragon's neck, it immediately stuck firmly to it. Upon sensing Joen on its back, a terrifying black flame immediately erupted from the black six-winged dragon's body. It wanted to shake Joen off its back. However, Joen was already prepared. He transformed into the demon dragon true body and stuck to its body, allowing the black flames to erupt without letting go. Medusa was originally attacking Joen, but because he was on the black six-winged dragon's back, her gaze immediately landed on the black six-winged dragon. The eyes of petrification landed on Joen. Through the use of the Truth Listener earring, this replenished his essence energy, allowing him to maintain his demon dragon true body state. However, the black six-winged dragon did not have such an ability. The scales on its body actually began to turn into stone when Medusa's eyes of petrification looked at it. Roar. The black six-winged dragon flew into a rage as demonic flames rose from its back. Two hidden pairs of wings appeared, making it live up to its name as a six-winged black dragon. The petrified scales on its body shattered like stone shells, revealing the new scales underneath. The 6 dragon wings were suddenly extended. They drew out a terrifying black flame. Black flame like blades slashed toward Medusa. Medusa was unwilling to be outdone as she waved her snake hair to meet the black-flamed blade aura. Numerous blade auras collided with the snake hair. Although the blade aura was shattered, many of the poisonous snakes were also severed. Instantly, the two mythical creatures were enraged as they began a battle between monsters. Joen firmly held onto the black six-winged dragon's back. No matter how intense the battle was, he wasn't thrown off its back. Joen's sky spider glove had very strong adhesive properties. Once he stuck on, there was no way of separating him unless he released or had his hand chopped off. It wasn't easy to survive in such a terrifying battle. Thankfully, Joen had the demon dragon true body. Otherwise, just the aftershocks of the battle or the black flames from the six-winged dragon's body would have been enough to kill him. Furthermore, there was an extremely important point to take note of. Medusa's eyes of petrification provided Joen with endless essence energy. If not, he wouldn't have been able to persist either. Without the demon dragon true body protecting him, he would be instantly killed in such a battle. Joen hugged the black six-winged dragon's neck tightly and slumped on its back. If Medusa wanted to kill him, she would definitely attack the black six-winged dragon. As for the black six-winged dragon, how could it allow her to bully it? The more they fought, the angrier they became. Instantly, the mountain wall above the island shattered and the ground cracked. The venom corroded the rocks and the black flames turned the originally lush island to ruins. Only the spot where the golden apple tree was located remained unscathed, as if it was protected by a mysterious power. Joen wished he could immediately escape from the black six-winged dragon's back. Now that it was truly infuriated with Medusa because of the battle, he believed that the two monsters probably wouldn't stop the fight even without him. But now, Joen really couldn't escape. The force field produced from their battle had pressed him firmly onto the black six-winged dragon's back. If Zhou Wen were to forcefully rush out, he would probably be struck by a terrifying explosive force in midair and end up being embroiled in their battle. The pain in his organs was excruciating. It was likely that the wounds from before had been torn apart. Although he had the demon dragon true body protecting him, his body still suffered a significant blow. Blood constantly seeped out from his mouth and nose. I'm going to die. Zhou Wen endured the pain as he hugged the black six-winged dragon's neck tightly. He tried his best to stick his body to its scales to reduce the damage. The black six-winged dragon was indeed worthy of being the guardian of the golden apple. It was actually able to fight evenly with a mythical demoness like Medusa. Although Medusa's eyes of petrification had some effect on it, it was difficult to completely petrify it. Only the scales on its surface were affected, but after shattering, they produced new scales. The battle between the two monsters allowed Zhou Wen to see the abilities they didn't use when he fought them. As Zhou Wen's strength wasn't at their level, there were many skills that they didn't need to use when they fought him. Now that they had encountered an opponent that was on par with them, they had used all sorts of skills, broadening his horizons. Zhou Wen was secretly rejoicing. The reason they were able to kill the six-winged dragon the last time was purely because they were lucky. If it wasn't for the six-winged dragon being infuriated by him and completely ignorant of everything else, the demonic neonate wouldn't have had a chance to stab the ancient sword through its heart. In a head-on clash, he and In Sheng would probably only end up being thrashed even if they joined forces. Of course, Zhang Yuzi also played a crucial role. Otherwise, Zhou Wen would have died. Zhou Wen had the intention to summon the demonic neonate and get her to do it again, but in this situation, even if he could kill one of them, the other wasn't something Zhou Wen could handle. In the end, it would only mean death. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how he could survive, the black six-winged dragon had already pounced on Medusa and bit her head. The venomous snakes on Medusa's head swept over but were mostly bitten apart by the black six-winged dragon. Suddenly, blood tears rolled out of Medusa's eyes. A strange light shot out from her eyes. The eyes of petrification did not have any corporeal light. Medusa also had another ability that shot out light from her eyes. However, that was not the eyes of petrification. It only possessed potent destructive power without the ability to petrify. However, the light that shot out this time was different. When the beam from the blood-teary eyes shone on the black six-winged dragon's body, it began petrifying it. This time, the petrification was different from before. Not only were the scales on the surface petrified, but the six-winged black dragon's body was also petrified. The speed of petrification just wasn't very fast. Roar. Black flames rose from the black six-winged dragon's body as it erupted with a terrifying power. It wanted to resist the petrification of its body, but it was useless this time. Its body became more and more petrified. It started with its chest and face, then its forelimbs, and then finally its body and rear limbs. In just a short moment, the six-winged dragon was about to turn into a statue. What's going on? Is this the true power of Medusa's eyes of petrification? Was the one before just for fun? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Even worse was that the Truth Listener earring's power was gradually unable to withstand the petrifying light. Zhou Wen's skin began to show signs of petrification despite his dragon form. I can't wait any longer. Zhou Wen knew that if he waited any longer, he might lose his life. He immediately summoned the demonic neonate and banana fairy. He held the fan formed by banana fairy and waved it at Medusa below. A strong wind blew away Medusa's snake hair. The demonic neonate did not hesitate. The ancient sword tore out of its sheath and transformed into a purple glow that directly pierced toward Medusa's head. The black six-winged dragon was not completely petrified. It continued to press against Medusa, preventing her from dodging. All she could do was turn her head in an attempt to avoid the ancient sword. However, the ancient sword was too close to her and she was unable to completely dodge it. A purple light flashed and the ancient sword actually pierced through her left eye. Immediately, blood flowed out from the socket as Medusa let out a sharp cry. Chapter 479 A hero almost akin to God. Medusa let out a painful cry. A huge force surged out from her body, forcing the half-petrified six-winged dragon to retreat more than 10 meters. She used her fingertips to grab the hilt of the ancient sword and, like pulling out a splinter, she pulled it out from her eye and threw it violently. Zhou Wen jumped off the black six-winged dragon's back and looked at Medusa's eyes. He saw that the eye that had been stabbed by the ancient sword was blood red, and blood kept gushing out. It looked like a serious injury. Upon discovering Zhou Wen, Medusa angrily rushed over, but the petrified black dragon's body emitted a cracking sound. Its petrified flesh and bones cracked open as it forcefully slammed Medusa. Medusa was hit head-on and immediately rolled over. However, a purple light flashed. The ancient sword that was thrown by Medusa had flown back. While she was embroiled with the six-winged black dragon, the sword stabbed into her other eye. The demonic neonate hid in the distance with a cold expression in her eyes. Medusa's eyes were completely blind. She immediately became a poisonous snake that had lost its poisonous fangs. Although her combat strength remained terrifying, she was not as strong as before. The black six-winged dragon dragged its half-petrified body and fought the blind Medusa. It was still an intense battle, but Zhou Wen was finally able to escape the crossfire. He fled the battlefield and watched them fight. The ground trembled as the two monsters engaged in close combat. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed, as though the end of the world had arrived. Joe hid far away and saw Medusa and the black six-winged dragon slam into the sea together. The waves in the sea churned, stirring up huge waves. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If they really end up with an internecine outcome, I might really luck out this time. Perhaps I might be able to kill two mythical creatures at once. As he thought this, he saw the six-winged black dragon and Medusa sink into the sea. He could only see the surging waves on the surface of the sea, so he did not know what the situation below was. After a while, the sea calmed down, but a lot of red liquid spread out. Don't tell me both parties are dead. If they die without me killing them, will they leave behind crystals and companion eggs? Zhou Wen was considering whether he should go into the sea to search for the corpses when he suddenly saw the seawater spew out like a volcanic eruption. Face covered in blood and body covered in wounds, a one-armed Medusa charged out of the sea. The ancient sword in her eye hadn't been pulled out, but she ignored it and charged at Zhou Wen. Although her eyes were blind and she no longer had the ability to use the eyes of petrification, the snakes on her head could still allow her to see. Zhou Wen turned around and ran. Although Medusa looked miserable, she was still a mythical creature after all. To be able to kill a six-winged dragon in such a state was indeed extremely terrifying. Medusa chased after him with all her might as though she hated Zhou Wen to the core. However, Zhou Wen soon realized that she was much slower. Previously, Zhou Wen wasn't as fast as her when he used ghost steps. Now, he could open up a distance with it. Medusa's speed was indeed much slower, completely different from before. Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. He rushed into the waterfall pool and returned to the island in the real world. Medusa rushed out as well, but Zhou Wen knew that she was slowing down. Furthermore, her body was constantly bleeding. It looked like her aura was rapidly weakening. She's about to die. Zhou Wen was delighted. He watched as Medusa's aura weakened and her body slowed down. More importantly, the demonic neon its ancient sword had completely stabbed into her eye, having likely penetrated her brain. Although Medusa no longer posed a threat to him, Zhou Wen still tried his best to maintain a constant distance from her. He had no idea if she would suddenly unleash a crazy attack before dying, just like when the black six-winged dragon died previously. However, Zhou Wen soon realized that Medusa was really on the brink of death. As she chased after him, she left a pool of blood on the ground. The wounds on her body were bleeding profusely. With her physique, the wounds should have stopped bleeding. Clearly, the six-winged dragon's powers were strange, preventing her wounds from healing. Medusa had already begun to stumble as she walked. She was like a staggering old woman. She no longer had her previous might. When Zhou Wen retreated to the beach, Medusa seemed to know that she was at the end of her rope. She unleashed her final strength and pounced at Zhou Wen with a shrill cry. Her pounce seemed to be strong, but her strength was spent. She no longer had the terrifying energy fluctuations from before. Zhou Wen summoned Overlord's sword and slashed out a sword beam at Medusa, who was pouncing over. Lucas and Barbara had already arrived near the island on their boat. Lucas was looking around when he saw Zhou Wen standing on the beach. He was immediately overjoyed. Just as he was about to call out to him, he suddenly saw Medusa pounce at him. Barbara immediately let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen drew his sword and slashed at Medusa, who was pouncing over. The intense sword glow was like a sun halo as it slashed at Medusa's neck. After this, Medusa's body was sent flying under the impact of the sword beam. Under the continuous rotation of the razor-like sword flash, the flesh and bones on her neck were crushed and broken. Finally, her head was chopped off and it flew into the air. Barbara's scream came to a halt as her mouth gaped open in shock. Her eyes were widened at this incredulous scene. The demoness, Medusa, who had wreaked havoc in the entire city and left countless epic experts on the peninsula of gods helpless, had been beheaded. It was truly unbelievable. Lucas was also surprised. Then, he subconsciously took out his phone and, out of habit, took a photo. Gotcha. The image on the screen was that of a man on the beach with his back facing the camera under the setting sun. He was holding a sword askew to the ground. Across the young man, Medusa's body was suspended in midair. Fresh blood spurted out and a head flew into the air. The entire scene looked extremely impactful and had an indescribable beauty of violence. The calmness of the sword-wielding man formed a strong contrast with the twisted snakes on Medusa's head and the blood that sprayed out. It made anyone who saw the picture feel their blood boil for some reason. Lucas looked at the picture and had a sudden impulse. After adding a caption, he attempted to post it on his online account. Medusa's Doomsday, the descent of a hero almost akin to God. The moment this photo appeared, it immediately caused the internet to explode in excitement. Countless people on the Peninsula of Gods saw this photo and left a message. Chapter 480, A Personal Hero. Although the people who followed Lucas were basically young people from the Peninsula of Gods, it was precisely because of this that they knew how terrifying Medusa was. Many people had witnessed Medusa wreaking havoc in the city with their own eyes. Countless innocent citizens had been harmed, and so many epic experts were mercilessly killed by Medusa. Even though no one had fought Medusa before, they knew that this legendary demoness was definitely at the mythical stage. Now that Medusa had actually been killed, they were both surprised and happy. Many people left comments to ask Lucas if Medusa had really been killed. Many people also asked who the man that killed Medusa was and who the sword-wielding man was. Then, this photo and Lucas's caption spread across the internet at the speed of light, triggering a tsunami-like discussion. There were two main points to the discussion. One was the authenticity of the picture, while the other was the identity of the sword-wielding man. Lucas's personal page was about to crash from the traffic. Everyone was waiting for Lucas's reply. However, Lucas didn't read the messages. After posting the photo, he and Barbara landed on the island together. Haha, I knew you could do it. You are a great hero like me, Lucas. You saved our city. Lucas went forward and gave Joe Wen a firm hug. I'm not as great as you. Joe Wen wasn't mocking him, but speaking from the heart. Lucas knew that it was impossible, but he did what he could do. Although there was a slight accident, it hadn't been his intention. One day, you will surpass me. Lucas looked confident as he patted Joe Wen's shoulder and said, quick, go and take a look at your spoils of war. That's the reward you deserve, and also the medal of a hero. Joe Wen rolled his eyes inwardly. He was clearly just digging through a corpse for treasures. Why did it sound so righteous when Lucas put it that way? Joe Wen didn't stand on ceremony. This was a mythical creature he had risked his life to kill. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Soon Joe Wen found a dimensional crystal in Medusa's corpse. There was Medusa's shadow in the dimensional crystal. Clearly, it was a essence energy skill crystal. Old friend, you're really lucky to have obtained Medusa's essence energy skill crystal. Come, let me take a picture of you and upload it online with the photo from just now. Let them witness the moment of heroism. As Lucas spoke, he was about to use his phone to take a picture. What did you say? Joe Wen hurriedly stopped Lucas and glared at him. I said take a picture and upload it online. This is your heroic history, said Lucas. No, what do you mean by the photo from just now? Joe Wen asked again. It's this. I just took a picture of you and uploaded it online. The response is pretty good. You will soon become a famous hero. Lucas opened his personal page and showed the picture to Joe Wen as though he was showing off. Joe Wen looked at the number of replies. It was already more than 60,000 and it was still increasing. His face immediately turned livid. Quickly delete the photo. Joe Wen was truly anxious. The Special Inspector Bureau and 6 families didn't know that he had advanced to the epic stage. If they were to find out that he had advanced to the epic stage and had even killed a dimensional creature like Medusa, they would only be more careful when sending people to make trouble with him in the future. The people they sent would also be more powerful. Wouldn't that be giving him trouble? Why should I delete it? Isn't this good? Lucas asked in puzzlement. I don't want to be a hero, much less become famous. Lucas, you mustn't tell anyone about what happened today. Don't let others know that I killed Medusa, alright? Joe Wen also knew that deleting it was useless. This picture had probably been reposted countless times. He took a closer look at the photo and realized that it was only a back view of him. Furthermore, because the Overlord's sword reflected the sunlight, it was almost impossible to see the blade clearly. Even his back was affected by the light, so it wasn't easy to recognize him. Although I don't know why you have such a strange request, as your friend, I respect your decision. Do you still want me to delete this picture? Said Lucas. Forget it. Joe Wen shook his head. If he were to delete it now, it would only result in the Streisand effect. Joe Wen looked at Barbara and asked, Missy, can you help me keep this secret? No. Barbara shook her head. Barbara, he's my friend, Lucas said anxiously. Barbara took out a notebook and pen from her chest and handed it to Joe Wen. Blinking her eyes, she said, it's fine if you want me to keep it a secret for you, but you have to sign an autograph for me. Why do you want my autograph? Joe Wen frowned slightly. He still remembered Jack's matter and wouldn't easily sign things. Silly, because you are her hero, Lucas said with a laugh as he patted Joe Wen's back. Joe Wen only realized that he was overthinking when he saw Barbara's flushed face. I can give you an autograph, but don't tell anyone about this, okay? Joe Wen took the notebook and pen and signed his name on it. Sure. Barbara received the notebook and carefully looked at Joe Wen's signature. Then, she carefully closed it and hugged it in her arms. She thought in joy, of course I'll keep it a secret for you. Only I know that you're the hero who killed Medusa. Only I have your autograph. This is a secret between my personal hero and me. Are you going back with us? Lucas asked Joe Wen. It will be inevitable for people to suspect me if I go back with you. Joe Wen didn't choose to go back with them, not only because of the reason he gave. He still wanted to enter the island to see if the 6-winged dragon was dead. If it was dead, there might be something like a crystal left behind. It would be best if he could obtain a companion egg. Even if nothing was left, it was not bad to pick another golden apple. However, Joe Wen remembered that the golden apple had just born previously, so it likely wasn't ripe yet. After Lucas and Barbara left, Joe Wen entered the dimensional zone through the pool and went to the apple tree to take a look. The golden apple had only just grown and was still far from being ripe. It was probably useless if he plucked it now. Without finding the ruins of the 6-winged dragon on the island, Joe Wen arrived near the sea where it fought Medusa. He summoned the silver water snake and made it search for it to see if he could find anything. As soon as the silver water snake entered the ocean, it merged with the seawater as if it had disappeared. Zhou made it search the bottom of the sea. After a while, he saw the silver water snake crawl out of the sea with something in its mouth. Zhou saw that it looked like a black pineapple without leaves. On careful look, he realized that it was an egg covered in scales. The black six-winged dragon's egg. Zhou was overjoyed. The silver water snake handed the egg to Zhou. Zhou looked at it using the mysterious phone. It was indeed a mythical companion egg. Six-winged guardian dragon, mythical. Life providence, guardian dragon. Life soul, wings of black flame. Wheel of destiny, the last guardian. Strength, 69. Speed, 68. Constitution, 68. Essence energy, 65. Talent skill, poison breath, dragon's rage, hell demonic flame, 6-wing slash. Companion form, demonic flaming dragon wings. A true mythical companion beast. Zhou was surprised and delighted. This was the first time he had seen a true mythical companion egg. The companion beasts he had now only had the potential of being mythical, but none had truly advanced to the mythical stage. The one closest to the true mythical stage was demonic neonate, but her stats were too low. She needed to grow again, otherwise she could only release her flying sword from afar and not participate in any head-on combat. This six-winged guardian dragon was a true mythical creature. If it could hatch, it would undoubtedly raise Zhou strength greatly. With it, the chances of Zhou defeating the mythical creature in the temple were much higher. The essence energy requirement must be very high, but my slaughterer has the ability to have unlimited essence energy. I should be able to hatch it, right? Zhou thought as he used the mysterious phone to snap the six-winged guardian dragon egg into his phone before letting the blood-colored avatar attempt to hatch it. The incubation went surprisingly smoothly. After activating Slaughterer, the blood-colored avatar easily hatched the six-winged guardian dragon. Its tattoo appeared on his back. Zhou excitedly summoned the six-winged guardian dragon. The feeling of seeing a black dragon appear in front of him was indescribable. However, the six-winged guardian dragon that appeared in front of Zhou only had 2 dragon wings. It wasn't in its 6-winged form. After Zhou made it use its life soul, the 6-winged guardian dragon took on the 6-winged form, and its strength increased greatly. After getting the 6-winged guardian dragon to use all its skills, Zhou realized that the fellow's skills weren't complete. It had fewer skills than the real 6-winged guardian dragon, but these 4 skills were enough. What Zhou was more concerned about was its Wheel of Destiny. The demonic neonate also had the Wheel of Destiny, but it was written one spin without any annotations. However, the 6-winged guardian dragon was different. Behind the Wheel of Destiny was the Last Guardian, and there was also an annotation. The Last Guardian, Miracle of Life Ward. Although it had an annotation, Zhou still didn't understand what it meant. He got the 6-winged guardian dragon to demonstrate it, but it couldn't. Regardless, having his first true mythical companion beast made Zhou very excited. Riding on the 6-winged guardian dragon, Zhou circled the sky and realized that it wasn't as comfortable as he had imagined. This fellow's flying state was too violent and wasn't stable at all. Riding it was like riding a wild, unbridled horse. The feeling wasn't good. From the looks of it, it's not that great an experience when the legendary dragon knights in the West District ride dragons. Zhou unsummoned the dragon and glanced at the golden apple that hadn't ripened. In the end, he gave up the thought of plucking it and left the mysterious dimensional zone. After returning to the Peninsula of Gods, he quickly contacted Sheng. You were the one who killed Medusa, right? And Sheng had clearly seen the photo online and asked directly. Zhou recounted the situation. And Sheng wasn't as excited as Lucas and company. He said to Zhou solemnly, Young Master Wen, you only have one life. Furthermore, it doesn't only belong to you. I hope you won't use your life to do such dangerous things again. I originally only wanted to lure Medusa away. I never expected that I couldn't lose her no matter how hard I tried. In the end, I was forced by the circumstances, Zhou explained. This absolutely mustn't happen a second time. Forget it, I'll quickly take you back. I can't let you stay outside any longer. It's only been a few days, but you nearly died twice. I'll let you return to school where you attend classes and game, Sheng said. Has the ban on the Peninsula of Gods been lifted? Zhou asked. After Medusa escaped, the Peninsula of Gods was already in chaos. What's the use of the ban? That thief has probably left the Peninsula of Gods long ago, so there's naturally no need for them to continue the ban. And Sheng paused before saying, quickly come back. I'll go book the flight tickets now. When Zhou returned to the hotel, Sheng didn't say anything else. However, he booked the earliest ticket to leave the Peninsula of Gods. They could leave tomorrow morning. When Zhou was resting, he unlocked his phone to look at Lucas's personal page. The comments below the picture had exceeded 200,000. The latest messages were asking who the hero was. This was because Lucas had confirmed Medusa's death after his return. Now, they only wanted to know who killed Medusa. Thankfully, there was only his back view in the photo, and because of the light, it wasn't very clear. Even Sheng had relied on guessing. It was impossible for him to recognize Zhou Wen with this photo. No matter how many times the Special Inspector Bureau guessed, it was probably impossible to think of him. After all, in the Bureau's eyes, he was still a student who hadn't advanced to the epic stage. This photo was not only popular on the Peninsula of Gods, but even the Federation's brass had noticed it. After all, Medusa had really appeared. Such a creature was undoubtedly at the mythical stage. They paid close attention to people who could kill mythical creatures. It wasn't impossible for someone in the Federation to kill mythical creatures. At least, there were such people in the 6 families. However, that was only because they relied on mythical pets. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. Each family only had a few capable of such feats. Now that a person who could kill mythical creatures had suddenly appeared, it naturally attracted the attention of many factions. It wasn't just the 6 families. The powerful big shots in many places were guessing who this person was and whether he was from the 6 families. However, few people knew the answer. The next morning, Sheng took Zhou Wen to the airport. Zhou Wen sat in the departure hall while Sheng went to the bathroom. As he was texting Lucas to bid him farewell, someone walked to the chair behind Zhou Wen and sat down. Zhou Wen didn't notice the person, but after he sat down, he leaned against the back of the chair behind Zhou Wen. The back of his head bumped into Zhou Wen's hair. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to lean his head forward and not get too close to him, he heard a voice behind him. "It looks like you've been doing pretty well recently." Chapter 482. Turning around is easy, meeting is difficult. Zhou Wen's body trembled when he heard the voice. He was alarmed and delighted. Just as he wanted to stand up and turn his head to look at the person, he heard him say, "Sit still just like that and don't move." "Zhongzia, where have you been recently? Why are you here?" Zhou Wen asked in a lowered voice. He could tell that the voice belonged to Zhongzia. He knew that Zhongzia's situation might be worse than his. At the very least, the Bureau didn't dare openly arrest him and Hui Haifeng, but they weren't as polite to Zhongzia and Zhang Yan. "I've been traveling around, leading the bunch of dogs at the Special Inspector Bureau in circles." Zhongzia leaned against Zhou Wen and said in a relaxed tone, "As for you, your rate of growth is really surprising. You were the one to kill Medusa, right?" "That was an accident." Zhou Wen paused and said, "I got what you left behind. It's with me now. I'll hand it to you." "There's no need. That was originally a souvenir for you," Zhongzia said lazily. "Is that the method teacher used?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Wen asked again. "Who knows?" Zhongzia pursed his lips and said, "Even if you were to know what method was used, is there any meaning to it?" Zhou Wen thought about it and was momentarily at a loss for words. "Did Medusa drop a companion egg?" Zhongzia asked. "No, it's just a essence energy skill crystal," Zhou Wen answered truthfully. Although the two of them hadn't really spent much time together, Zhou Wen felt that Zhongzia was different from others. Perhaps it was because they were both Wang Mingyu-owned students and were in the same situation, or perhaps for some other reason. If it wasn't necessary, he wasn't willing to patronize Zhongzia. "Lend me the Medusa crystal and pass it to me from the left. The surveillance camera can't see it from that corner," Zhongzia said. "What do you want it for?" Zhou Wen said as he took out Medusa's crystal and handed it to Zhongzia. He had seen the requirements of the Medusa crystal. He couldn't meet the requirements of 41 constitution and 21 cursed attributes. In addition, there were life providence and life soul requirements. Zhou Wen didn't know if his few life providences and life souls would be of any use. He was still unsure. However, just the stat requirement was enough to ensure that Zhou Wen wouldn't be able to use the Medusa crystal anytime soon. Furthermore, if he needed it, he could head to the Cursed Demon Palace to try his luck with Medusa. "I need it to do something. Don't ask me what it is. I don't want to say." Zhongzia took the dimensional crystal. After a while, he touched Zhou Wen's hand and said, "This is for you. Take it as interest." Zhou Wen took it and looked at it. It was a box. Just as he was about to open it, he heard Zhongzia say, "Don't look at it now. Do it when there's no one around." Zhou Wen was about to say something when Zhongzia stood up. "I hope that I'll still be me when we meet again." With that said, Zhongzia walked out of the waiting area while Zhou Wen sat there, motionless. Turning around wasn't difficult, but meeting was difficult. When Sheng returned, Zhongzia had already disappeared into the crowd. If it wasn't for the box in his hand, Zhou Wen would have wondered if any of that had happened. The scene of Wang Mingyu on cooking for the 4 of them and him playing cards with them seemed to have happened yesterday, but today, they could not even look into each other's eyes. "This darn world," Zhou Wen cursed softly as though he was venting his emotions. Lucas had offered to wave them off, but Zhou Wen told him that it wasn't necessary. The reason why Sheng didn't get Zhou Wen to inform him in advance was because he didn't want him there in case someone connected the person in Lucas's photo to Zhou Wen. And Sheng sent Zhou Wen back to school. His stance made it obvious that he definitely wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. In fact, Zhou Wen didn't have the energy to stir up trouble. His injuries had been worsened from the battle, so he didn't even want to move. After returning to the dormitory, he threw himself into bed and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. Since he still couldn't feel hunger, Zhou Wen didn't eat anything. Thinking of the box Zhang Zia had given him previously, he took it out of the chaos bead and opened it to take a look. There's nothing. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback. The box was empty. That's not right. Zhou Wen quickly realized that the box wasn't empty because it was made of paper and was very light. However, he could sense that the box was rather heavy, as though there was a piece of iron inside. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of something as he reached his hand into the box. Inside the empty box, something seemed to be in the way, preventing him from reaching in. Zhou Wen's fingers felt as though they were touching something ice cold. Furthermore, wherever his fingertips touched, space warped visibly, as though a transparent plastic sheet had been crumpled. No way. Zhou Wen's expression turned odd. He took out the mysterious phone and aimed it at the box. Immediately, he saw a row of information appear on the phone. Invisibility cloak, mythical. After reading the top line, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind as he came to a realization. The person who stole the invisibility cloak companion egg is Zhang Zia. Zhou Wen carefully recalled and suddenly understood why he found the picture of the thief familiar. Now that he thought about it, the thief's looks and figure were different from Zhang Zia's. However, his eyes had a unique aura like Zhang Zia's. Zhang Zia didn't end up trapped in the cursed demon palace because he stole the invisibility cloak, but he stole it to deal with Medusa's eyes of petrification. Zhou Wen gradually considered the cause and effect of the matter. It was obvious that Zhang Zia could not incubate the invisibility cloak, so he could not kill Medusa. However, he ended up using some unknown method to get Medusa out of cursed demon palace. With Zhou Wen's understanding of his character, Zhang Zia definitely wanted to use the experts on the Peninsula of Gods to kill Medusa. As for how many people would die as a result, Zhang Zia probably didn't take it to heart. Zhou Wen ended up killing Medusa, so he had come to see him. Otherwise, Zhou Wen wouldn't have known that he was the one who had stolen the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen probably wouldn't have even known that he had been here before. Zhang Zia, what are you doing? Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Zhang Zia's character was too extreme. Furthermore, he was extremely talented. If he really did something evil, he might become a devil like Jing Daoxian. Looking at the invisibility cloak companion egg in his hand, Zhou Wen's expression turned extremely complicated. He had originally gone to the Peninsula of Gods for the invisibility cloak, but he never expected the invisibility cloak to reach his hand in such a manner. Zhou Wen carefully read the information on the invisibility cloak, but he felt that something was amiss. Invisibility cloak, mythical. Life providence, seamless. Life soul, combat cloak. Wheel of destiny, deity possession. Strength, 54. Speed, 71. Constitution, 67. Essence energy, 72. Talent skill, invisibility. Companion form, invisibility cloak. There was no problem with the attributes. The Wheel of Destiny was a little strange. The annotation was that it was a miracle of a deity's descent. None of these were problematic, but the invisibility cloak was a companion egg. However, it didn't indicate that it was a companion egg in its information. It was as though the companion beast had already been hatched. Zhou Wen took out the transparent companion egg from the box. He could feel that it was the shape of an egg, about the size of a rugby ball. He attempted to inject his essence energy into it, but the invisibility cloak companion egg didn't react at all. It didn't accept his essence energy, much less absorb it. I wonder what method the Zhang family used to reduce the invisibility cloak back to its companion egg state. Now, although the invisibility cloak doesn't have an owner and looks the same as an ordinary companion egg in essence, it's already hatched. It's no wonder no one can't hatch it after so many years. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared. It wasn't strange that he couldn't hatch it. With the companion egg in hand, Zhou Wen switched his essence energy art to the first order of chaos before attempting to inject his essence energy into the companion egg. Legend had it that the invisibility cloak came from the temple of the dualism god, Phanes. As for the relationship between Phanes and chaos, it was very subtle. Furthermore, they were from the same pantheon. Zhou Wen felt that the first order of chaos might be useful. However, the outcome didn't disappoint Zhou Wen. After converting his essence energy art to the first order of chaos, the invisibility cloak accepted his essence energy. The entire companion egg trembled slightly. Zhou Wen was delighted as he increased his essence energy input, but the companion egg continued trembling gently. When Zhou Wen expended all his essence energy, the invisibility cloak remained still. What's the situation now? Does it work or not? Zhou Wen tried a few more times. When he injected essence energy, the invisibility cloak companion egg had a reaction. The moment he stopped, the invisibility cloak's reaction disappeared, but it showed no signs of hatching. After some thought, Zhou Wen felt that this might have something to do with his first order of chaos's low level. He had only achieved basic mastery of the first order of chaos, and he hadn't even condensed a life providence. If he could cultivate it to a higher level, he might be able to hatch the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the invisibility cloak. Even if he were to train his first order of chaos now, it wasn't something that could be improved in a short period of time. Although I can't use the invisibility cloak for the time being, I have obtained the six-winged guardian dragon companion beast. I can try and see if I can fight that snake in the temple. Zhou Wen took out his phone and activated the Zuolu instance dungeon. Once again, he came to the temple protected by the snake. Zhou Wen summoned the six-winged guardian dragon and let it enter to fight the snake. The six-winged guardian dragon was slightly faster than the snake, but its strength was clearly not as strong as that of the snake. A terrifying clash erupted within the palace. Dragon breath, demonic flame, poison smoke, and all sorts of powers erupted. The blood-colored avatar was nearly killed just from the remnant blasts. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had activated his demon dragon true body in time, preventing him from dying. Although the six-winged guardian dragon was at a disadvantage, the snake could not kill it in a short period of time. He could not help but be overjoyed. With the six-winged guardian dragon as the main force, he might have a chance of killing the snake. There was no need for him to get the invisibility cloak anymore. Zhou Wen summoned demonic neonate and banana fairy. Just as he was about to rush in to help, he saw the snake's eyes turn into mirrors. Then, it glanced at the six-winged guardian dragon, immediately making it disappear. It was as though it had been projected inside the snake's eyes. The next second, Zhou Wen saw the notification that the six-winged guardian dragon had died. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, he ran a little too late. After being glanced at by the snake, the phone screen darkened. What kind of essence energy skill is that? Do you have to be so shameless? Even a mythical six-winged guardian dragon dies from a glance. Are you not giving me a way out? Zhou Wen was depressed. After re-entering the game, Zhou Wen tried a few more times. If the snake didn't have that essence energy skill, he might be able to defeat it by working together with the six-winged guardian dragon. However, every time the snake used that skill, he and the six-winged guardian dragon would be instantly killed without any chance to retaliate. Zhou Wen could only take the six-winged guardian dragon to the other temple, but the outcome was even worse. The dimensional creature that looked like a wolf and tiger but wasn't any of them killed the six-winged guardian dragon with its speed. The dimensional creature's speed far exceeded that of the six-winged guardian dragon. Furthermore, its claws were nearly indestructible. The six-winged guardian dragon was ripped apart in a few blows. Although they were both mythical creatures, the six-winged guardian dragon was clearly much weaker than the two. This also had something to do with the companion beast's incomplete skills. If it was the six-winged guardian dragon with its entire lineup of skills, it should be able to last a little longer. Even if I can't kill these two, can't I kill the weaker ones? Zhou Wen took the six-winged guardian dragon to the underground sea, thinking of using it to crush the 9 black dragons that were pulling the wagon. They were all at the mythical stage. With the black dragon being chained up, their strength was greatly reduced. They were definitely not as strong as the six-winged guardian dragon. Zhou Wen confidently rode the six-winged guardian dragon towards the sea and prepared to start a massacre. However, the moment they entered the sea and saw the 9 black dragons, the black dragons seemed to become enraged. The chains on their bodies began to break apart. Then, a tragic scene occurred. The six-winged guardian dragon was like a little lamb that had entered a pack of wolves, and it was torn apart by the 9 ferocious black dragons. What's going on? They can escape their chains even without opening the door to the war wagon. Zhou Wen looked at the black screen and felt extremely depressed. Zhou Wen tried going to the underground sea again. This time, he didn't summon the six-winged guardian dragon. The 9 black dragons did not escape their chains. However, when Zhou Wen summoned the six-winged guardian dragon, the 9 black dragons acted like they were on steroids. They broke free from the chains and devoured the six-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored avatar once again. As a person, it's best to be more pragmatic. Zhou Wen still hadn't recovered from his injuries and he had lost a lot of blood previously, so he really didn't wish to waste any more blood. He didn't dare take the six-winged guardian dragon to fight mythical creatures again. Instead, he went to Tiger Cage Pass. The only dimensional creature that Zhou Wen had never killed in Tiger Cage Pass was the Masked Man. The Masked Man's various essence energy skills were endless and extremely bizarre. Although Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of him, he couldn't kill him. Now that he had the help of the six-winged guardian dragon, Zhou Wen felt that it was time to give it a try. Apart from Truth Listener, Zhou Wen summoned all of them: six-winged guardian dragon, fire furnace queen, demonic neonate, banana fairy, and a few other commonly used companion beasts. The Tiger Cage demonized general was nothing. The six-winged guardian dragon's poisonous breath killed him instantly. After entering the city, the fire furnace queen released fire furnace, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Any demonized soldiers or demonized generals that came died. The Masked Man used cast beans for soldiers and cut paper as generals. It was of little use and could not block the fire furnace queen that was setting fire everywhere. Everything produced was burnt to death. The fire furnace queen's combat strength could only be considered average. However, when it came to farming low-level monsters, she was truly great. She was invincible, and even the few mythical pets were not as useful as her. Thinking back to how pathetic he had been when he first entered the city, and now looking at how he was trampling over the ancient city, Zhou Wen felt that he was indeed improving. With Zhou Wen's command, the six-winged guardian dragon immediately charged at the Masked Man. It spewed out poisonous smoke as the demonic flames on its body burned it to ashes. Unfortunately, it was only a piece of yellow paper. The Masked Man appeared elsewhere. The six-winged guardian dragon roared and charged over again, killing the Masked Man again, but it was still a piece of yellow paper. Although the Masked Man's level and strength were far inferior to the six-winged guardian dragon, his technique was just too bizarre. Despite the six-winged guardian dragon making several attacks, it was still unable to kill him. This fellow's skill is amazing. If he can drop the skill, it will be awesome for me. Are its immortal chains or yellow paper avatar more powerful? Although the cast beans for soldiers and cut paper as generals are also impressive, they don't seem to be of much use. It's fine dealing with low-level monsters, but it's basically useless against high-level monsters, Zhou Wen thought to himself. The six-winged guardian dragon chased the masked man in a frenzy. When the six-winged guardian dragon spewed out its dragon breath again, the strange man threw a rope into the air and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Then, he took a few steps and pulled the rope before rising into the clouds. The six-winged guardian dragon spat out a mouthful of demonic flames that scattered the dark clouds, but the masked man was nowhere to be seen. The pair of dragon eyes scanned the city, but it did not see the masked man. The six-winged guardian dragon was enraged. Demonic flames erupted from its body, burning all the demonized soldiers around it to death. However, a demonized soldier leapt up from the demonic flames and somersaulted onto the city wall. Its body changed from the demonized soldier to the masked man. He held beans and pieces of paper in each hand before scattering them into the air. Immediately, it transformed into demonized soldiers and demonized generals. The six-winged guardian dragon rushed over and shredded the masked man into pieces, but it was reduced to yellow paper shreds. This skill is too sick. Even a mythical creature can't do a thing to him. Who is this fellow? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. Zhou Wen had already seen quite a number of dimensional creatures. Typically, high-level creatures could crush low-level creatures. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen an epic creature tease a mythical creature. How can I kill him? Just as Zhou Wen was pondering, he saw the six-winged guardian dragon's six wings flap crazily. It shot out beams of demonic flames that resembled saber beams, sweeping away all the demonized soldiers and demonized generals in the city. The masked man had nowhere to hide and was forced out. He pulled the rope and attempted to escape into the dark clouds. Before he could enter the dark clouds, a purple beam of light suddenly flew past and severed the masked man's head along with the rope. Thud. The masked man's headless corpse and the rope fell to the ground. The purple light transformed into a flying sword and returned to the scabbard in the demonic knee on its arms. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that the corpse that had fallen to the ground had turned into a puppet. And at the spot between the puppet's brows was a speck of red, like a drop of blood. Killed epic creature, elegant emperor's avatar puppet. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen originally imagined that it was all for naught. He never expected to see the notification on his phone. A dimensional crystal dropped at the same time. Zhou Wen saw that the dimensional crystal didn't have the shadow of the masked man, but there was a spirit talisman. Although he found it odd, he was still overjoyed. Although it wasn't a companion egg, he was already very satisfied to have a essence energy skill crystal drop. I wonder which skill it is. Zhou Wen picked up the essence energy skill crystal and wanted to absorb it. Life providence incompatible. Unable to absorb. A notification popped up on the phone, startling Zhou Wen. He knew that a mythical skill required specific types of life providence and life soul, but for an epic essence energy skill to have a life providence requirement was rather rare. Zhou Wen switched his life providences and attempted. The ancient sovereign life providence, 8 perfections wisdom, and Godfiend were useless. When Zhou Wen switched to Dao body, he finally absorbed the essence energy skill crystal. A strange energy surged out of the crystal and entered the blood-colored avatar's body. It opened up a new essence energy circulation pathway in the blood-colored avatar's body. An indescribable coolness spread throughout Zhou Wen's body as strange information flowed into his brain. Absorbed elegant emperor avatar's puppet crystal. Attained epic essence energy skill, substitute talisman. Zhou Wen was delighted. Is this the substitution technique of the elegant emperor? It's probably the skill which uses the paper figurines to substitute death, right? Surely with that skill, I no longer have to be afraid of death. It's equivalent to having countless lives. After Zhou Wen carefully studied the substitute talisman's information, his expression turned odd. It wasn't like there was any other way. The substitute talisman was the skill of letting the paper figurine be a substitute in death. However, this skill wasn't as simple as he thought it to be. It wasn't something that could be used immediately if he wanted to. He had to prepare the substitute talisman beforehand so that he could use it during battle. This essence energy skill wasn't something that could be used at the last minute. It required a long period of advanced preparations and the process was rather complicated. The only thing that comforted Zhou Wen was that creating a substitute talisman required a large amount of essence energy to support him. Thankfully, he had the slaughterer life soul giving him virtually unlimited essence energy, so there was no need to worry about lacking it. Zhou Wen got some tools and planned on creating a substitute talisman. Creating a substitute talisman did not necessarily require yellow paper, wood, stone, or metal. Even a piece of tile could be used as the basic material for substitute talisman. However, generally speaking, the success rate of jade and plant materials was the highest when creating them. Zhou Wen took out an ordinary piece of paper. It was probably made of plant material, so the success rate wasn't too low. After calming his mind, Zhou Wen used the substitute talisman skill. He extended his finger and condensed his essence energy on his fingertip. He pressed it on the white paper and drew a strange rune. 485 going to Mount Laojun again. However, before he could finish drawing the runes, the paper tore apart. It could not withstand the corrosion from the essence energy. After drawing this talisman, Zhou Wen's essence energy was nearly depleted. The substitute talisman consumed too much essence energy. However, the Dao body gave him extremely fast essence energy recovery speed. Zhou Wen didn't have to worry about having insufficient essence energy. However, it would be a waste if he didn't complete the substitute talisman. Ordinary paper didn't seem to work. Zhou Wen found a wooden plank. It had been peeled off a box and was rather common pine wood. However, the wooden plank couldn't withstand the essence energy either, and before Zhou Wen could finish drawing the substitute talisman, it shattered. Zhou Wen thought hard and found a steel plate. He used his essence energy to draw talismans on it. This time, the steel plate didn't crack, but the essence energy talisman he drew dissipated immediately. It was as though he had used gasoline to write on it, and it had quickly evaporated. From the looks of it, it's not a problem with the material. The success of the substitute talisman likely has a probability. It's not something that can be used just by drawing it out. Zhou Wen roughly understood the reason. Therefore, he continued to use paper in his attempt to draw the substitute talisman. After drawing dozens of talismans in a row, none of them succeeded. The paper was completely shredded. Isn't the success rate a little too low? If it were someone else, their essence energy recovery wouldn't be able to keep up. They might not even be able to produce any substitute talisman in a day. This chance is almost as low as winning the lottery. Zhou Wen felt somewhat indignant as he continued drawing. However, he failed to succeed even after finishing all the paper. Zhou Wen was a little stubborn. If he didn't successfully complete one, he would feel uncomfortable. However, he couldn't find any more paper at home. He left his dorm and planned on buying a few diaries from the supermarket. He refused to believe that he couldn't draw a substitute talisman. Just as he walked out of Four Seasons Garden, he saw Wang Lu return from outside. After seeing Zhou Wen, Wang Lu blinked and said, "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? You even got me to help you rear the antelope and chick. They are gluttons, don't you know that? Isn't that too much? I just came back and haven't had the time to go to your place," Zhou Wen said with a cough. He had really forgotten the two fellows. "You came back just in time. This is the food I bought for them. Take it back for them." Wang Lu handed the 2 bags in her hands to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took a look. There were all kinds of snacks in the bag, and they were all branded goods that weren't cheap. "Wang Lu, you don't have to feed them with these things. Just give them something simple to eat." Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless as he thought to himself, "Do you have a mine at home? Do you need to be so extravagant when feeding them? It's not good to torture animals, right?" Wang Lu said with a smile. After a while, Wang Lu said, "By the way, you came back just in time. There will be a Xuanwen Club event tomorrow. You can come too." "What's the event?" Zhou Wen asked. "Li Xuan said he wants to visit Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument," said Wang Lu. "He's visiting Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument." Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. They had previously gone to Mount Laojun. After returning, Li Xuan swore that he would never go to that godforsaken place again. Now, he was the one suggesting to visit Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument. From the looks of it, Li Mobei's matter really dealt him a huge blow, Zhou Wen thought. "Are you going?" Wang Lu asked. "Yes." Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Since Li Xuan was determined to cultivate hard, he naturally had to support him. "By the way, take the antelope with you when you go." Zhou Wen felt that this might be an opportunity to see if the antelope would return to Mount Laojun's golden peak. When they arrived at Wang Le's dormitory, he saw that the antelope was still lazily sleeping on the sofa. As for the chick, it was standing on the table, watching an entertainment program that was playing on television. There were 2 dishes on the table. One was filled with melon seeds, and the other was filled with melon seed shells. It ate a melon seed very skillfully and spat the melon seed shell onto the other plate. It was done in a fluid fashion like water. A cloud hung over Zhou Wen's head as he thought to himself, "Indeed, I can't leave a pet to a woman. It's only been a few days and it has already become like this. From the looks of it, I'll have to leave it with Li Xuan if I go out again." Furthermore, Zhou Wen realized that the 2 of them had gained weight. It wasn't because they had grown, but because they had become fat. In the past, the chick resembled a small falcon. Its body was streamlined, but now, it was as fat as a duck as it waddled about. Zhou Wen was really worried about its flight abilities. "No, I have to educate it well. I have to make it an outstanding phoenix. Who the hell has seen a phoenix that looks like a fat duck?" Zhou Wen made up his mind to train it in the future. "From the looks of it, I should indeed find a dimensional zone to hone it." Zhou Wen stared at the chick as he considered which dimensional zone to take it to. The chick shivered for some reason as it looked away from the screen. When it saw Zhou Wen, it immediately flapped its wings excitedly and flew over. Zhou Wen opened his arms and wanted to hug it, but to his surprise, the fellow plummeted mid-flight because it was too fat. It flapped its wings a few times before stabilizing its body. It didn't fall to the ground. However, a dark cloud hung over Zhou Wen's head. "This fellow really can't fly anymore. I need to train him. He needs to undergo hell training." Zhou Wen steeled his mind. As for the antelope, Zhou Wen didn't dare touch it and pretended not to see it. He took the antelope and chick back to his dorm. The next morning, Zhou Wen went to buy breakfast for Wang Lu. After she woke up and finished eating, the two of them went to the Xuanwen Club. The members of the Xuanwen Club were nearly all present. Even busy people like Gu Dian and Huang Ji had actually come. Feng Qian had also brought Ming Xiao and Tian Zenzhen. Together with Fang Ruoxi, Tian Xingdong, and the other old members, the group took the school's bus for Mount Laozhen. This was an event that the Xuanwen Club had applied for with the school. The driver and the tutor who took them there were from the school, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about his safety. With the six-winged guardian dragon, there were only a handful of people in the Federation who could kill him. Even if he couldn't beat them, Zhou Wen was confident that he could survive. The fat chick lay on Zhou Wen's lap. The antelope occupied 2 seats. Zhou Wen had brought them along. After the group arrived at Mount Laozhen, Zhou Wen and Li Xuan familiarly led the way and soon arrived in front of Mount Laozhen's wordless monument. They met a few people when they went up the mountain. It was unknown what they were here for, but they had stopped in front of the wordless monument as if they were here to see it. Elder Jun, your surname is Jun, this is also Mount Laozhen. I think this is your blessed land, a middle-aged man said to the old man beside him in a sycophantic manner. Zhou Wen and company arrived in front of the wordless monument, preparing to look at it. Students, can you wait for a while before you view the wordless monument later? The middle-aged man walked over and said. Why? Li Xuan asked. This is our East District's Taoist expert, Elder Jun Tingya. He's here to study the wordless monument. If you were to look at it now and be affected by its power, it'd inevitably disrupt Elder Jun's research, said the middle-aged man. It's all right, let them take a look at it first, Jun Tingya said. Since Jun Tingya had already spoken, the middle-aged man did not say anything else and returned to the group. Zhou Wen and company took out the items they had brought with them before preparing to look at the wordless monument. This was because they would be affected by the wordless monument if they looked at it for extended periods of time. They would become hyperactive and would do things that expended stamina, so they prepared some tools to do what they wanted. For example, Tian Xingdong had prepared 2 dumbbells. In a while, he wanted to lift the dumbbells to consume his stamina. Tian Zenzhen had prepared a yoga mat and planned to do yoga. Apart from Gu Dian, everyone had brought some tools. Jun Tingya looked at the things they prepared and seemed interested. He smiled as he sized them up. Elder Jun, I heard that the power of the wordless monument can put people in a hyperactive state. Then, if one uses this stimulus for learning, can one improve their results? Asked the middle-aged man, Li Minkin. Jun Tingya smiled and said, this idea isn't bad, but it's actually very difficult to implement it. Legend has it that Mount Laozhen is the place where the founder of Taoism secluded himself. His thoughts are mainly about the Tao. The Tao is about nature in search of the origins of all things to obtain the great Tao of heaven and man. I don't completely understand the meaning and power of this wordless monument, but based on my understanding of Laozhen, I guess that it must be a power that pursues nature and returns to self. Elder Jun, can you speak human? We still can't understand such profoundness, Li Minkin said. If my guess is correct, the wordless monument should be able to stimulate one's innate potential, so when it plays its role, humans will act according to their own hearts. They will ignore the constraints of the mortal world and do what they want to do deep down. The things that they have prepared beforehand are things that people feel they should do. However, what they want to do deep down will not be affected by the worldly factors, so what they do after viewing the wordless monument is often different from what they want to do now. Take a student for example, he believes that he should study hard, but that's only because of societal norms. What he thinks he should do is due to external factors. However, what he really wants to do doesn't necessarily have to be studying. Or rather, more than 95% of people would never want to study deep down. Therefore, even if he brings a book, he wouldn't read it. Is there no way to solve this problem and use the power of the wordless monument on a specific topic that one wants to do? Li Minkin asked again. At the beginning, when the influence is relatively low, one can still control it a little. But after looking at the wordless monument for a long time, the innate potential in one's heart will become completely stimulated, making it very difficult to control. Unless it's a sage or Buddha, it's difficult for anyone to control their instincts. Jun Tingya said. As they spoke, Zhou Wen and company were already sitting in front of the wordless monument, staring at it. The longer one looked at the wordless monument, the greater the influence they would receive. However, it also depended on the degree of determination one had. If one's willpower was stronger, then even if one looked at it for a long time, the impact would be smaller than that of an average person. But this determination might not necessarily be a good thing. Instead, it could be an obstacle. Due to external factors, humans would do many things that went against their conscience. For example, many people felt that work was a burden and wanted to go out without worries. However, due to various external factors, one could not resist the impulse. One had to do something that they were unwilling to do, and they had to think of ways to make themselves do the work. If one's willpower was too strong, it was very likely that they would forget their innate pursuits and find it difficult to stimulate their innate potential. In that case, won't the items they prepared be completely useless? Li Minkin said as he looked at the tools Li Xuan and company had prepared. Only if his original intentions are the same as his current thoughts, otherwise they really won't be of much use. Jun Tingya spoke conservatively. In fact, he believed that those things were basically useless. I originally wanted to bring my books over to learn something. Thankfully, I didn't bring them, said Li Minkin with a smile. Jun Tingya said, actually, it's not that you can't read, but that's only if you like it. From the actions that arise from looking at the wordless monument, you can also see a person's potential in the future. For example, a person who would subconsciously practice his fist after looking at the wordless monument would definitely be extraordinary in fist arts in the future. If a person were to subconsciously practice his swordplay after looking at the wordless monument, then his sword art would definitely be extraordinary in the future. They had been chatting and had not deliberately looked at the wordless monument, so they were less affected. However, Zhou Wen and company had been looking at the wordless monument at a close distance. Tian Xingdong, who had the worst willpower, was quickly affected. It didn't take long before he couldn't sit still. He stood up and began running in circles. Elder Jun, you're right. The things he brought are useless. But what kind of potential does he have considering how he's running in circles? Does it mean that he will be very proficient in movement techniques in the future? Li Minkin asked. This isn't easy to interpret. You can also interpret it that way. It's just a possibility. Jun Tingya actually had another explanation, but he didn't say it out loud. Running was also a manifestation of psychological evasion. Zhou Wen looked at the wordless monument for a while. He originally wished to figure out something. Perhaps he could improve his Tao body and condense a life soul. But to his surprise, even if he circulated the wordless monument's essence energy art, there was no reaction from the wordless monument. After looking at it for a while, he felt really bored. He took out his phone and started grinding dungeons. Zhou Wen's actions immediately attracted the attention of Li Minkin and company. Li Minkin asked curiously, Elder Jun, that student actually began gaming after seeing the wordless monument. What does that mean? Jun Tingya shook his head and said, although everyone will enjoy fun deep down, most people still subconsciously have some pursuits. To be completely immersed in a game like him, his future achievements will probably not be too high. Or rather, his achievements will be related to games. Jun Tingya had minced his words. In such an era, it was obvious that a student who was engrossed in gaming would not have any achievements. Chapter 487, Why is the difference so great? Chapter 487, Why is the difference so great? Zhou Wen naturally heard their words, but he didn't mind what others said, so he continued grinding. After the antelope arrived at Mount Laojun, it strolled around on its own. This delighted Zhou Wen, but he never expected the fat bird to follow him. This left him somewhat depressed. Perhaps it was because they had known each other for a long time that the two of them had become so familiar with each other. The bird and antelope looked more and more in tune with each other. After a short while, the others started to move. Tian Zenzhen's yoga mat didn't serve its purpose as expected. Instead, she started practicing her swordplay. This was still quite normal, the others were a little abnormal. Just like Zhou Wen, Huang Ji took out his phone and began gaming crazily. Gu Dian took out a bunch of food from his backpack. They were basically all kinds of dried meat and drumsticks. He sat there and began eating. Wang Lu had prepared a canvas and a pen and she started drawing there. This time, Li Xuan was completely different from the last time he came. The last time he came, he did push-ups so crazily that he couldn't even lift his arms for 2 days. But this time, he actually sat there without doing anything. He closed his eyes as if he was resting. No one knew what he was thinking. Elder Jun, what's your take on them? Li Minkin looked at Jun Tingya, unsure of what to say. Jun Tingya shook his head and sighed. There are indeed some problems with the potential of these students. They either eat or game. There are also those who are resting with their eyes closed. If the students of the Federation all have such thoughts, then I'm afraid the Federation has no future. Jun Tingya was truly worried about the Federation's future. The Federation was already in a state of turmoil, yet these young people were all so depraved. It was hard to imagine how the Federation would be able to survive with these young people who spent all their time gaming, eating, and drawing. Even though Li Minkin did not know much about the wordless monument, he could tell that gaming, eating meat, drawing, and so on were definitely not good manifestations of potential. Finally, Jun Tingya's brows relaxed. Ming Xiao stood up, used the practice sword he had on his lap, and began practicing. The sword art he practiced was the same as Tian Zenzhen's. In fact, Tian Zenzhen learned her sword art from him, so naturally it was identical. However, there was one thing that was different. Ming Xiao did not completely practice his sword art. He only constantly drew his sword and stabbed out, doing the same action repeatedly. Li Minkin finally saw someone looking like he was doing something decent and asked Jun Tingya, Elder Jun, what does it mean for this student to repeatedly draw his sword? Jun Tingya praised, good, this student is really good. Elder Jun, may I ask how is he good? Li Minkin asked Jun Tingya. Although it's only one move, I can tell that his foundation is very stable. He's still when he's calm, but as swift as a rabbit when moving. He holds his sword steadily and firmly. He thrusts out his sword fast and accurately. Despite having such a foundation, he's still pursuing perfection. He's not satisfied with his own achievements, and he's also able to endure boredom and loneliness. This student's future accomplishments in sword arts will definitely be extraordinary. If there's no surprise, he'll definitely become a famous person in the way of the sword. Jun Tingya was not stingy with his praise. Firstly, it was because Ming Xiao was very outstanding. It wasn't an exaggeration to praise him. Secondly, it was because after seeing Zhou Wen and the other jokers, seeing an outstanding student like Ming Xiao was simply stunning. If our federation can have a few more youngsters like this, why would we need to worry about not being able to survive in the future? The more Jun Tingya looked at Ming Xiao, the more he liked him. The more he looked at him, the happier he became. He even felt some regret that Ming Xiao wasn't his student. He wanted to nurture him well so that he could become useful to the federation in the future. Li Mingken also said wistfully, "It looks like our federation's younger generation still has some talent. They're not all people who only know how to engage in revelry." As they spoke, they saw Feng Qian stand up and use his hand as a saber to practice his saber art. Li Mingken saw that Feng Qian's moves were simple. They weren't very ostentatious, but they had a unique aura. He felt that this student was somewhat different from the rest. And when Feng Qian's saber art landed in Jun Tingya's eyes, his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "A genius. What a genius. Elder Jun, what's going on?" Li Mingken was shocked. Jun Tingya usually had a sage-like demeanor. He had been with him for so long, but he had never seen him lose his composure. Jun Tingya stared at Feng Qian without blinking, as though he was admiring a peerless treasure. The student has actually managed to master this saber art at such a young age. He's practically a natural saber user. No, it should be said that he's a natural saber king. Jun Tingya was someone with good eyesight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Feng Qian's saber arts were good. Feng Qian's saber arts were indeed impressive. He had the chance to become a grandmaster in the future. How could Jun Tingya not be surprised to see such saber arts and saber force from a teenager? The last time he saw such a saber art, it came from a famous saber expert in the Federation. That person had already been famous for 20 to 30 years but was declining now. It was impossible for him to advance any further. As for Feng Qian, his future was limitless. No one knew how far he could go in the future. It's too perfect. There's actually such a perfect genius in this world. I didn't come to Mount Laojun for nothing. Minkin, help me ask for his contact details later. Oh right, there's also that student who's practicing his swordplay. With such geniuses, there's hope for the future of the Federation. Jun Tingya could hardly contain his excitement. All he wanted to do now was to recruit these two talented young people as his students and ask which school they were from. If possible, he wanted to make them his students and mentor them as his graduate students. They could study at the college he worked at. I'll ask them now. Li Mingken could naturally tell that Jun Tingya really valued these two young men and was ready to go over. Don't disturb them. Let's wait for them to finish their training before heading over. If you go over now, it'll inevitably disrupt their train of thought. It won't be good if it affects them. Jun Tingya hurriedly pulled Li Mingken to prevent him from disturbing Feng Qian and Ming Xiao. Jun Tingya watched from the side. The more he looked at them, the more he found them pleasing to the eye and realized how promising they were. When he looked at the clowns beside them, the glutton had almost finished 10 kilograms of jerkies. He couldn't help but sigh. They're both students, but why is the difference so great? Chapter 488 Fusion Idea. Jun Tingya was very patient. He found a spot not far away and sat down. The more he looked at Feng Qian and Ming Xiao practice, the more he liked them. Zhou Wen was grinding the Metalwork Temple instance dungeon. He had already gone to the Cursed Demon Palace. With the six-winged guardian dragon, he was still no match for Medusa inside the Cursed Demon Palace. The main reason was that the palace was limited in size. When Medusa's strength swept out, there wasn't much space to hide from it. He and the six-winged guardian dragon could only fight head-on with Medusa. Medusa's terrifying eyes of petrification would petrify him and the six-winged guardian dragon. Demonic Neonate did not have a place to hide either. It was very easy for her to die in the palace and she couldn't showcase her worth. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided not to try the Cursed Demon Palace for the time being. He decided to head to the Music Temple and the depths of the Metalwork Temple. Inside the Metalwork Temple, Zhou Wen summoned the Fire Furnace Queen, six-winged guardian dragon guard, and the Fortune Goldfish. Then, he brought the baby tiger and charged forward. The Fortune Goldfish's stats gave luck +4 in the Metalwork Temple. Occasionally, there would be fluctuations. In addition to Lucky Baby Tiger's luck +5, a total of 9 luck wasn't a joke. The drop rate nearly doubled. When Zhou Wen was farming monsters, he felt that the drop rate was especially high. The chances of Essence Energy Skills and Companion Eggs dropping were also significantly higher. However, Zhou Wen wasn't interested in ordinary Essence Energy Skills or Companion Beasts. The Companion Eggs that often appeared here were legendary Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites. Although Fire Elemental Companion Beasts were pretty good, with the Fire Furnace Queen, Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites were naturally useless. Fire Cannon, Metal Heavy Fist, and Flame Protection were the most commonly dropped Essence Energy skills. Before long, Zhou Wen had mastered them and had reached rank 9. However, these Essence Energy skills had very ordinary effects. Zhou Wen didn't usually need them. Fire Furnace Queen was clearly a rare monster. Zhou Wen passed through several huge palaces and corridors before finally encountering one. Unfortunately, only one strength crystal dropped after killing it. As he walked further in, he found more common dimensional creatures such as steel cauldron fire sprites, hammer metal golems, and so on. If not for the fact that he wanted to see what was deep inside the metalwork temple, Zhou Wen wouldn't have bothered killing them. Buzz. 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 When Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to come to a large hall, he heard an extremely odd sound that sounded like the rumbling of an operating machine. As expected, the moment the blood-colored avatar entered the hall, it saw a strange metal monster sprawled inside. It looked like a war vehicle that resembled a tank, but its outer appearance was round. It looked like a small flying saucer. It was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters in diameter. There were many holes around it. When it saw the blood-colored avatar enter, the strange war vehicle began spinning. Flames spewed out from the holes. Due to the rotation, the war vehicle was like a huge metal spinning top that spewed flames. Boom. The six-winged guardian dragon slapped down with its claws, reducing the strange war vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. Killed an epic creature, Inferno Tank. Discovered dimensional crystal. Realizing that it was a 38 valued essence energy crystal, Zhou Wen picked it up and held it in the blood-colored avatar's hand as he continued walking forward. As he went further in, the number of such Inferno tanks increased. After killing 20 to 30 of them, an Inferno tank companion egg dropped. The Inferno tank stats were considered pretty good at the epic stage, but it was useless for Zhou Wen. However, one skill of the Inferno tank attracted his attention. The essence energy skill was called Rampage. When the Inferno tank used this skill, it would be almost invincible, or rather, a dominance body. Even the six-winged guardian dragon wouldn't be able to kill it in that period of time. This skill is good stuff, but the Inferno tank is too weak. I wonder if I can fuse Rampage onto other pets. Zhou Wen thought carefully and suddenly had an idea. Recently, he had been trying to obtain armor-type companion beasts. Ever since the mutated stone Kai died, Zhou Wen didn't have any armor-type companion beasts. The defenses of ordinary Kai were too weak. It was useless against mythical creatures as they were paper. That failed to meet Zhou Wen's requirements. Since there aren't any ready-made armor-type companion beasts, can I fuse one myself? If I combine the life providence, life soul, and skills I want onto a companion beast, perhaps I can create an armor-type companion beast that's stronger than the mutated stone Kai. Let me think about it. It's best if the life providence is the three-eyed golden warrior's golden body. That will enhance the defense greatly. I can also have the skill, invulnerable golden body. Which life soul should I choose? Zhou Wen silently calculated. Just considering life providence, life soul, and skills was clearly insufficient. This was because there was a problem with compatibility. If the compatibility was too low, even if the two pets had life providences and skills that Zhou Wen needed, it would be difficult to successfully fuse them. Furthermore, after the two pets fused, the product stats would change. It might not be able to retain the life soul or skills that Zhou Wen wanted. Therefore, it was almost impossible to try to produce one in one or two fusions. Zhou Wen thought about all the pet attributes he knew. Although he had a few skills and life providences that he thought were good, he still felt that they weren't perfect. Furthermore, after trying it out, he realized that the compatibility between some pets was too low. It was almost impossible to succeed through multiple fusions. Just as Zhou Wen was fretting over this, a dimensional creature that he had never seen appeared deep within the metalwork temple. It was a heavy armored warrior that was completely made of metal. When the six-winged guardian dragon slapped down with its claws, a golden pattern appeared on the body of the armored warrior. It looked like he was made of raw metal. It was strange yet beautiful. It appeared on the black-gray armor, causing the originally ordinary armor to become gorgeous and resplendent. Clang. The six-winged guardian dragon's claw struck the head of the armored warrior, but it was actually blocked by a pair of arms. The stone floor beneath its feet cracked, but the armored warrior didn't suffer any damage at all. This fellow is interesting. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. Clang. 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 The six-winged guardian dragon swiped down with its claws one after another, slamming heavily on the arms of the armored warrior, smashing the armored warrior into the ground like a nail. However, the armored warrior suffered several heavy blows, and only a fine crack appeared on the armor on his arm. It did not shatter. Clang. After another heavy blow, the shiny patterns on the armored warrior's body that looked like magma shattered. As the patterns shattered, the armor was also smashed into pieces at the same time. It was just an empty shell without any creature inside. Killed an epic creature, runic heavy armored warrior. Discovered dimensional crystal. Chapter 489 Divine Armament. This fellow is an epic creature. He's actually able to withstand a few consecutive strikes from the six-winged guardian dragon. How impressive is his defense? What's the light pattern on his body? A skill? Life providence? Or life soul? Zhou Wen's interest was piqued as he began searching for the runic heavy armored warrior in the metalwork temple. Luckily, this type of epic runic heavy armored warrior was not rare. However, it was only found in the nearby area, and behind it was a square. There were quite a number of runic heavy armored warriors on the square, and behind them was a strange building half embedded in the mountain wall. The building was completely made of metal. It looked like half a huge metal ship was embedded in the mountain wall. Above the building was a metal statue holding a forging tool. It must be the god of metalworking. These runic heavy armored warriors were guarding the nearby temple. Seeing that there was no other path, Zhou Wen knew that the strange metal palace was probably the end of the metalwork temple. He wasn't in a hurry to enter, so he searched outside for runic heavy armored warriors to hunt. There were only about 100 runic heavy armored warriors in the vicinity. It wasn't that easy to have a companion egg drop. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared to grind a few more times, but with the lucky baby tiger and fortune goldfish's double augmentation in luck, he actually managed to get a runic heavy armored warrior companion egg drop. Zhou Wen hurriedly checked the stats of the runic heavy armored warrior and was overjoyed. Runic heavy armored warrior epic. Life providence heavy armored warrior. Life soul blessed combat runes. Strength 36. Speed 29. Constitution 37. Essence energy 34. Talent skill Fist of War Rampage Heart of Enrage. Companion form heavy armor. From the looks of it, those magma-like patterns should be his life soul blessed combat runes. Furthermore, he also has the skill Rampage. I wonder if this fellow can fuse with the three-eyed golden warrior. If he can fuse into a companion beast with the golden body life providence and blessed combat runes life soul, I wonder if the defense will improve greatly when he's in armor form. Zhou Wen didn't have any three-eyed golden warriors at the moment, but ordinary golden warriors had the golden body life providence as well. He might not necessarily need to use a three-eyed golden warrior. He put the runic heavy armored warrior together with the golden warrior and checked their compatibility. He discovered that their compatibility was 76. Without much hesitation, he chose to fuse them. With a bang, the companion egg and the golden warrior burst into smoke. The fusion failed. Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. He found it unbelievable that the fusion had failed despite a compatibility score of 76. Furthermore, he had two lucky pets with him. From the looks of it, the goddess of luck will occasionally have some hiccups, Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Thankfully, golden warriors and runic heavy armored warrior weren't rare. One was at the legendary stage while the other was at the epic stage, so it was relatively easy to grind them. However, Zhou Wen had killed all the runic heavy armored warrior in the area. He needed to drip blood to respawn them. Zhou Wen didn't respawn immediately. Instead, he walked towards the metalwork temple. He wanted to see what was inside. The metal hall's door was very heavy. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to use all his strength before pushing open a crack. A warm surge rushed out from the temple. It nearly made an epic expert like Zhou Wen feel like he was about to be roasted. He quickly used the inverse ancient sovereign life soul to make himself feel better. Then, he slowly pushed open the metal door and looked into the temple. There was a huge furnace in the main temple. Above the furnace was a golden trident. It was indescribably majestic, as if it was a divine item from heaven. Golden trident. Zhou Wen had heard of such a weapon. Legend had it that the weapon of Poseidon was a trident. It was a divine armament that controlled all the seas in the world and possessed the power to destroy the world. Poseidon relied on the power of the trident to release a huge flood that could destroy the world in an attempt to compete with the goddess of wisdom for the control of the land. There were all sorts of legends about the origins of the trident. One legend claimed that the trident was a divine armament forged by the god of metalworking. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't know if the golden trident was Poseidon's trident. Furthermore, in the legends of other religions, the trident represented the devil, Satan's weapon, because its prongs were one long and two short. It was very similar in characteristics and was considered a symbol of evil. This was the temple of the god of metalworking, so it likely didn't have anything to do with Satan. Zhou Wen felt that the possibility of the former was higher. Even if it wasn't Poseidon's trident, it should be a rather good weapon. As Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he saw the golden trident emit a powerful golden divine light. The flames in the furnace also rose crazily, turning the entire temple into a sea of flames. The flames were extremely terrifying. With Zhou Wen's physique, he was unable to withstand them and was about to be burned to death. The baby tiger was in an even worse shape. It died in the flames and was burned to ashes. The fortune goldfish and the fire furnace queen were not afraid of flames at all, and the six-winged guardian appeared as if nothing had happened. They weren't afraid, but Zhou Wen couldn't afford not to be. With a thought, the six-winged guardian dragon transformed into 6 flaming wings and appeared behind the blood-colored avatar. The flames on the dragon wings resisted the surrounding flames, giving Zhou Wen a lot of benefits. The silver water snake was summoned as well. It spat out a stream of water to fight against the surrounding flames. Unfortunately, its water jet was obviously weak. The moment it came into contact with the flames, it evaporated immediately. It was useless. Zhou Wen was just about to try pulling out the golden trident when he suddenly saw the furnace shake. The golden trident flew out of the furnace and pointed at the blood-colored avatar. Boom. A golden beam shot out from the trident, melting the entire temple into a golden beam like the sun. Zhou Wen saw that the screen was filled with golden light. He couldn't see anything. By the time the screen recovered, it had already darkened. Clearly, the blood-colored avatar was already dead. What the hell? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He had been instantly killed. If he had known, he wouldn't have made the six-winged guardian dragon transform into dragon wings. With the six-winged guardian dragon in front of him, it shouldn't have been that easy to be instantly killed. Zhou Wen was just about to respawn with a drop of blood and enter the game when he heard the few people who had been resting nearby walking towards them. He couldn't help but look up. Ming Xiu stopped his practice. The influence of the wordless monument had disappeared from his body. Ming Xiu was just about to look at the wordless monument again to continue practicing when he saw Jun Tingye walking over with his group of people. Hi, can we have a chat? Seeing Ming Xiu stop practicing, Jun Tingye walked over impatiently. Hello, what's it about? Ming Xiu asked Jun Tingye doubtfully. Jun Tingye looked at Li Mingken. There were some things that he couldn't say, but if he didn't say them, it would be difficult to move a talent like Ming Xiu. Of course, Li Mingken understood Jun Tingye's intentions. He lightly coughed and said to Ming Xiu, Hi, what's your name? Which school are you studying at? My name is Ming Xiu. I'm a first-year student at Bright Prospects College. I'm now studying at Sunset College on exchange. This wasn't a secret, so there was no need to hide it. Ming Xiu told the truth. Only a first year? Jun Tingye's eyes lit up. Ming Xiu was more outstanding than he had imagined. He had originally thought that Ming Xiu was already a third or fourth-year student, but he hadn't expected that he would still be a first-year student. He was even younger and more outstanding than he had imagined. Furthermore, when he heard that Ming Xiu was a student at Bright Prospects College but was only now on exchange at Sunset College, Jun Tingye became more confident. If he was really a student of Sunset College with Ming Xia's excellent performance, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. However, Bright Prospects College was far from being on the same level as Sunset College. As for the Imperial Capital College where he hailed from, it was definitely not inferior to Sunset College. Its ranking was even higher. As long as he had enough chips and sincerity, he wasn't afraid that Ming Xiu would be tempted. Should he be an exchange student at Sunset College, or should he directly go to Imperial Capital to be his graduate student? Any student with the ability to judge should know how to choose. Ming Xiu, let me do the introductions. This Mr. Jun Tingye, a tutor from Imperial Capital College and also an honorary vice-chancellor. He's a famous Taoist expert. Li Mingken listed a lot of titles. Even without those titles, just being a tutor of Imperial Capital College was enough to make people respect him. Ming Xiu, are you interested in studying at the Imperial Capital College? I happen to be short of 2 graduate students. I can also apply for a scholarship for you, Jun Tingye interrupted Li Mingken. Li Mingken had gone overboard with the accolades. Ming Xiu finally understood that this old man in front of him wanted to recruit him into the Imperial Capital College. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Without any hesitation, Ming Xiu rejected Jun Tingye. Originally, he hadn't wanted to come to Sunset College, now he did not want to go to Imperial Capital College. Why? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can think of a way to help you resolve them. Jun Tingye was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ming Xiu to directly reject him. There aren't any difficulties, but I still wish to stay at Sunset College for my studies, said Ming Xiu. If I remember correctly, Bright Prospects College's exchange students will only be studying at Sunset College for 3 months, right? In 3 months, you will be returning to Bright Prospects College, right? Jun Tingye looked at Ming Xiu and asked. He suspected that he had remembered wrongly. That's right. I have less than a month left in Sunset College, Ming Xiu said with a nod. Then why aren't you willing to go to the Imperial Capital College? Jun Tingye was even more confused. Because someone here can teach me things that I can't learn from anywhere else, Ming Xiu said seriously. Jun Tingye noticed that Ming Xiu was speaking very seriously and didn't seem to be patronizing him. He thought for a moment and said, Sunset College is indeed a very good college. It won't be much inferior to our Imperial Capital College. However, if one were to say that the teaching standards here are better than the Imperial Capital Colleges, that's not necessarily the case. In the entire Sunset College, I, Jun Tingye, only admire Lang Zongxing. Your tutor isn't Lang Zongxing, right? No. Ming Xiu shook his head. Then who is your tutor? Jun Tingye asked again. It doesn't matter who my tutor is. My staying at Sunset College isn't because of the tutor, but because there's someone here. To me, he's the best coach. He's someone no one can replace. He taught me how a sword should be used, said Ming Xiu. Oh, who is he? Jun Tingye was a little interested. To be able to teach such an outstanding student like Ming Xiu, Jun Tingye believed that he must be a highly respected tutor or perhaps a sword arts master. Perhaps it was some special treatment the college had given Ming Xiu. However, Ming Xiu turned around and pointed his finger in one direction. Then he said, that's him. He's my coach. Jun Tingye was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ming Xia's coach to be here as well. However, when he looked in the direction Ming Xiu was pointing, he was instantly shocked. There was only one person in the direction Ming Xiu was pointing. It was Zhou Wen who was gaming there. At that moment, Zhou Wen had entered the dungeon and continued playing his game. It looked like the battle was extremely intense. You're saying that the student who's playing games is your coach? Jun Tinya thought that Ming Xiao had made a mistake. The person who could teach such a genius student was naturally a true expert. How could it be a student, and such a student at that? Yes, he's my coach. He taught me how to use the sword, so even if there's less than a month left, I still hope to learn from him, Ming Xiao said seriously. Jun Tinya, Li Minkin and the others all had their mouths agape, unable to speak. From Ming Zia's expression, it didn't seem like he was spouting nonsense. However, to give up the chance of going to Imperial Capital College as a graduate student with Jun Tinya for just another month of study with another student, this was simply incomprehensible to them. Ming Xiao, you should consider it again. Although that student might have something extraordinary about him, there's definitely a gap between him and a famous tutor like Elder Jun. You're too young, so you might not know much about him. Among the students taught by Elder Jun, many of them are already famous epic experts in the Federation, Li Minkin said. Jun Tinya, a mentor at the Imperial Capital College, the honorary vice-chancellor and a famous Taoist expert. He has the reputation of being a famous Taoist master, and his strength is outstanding. He even taught Li Zijian, Zhang Huio and other famous epic experts of the Federation. He groomed more than 30 epic experts for the Federation. Ming Xiao recounted Jun Tinya's accolades as though he knew them all. But in the end, he bowed slightly to Jun Tinya and said, "Thank you for your kind offer. If this was before I came to Sunset College and met Coach, I would have agreed to follow you to Imperial Capital College without any hesitation. But now, even if there's only one day left, I still wish to learn from Coach." Jun Tinya and Li Minkin were both dumbfounded. They watched as Ming Xiao turned around and walked to the wordless monument. He sat down and continued to look at the monument. They were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Suddenly, they heard a saber hum go straight into the clouds. They turned their heads and saw Feng Qian slash at the sky with his palm like it was a saber. He was like a heaven-defying dragon. His aura was terrifying, as though he could slice apart the heavens and earth. Life soul. He actually condensed a life soul. Heavens. How old is he? Jun Tinya's body trembled as he widened his eyes in disbelief at Feng Qian. It was as if he had seen a ghost. As time passed, various dimensional zones were developed. More and more geniuses appeared among humans, and the age for reaching the epic stage was declining. However, even the geniuses of the 6 families would usually only have the chance to advance to the epic stage when they were in their 20s or 30s. These were people with extraordinary talent. The college student in front of him had already advanced to the epic stage and condensed a life soul. Even though he was used to seeing geniuses at Imperial Capital College, he could not help but be surprised and happy. This is a rare genius that only appears once in 100 years. I have to think of a way to recruit him as my disciple. I definitely can't miss out on such a genius. Jun Tinya only wanted to take Feng Qian as his graduate student. Under the power of the wordless monument, Feng Qian constantly practiced his saber, finally gaining some insight. He felt like he had yet to fully vent something in him, so he couldn't help but unleash his true strength and slash out the saber that slashed at the heavens. After slashing out, Feng Qian calmed down significantly. He retracted his palm and converged his essence energy. "Hello, I'm Imperial Capital College's tutor, Jun Tinya. What's your name?" Jun Tinya couldn't wait for Li Minkin to introduce him. He walked over impatiently, took out his name card, and handed it to Feng Qian. Feng Qian was puzzled and looked at Jun Tinya, unsure why he was here for him. "Feng Qian, are you willing to be my graduate student at the Imperial Capital College? I can apply for the best scholarship for you. Furthermore, you can directly work in my laboratory and participate in the project I'm researching. During this period of time, you can enjoy the treatment of a researcher. I will also apply for passage to all the dimensional zones in Imperial Capital College for you." Jun Tinya couldn't wait to throw out all his chips. He really wanted Feng Qian. It was easy to obtain 1,000 soldiers, but not a general. There were many humans who could cultivate, but very few had the chance to break through to the mythical stage. It had been so many years, and the number of people who had the ability to break through to the mythical stage could be counted on one hand. From Jun Tinya's point of view, Feng Qian was the person who could very likely break through to the mythical stage. If he could be carefully nurtured by him, he might become a legend of the Federation in the future. "Sorry, I have no intention of leaving Sunset College," Feng Qian said. After experiencing Ming Zia's previous experience, Jun Tinya's mental fortitude was much greater. After being rejected, he didn't feel too agitated. He asked Feng Qian, "Why are you refusing? Does Sunset College give you better treatment than me?" "I'm only a first-year student at Sunset College. I don't receive any special treatment, nor do I need any special treatment," Feng Qian said. Another first year, Jun Tinya looked at Feng Qian with an even more fervent gaze. This was simply a gifted talent. A first-year student was only 17 years old. A 17-year-old epic was just too shocking. It was likely that not many of the 6 families could produce such a powerful genius. "No, I have to think of a way to poach him away from Sunset College. From his looks, he doesn't seem to lack money. His background must be extraordinary. If his surname is Feng, could he be a descendant of the Feng family?" Jun Tinya pondered for a moment before asking, "Although the Feng surname is the #1 surname in ancient times, there aren't many people with the surname Feng in the present world. Now, there are 2 famous Feng family clans. They are situated at the capital and Sea Return. Which one are you?" C returns Feng family, Feng Qian replied. Jun Tingya was overjoyed when he heard that. Old Master Feng Boran from the Feng family of C return and I have a good relationship. I have some understanding of your Feng family's essence energy art. If you are willing to study at the Imperial Capital College with me, I can provide you with a special wind stat crystal. It's sufficient for your cultivation. A special wind elemental crystal wasn't something that could be bought with money. It could only be obtained by hunting wind elemental dimensional creatures. However, wind elemental dimensional creatures were relatively rare and their drop rate was low. The C return Feng family's essence energy art required a large amount of wind elemental crystals to advance to a higher realm. As a result, the Feng family's wind elemental crystals were never enough. They needed to spend large amounts of resources to purchase them. Even so, it was still not enough. He had made a generous offer that even Jun Tingya felt his heart ache. From his point of view, Feng Qian didn't have any reason to reject him. A wind elemental crystal was too important to the Feng family. Sorry, I don't plan on leaving Sunset College. Feng Qian didn't hesitate as he rejected him once again. Jun Tingya was somewhat stunned. He looked at Feng Qian and asked, can you tell me why you're unwilling to go to Imperial Capital College? Li Minkin and company also looked at Feng Qian. They really couldn't figure out why Feng Qian would reject him. If Jun Tingya gave any university student those conditions, they would usually follow Jun Tingya to Imperial Capital College without any hesitation. Let alone poaching a first-year student, the offer was more than enough for poaching a famous researcher. Furthermore, Jun Tingya was willing to offer the wind elemental crystals from his prized collection. This was simply a blessing from the heavens. They really couldn't understand why Feng Qian would reject him. Was his brain damaged? Feng Qian said matter-of-factly, because there's coach here, but there's no one like him in Imperial Capital College. Hearing the word coach, Jun Tingya, Li Minkin, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They thought, it can't be. Jun Tingya's expression was extremely odd. He glanced at Zhou Wen, who was gaming not far away. He then looked at Feng Qian and asked, which coach are you referring to? He's right there. Feng Qian pointed at Zhou Wen, who was gaming. Although they were mentally prepared, when Feng Qian pointed at Zhou Wen, Jun Tingya and company's expressions changed. Jun Tingya's emotions were extremely complicated as he looked at Zhou Wen with a strange gaze. Li Minkin could no longer hold back his anger. He could not help but ask, Feng Qian, you said that he's your mentor. Can you tell us who he is? His name is Zhou Wen. Just like me, he's a first-year student at Sunset College, Feng Qian answered. Jun Tingya's heart skipped a beat. Another first-year student. Li Minkin asked in confusion, he's also in his first year. How can he be stronger than you? Li Minkin actually wanted to say, what right does he have to be your coach? However, he was someone who still cared about his reputation, so he was too embarrassed to say such words. However, in Li Minkin's heart, Feng Qian was already an unprecedented genius. It was understandable for him to have a tutor or a famous person as his coach, but he was also a first-year student. The fellow who was addicted to gaming was actually Feng Qian and Ming Xia's coach. Li Minkin felt that it wasn't something to be believed at all. It was likely that Feng Qian and Ming Xiao were just patronizing them, making excuses that they didn't want to go to the Imperial Capital College. Upon hearing Li Minkin's doubts, Feng Qian immediately said seriously, Coach is obviously stronger than me. Compared to Coach, I'm worlds apart from him. I'm less than 10,000th of Coach. It's the luck of my lifetime to be able to cultivate alongside Coach. Jun Tingya and Li Minkin were dumbfounded when they heard that. They couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was engrossed in the game, they really couldn't associate such a student with Feng Qian's description of him. Chapter 492 Too late. Could it be that I've misjudged him? Is that student really a genius who's stronger than Ming Xiao and Feng Qian? Jun Tingya began to doubt himself. He could tell that Ming Xiao and Feng Qian respected Zhou Wen greatly. The feelings that came from the bottom of their hearts couldn't be faked. It was impossible that they were just patronizing him. However, Jun Tingya couldn't believe that the fellow who was gaming was actually better than Ming Xiao and Feng Qian. Feng Qian had advanced to the epic stage at such a young age. It was a rare occurrence that happened only once in 100 years, but to Zhou Wen of the same age, he was like a student idolizing his teacher. He couldn't imagine what kind of person Zhou Wen was. Is there really such a genius in this world? Jun Tingya looked at Zhou Wen with mixed feelings. Li Minkin and company looked at Zhou Wen as well. They couldn't help but gulp. Even Feng Qian admitted that he was less than 10,000th of him. They found it even more difficult to imagine what kind of genius he was. Teacher, could there be a deeper meaning behind this act of gaming? Li Minkin was a little suspicious of the previous judgment. Although he knew that it was not good to doubt Jun Tingya like this, he could not help but ask. Jun Tingya was beginning to grumble inwardly. After carefully observing Zhou Wen, who was gaming, he felt that he was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He looked calm and had an outstanding temperament. Although he was gaming, he gave off an aura that he could not be shaken even if the sky collapsed. It seemed that he was indeed different from others. In fact, this was just a psychological effect on Jun Tingya's part. Although Zhou Wen really wasn't just gaming, from the looks of it, he was no different from an ordinary person when gaming. To see anything from it was nothing but a joke. As Zhou Wen was gaming, his phone suddenly rang. It was his usual phone. Upon hearing the text message chime, Zhou Wen immediately jolted. This was because he had specially set up the notification sound. Only when the Thirch sent a message would he get this sound. Zhou Wen didn't dare delay as he hurriedly took out the other phone from his pocket. Indeed, it was a message from the Thirch. After such a long time, I still haven't seen any of the things that I want. I don't think you've taken my matters to heart. I really shall mete out some punishment. Otherwise, you might think that my threats are just for fun. Zhou Wen immediately broke out into cold sweat when he saw the message. He was afraid of death, and he was even more afraid that the Thirch would sever his limbs. That would be terrible. I've been being pursued recently, so I haven't had the time to buy you that equipment. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to buy them for you immediately. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll definitely help you buy everything. Zhou Wen had been too busy recently, so he had really forgotten about it. Too late. The Thirch only replied with 2 words. Zhou Wen hurriedly tried to explain. He was really afraid that the Thirch would make a wish to sever all his limbs. He was in the prime of his youth, so to have his limbs severed just because of a few darn instruments would be terrible. However, no matter how he explained, the Thirch didn't reply. This made Zhou Wen feel extremely uneasy. When Jun Tingya saw Zhou Wen using his phone to communicate with the Thirch, his eyes lit up. He shouted excitedly, "Genius. This person is really a genius." Li Minkin and the others were shocked. Li Minkin quickly asked, "Elder Jun, what have you seen?" Jun Tingya said, "I'm getting old. Indeed, I was wrong just now. This young man is really an extraordinary genius. It's no wonder even geniuses like Ming Xiao and Feng Qian admire him so much." "Elder Jun, how did you tell? Tell us." Li Minkin's heart was itching to know. Jun Tingya pointed at Zhou Wen, who was texting on his phone, and said, "The wordless monument is a power that targets the hearts of people. Even top epic experts would surrender themselves to their inner desires after being affected by the power of the wordless monument. Before they are exhausted, they definitely wouldn't be distracted, nor can they be distracted. But look at him. When he was gaming, he was actually able to use another phone to constantly send messages. This means that his mind is completely unaffected by the power of the wordless monument. To be able to maintain his willpower in such a situation means that his willpower is completely unheard of. Even saints pale in comparison. With such powerful willpower, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. No wonder. The more Jun Tingya looked at Zhou Wen, the more he felt that he stood out as though he had an outstanding bearing. This made it impossible for him to treat Zhou Wen as a junior any longer. Zhou Wen didn't know all the things that Jun Tingya had deciphered. As he had already cultivated the wordless monument's essence energy art, he wasn't affected at all. He didn't need to use his willpower to ward off the wordless monument's power. However, there was one thing Jun Tingya did guess correctly by sheer chance. Zhou Wen's willpower was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Wen sent several messages, but the Thirch didn't reply. He knew that this matter was likely going to blow up. He felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to stay any longer. He needed to quickly think of a way to protect himself and resist the Thirch's impending rage. In front of so many people, he couldn't make a big fuss. He had to find a place with no one around. Zhou Wen put away his phone and stood up. Seeing that Li Xuan and company were still immersed in their worlds, he walked out and said to the tutor who was watching over them, "Sir, there are some matters in the school that need my attention. I'll be returning now." After receiving the tutor's approval, Zhou Wen was about to leave the mountain when Jun Tingya stopped him. "I'm Jun Tingya from the Imperial Capital College. I would like to know if you have the time to chat with me." Jun Tingya didn't treat Zhou Wen as a student. He had the intention to talk to him as equals. "I'm really sorry. I have something urgent to attend to and need to return to school. Let's talk again in the future," Zhou Wen said as he turned around and left. "Why is this person so rude?" Li Minkin said. Jun Tingya didn't mind it at all. Instead, he felt that Zhou Wen was even more extraordinary. He pondered and said, "Geniuses have their own personalities. Zhou Wen is indeed not an ordinary person. This is understandable. I'll go to Sunset College tomorrow to visit him." Li Minkin was just about to say something when he suddenly saw an antelope and a golden eagle-like bird come down from Mount Laojun. The antelope was following behind Zhou Wen, and the bird circled above his head as though it was protecting him. Li Minkin, Jun Tingya, and company were dumbfounded. The animals on Mount Laojun weren't ordinary creatures. With Mount Laojun's protection, they could be described as pets in the backyard of a saint. They had actually taken the initiative to follow Zhou Wen down the mountain. They had never heard of such a thing, so they found it unbelievable. Zhou Wen walked all the way down Mount Laojun before heading straight to campus. He felt uneasy the entire way, unsure how the Thirch would deal with him. Chapter 493 Punishment. Zhou Wen returned to school on Tenterix the entire way. But nothing happened even when he returned to his dorm. Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless. He summoned all the companion beasts he could use and stopped sleeping in his bedroom. He stayed in the living room. With the antelope and chick by his side, he felt safer. It was strange. Ever since they had come back from Mount Laojun, the chick that was as fat as a duck had actually slimmed down again. It looked like it was in high spirits like before. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to study how the chick had lost weight in the blink of an eye. He sat on the sofa and placed a few notebooks to the side as he drew substitute talismans one by one. These were life-saving treasures. If he could produce one, even if the Thirch wanted to deal with him, it might be able to save his life. He drew one after another, but the success rate of a substitute talisman was really low. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Zhou Wen gradually got the gist of it after repeatedly drawing. Although this was a skill obtained from an essence energy skill crystal, Zhou Wen was the one who needed to draw the talisman. When he realized that if he only drew the symbols using essence energy, the success rate was pathetic. The lines of the substitute talisman seemed to contain some kind of profoundness. Zhou Wen sensed the strangeness of the lines and gradually figured out something. This substitute talisman needs to be drawn with my essence energy. The lines drawn are also imbued with some kind of mysterious power related to me. It looks like the drawing of a talisman, but it's actually a form of understanding of oneself. At the same time, it's also a way to communicate with external objects. Zhou Wen thought as he drew. Zhou Wen spent the entire day and night drawing. He didn't know how many substitute talismans he had drawn by the next morning. He had almost used up several thick diary books by the time he finally completed one. It was also thanks to Zhou Wen's infinite essence energy that he could do so. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to draw so many times in a couple of months. Although the substitute talisman is useful, it's too difficult to draw one. It's really not easy to get one talisman. Zhou Wen held the substitute talisman that he had drawn and was somewhat excited. With this talisman, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Unfortunately, the substitute talisman could only be used by himself. This was because the substitute talisman that Zhou Wen drew was closely related to him, so it could only help him block calamities. As for what kind of calamity the substitute talisman could withstand, Zhou Wen didn't know. Although talisman drawing wasn't easy, Zhou Wen was thrilled by what he had gained. Talisman drawing needed him to sense the connection between himself and external objects. In this period of time, Zhou Wen kept using the Tao Sutra, allowing him to gain some insight into it. The Tao models itself after nature. To condense a life soul from the Tao Sutra, I'll probably have to work hard on heaven-man unity, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Although there were some clues, as long as there was a direction, there was a possibility. It was better than being directionless as previously. Now, Zhou Wen didn't have the time to take in nature. He stored away the substitute talisman that he had drawn and slept. Drawing the substitute talisman consumed both his essence energy and energy. He was already exhausted from all the drawing. Furthermore, he hadn't recovered from his serious injuries. Now that he had the substitute talisman to protect him, he could finally sleep peacefully. He slept soundly. Due to his exhaustion, Zhou Wen slept like a log. He only woke up when the doorbell rang. Who is it? Zhou Wen stretched his back and wanted to ask. Meow. However, Zhou Wen's voice shocked him. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. However, when he reached out his hand, Zhou Wen was instantly stunned. How was that a hand? It was a furry paw. The fingernails on the claw were like hooks. What should have been the palm now looked like a pinkish meat lump that resembled a club suit from a pack of cards. What? What's wrong with me? Zhou Wen was alarmed. He wanted to stand up and size himself up, but he soon realized that his body had become very strange. Furthermore, there was a problem with his vision. All the furniture and things around him had become very large. The clothes he wore yesterday were at his feet. They looked huge, as though they were for giants. Zhou Wen immediately felt something amiss. He hurriedly ran to the mirror and looked at it. Meow. Looking at the black and white cat in the mirror, Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. He covered his mouth in horror as the cat in the mirror did the same. At the dormitory's entrance, a tutor rang the doorbell a few more times, but no one opened the door. Hence, he said apologetically to the old man beside him, Elder Jun, I'm really sorry. It looks like he's out. Jun Tinya was very disappointed. In order to visit Zhou Wen at Sunset College, he didn't hesitate to use his connections with a friend at Sunset College, but Zhou Wen wasn't around. It's alright, I'll come again next time. Jun Tinya could only return in disappointment. In the dormitory, Zhou Wen was about to explode from anxiety. He twisted his body and made various poses. He even tried to raise his tail. All he wanted to do was prove that the cat in the mirror wasn't him. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, the cat in the mirror did the same thing. Even more terrifying was that when Zhou Wen attempted to use his essence energy art or summon his companion beasts, there was no reaction. The Thirch. It must be the Thirch's doing. Damn it. I have the substitute talisman on me. How can there be a problem? Zhou Wen ran to his pile of clothes and used his claws to tug at it a few times. He realized that the substitute talisman was inside his clothes, untouched. It hadn't done a thing. Don't tell me I'm now permanently a cat. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his phone. Thankfully, he didn't need to unlock using his fingerprints. A pattern worked too. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to unlock his phone. After unlocking his phone, he immediately sent a message to the Thirch. The Thirch, how am I supposed to buy those instruments when you've made me like this? Zhou Wen knew that he could only move the theurge with benefits. It was probably useless for him to beg for mercy. I have plenty of ways to get people to deliver things to me. Who said I have to let you buy them? As for you, you have to be punished. The theurge finally replied. Zhou Wen sent a few more messages, hoping to move the theurge and quickly change back into human form. However, the news was like a rock sinking into the sea. The theurge didn't reply to him at all, as though she was determined to have him remain a cat for the rest of his life. What should I do? Is there a way to restore my human body? Zhou Wen tried all kinds of methods, but he remained a cat. His body structure was completely different from before. He couldn't use the essence energy art or various companion beasts he had cultivated in the past. What else could he do? The antelope and chick looked at him with interest. The antelope even used its hooves to rub his head as though it was comforting him, but Zhou Wen could see the smile in its eyes. The chick bounced around him, sticking close to him as though it wanted to compete with him to see who was taller. However, when the chick stood, it was actually slightly taller than Zhou Wen when he was on all fours. No, I have to think of a way to recover my human body. Zhou Wen used his paws to hide his phone and the bracelet which had the chaos bead embedded before walking towards the dormitory's door. Looking at this world from the perspective of a cat, his view was obviously much lower. Even the dormitory door was very large in his eyes. Zhou Wen leapt up and tried to grab the handle to unlock the door. In the past, jumping to such a height was trivial. However, even when reaching his paws to the limit, he was still quite a distance away from the door handle. His body then fell to the ground. Zhou Wen landed on the ground and used all his strength to leap up once again. Only then did he jump up and open the door handle. Although he was used to walking with 2 legs, if other students and teachers in school saw a cat walking with 2 hind legs, it would probably spell trouble. Therefore, Zhou Wen could only sprawl on the ground and walk like a cat. Although it wasn't a problem for a cat to walk like this, Zhou Wen felt extremely uncomfortable walking in such a manner. After exiting, Zhou Wen planned on heading to the chancellor's office. Most people probably wouldn't be able to resolve his current situation. Therefore, he wanted to find the chancellor of Sunset College, Lang Zongxing. He had heard that Lang Zongxing was good at dispelling illusions. Zhou Wen felt that it was impossible for him to turn into a cat, so he suspected that it was just an illusion. Zhou Wen thought to himself, at the very least, I'm a student at the school. I don't think Lang Zongxing will leave me in the lurch, right? However, Zhou Wen had no confidence in Lang Zongxing's ability to turn him back into a human. He only wanted to try his luck. Just as he walked to the yard, Zhou Wen heard the door to the building next door ring. He hurriedly hid in the bushes and peeked at the yard next door. Wang Lu walked out with 2 trash bags in her hands. It looked like she was going to throw the trash out. Zhou Wen didn't want anyone who knew him to know that he had turned into a cat. Be it Li Xuan or Wang Lu, they would definitely mock him for a long time. Furthermore, as a cat, he didn't have any clothes on him. Although he had fur, he still felt uncomfortable when people he knew saw him. Therefore, he didn't contact Li Xuan and company. Although Zhou Wen knew that Wang Lu probably couldn't recognize him as a cat, it was better to be careful just in case. After Wang Lu left, Zhou Wen prepared to leave in another direction. He planned on taking a detour to the chancellor's office using the old school district behind Four Seasons Garden to avoid encountering so many students and tutors. Although he had become a cat, Zhou Wen couldn't tolerate having others looking at him with him being naked. The yard's door was locked from the inside. Although Zhou Wen could jump up and open the door, it was too eye-catching. He looked at the wooden fence in the yard and then at his body. Zhou Wen felt that it wasn't difficult for his body to crawl out. Although he looked a little plump, most of it was fur. Zhou Wen came in front of the wooden fence and chose a relatively large gap. He extended his head out and there was a perfect outcome. Without any pressure, his head squeezed out. As he continued squeezing his body, his stomach ended up stuck. Something seemed to have hooked his fur. If he tried to force his way through, he would feel a little pain. Poor kitty. Where did you come from? Why are you here? Zhou Wen was about to squeeze back when he heard a familiar voice. Not good. Zhou Wen immediately felt uncomfortable when he heard the voice. For some reason, Wang Lu had returned. Zhou Wen struggled to retreat back into the yard, but he didn't know what caught the fur on his belly. He couldn't retreat even if he tried. His belly felt like it was about to be ripped apart. Poor little guy, why are you so stupid? Wang Lu squatted down and pressed down on Zhou Wen. Then, she reached out her other hand to help him remove a wire he had been entangled with. This allowed Zhou Wen to escape before finally squeezing out. Zhou Wen wanted to leave, but he was being carried by Wang Lu. Although you look like a stray cat and aren't an expensive breed, you look quite pretty. Wanna come back with me? Zhou Wen struggled with all his might, trying to escape Wang Lu's demonic claws. After struggling to free himself, he landed on the ground and immediately ran away. Strange. That cat actually rejected me. Wang Lu was slightly surprised. She never expected the cat to be so difficult to get along with. She had a much easier time with the stray cats she had encountered in the past. Zhou Wen ran out of Four Seasons Garden as though he was fleeing for his life. Only after running for a long distance did he slow down. He felt exhausted. This was the first time in his long cultivation that he had felt this exhausted. I have to recover my human body as soon as possible. Zhou Wen continued walking forward. Before long, he saw a few ferocious tigers blocking his way. No, they should be described as fierce cats blocking the way. At the corner of the building in front, 4 cats walked out and glared at Zhou Wen as though warning him not to enter their territory. The 4 cats were a lot bigger than Zhou Wen. Furthermore, Zhou Wen found them familiar. On careful look, he recalled that they were the ones that Gu Dian secretly fed. Zhou Wen still remembered that one of them was named Little Mei. Her body was pure white with only an orange-red fur growing on her forehead. She looked very striking. However, when Zhou Wen first saw her, she was still a tiny kitten. Now, she was already about the same size as her mother, a size bigger than the present Zhou Wen. I'm just passing by. I definitely have no intention of snatching your territory, nor do I have any intention of offending you. As Zhou Wen spoke, his voice turned into meowing. He slowly walked to the side, wanting to circle around them. Meow. Little Mei and company didn't care much as they pounced forward, wanting to deal with the intruder, Zhou Wen. Holy shit, are you really treating me, a sleeping tiger, as a cat? Zhou Wen was depressed as he prepared to fight. Although he was now a cat and had lost all his strength, his reaction and various techniques were still present. Under the combined attacks of the 4 of them, he was still as brave as ever. He used his sleek movements to restrain the 4 cats and then tore out of them one by one. His little paws gave them a beating, causing them to mew in pain. Haha, want to fight me? Now, do you know who's the real king here? Zhou Wen beat the 4 cats up badly. He even used his paw to press down on Little Mei. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly felt the skin on his back being grabbed by someone. Then, he heard a familiar voice. You can't be like this, okay? Chapter 495 Gu Diana's Secret. Zhou Wen flailed his 4 paws, trying to break free from his grasp, but he failed. The scene in front of him changed, a face. It was a ferocious and ghastly face, but the eyes on the face had an indescribable gentleness as they looked at him. Were you abandoned by your master? You must be hungry after coming here, right? Have something to eat first, Gu Dian said as he placed Zhou Wen on the ground beside him. There were 2 saucers right there. One was filled with milk while the other had cat food. Zhou Wen had never seen Gu Dian so gentle to others, nor had he seen him speak to people in such a gentle manner. This was completely different from the Gu Dian he knew. Hurry up and eat. Gu Dian squatted beside Zhou Wen, who was placed beside a saucer containing milk. The 4 cats looked at him covetously but didn't dare come over. They only meowed from afar. Little Mei, Little Yang, you can't be like that. It's the same as you, pitiful and homeless. You should all love one another, Gu Dian said to the 4 cats. Zhou Wen had goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. He turned around to leave. In order to prevent Gu Dian from catching him again, he used all his strength to run. However, after he ran some distance, he couldn't hear Gu Dian's footsteps behind him. Instead, he heard an unfamiliar man's voice coming from afar. Have you done what I asked you to do? It's been so long, yet you can't handle such a trivial matter. Are you afraid of Zhou Wen? Zhou Wen didn't plan on stopping, but after running a few steps, he heard his name. He couldn't help but stop and look over. He saw a boy in a school uniform standing opposite Gu Dian. Zhou Wen didn't know the boy, but he looked like an upperclassman. He was slightly older than him. Why do you want to do something to Zhou Wen? Gu Dian asked the boy. You don't need to know. You just need to do as I say. The boy pursed his lips and said, I'll give you 3 more days. If you haven't carried out my instructions, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you keep that secret anymore. Think it through carefully. After that, the boy turned around and left with a cold face. Based on Zhou Wen's understanding, he didn't think Gu Dian was someone who was afraid of anything. If someone dared to threaten him like this, no matter who he was, he would probably throw a punch over, right? But this time, Gu Dian watched helplessly as the arrogant boy left. He didn't show any intention of resorting to violence. Zhou Wen was very curious. He didn't know who the boy was. What was he planning to get Gu Dian to do? What skeleton in Gu Dian's closet was he aware of? After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to hang around. He wanted to figure out what was going on. After all, this matter involved him. If he didn't figure out who the mastermind was, something similar might happen in the future. Zhou Wen walked to Gu Dian's side. When Gu Dian saw him, his ferocious expression turned gentle. He squatted down and placed the milk saucer in front of Zhou Wen. Eat quickly. Zhou Wen was a little anxious. Gu Dian clearly wasn't someone who liked to talk. It might be unrealistic to wait for him to mutter to himself about what had happened. How can I get Gu Dian to tell me the entire story? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind, but he failed to come up with a solution. Ask Gu Dian after transforming back into a human. This clearly wasn't a good idea. His relationship with Gu Dian wasn't that close. Their relationship was only slightly better than that of an unfamiliar classmate. If he were to ask him directly, they might fall out on the spot. Even if he didn't fall out with Gu Dian probably wouldn't tell him anything given his personality. As Zhou Wen pondered, Gu Dian nudged the milk towards Zhou Wen's mouth. How could Zhou Wen drink milk meant for cats? He subconsciously turned his head to the side, indicating that he didn't want to drink it. However, when Zhou Wen's action landed in Gu Dian's eyes, he sighed softly. Do you also think that it's not right? Do you think I'm wrong? Zhou Wen subconsciously nodded, but just as he nodded, he regretted it. He was a cat, so how could he understand Gu Dian's words? Gu Dian looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. However, his ability to accept the cat's actions was clearly stronger than Zhou Wen had imagined. He didn't suspect Zhou Wen at all, believing that he was a very intelligent cat. I also know that this isn't right, but if I don't do it, they will spread the news of me possessing the bloodline of a dimensional creature. When that happens, everyone will treat me like a monster and not a person, Gu Dian said. Zhou Wen nearly cried out in surprise. He never expected Gu Dian to have the bloodline of a dimensional creature. Could it be that Gu Dian's father or mother is a dimensional creature? Can humans and dimensional creatures mate to give birth to offspring? Countless strange thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. But for so long, Zhou Wen and company have treated me like an ordinary person. They aren't afraid of me because of my looks. They don't ostracize me and they treat me as one of theirs. How can I do something like that? Tell me, what should I do? Gu Dian said bitterly and looked at Zhou Wen. Gu Dian had no chance of making friends with humans because of his own problems. Furthermore, he didn't know how to communicate with humans. Instead, he could pour out his heartfelt feelings in front of a cat. Wasn't this also a tragedy? Beat him up and beat that turtle's son to death. Who cares about you being human? Ignoring the fact that you have a dimensional creature bloodline, I wouldn't mind even if you were a beast. Zhou Wen wanted to say that, but the moment he opened his mouth, it turned into a meow. Zhou Wen had no choice but to raise one paw and point in the direction the boy had left. He forcefully pointed a few times, indicating for Gu Dian to beat him up. Gu Dian seemed to understand something when he saw Zhou Wen's reaction. His eyes turned determined. I know what to do, Gu Dian said to Zhou Wen before standing up and chasing after the boy. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. He still wanted to know why the boy was targeting him. He might be able to hear the reason why later. However, after becoming a cat, Zhou Wen's essence energy was completely gone. His fastest speed was only the speed of a normal cat, so how could he catch up to Gu Dian? By the time he caught up, he saw that Gu Dian was already standing in front of the boy, seemingly talking to him. I can't do that to Zhou Wen. Change the condition, Zhou Wen vaguely heard Gu Dian say. Change to another condition? What right do you have to bargain with me? Don't tell me you really think Zhou Wen and company think of you as a friend? They only want to make use of you because you are foolish and powerful. If they know that you have a dimensional creature bloodline, do you think they would still be willing to let you stay in the Xuanwen Club? When that happens, they will only treat you as a monster, a pig or dog. It's like you are a beast, the boy said as he pointed at Gu Dian's nose. Chapter 496, Why not? This has nothing to do with you, Gu Dian said with his head lowered. Why doesn't it have anything to do with me? After all, we're good friends, aren't we? The boy smiled and patted Gu Dian's shoulder. He continued, have you forgotten our friendship? I've always remembered it. Gu Dian's pupils constricted, but he remained silent. Think about it carefully. The current Zhou Wen is the second me in the future. The boy narrowed his eyes and said, birds of a feather flock together. Your birth has already determined that you won't have any true human friends. Other than people like me, humans won't accept a monster like you. If you don't touch Zhou Wen now, when he learns your true identity in the future, he will no longer hesitate to draw a line with you or even kill you. After a pause, the boy said, don't tell me you don't know what happened to his teacher. Do you think he'll still admit that he's Wang Mingyu's student? If Wang Mingyu appears again, he might even kill him. That has nothing to do with me, Gu Dian said expressionlessly. It has nothing to do with you. In that case, even if everyone knows how your mother gave birth to you, will there not be a problem? The boy narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Dian. Gu Dian's expression changed drastically as he suddenly looked up and glared at the boy. Liu Cade, if you dare say a word, I'll definitely kill you. I'm just saying. How can it be leaked? We're friends. I'll definitely keep your matter a secret for you. I won't let anyone know about it. However, you have to help me settle Zhou Wen's matter. Otherwise, I won't be able to live. Some things are hard to say. Ah. As Liu Cade was speaking, he suddenly saw a cat leap up. Its claws scratched his face ruthlessly, leaving a few bloody marks on his face. After listening for a long time, Zhou Wen nearly exploded in anger. Although he didn't hear the complete story, he could roughly guess what had happened. Gu Dian wasn't a normal human, and it wasn't his fault. It stemmed from the previous generation. He did not know what method Liu Cade had used to become Gu Dian's friend. Furthermore, he knew of his secret, so he ended up using it to threaten Gu Dian. Zhou Wen could understand why Gu Dian didn't counterattack. He was the same as Gu Dian. He didn't wish to bring anyone trouble, especially his family. If it was only a matter of his identity, he believed that Gu Dian wouldn't be threatened by him. He would have beaten him to the point of his mother not even being capable of recognizing him. However, this involved Gu Dian's mother's reputation. Therefore, even though Gu Dian was extremely furious, he didn't dare make a move on Liu Cade. Without a doubt, Liu Cade wasn't a fool. He definitely had some evidence in hand. Furthermore, even if he died, the evidence would still be spread. Only then could he threaten Gu Dian. The more he understood Gu Dian, the more upset Zhou Wen felt. When he saw Liu Cade's wretched face, he couldn't help but swipe his claw at him. Now, Zhou Wen only hated himself for losing his strength. If not, he would definitely have smacked Liu Cade's face until it bled. Damn cat, Gu Dian, you bastard. Look at what you raise. Liu Cade was enraged as he attempted to grab Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen ran and jumped onto Gu Dian's back. Stop. Gu Dian blocked Liu Cade. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill this bastard, Liu Cade said as he attempted to grab Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen leaned on Gu Dian's shoulder and looked at him with a faint smile as though he was mocking him. Gu Dian didn't make way. Instead, he reached out to stop Liu Cade. Liu Cade was extremely furious, but he was stopped by Gu Dian and couldn't capture Zhou Wen. He didn't give up because of this. He took 2 steps back and suddenly summoned a companion beast. The companion beast was a strange throwing dagger. After flying out, it circled around Gu Dian and stabbed at Zhou Wen's back. It was as fast as lightning. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he cursed inwardly. He was only a cat, so it was probably difficult for him to dodge such a fast-throwing dagger. A huge hand suddenly grabbed the throwing dagger's blade. The throwing dagger trembled incessantly in Gu Dian's hand but failed to escape his grip. Gu Dian, release it, Liu Cade bellowed angrily. He's just a cat. Gu Dian held the throwing dagger without letting go. Blood dripped from between his fingers. I'll say it one last time. Let go. Otherwise, everything about you will spread throughout Luoyang tomorrow, Liu Cade said angrily as he glared at Gu Dian. Gu Dian held the throwing dagger and refused to let go. He didn't say a word and only looked at Liu Cade. Liu Cade was even more infuriated as he summoned another saber and slashed at Gu Dian. He shouted, "Get out of the way, do you hear me?" Gu Dian didn't move. He was struck on the shoulder by Liu Cade, causing blood to spray out. However, Gu Dian's body was indeed resilient. The strike only lacerated him. It failed to reach his bones. Liu Cade refused to give up. He slashed at Gu Dian's body again and again, leaving bloody marks on Gu Dian's body. Even his face was lacerated. It had to be said that Gu Dian's body was truly resilient. Despite such strikes, he only suffered superficial injuries. When the blade struck his bones, it produced the humming sounds of metal clashing. The reason Liu Cade was so furious wasn't entirely because Zhou Wen had scratched his face. Instead, it was because Gu Dian had repeatedly disobeyed his orders. He wanted to teach him a lesson, so Zhou Wen scratching his face was just an excuse. Beat him up. Zhou Wen was anxious when he saw Gu Dian stand motionless, allowing Liu Cade to slash him. Do you think of yourself as one of these beasts? Do you think they are more important than your life? Monsters are monsters, Liu Cade cursed as he slashed. When Zhou Wen saw Gu Dian motionless, he couldn't stand it any longer. He took a chance and darted out from his shoulder. His claws flailed as he clawed at Liu Cade's eyes. Ah. Liu Cade never expected a cat to pass through his series of blade attacks. At the close distance, Zhou Wen's claw had injured his left eye. With one hand covering his eyes, blood immediately seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. I'm going to kill you. Liu Cade covered his eye in rage as the saber in his hand transformed into a saber beam that slashed at Zhou Wen. This fellow's strength wasn't bad. Zhou Wen had never heard his name, so it was obvious that he wasn't famous in school. However, he had top legendary strength. Clearly, he had been hiding his strength. From this point, it was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. He definitely had ulterior motives. Gu Dian's eyes widened when he saw that Zhou Wen was about to be hit by the saber beam. He suddenly unleashed his strength as his powerful body charged into the saber beams. He grabbed Zhou Wen with one hand and struck out with the other. With an explosive sound, the sky was filled with saber beams. The long saber in Liu Cade's hand shattered inch by inch. His body was also sent flying by the force and he fell 7 to 8 meters away. The hand which had held the saber was trembling and bleeding. Gu Dian, you dare attack me? Liu Cade widened his eyes as he stared at Gu Dian with gritted teeth as though he wanted to bite someone. Why wouldn't he dare? A voice sounded from the corner of the building. Liu Cade and Gu Dian trembled as they couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw a young officer in a military uniform and white gloves walking over. He looked gentle and mild. He's finally here. Zhou Wen heaved a long sigh of relief. Chapter 497. A little cold. Zhou Wen knew that he was only a cat and had lost his strength. He definitely couldn't handle the present situation. Thankfully, he still had the ability to text. Previously, he had contacted In Sheng when he saw Gu Dian's phone left where he fed the cats. He told him to rush over as soon as possible. This matter wasn't something that could be resolved by force. Even killing Liu Cade was useless. Otherwise, Gu Dian would have settled it himself and wouldn't have been threatened by Liu Cade. When Liu Cade saw In Sheng, he immediately turned around and wanted to run. He hadn't managed to take a few steps before In Sheng placed a dagger by his neck. What are you doing? I'm a student at the college. Liu Cade calmed down and asked. And Sheng said indifferently, I don't need to know who you are, but you're dead. Gu Dian, why aren't you saving me? Liu Cade shouted in Gu Dian's direction. And Sheng said to Gu Dian unhurriedly, Zhou Wen asked me to come. He has already told me about your matter. He wants me to pass on the message to believe him. Leave everything to me. Gu Dian, you know what will happen if I die. Liu Cade knew that Gu Dian was his straw to clutch at. He had heard of In Sheng's name before. Having come to Luong to carry out a mission, how could he not know the famous In Sheng? Gu Dian hugged Zhou Wen and pondered for a moment before nodding slightly at In Sheng. The corners of In Sheng's mouth curled up as he revealed a smile. The dagger in his hand had already pressed into Liu Cade's skin. Just answer whatever I ask. I don't want to hear any nonsense, In Sheng said. Liu Cade opened his mouth to say something, but In Sheng continued, if you waste my time, I don't mind using the memory stripping spell to directly obtain the information I want from your brain. Liu Cade's expression changed drastically, as if he was hesitating about something. Don't try to commit suicide. If I don't let you die, even the King of Hell can't take your life, In Sheng said indifferently. If I tell you everything, can you give me a way out? Liu Cade said through gritted teeth. Yes, In Sheng replied. Swear on it. Liu Cade had no other choice. He was already a piece of meat on the chopping block. He could only take a gamble. He did not want to die. And Sheng's expression didn't change. He swore that if he went against his word, he would die a horrible death. Then he asked Liu Cade about Gu Dian. Due to Gu Dian's presence, Liu Cade didn't seem to lie. He explained everything clearly. He had a voice recording of Gu Dian. It was a conversation with Gu Dian. Back then, Gu Dian had treated him as his only good friend, so he had told him everything. Liu Cade had not given this recording to anyone. He had only registered a few accounts online and scheduled an automatic release. If no one changed the release time, the recording and the article he had written would be released. And Sheng didn't listen to the recording. He just deleted everything. Where are the backups? Don't tell me there aren't any. After In Sheng deleted it, he looked at Liu Cade and asked. In an ancient Greek book on my dorm mate's bookshelf. No one will read it, Liu Cade answered. Following that, In Sheng asked about Liu Cade's origins. He admitted that he was a field agent nurtured by the Special Inspector Bureau. He had entered Sunset College to monitor the In family and Sunset College's chancellor and tutors. He had recently received a mission to think of a way to bring Zhou Wen back to the headquarters, which was why he had used Gu Dian. After a long while, Liu Cade said, I've said everything. Can you let me go now? You have said everything, but how do I know if what you said is the truth? And Sheng looked at Liu Cade calmly. I'm telling the truth. At this stage, there's no need for me to lie to you, Liu Cade said. That might not be the case. It's a very important matter. I have to verify it myself, and Sheng said as a black flame arose from his body. The flames floated towards Liu Cade like ghosts and drilled into his brain. Ah. You swore to let me live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death, Liu Cade exclaimed in horror. He had roughly guessed that In Sheng was trying to strip his souls and memories from him. Despite struggling desperately, he was unable to move his body. Before you came to Luong, you should have known that I have the nickname of Devil's Adjutant, right? Is there a devil who abides by an agreement? And Sheng said to Liu Cade with a smile. You can't do this to me. You can't, Liu Cade was shocked and furious, his eyes filled with despair, anger, and indignation. The pain that went straight into his soul seemed to slice his brain bit by bit. It made him want to scream in pain, but he could not make a sound despite his open mouth. And Sheng only looked at him coldly as the black flames on his body seeped into his brain. Liu Cade's eyes gradually lost focus. When the demonic-like flames drilled out of Liu Cade's brain and returned to In Sheng, Liu Cade had already become a cold corpse. Even in death, his face was contorted with pain. And Sheng opened the foldable cloth bag he had brought and stored Liu Cade's corpse inside. After he slung it over his shoulder, he said to Gu Dian, in the future, other than Zhou Wen and me, no one will know about your matters. Unfortunately, there's no way to silence me and Zhou Wen. You can leave it at that. Thanks, Gu Dian said those two words somewhat awkwardly. He had never said it before. Don't say those words. You don't need to thank anyone because that person is your friend. After In Sheng said that, he left with Liu Cade's corpse. Friend. Gu Dian's expression turned odd. In the past, he might have believed that there were friends. At that time, he was moved by Liu Cade and treated him as a real friend. In the end, all he got was a betrayal. Ever since then, he preferred to be with cats than humans. He no longer believed in humans or friends. Although he still did not believe it, there was a slight change in his heart. At the very least, Gu Dian believed that once this matter was resolved, he no longer needed to be threatened and do things he didn't wish to do. I am finally free, Gu Dian snapped to his senses and raised the cat in his arms. He smiled. In his opinion, this little cat had given him luck, allowing him to finally be himself. Gu Dian held the cat up in the air as he revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was still as ferocious as before, it made it difficult for people to not smile with him. The tabby cat also revealed a smile. At that moment, Gu Dian suddenly felt the cat in his hand become heavier. Its body also changed. In a blink of an eye, the cat that Gu Dian was raising had transformed into a living man. Their eyes met and the air seemed to freeze at that instant. The smile on Gu Dian and Zhou Wen's faces gradually vanished. A gentle breeze blew past Zhou Wen, making him feel a little cold. Chapter 498 Torch Dragon. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. I have to crack Chess Mountain's dungeon. Prepare everything I need in a week. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as being a cat next time. The Thirch sent a message. Clearly, the Thirch hadn't planned on permanently changing Zhou Wen into a cat. She just did it as a warning. Now, Zhou Wen was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have stayed in his dorm obediently. Why did he go out? Thinking back to the scene of his eyes meeting Gu Dian, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Wen had already made up his mind to think of a way to conquer Chess Mountain and pull the Thirch out. He would also transform her into a cat and raise her up high. However, he had to feign civility now. He couldn't let her notice any problems. Once he cracked Chess Mountain and found her weaknesses, he would personally go to Chess Mountain and deal with her. I'll buy it as soon as possible. Zhou Wen replied. After some thought, Zhou Wen sent another message. Previously, I was chased by someone and fled into a dimensional zone. I discovered a huge snake there. Zhou Wen described the snake's physical characteristics and abilities. He wanted to ask if the Thirch knew what dimensional creature it was. Since he could not do anything to the Thirch, he might as well make use of her. What snake? That's Torch Dragon, one of the dragon species. It has powerful abilities and a pair of eyes can affect the day and night. When it opens its eyes, it will be bright. When it closes its eyes, it will be dark. It's an extremely powerful ancient creature. Although it's far inferior to me, it's not something a mere human like you can match. It's your good fortune to be able to come back alive after meeting it. The Thirch replied. You sure are knowledgeable. That Torch Dragon's eyes are indeed very powerful. It can kill many human experts with just a glance. It's practically invincible. I wonder if you can crack its terrifying ability. Zhou Wen sent another message. That's called the Bright Torch Vision World. It's not a bad ability, but what's so difficult about cracking it? I just need to use an invisibility spell to prevent it from seeing me. When that happens, I can kill it as I please. The Thirch replied. Could it be that even someone as strong as you can't fight Torch Dragon head-on? Zhou Wen deliberately said. The Thirch's solution was similar to Zhou Wen's idea. However, although he had the invisibility cloak, it was still impossible to hatch it. He couldn't be invisible. The Thirch was a proud person, so she immediately replied, it's not easy to defeat it head-on. I can kill it with a wave of my hand, making it unable to open its eyes. Or perhaps, I can use a treasure mirror to reflect its gaze and make it have a taste of its own medicine. You sure are resourceful. I wonder what kind of treasure mirror can reflect Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World. Zhou Wen was delighted when he learned that. If he could reflect the Bright Torch Vision World with just a mirror, then there was a chance of him killing Torch Dragon. There was no need to acquire an invisibility cloak. Don't tell me you want to kill Torch Dragon. Do you have a death wish? The Thirch had clearly seen through him as she sent a message. I'm just asking. How would I dare kill Torch Dragon? Zhou Wen denied. The mirrors that you humans create have very good reflective effects. It would be enough to reflect Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World. However, those mirrors are too brittle. They shatter when encountering external forces. Other than the Bright Torch Vision World, Torch Dragon's body is not something a mere human can deal with. If you wish to die, you can give it a try. Upon hearing the Thirch's words, Zhou Wen was truly excited. He never expected an ordinary mirror to be able to deal with Torch Dragon. This boosted his chances of killing it. I'm just asking. Even if Torch Dragon invites me to kill it, I'm not free. I still have to help you buy things. By the way, I also encountered a terrifying dimensional creature. It looks like a wolf and tiger, but it's not one. Zhou Wen continued to gather information from the Thirch. The Thirch really knew everything. She told Zhou Wen that it was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Kaienki. Not only did it possess the ability to devour everything, but it also possessed terrifying speed. It was even harder to deal with than Torch Dragon. Furthermore, the Thirch also told Zhou Wen something quite strange. She said that if she wanted to deal with Kaienki, she had to find an evil person to deal with it. The possibility of killing him would then be very high. If a good person were to fight Kaienki, even if the good person's combat ability was the same as that evil person's, or even stronger, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to defeat Kaienki and would end up being devoured. Zhou Wen was doubtful. He didn't know if the Thirch was speaking the truth or just joking. Zhou Wen admitted that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a person who committed heinous crimes. Therefore, he couldn't test it out. Remember, you only have a week. If I don't see those things again, prepare to suffer. The Thirch sent the last message and ignored Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen contacted Li Xuan and gave him the list, asking if he could help buy the items. After a while, Li Xuan replied that it wasn't a problem. Zhou Wen transferred the money to him and made him use the Li family's resources to help him purchase the items. As for him, he considered how to kill Torch Dragon. Although he knew that mirrors might be helpful in killing Torch Dragon, ordinary mirrors couldn't be taken in-game. Zhou Wen had no way of testing the feasibility of this theory. Head straight to the Zuolu ruins in person. Zhou Wen didn't dare take the risk. Ignoring the fact that the Thirch might be holding back the truth, even if it was the truth, the mirror could only reflect the bright Torch Vision world. It wasn't of much use against Torch Dragon's other abilities. Furthermore, it was too easy to shatter. If an accident happened, Zhou Wen would have to pay with his life. How can I take a mirror into the game? Zhou Wen thought for a moment before checking online to see if there were any companion beasts that could transform into mirrors. He found quite a number of them. For example, there was a clear jade immortal mirror in the Kunlun immortal realm that could turn into an ancient mirror. However, that thing was relatively rare. Furthermore, the Kunlun immortal realm was too dangerous. It was almost impossible for an epic to leave alive, and it was too far away from Zhou Wen. The other places with mirror-type companion beasts were either too far or too dangerous. Just as Zhou Wen was fretting, he accidentally saw some introductions of companion beasts in the West District. His eyes lit up. Among those companion beasts there was an epic companion beast named Sun Beast. Its companion form was a mirror, and it had excellent reflective ability. Most importantly, the place where Sun Beast spawned was in Zhou Wen's game. It was called Music Temple. Chapter 499 Musical Fountain Square. Zhou Wen picked up his phone and started the Music Temple dungeon. He had come once before, but because the first part of the journey was only filled with legendary level musical note sprites, Zhou Wen felt that it was meaningless to continue grinding. He never expected there to be such a good item like a Sun Beast in the Music Temple. Now he was in urgent need of a mirror-type companion beasts, so he rushed in without any hesitation to grind the Sun Beast. According to the online information, Zhou Wen knew that a dimensional creature like a Sun Beast was actually very rare in Music Temple. Only one would occasionally appear. Basically, very few people saw two or more Sun Beasts appear in the Music Temple at the same time. Moreover, the Sun Beast was not the real boss of Music Temple. It was said that in the deepest part of the music hall there was a lyre. Anyone who had seen the lyre would die. Zhou Wen found it very contradictory. Since the people who had seen lyre were all dead, how could anyone know that there was a lyre? Therefore, sometimes legends were just legends. They couldn't be taken at face value. Zhou Wen didn't plan on finding the lyre. After entering Music Temple with his pets, he ran towards the area mentioned online. He wanted to see if there were any Sun Beasts in-game. Legend had it that the Sun Beast's body was glowing like a small sun. One could see it from afar, and it would usually appear at the musical fountain square in Music Temple. Zhou Wen ran all the way to the musical fountain square. With the six-winged guardian dragon and fire furnace queen leading the way, Zhou Wen killed many of the musical note sprites and had many crystals and companion eggs drop. Zhou Wen realized that there were a total of 7 types of musical note sprites. Furthermore, each of them only had one essence energy skill, which were all different. Although they were different, the effects were similar. They were all sound blasts. They didn't seem too different to Zhou Wen. In the beginning, Zhou Wen didn't mind, but as he killed them, he found it interesting. These sound wave attacks formed a blast through the vibrations of the medium and superimposed waves. The 7 different sound waves formed different shock waves. This intrigued Zhou Wen as he hatched some musical note sprites. As he rode on 6 wings back and constantly advanced, he was studying the sound wave attacks of the musical note sprites. After killing countless musical note sprites, he finally arrived at the musical fountain square. In the huge square, there were 7 fountains. The fountains did not continuously spray water pillars, but seemed to follow the music. They were rhythmic jets that shot to varying heights, not even shooting upwards at times. It looked very interesting. And in the musical fountain square, there were musical note sprites floating everywhere. They were colorful and had wings as they danced in the air. They were similar to the colorful paper used at Chinese weddings, but there were more of them. The 6-winged guardian dragon roared as demonic flames erupted from its body. Instantly, a large number of musical note sprites were killed. However, the musical fountain square was quite large and there were musical note sprites everywhere. Very quickly, new ones rushed over. As he got his companion beast to kill the musical note sprites, Zhou Wen looked around to find the Sun Beast. However, after scanning the entire square, he didn't see the legendary Sun Beast that resembled a miniature sun. Instead, a strange dimensional creature attracted Zhou Wen's attention. Ever since he entered Music Temple, the dimensional creatures he saw were all kinds of musical note sprites. There were probably 7 types. However, the dimensional creature he saw this time wasn't a musical note sprite. It was a golden harp, but it didn't look like metal. Instead, it was carved out of wood. There were gorgeous, exquisite patterns on it. The last time Zhou Wen went to the Peninsula of Gods, he had learned about the various musical instruments. He had seen huge harps. However, the harp in front of him was very small. It was about the same size as a violin. Furthermore, it had a pair of wings like the other musical note sprites. It also had a pair of resplendent golden wings. Sensing Zhou Wen's companion beasts wreaking havoc on the musical fountain square, the strings on the harp moved automatically, producing melodious sounds. Although its music was beautiful, it sounded a little monotonous. Zhou Wen didn't notice any offensive sound waves. In other words, it wasn't attacking him. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen discovered a strange scene. With the sound of the harp, countless musical note sprites started to arrange themselves in a regular pattern on the square. They also produced sounds that seemed to respond to the playing harp. Hum. The countless musical note sprites in the music square seemed to form a resonance as they emitted a massive sound wave. The power of the sound wave was able to instantly kill a powerful epic creature like the Fire Furnace Queen and White Shadow of Poison. Their bodies were instantly obliterated by the sound wave. Even the six-winged guardian dragon retreated a few steps back under the impact of the sound waves. The demonic flames on its body flickered continuously. Roar. The six-winged guardian dragon flew into a rage and let out a furious roar. The demonic flames on its back rose and turned into four wings, making it enter the six-winged state. It spat out poisonous breath that transformed into a terrifying tidal wave in a bid to eliminate all the musical note sprites. The strings of the harp kept sounding, and the entire musical fountain square's musical note sprites resonated with it, sending out terrifying sound waves to resist the six-winged guardian dragon's poison breath. The mighty six-winged guardian dragon was actually held back by the sound wave attack. Under the vibrations of the sound waves, poison breath was torn apart. The six-winged guardian dragon's body seemed to be moving in the opposite direction, unable to move forward. As for the blood-colored avatar, it had already retreated out of the musical fountain square under Zhou Wen's control and transformed into the demon dragon true body. Only then could he withstand the sound waves attack. Zhou Wen wasn't alarmed but delighted because he saw a possibility. There were the most legendary dimensional creatures, so their companion eggs dropped the most. However, no matter how many legendary companion eggs there were, even if they could form an army, their actual combat strength wasn't high. This was because the suppression from absolute strength was redoubtable. Even if there were thousands of skeleton soldiers, they wouldn't be able to kill an epic human. Therefore, low-level companion beast legions were basically useless against powerful dimensional creatures. However, the golden harp and the musical note sprites were actually able to combine their powers to fight against the six-winged guardian dragon. This was rather impressive. There are so many musical note sprites in Music Temple. The chances of companion eggs dropping aren't low either. If I have the ability of the golden harp, would I be able to form an army of musical note sprites? Zhou Wen thought. The six-winged guardian dragon was actually unable to gain the upper hand despite clashing with sound waves head-on. It was forced back by the sound waves again and again, unable to charge forward. However, those sound waves were unable to harm the six-winged guardian dragon. They could only temporarily hold it back. Every time the six-winged guardian dragon launched an attack, a portion of the musical note sprites would be quaked to death. As the number of musical note sprites decreased, the sound wave also weakened. It was only a matter of time before the harp and the musical note sprites were defeated. Zhou Wen didn't think the golden harp was useless because of this. After all, the musical note sprites that it had gathered were only at the legendary stage. If a large number of epic-level musical note sprites could enter its ranks, the sound waves produced wouldn't be that simple. As long as sufficiently strong ones were included, it might be possible to defeat a mythical creature. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to wait for the six-winged guardian dragon to defeat it. He secretly summoned demonic neonate and she found an opportunity to secretly release her flying sword. The flying sword flew through the air during the gap in the sound waves, slicing the golden harp in half. After all, it was only at the epic stage. Without the resonance power of the musical notes, it was unable to block demonic neonate's flying sword. Killed epic creature, golden harp. Discovered companion egg. Zhou Wen was delighted. He never expected his luck to be so good today. A companion egg dropped in his first try. After losing the conformity provided by the golden harp, the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites were reduced to a leaderless mob. They were no longer able to fight the six-winged guardian dragon. The six-winged guardian dragon charged forward and killed large numbers of musical note sprites amid the raging demonic flames. Many crystals and companion eggs dropped. Due to the massive numbers killed, even if the drop rate wasn't high, many companion eggs would drop. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar and picked up the companion eggs of the golden harp and the ordinary musical note sprites, choosing to hatch them. In a short while, Zhou Wen hatched more than 100 musical note sprites. 7 tiny musical symbols appeared on his left arm. Each of the music symbols had a saturated color. The same companion beast would have a tattoo in the same spot. It would overlap, and the more there were, the more saturated the color of the tattoo. The stats of the musical note sprites were mostly the same. All of them only had sound wave techniques, so there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't look at them carefully and focused on the stats of the golden harp. Golden harp, epic. Life Providence, Symphony of Fate. Life Soul, Spirit of Music. Strength, 32. Speed, 39. Constitution, 31. Essence Energy, 40. Talent Skill, First Movement of the Symphony of Fate. Companion Form, none. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be delighted when he read the various information regarding the golden harp. Its ability wasn't as simple as just coordinating the musical note sprites. As long as it was a music-type power, it could add it to the fray. If Zhou Wen could obtain a large number of high-level music-type creatures, epic or even mythical creatures in the future and then combine them with the power of the golden harp, the amount of power he could unleash was unimaginable. From this point of view, although the golden harp was only at the epic stage, its value was probably higher than some mythical creatures. Of course, the premise was that Zhou Wen had enough music-type companion beasts to work with the golden harp. Otherwise, its strength alone was considered at the bottom of the epic creatures. After all, the golden harp's attack wasn't strong. It could even be said to be very weak. After obtaining the golden harp, Zhou Wen was in a good mood. He got the six-winged guardian dragon to continue killing the musical note sprites. Now, he wasn't in a hurry to find the sun beast. Hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites on the square were wantonly killed by the six-winged guardian dragon. Zhou Wen followed behind to pick up the spoils. After the musical fountain square was cleared, Zhou Wen obtained a total of more than 200 musical note sprites. The pitiful baby tiger had been killed when the golden harp unleashed its might. Otherwise, there would have been more. There's no hurry. There's plenty of time to grind in the future. Sooner or later, I'll be able to form an army. Without discovering the sun beast, Zhou Wen led the six-winged guardian dragon forward and entered the temple behind the square. The moment he entered the temple, he saw a blob of light appear in the innermost hall. When the six-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored avatar were seen, the blob of light that resembled a miniature sun immediately shot out a beam of light. The six-winged guardian dragon didn't hesitate to spit out a mouthful of demonic flames. When the light met the demonic flames, it didn't shatter. Instead, it was reflected away by the demonic flames. Rays of light shone on the walls and pillars of the palace, causing green smoke to appear from the spot that was illuminated. The demonic flames parted the beam and burned the sun beast's body. Zhou Wen didn't even see what the sun beast looked like before it was killed. Killed epic creature, sun beast. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen looked over and realized that it was only a 34 valued strength crystal. It was completely useless. There were no other sun beasts or dimensional creatures in the temple. Zhou Wen circled around and left the temple before heading to the other buildings near musical fountain square. On the other hand, he had found some other musical note sprites and an epic ranked musical frog. It was able to emit sound waves and was extremely fast, but it was still easily dispatched by the six-winged guardian dragon. After circling the buildings, apart from the music holy temple which he hadn't dared enter, Zhou Wen had nearly cleared the entire music temple. He didn't find the golden harp or sun beast again. Helpless, Zhou Wen had no choice but to leave the music temple dungeon and head to the metalwork temple to grind. He was rather lucky to obtain a runic heavy armored warrior companion egg which he immediately hatched. Now, Zhou Wen was still thinking of a way to obtain an armor-type companion beast. The runic heavy armored warrior and the golden warrior had a compatibility score of more than 70. The success rate was very high, so Zhou Wen wasn't that unlucky the second time he fused them. With the legendary golden warrior as the main pet and the runic heavy armored warrior as supplementary, he combined it into an epic golden warrior. Golden warrior epic. Life providence golden evasion. Life soul blessed combat runes. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw the life providence and life soul. It was perfect, exactly what he wanted. However, after looking at his stats, Zhou Wen frowned again. The stats of the epic golden warrior were too low: 27, 32, 29, 34. Its skills weren't ideal either. It only had the golden bell and the fist of war. What should I use to fuse it again? Zhou Wen thought. The best fusion solution was naturally to obtain the three-eyed golden warrior's invulnerable golden body skill. This way, it could increase his stats and also possess a good skill. With the golden bell and invulnerable golden body, its defense could be improved. The only problem was that the drop rate of the three-eyed golden warrior companion egg was similarly low. Zhou Wen had been grinding dungeons recently. Every time he entered music temple, he would only encounter one sun beast. He also grinded the metalwork temple for three-eyed golden warriors. As for the golden harp, he had not seen it since the first time.